What the system meant by this sentence was that if Qi Lu wanted to restock the store, he would have to restock it. But the problem is that the egg pool purchase channel cannot be opened now. System: the combat power improvement training room is temporarily closed. When the customer flow of the branch exceeds 10,000, it will be opened again. System: since the forging level of the northern mountains is significantly higher than that of the eastern wilderness, the branch will not be able to sell ordinary level weapons and armor. Qi Lu didn't have any doubts about this matter. The dwarves are naturally good at forging, so it is normal that the level of forging in the northern mountains is better than that in the eastern wasteland. Besides, ordinary level weapons and armors, unless the purchase amount is particularly huge. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to compare profits with fine level weapons and armor, as well as rare level weapons and armor. As for the title badge, it is a special piece of equipment. Except for the system, no one can forge it, so it is not restricted by level. System: next, ask the host to select items that can be sold. When Qi Lu heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then immediately stopped the system in his mind. Wait a minute, system, what do you mean by selecting items that can be sold? Qi Lu didn't know that this would happen when opening a branch. Wouldn't it be better to just bring all the products in the main store? Even if there is no market for ordinary level weapons and armors, they won't be reduced to choosing products that can be sold. System: due to some special reasons, Donghuang's purchase channel will not be directly connected to the northern mountains. Please understand the host. System: when the passenger flow increases in the future, other products will be gradually opened. System: so, host, you'd better choose the products that can be sold now. Special reason. To be honest, it is not difficult for Qi Lu to guess the so-called special reason. When I was in Donghuang before, the system was familiar with the wall of heaven and earth in Donghuang. But now, the northern mountain range is a whole new world. As an outsider, the system naturally needs to be cautious in its words and deeds. Okay, I get it, let's get started. After figuring out the reason, Qi Lu couldn't say anything. This is indeed not allowed under hard conditions, and it is really not a problem with the system. It's no wonder that all purchase channels cannot be opened. It turned out that the system was temporarily shut down. The first is elixir products, and the system has given 5 quotas. Taking into account the universality of elixirs, Qi Lu quickly gave his choice. The 5 types of elixirs are healing pill, Qi recovery pill, body strengthening pill, wind spirit pill, and little fighting soul pill. They are all elixirs that have no usage restrictions and can be used by every cultivator. So there is absolutely no need to consider sales issues. In a short period of time, for elixir products, only these 5 selected elixirs will appear in the branch warehouse. As for other elixirs, all will be sent back to the store in Yunwu City, Torpelnish the warehouse. This is also the source of Yushir's replenishment products. The purchase channels for other products are also the same. Therefore, even if Qi Lu is not in Yunwu City, the products in the main store will not be out of stock. There are only 5 kinds of elixirs, so it's really hard to choose. System: continue. Although Qi Lu can understand the difficulties of the system, he still has headaches where they should be. The second choice was weapons, and the system only gave 3 places this time. Weapons are different from elixirs. In terms of the amount of change in combat effectiveness, a good weapon is undoubtedly better than a pill. So in terms of quotas, the number has dropped again. When choosing a product without knowing which product is popular, the first point to consider is its versatility. So Qi Lu made his choice after thinking for a long time. Wind Chaser Bow, Hurricane Longbow, and Dragon Marked Great Axe. The elves are the darlings of nature, their fighting style is as fast as the wind, and they are good at jungle combat. When it comes to the choice of weapons, except for magicians, most elves will choose bows and arrows. And a short sword that can only be used after being approached. Therefore, As far as the fighting class is concerned, it is different from the warrior and knight classes in the human race. Within the elves, the archer class is definitely the mainstream. It is for this reason that Qi Lu chose bows and arrows for 2 of the 3 weapons. Among them, the Wind Chaser bow is an excellent weapon, which can slightly increase the user's attack power and add a splitting wind effect to the attack. Split wind effect strengthens the speed and power of arrows, and adds wind attribute attacks to the arrows. The Hurricane Longbow is a rare weapon. It can moderately increase the user's attack power and effective attack distance, and add a fragmentation effect to each attack. Rupture effect: destroy a small amount of the target's armor. This effect can be stacked until the target's armor returns to 0. The so-called armor return to 0 means that the armor, body protection, fighting spirit, and various magic barriers have all been destroyed. And the Hurricane Longbow also comes with a skill, Hurricane Eye. Hurricane Eye, passive skill. Effect 1. The Hurricane Longbow does not require additional arrows and can condense the arrows on its own. Effect 2. When the Hurricane Longbow only fires the bow but does not fire arrows, a layer of hurricane effect will be superimposed. Each additional level of hurricane effect will increase the difficulty offshooting the bow by 50% and double the damage of the next attack. This effect can be stacked infinitely, but after the hurricane effect exceeds 10 layers, the durability of the Hurricane Longbow will be greatly consumed. Although the Hurricane Longbow is limited to the archer class, it can be used. But for the elves, the most indispensable class is the archer. On the contrary, there are very few archers in the human race. This time, it was just right. All the bows and arrows accumulated in the warehouse were sold. As for the final choice of the dragon-marked giant axe, I chose the one with the least restrictions on use among rare weapons. Since the level of forging in the northern mountains is high, let's compare. See if your forging level can be higher than the rare weapons provided by the system. After choosing the weapon, it's time to choose the armor. There are also 3 places. Qi Lu gave the answer after thinking for a moment. Wind Spirit Light Armor is an excellent level of armor that can slightly increase physical defense and has a light effect. Lightness, a small increase in the user's speed. Water Spirit Cloth Armor is an excellent level of armor that can slightly increase physical defense and has a soft water effect. Soft water: when the user is hit, he will randomly flash to any location within 20 meters. This effect has a 24-hour cooldown. Fire Spirit Leather Armor, excellent armor, slightly improves physical defense, and comes with fire ring skills. Ring of Fire: actively release a ring of fire to repel enemies around you. The cooldown time is 6 hours. The 3 pieces of armor are all mainly lightweight, and it can assist the user to fight more quickly. These 3 pieces of armor can be said to be very suitable for the fighting style of the elves. As for other armors, basically, they all look a little bulky. If it were placed on the dwarves, it would be very suitable. But the City of Life is a city-state of the elves. Although it was mentioned in the introduction, there are many foreign tourists in the City of Life. But it is always right to prioritize the needs of the elves. Next is the choice of accessories. There are still 3 places. It seems that there should be 3 quotas for these equipments. This time, Qi Lu didn't think about it for long before making his choice. Bronze storage ring: no need to say much about this. For all cultivators, this kind of storage equipment is a good thing that can be encountered but cannot be obtained. Then there is the wind bracelet. It can increase the wearer's shooting speed, and when attacking, there is as small probability of triggering the wind/effect. Wind/effect: the wind blade condenses and attaches to the next attack, increasing the destructive power and armor-piercing power of the next attack. Finally, there is the Lin Ji headband. It can improve the wearer's physical skills, and when being attacked, there is a small probability to directly dodge the attack. These 2 accessories can greatly improve the archer class, whose fighting style is more agile. After the accessories, there is the choice of title badges. However, just as Qi Lu had already made up his mind about which title badge she would choose later, the system suddenly spoke. It is said that the title belongs to a special category of equipment, there is no restriction, and it can be directly put on the shelves for sale. At this point, all equipment products have been selected. As for the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls that is temporarily closed, there is no need to worry about it until it is opened. The black market for special items is not within the scope of restrictions. After all, the black market shipments of special items are simply incomparabilito the egg pool purchasing channels. It's a full budget, but only 5 items a day. And in most cases, Qi Lu has no interest in the products that are emerging in the black market for special items. After the selection of products in the purchase channel is completed, next, it should be snacks and drinks. By the way, the system, snack vending machines, and drink vending machines, why aren't there any in the branch? Qi Lu thought of this and suddenly asked a question. System, host, in fact, not only the snack vending machines and beverage vending machines, but also all the machines in the store are rushing to purchase core accessories. System, so, the host would like to ask you to work hard during this difficult period during the opening of the new branch. When talking about these words, the system seems very unconfident. After all, the branch address was selected by the system. Now that it is being suppressed by the will of heaven and earth in the Beishan Mountains, it is also caused by the system itself. So I faced Qi Li's question again. The system really cannot be toughened up. But this is too difficult. Qi Lu covered his forehead and expressed that he had a headache. But soon, Qi Li's eyes lit up. Forget it, there won't be any vending machines. It doesn't matter if you set aside a few shelves for snacks and drinks. However, the system requires you to help me put all the snacks and drinks on these shelves every day. I don't want to waste time on this kind of thing. Qi Lu thought for a moment and quickly put forward his conditions. It's not a good time to take advantage of it, but wait until later. System, no problem, it's a piece of cake. Also, you have to be responsible for putting other products on the shelves. Qi Lu continued. System, of course, this is what this system should do. Then let me think about it. Qi Lu touched his chin and looked around the store. The pet card changer is not yet in place, nor is the equipment synthesizer. It seems that the system does have difficulties. But it doesn't matter if you have difficulties. As long as this difficult period is over, the rewards of the system will definitely be huge. What's more, it's much better now than when I first got the system. So, how many options are there for the system, snacks, and drinks? Qi Lu has no intention of asking about the pet card. After all, the core of pet cards is to draw cards. If there is no pet card changer, there is no way to operate it. As for equipment synthesizers, sorry, if the weapon restrictions are not removed, even if there is an equipment synthesizer, there will be no raw materials. System, there are no restrictions on snacks and drinks, but there are no vending machines. When Qi Lu heard this, he finally figured out the cause and effect. It turns out that all the restricted products are products that can directly increase combat effectiveness. The improvement of combat effectiveness of snacks and drinks requires a long period of accumulation before it can be reflected. So there are no restrictions at all. No wonder. The combat power improvement training room has been restricted. How can those weapons, armors, accessories, elixirs, and other products not be restricted? TSK, this is really troublesome. Qi Lu scratched the back of his head and understood. He will not be restricted in Donghuang because Qi Lu himself is from Donghuang. But it's different here in the northern mountains. If Qi Lu comes with a large number of weapons, pills, and the like, it will be tantamount to an invasion by force. For the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains, it is naturally not allowed. These guys have a lot of trouble. After thinking about it, Sheila wanted to curse. System, you can't say that. Host, as the saying goes, people have to bow their heads when they are under the roof. It will be fine after a while. In fact, the system is correct. Just like the frozen fruit that appeared on the special items black market and was bought by Chi Lu. It's obviously not something that should appear in this world. It is because of the system's great ability that it changed the frozen fruit demon into a treasure that conforms to the rules of this world. And there are actually not many of these products. They are all modified versions. After all, although the system has vast magical powers, it is still impractical to compete with the rules of the world. At least it seems impractical now. So, there is a situation where this kind of product is restricted. System, this system just suffered the losses of its first arrival. After this period of time has passed, this system will let it know how powerful it is. Okay, I get it. Just wait a while longer to receive the rewards from this upgrade mission. How could Sheila not hear what the system meant? The will of heaven and earth does not have the ability to think, it just has instinct. The sudden arrival of the system made the will of heaven and earth feel threatened, so it was restricted in this way. But when the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains discovers that there is no threat to the system, this restriction will naturally disappear. The system has always emphasized that it will be fine after a while. It was nothing more than telling Chi Lu that he had to calm down for a while. In this case, let's wait a little longer to receive rewards, and so on. Chi Lu also thought clearly. At this time, even if you receive the reward from the upgrade mission, it may be of little use. Might as well wait until this difficult period passes. Besides, there are no restrictions on the snacks and drinks that Sheila needs most. For the rest, just wait. It is estimated that even the system did not think of this matter. But in life, accidents happen all the time. That's it, we'll open on time tomorrow. Being plotted by the will of heaven and earth was really the first time in Sheila's life. If this was placed in history books, it would probably be admired by countless future generations. How tyrannical and powerful it must be to be feared by the will of heaven and earth. But Chi Lu doesn't want this strange reputation. Although branches currently have many restrictions, this may not be used as a means. Chi Lu stood at the door of the store, looking at the gradually brightening sky outside the store, thinking silently in his heart. If you can't adapt to changes, you are not a qualified businessman. Anyway, there is no need to worry about not selling the products produced by system. Then just sell it in limited quantities. Sometimes, if there is no limited quantity, customers will not be able to realize how precious these products are. Go back and take a quick look around the store. The shelves are occupied by snacks and drinks. The weapons and armor were hung on the wall by Chi Lu. Smaller products such as elixirs, jewelry, and title badges were placed by Chi Lu in transparent glass display cabinets. After confirming that the products were placed correctly, Chi Lu opened the store door. The City of Life is the second largest city-state among the elves. At the same time, it is also known as the city-state that all major races are most willing to visit. Although it is not as majestic as the elf holy city, in terms of prosperity and beauty, the City of Life is definitely the #1 city-state. But after being teleported last night, it was too late. So Chi Lu didn't experience the feeling of prosperity and beauty at all. However, on the first day in the Beishan Mountains, Chi Lu opened the store door. It was then that I suddenly discovered that the location of this branch seemed to be a rather remote place. The architectural style of the elven city-states is not as row upon row as that of the human city-states. Because it is a city-state built on the jungle, the arrangement of most buildings will be adjusted according to the distribution of trees. Plants such as small trees and low shrubs would be uprooted and leveled to create a large number of connected buildings. But those towering trees that have grown for hundreds of years basically don't move. It is precisely because of this that the prosperity and beauty of the City of Life have been created. This allows the City of Life to be perfectly integrated into this large forest. However, this situation is good. However, it is precisely because of this architectural style. To Qi Li's sadness, he discovered that the place where the branch was located seemed to be isolated. I didn't notice it last night because it was too dark. However, when he took a look now, Qi Lu discovered that there were 3 towering trees not far outside the branch. I don't know how many years it has been growing, but it is conservatively estimated to be at least 300 years. This kind of towering tree is impossible to eradicate in the elf's plan to build a city-state. It will even be protected to ensure that it will not be harmed. It is for this reason that, except for Qi Li's shop, there are no other buildings around this place. No wonder there weren't any lights outside the store last night. It turned out to be because there were no other buildings around. The nearest building can only be found thousands of meters away. For the first time, I feel that the nature of the elves to love nature is not a good thing. Qi Li said sadly and angrily. Then the conversation changed and he began to question the culprit of this incident. System, is this the branch address you chose? What a great place. System, host, don't be so angry. As a hermit master, you have to pay attention to your image. I still pay attention to the image of a hammer. You, Irby System, haven't you heard of the great hermit hiding in the world? You are still a hermit master. I just want to beat you to death now. Qi Lu also had a good temper, so he could hold back his anger and did not directly curse. The current situation is even worse than the main store in Cloud Mist City. After all, the main store is just a little out of the way. But the branch is just fine, it becomes a seclusion directly. However, considering the construction style of the elves, it should, probably, maybe, just a semi-reclusive state. As for the system, probably because of a guilty conscience, it didn't reply even after being spoken to by Qi Lu. Instead, it disappeared silently. But now that the matter has come to this, what can be done? I can only pray that someone discovers this place. After Qi Lu opened the store door, he returned behind the counter in frustration, sat on a chair and began to take a nap. I don't know how long it took. Qi Lu was already a little full from sleep before he opened his eyes. But there were still no customers in the store. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, Qi Lu was still a little helpless when facing the reality. If the location of the store was better, what would it look like? However, blaming others will not solve the problem at this time. It's better to calm down. At least I feel a little better. Call. Just when Qi Lu was taking a deep breath to relax, the store door was suddenly pushed open. Is there anyone in the store? At the same time as the voice sounded, an elf girl walked into the store. I have to say that the elves are indeed a unique race. This unique advantage is not only reflected in the talents of the elves that far exceed those of other races, but also in their appearance. Just like this elf girl who came to the store. His eyebrows are picturesque and his temperament is like orchid. The light golden hair is as smooth as a waterfall, with a little curl at the ends. The pointed ears proved the girl's identity, and her light blue eyes were as clear as the clear sky. The figure is well proportioned and exquisite, which is pleasing to the eye. But the most eye-catching thing is the leather armor of this elf girl, which is engraved with complicated patterns. It even emitted magical fluctuations that were difficult to detect. If Qi Lu guessed correctly, this should be the armor forged by the dwarf forging master. Because the elves are not good at forging. It seems that this dwarf master blacksmith really has some tricks up his sleeve. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. The armor on this elf girl can be seen according to the product classification given by the system. It's almost as good as the top-quality ordinary-level armors. No wonder the system prohibits shops from selling ordinary-level weapons and armor in the northern mountains. but let's learn about these things later. What we have to do now is greet the first customer of this branch. Hello, I am the manager of this store. My surname is Chi. You can just call me Manager Chi. What do you need? Chi Lu stood up and said to the elf girl. Manager Chi, are you a human? The elf girl glanced at Chi Lu with a little surprise in her eyes. Humans are rare in the City of Life. Because unlike the nature-loving races like the elves, the humans are not willing to live in such a place. Yes, I am a human. Is there any problem? According to Chi Li's understanding, the City of Life should not exclude humans. And there was no disgust in the eyes of this elf girl. No problem, I just rarely see humans. But, Manager Chi, the store you open is really a bit remote. The elf girl waved her hand, and then said while looking at the decoration of the store. Just a little out of the way? Chi Li's adjective for the elf girl almost moved him to tears. This kind of semi-secluded shop turns out to be just a little remote in the City of Life. That's great. I like peace and quiet, so I opened the store here. However, although Chi Lu was overjoyed in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. Is that so? No wonder I didn't see any other guests. The elf girl seemed to suddenly realize something. But before she finished speaking, the elf girl suddenly thought that it seemed not very polite to speak like this. Sorry, Manager Chi, I'm not saying your store is bad. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lillian. Lillian, an elf girl, stuck out her tongue and said a little embarrassedly. It doesn't matter. Chi Lu shook his head slightly, saying not to worry. In my heart, I also have a better impression of this innocent-looking elf girl. There are probably not many people who can apologize for their unintentional words. So, Lillian, is there anything you need? Chi Lu asked again. After all, Lillian is also the first customer to come to the store, so her attitude should be more enthusiastic. Otherwise, we don't know when the next customer will arrive. Manager Chi, actually I came to the City of Life to buy a bow. But I visited many weapon shops and forging shops, but I couldn't find a suitable bow, so I don't know if you have any here. A more powerful bow. Lily paused for a moment before using an inappropriate word to describe the weapon she wanted. Although the City of Life is a city-state built by the elves. But the races living in the City of Life are far more than just the elves. In fact, you can find people from almost any race in the northern mountains in the City of Life. The dwarves, who are naturally good at forging, are naturally no exception. Therefore, when people of other races want to buy a handy weapon or suitable armor, they do not want to go to the hearth city of the dwarves. Then coming to the City of Life is one of the best choices. In the prosperous City of Life, there are countless shops of all kinds. There are naturally not a few weapon shops or forging shops opened by dwarf blacksmith masters. And Lillian also came here for the reputation of the City of Life. However, after searching around, Lillian did not find the weapon she wanted. After all, the dwarves are naturally good at forging. But the weapons used by the dwarves are basically heavy weapons, such as giant hammers and giant axes. Long-range weapons like bows and arrows have always been avoided. It can be said that among the dwarves, there is no one in the archer class. Even if it is a long-range weapon, the forging masters in the dwarfs prefer to build heavy crossbows instead of longbows. That is to say, I came to the City of Life to take care of the elves. Only then did the dwarf blacksmith masters in the City of Life begin to study how to forge bows and arrows. But even so, compared with other weapons, the forging level of bows and arrows is always far behind. That's why Lillian has never been able to choose the bow and arrow she wants. So he started wandering around, and finally came to Chi Li's shop accidentally. Of course, if store manager Chi doesn't have it here, it doesn't matter. Lillian added at the end. After all, if you want humans and dwarfs to compete in forging abilities, it will be difficult for them to do so, since even the forging masters of the dwarves could not find satisfactory bows and arrows. In Qi Li's shop, Lillian naturally didn't hold out much hope. In fact, many of the powerful bows and arrows among the elves were made by the forging masters of the elves and the dwarfs. Although in the forging of other weapons and armors, the elves are completely inferior to the dwarves. But only when it comes to bows and arrows, the elven forging masters have unique advantages. However, today, there are fewer and fewer blacksmith masters among the elves. After all, forging is the survival skill of the dwarves. Only the dwarves could not give up forging. As for other races, just buy it directly from the dwarves. Anyway, the weapons and armors made by the blacksmith masters of his own race are simply not as good as those forged by the dwarves. So why bother? It's thankless, so why bother? So this is what worries Lillian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone all the way to the City of Life to buy bows and arrows. Moreover, if she did not find a satisfactory bow and arrow in the City of Life, Lillian might have to go to the City of Hellfire. A bow and arrow? There happens to be some in the store. Let me bring it over and show it to you. Qi Li didn't pay attention to what Lillian added. To be honest, such innocent girls are rare anymore. In addition, Lillian was the first customer of the branch, so Qi Lu was a little more attentive. In fact, it is because there is a problem with the address of the branch. If the branch really opened in some bustling downtown, Qi Lu might just let the customers do what they want, and then select the products and hand over the spiritual crystals at the counter. Professional class. When Qi Lu took the bow and arrow, he took a special look at Lillian. Confirmed Lillian's realm. It has to be said that the destiny of heaven and earth in the northern mountains is indeed much stronger than that in the eastern wasteland. The strong luck of heaven and earth brings about the overall strength of the northern mountain range. Although it cannot be ruled out that there are powerful talents unique to the elves. But judging from Lillian's age, it is indeed not easy to reach the professional level. You know, in Donghuang, it is calculated based on Lillian's age. Anyone who can reach the brave level is considered a genius. Since she is a professional, take both bows and arrows and let her choose. Qi Li thought silently in his heart. The rare hurricane longbow is only limited to the archer class. But Qi Lu is very clear about the hidden restrictions. If you don't have the archer class, you can't say you have the archer class. To put it simply, for any equipment that limits the professional level, the minimum level requirement is the professional level. Moreover, rare level equipment contains powerful power. For practitioners who are not strong enough, it is difficult to control it. Take the hurricane longbow. Although Qi Lu decided to let Lillian make her own choice. But, truly speaking, with Lillian's strength, she might not be able to completely pull the string of the hurricane longbow. Not to mention the secondary effect of triggering the hurricane eye skill of the hurricane longbow. The premise of drawing a bow without releasing an arrow. It can completely loosen the bowstring. These are the two longbows in my shop. One is called the wind-chasing bow, and the other is called the hurricane longbow. Qi Li quickly brought the two bows and arrows to the counter. Then he briefly introduced the functions of the two longbows to Lillian. But didn't go into details. After all, this side of the northern mountains is not like the eastern wilderness. In Yunwu City, Qi Li's shop is truly famous in the entire eastern wasteland. Customers who come to the store know that every product in the store has magical functions. But no one here knows. So Qi Li didn't go into details, but just gave some general notes. Sometimes, customers need to experience the details themselves. Wow, these two bows and arrows are so handsome. Lillian saw the two long bows that Qi Li had taken, and little stars suddenly appeared in her eyes. The weapons produced by the system, regardless of their functions or the accompanying skills. Just talking about the appearance, it is extremely eye-catching. Cool, domineering, elegant, handsome. You can always find a suitable adjective. And in the final analysis, they all have only one purpose. That's what grabs the customer's attention. Want to try it? Qilu asked. For something like a weapon, you won't know whether it's suitable until you try it. But for regular customers, there is no question of whether to try it or not. Just replace it with a new one and that's it. Anyway, the only difference is the durability, there is no difference in other aspects. Is that okay? Then I want to try this wind-chasing bow. Lillian heard this and immediately spoke out. Compared with the domineering hurricane longbow, the relatively small and exquisite wind-chasing bow is obviously more suitable for Lillian. Sure. Qilu nodded and indicated that Lillian could try it out directly. Thank you, Manager Qi. Lillian thanked her politely, and then carefully picked up the wind chaser bow from the counter. In an instant, a strange power surged into Lillian's body. Slightly increases the user's attack power. This will be directly reflected in the user's attack, producing more powerful destructive power. What a magical bow and arrow. Is this the legendary enchantment? Lillian looked at the wind-chasing bow in her hand in surprise. The art of enchantment is one of the ancient arts. It is also a powerful skill that only the true forging masters in the dwarf tribe can master. Other races don't even have to think about it. This is also the reason why the dwarf's forging level is unique among all races. However, the enchanting skills are inevitably lost in the process of being passed down. To this day, if you want to compare the remaining enchantment skills with the enchantment skills of ancient times, it is nothing more than a dream. But despite this, weapons and armors blessed with enchantment skills are still much more powerful than ordinary weapons and armors. In fact, the art of enchantment is also spread in the Eastern Wasteland. It's just that in the Eastern Wasteland, the enchanter disappeared 2,000 years ago. Naturally, enchanting skills cannot be passed down. The North Mountain Range is obviously better than the Eastern Wasteland. At least the enchanting skills have been passed down to some extent. Otherwise, the system would not be unwilling to sell ordinary level weapons and armor. But that's all. Enchanting is an extremely difficult skill. It is divided into 3 types: magic core enchantment, array enchantment, and simple magic enchantment. Magic core enchantment is to add the power of the magic core to forged weapons and armor, making them more powerful. The most critical aspect of this enchantment method is how to release the power in the magic core without destroying the enchanted weapon or armor. Formation enchantment is also the most commonly used enchantment method among dwarf blacksmith masters. Carve the formation pattern and bless the power. It is similar to setting up a magic circle, but it is not the same. For example, the leather armor on Lillian's body is enchanted with this array pattern. As for the final magic enchantment, that is the most advanced enchantment method among enchantment techniques. Directly add powerful magic power to the forged weapons and armor to strengthen the forged weapons and armor. This method of enchantment appears to be freer and more stable. And the effect of enchantment is naturally more powerful. However, magic enchantment not only has very strict requirements on the enchanting skills, but also has extremely strict requirements on the realm of the enchanter. Therefore, hundreds of years ago, the art of magic enchantment was completely lost. Even in the ancient books of the dwarves, there are only sporadic records. But even so, enchantment is not a secret to the people of the northern mountains. That's why Lillian was so surprised. Because enchanting is a sophisticated skill that only dwarfs can master. Qilu is obviously a human, but he sells enchanted weapons in the store. This is really incredible. Enchanted? It should be considered. Qilu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. There is definitely no possibility of enchantment for things produced by the system. However, it is more difficult to explain clearly. So Qi simply agreed. In this way, the explanation will be much simpler. Just push all the wonderful skills that customers can't understand to enchantments, and that's it. Anyway, the art of enchantment was an extremely advanced skill in ancient times. I can't understand it, isn't it normal? It's actually an enchanted weapon. That would be great. Lillian looked at the wind-chasing bow in her hand in surprise. No wonder, I can feel a wonderful power blessing me as soon as I get the wind-chasing bow. Lillian said excitedly. Even among the dwarves, only the true forging masters can master the art of enchantment. Just like the leather armor on Lillian's body, it was made by a dwarven blacksmith who spent a lot of money in the City of Hearth. In the City of Life, I want to find a forging master who has mastered the art of enchantment. That's basically looking for a needle in a haystack. Otherwise, Lillian would not have been able to find a satisfactory bow and arrow. Let me draw the bow and see. Lillian took a deep breath, and then pulled the string of the wind-chasing bow forcefully. The moment the bow was drawn, a stream of wind element condensed on Lillian's fingers on the bow string. This is the splitting wind effect attached to the wind-chasing bow. It's just that Lillian hasn't knocked her arrow yet, so this wind element won't cause any damage. What a powerful force, and it can even be attacked with the wind element. This kind of enchantment can already be regarded as an extremely high-level enchantment. Lillian's eyes widened in surprise. He was even more shocked by the power of the wind-chasing bow. This level of enchantment, even the forging masters among the dwarves, is probably not something that anyone can achieve. However, this is also within the scope of system evaluation. The forging level of the dwarves, coupled with the enchanting skills they have mastered, can indeed surpass ordinary level weapons and armor. But that's about it. After all, the current enchantment skills are far inferior to those in ancient times. If the complete enchanting skills were passed down, I am afraid that the system would not allow Qi Lu to sell even those inferior rare weapons and armors. However, there is no if. If most of the enchanting skills are lost, they are lost. If it's not as good as high-quality weapons and armor, it just can't be compared. How is it? Are you satisfied? Want to try another hurricane longbow? Qi Lu asked aloud. In fact, Qi Lu knew by looking at Lillian's expression that this business would definitely be successful. However, the first customer will inevitably receive some preferential treatment. Well, I want to try it. Lillian slowly put back the bow string, and then put the wind chaser bow back in the counter. Only then did he pick up the hurricane longbow. In an instant, an even more powerful force poured into Lillian's body. How can this be? Rare weapons cannot be compared to excellent weapons. Just picking up the hurricane longbow, the power that appeared was enough to shock Lillian. Incredible, this power has completely surpassed all the enchanting effects I have ever seen. Lillian looked at the hurricane longbow in her hand in disbelief. Then, I wanted to try drawing the bow string. When it comes to bows and arrows, you don't know whether the bow is suitable for you until you draw the bow. However, with the hurricane longbow, Lillian discovered. I can't seem to fully draw the bow string. Lillian gritted her teeth and tried her best, her little face flushed, but she couldn't fully open the hurricane longbow. This is simply more incredible than the enchantment on the hurricane longbow. How could this happen? Why can't I even fully draw the bowstring? In the end, Lillian had no choice but to give up. A longbow that cannot fully draw the string, no matter how powerful it is, will not be the right longbow for you. Store manager Qi. Lillian pouted and looked at Qi Lu a little aggrievedly. Then he raised the hurricane longbow in his hand. However, Qi Lu just smiled and said nothing. Just kidding, even among rare weapons, the hurricane longbow is considered a top-notch item. Especially the second effect of the Hurricane Eye skill, which infinitely superimposes the power of the next attack. Even for a master-level practitioner, it is difficult to superimpose the hurricane effect of the Hurricane Eye. Of course, it is impossible for professional class practitioners to completely draw the bowstring. There's no way Qi Lu can solve this kind of thing. Well, then I'll chase the wind bow. He probably knew that the level of the hurricane longbow was too high and was not a weapon he could use. So Lillian finally compromised. I chose the wind-chasing bow at the beginning. Excellent level weapons are just right for professional level practitioners. Qing Hui, 200 spiritual crystals. Qi Lu quoted the price of the wind-chasing bow. Hey, are there only 200 spiritual crystals? Manager Qi, did you say the price was wrong? Lillian was stunned for a moment after hearing Qi Li's quotation. 200 spiritual crystals, to be honest, is not a high price for such a high-level enchanted weapon. Even for the leather armor on Lillian's body, it took nearly 1,000 spiritual crystals to get the master forger from the dwarf tribe to work on it. The quality of this leather armor is completely inferior to the wind chaser bow. So Lillian would naturally be surprised. Of course not. The price of the wind-chasing bow is 200 spiritual crystals. However, the hurricane longbow requires 4,000 spiritual crystals. Qi Lu said lightly. 4,000. Lillian glanced at the hurricane longbow on the counter again. The longbow that I couldn't even fully draw the bowstring, with 4,000 spiritual crystals, seemed like. It's not expensive either. I understand, store manager Qi, I will come again next time. Well, it won't disturb your peace. Lillian made her decision quickly. 4,000 spiritual crystals. Although I don't have them now, the elders in the clan must have them. Next time you have a chance, be sure to bring the elders from the clan over to have a look. Okay, do I need to apply for a membership card? Qi Lu nodded slightly and asked again. It is natural that something as convenient as a membership card should be widely available in branches. So, let's start with the first customer. Membership card? Lillian was stunned again. Then, under Qi Li's explanation that combined knowledge of enchantment and other aspects, Lillian happily applied for a membership card. And filled it with 2,000 spiritual crystals. Goodbye, Manager Qi, I'll see you next time. Lillian took the wind-chasing bow and waved to Qi Lu at the door of the store. Goodbye. Qi Lu also waved his hand in return. Then he watched Lillian leave the store, bypassing the towering trees outside the store, and then disappeared. The first guest. Oh, this place is really remote. The aloof image that Qi Lu had managed to maintain collapsed immediately after Lillian left. He leaned lazily on the chair and stared blankly at the store door. Lillian was able to get here by accident. But that doesn't mean others will come. At least, Qi Lu has no expectations at all. After buying a bow and arrow that satisfied her, Lillian quickly ran back to the busy city of life. Although the city-state built by the elves needs to be planned according to the terrain of the jungle. But there are also many lively streets. In the city of life, there is an endless flow of people. People of all races visit the city of life, or look for what they need. Both sides of the street are also lined with stalls selling all kinds of goods. The stall owners were shouting loudly. Here, you can find almost everything that is possible in the Northern Cordillera. The difference is just the quality. And on one of these streets, a middle-aged elf tribesman was looking for something anxiously. From time to time, he would ask passing travelers or stall owners on the street, and then continue looking. Lillian, who returned to the downtown area with the wind-chasing bow, happened to see this middle-aged elf tribesman with an anxious face, and immediately ran over with excitement on his face. Uncle Kurd, what are you looking for? Lillian tilted her head and asked, curiously. Lillian. Where did you go? Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Do you know how worried I am about you? This middle-aged elf tribe member, also known as Kurd, immediately started preaching after seeing Lillian. The clan asked Kurd to follow Lillian to the City of Life just to protect Lillian. Lest Lillian, who is not familiar with the world, be deceived. But who knows, it won't be long after arriving in the City of Life. After visiting most of the weapon shops and forging shops, Lillian disappeared. Kurd was very anxious now. If something happens to Lillian, let's not talk about the accountability within the clan. The sense of self-blame in Kurd's own heart alone can make Kurd regret it for the rest of his life. Fortunately, Lillian came back on her own. I'm sorry, Uncle Kurd, I won't dare to do it next time. Lillian knew that Kurd was also worried about her, so she honestly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. You want another time? Kurd glared at Lillian, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Lillian's wind-chasing bow on her shoulders. Huh? Lillian, have you found a bow and arrow that you are satisfied with? The tone of this sentence was obviously a little surprised. Lillian came from a noble family and naturally had a lot of experience. Naturally, the horizons are not low either. This can be seen from the enchanted leather armor on Lillian's body. Lillian has no shortage of these good things. It is precisely because of this. Therefore, in the entire City of Life, there was no bow and arrow that Lillian was satisfied with. However, what Kurd didn't expect was that after Lillian separated from him, she actually bought a longbow. And as far as Kurd knew, what Lillian was willing to buy must be something she was satisfied with. Otherwise, we wouldn't have visited almost the entire City of Life. Right. Uncle Kurd, let me tell you, I found a great store in a very remote place, and the manager of that store is very nice. And all the bows and arrows sold are enchanted weapons, which are really powerful. Lillian's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she suddenly started talking more. Enchanted weapon? Kurd was shocked and thought that Lillian might have been deceived. So he asked tentatively, that store manager, is the blacksmith master of Fedwarfs? After all, the art of enchantment is an advanced skill that only the dwarves can master. So when it comes to enchanted weapons, Kurd instinctively thinks of Fedwarfs. No, he is a big brother from the human race. Lillian shook her head and spoke aloud. Human race. Human race. Kurd frowned, and then cast his suspicious eyes on the wind-chasing bow on Lillian's shoulder. This is by no means that the Kurds have no good opinion of the human race. In fact, in the northern mountains, the various races get along relatively harmoniously. Although there are occasional conflicts, there are almost no major disputes. However, when it comes to enchantment skills, not to mention a race like the human race that is not sensitive to enchantment. Even those races that are relatively good at forging dare not say that they know the art of enchantment. So in Kurd's view, Lillian must have been deceived. Lillian, can you let me take a look at your bow and arrows? Kurd finally decided to identify it himself. If Lillian was really deceived, then Kurd would definitely help Lillian seek justice. Let that human liar know that not everyone's spiritual crystal can be deceived. Sure. Lillian readily took off the wind-chasing bow and put it in Kurd's hands. In fact, what Lillian wanted most was the hurricane longbow. However, due to strength reasons, even the bowstring of the hurricane longbow could not be fully stretched, so Lillian could only give up this option temporarily. Make do with the wind-chasing bow first. But when Lillian feels that she is strong enough, she will definitely buy the hurricane longbow. Kurd took a deep breath and gathered his fighting energy in the palm of his hand. This is an easy way to identify enchanted weapons. Enchanted weapons contain powerful power, and this power will naturally form a kind of protection for the weapon itself. So with a little trial and error, you can tell whether the enchanted weapon is genuine or fake. However, the chasing wind bow fell into Kurdish hands. Before Kurd could use his fighting spirit to test, a strange force poured into Kurd's body. Weapons that are not bound can naturally be used by anyone. As for the products in Chila's store, the only products that can be bound at present seem to be pet cards and bronze storage rings. Of course, there are reasons why this happens. Naturally, it's because of durability issues. Weapons, armor, and accessories, except for bronze storage rings, all have durability limits. So it doesn't make much sense to bind it. However, pet cards have no durability limit. As long as the summoned pet is not killed, it can always exist. Of course, if there is an indestructible artifact in the future, it will probably require a ritual, such as bleeding blood, to identify the owner. However, those are all imaginary things. Just think about it. Anyway, Qi Lu is always dreaming about the channels for purchasing artifacts. Unfortunately, it has always been a dream. This is impossible. This is actually an enchanted weapon, and the intensity of the enchantment isn't low. After Kurd felt the power blessing his body, he was stunned. Enchanted weapons that can actively increase strength. At least, it must be a high-level enchantment. Enchanted weapons of this level are extremely rare even in the Hearth City of the dwarves. Lillian, are you sure the manager of that store is a member of the human race? Kurd asked again in disbelief. Of course, store manager Qi is very nice. And he only sells this wind-chasing bow for 200 spiritual crystals. Lillian nodded immediately and said. 200 spiritual crystals. So cheap. Kurd was suddenly even more shocked. 200 spiritual crystals, I want to buy an enchanted weapon of this level. That was just a dream. In the past, someone told Kurd that 200 spiritual crystals could buy an enchanted weapon with high-level enchantments. The Kurds will definitely scold that guy for being a daydream. But now, the facts are before their eyes, and the Kurds have to believe it. A human race can actually sell such a powerful enchanted weapon. And it's sold so cheaply. Could it be? Countless thoughts went through Kurd's mind in just a moment. In the end, there were not many conclusions. Or, there was an extremely large force behind that shop, providing him with enchanted weapons. However, which stupid force would do such a thing that harms its own interests? What benefits can be gained? So, if this is not the reason, there is only one possibility left. It was this human race member who, by chance, had inherited the ancient enchantment skills and had mastered them. Because only in the ancient times, there was no missing enchantment skill. Only then, could he comprehensively crush the enchanting skills mastered by Thedwarfs today. Isn't that? Kurd's eyes lit up when he thought of this. The enchanting skills of ancient times are a good thing that can make the entire northern mountains and all races flock to it. If Kurd can obtain this enchantment skill, he will definitely be able to strengthen his lineage. Elves, that's just the name of a race. Within the elves, there are also many branches. Then major families and major forces were formed. However, the elves are different from the humans. After the human race was divided into various families and major forces, they were really separated, and they had almost no connection with each other. But no matter how far apart the elves are, they are all under the command of the elf queen. Therefore, there is naturally a mentality of competing with each other among the major branches of the elves. If I can offer my enchanting skills from ancient times, then my branch will definitely be favored by the elf queen. The more Kurd thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. So Kurd returned the wind chaser bow to Lillian and said in a very excited tone, "Lillian, where is this store? Uncle Kurd also wants to buy a bow and arrow? Then I will take you there." Listening to Kurd's tone, Lillian thought that Kurd also wanted a wind-chasing bow. Lillian was very willing to bring a new business to store manager Qi. But store manager Qi likes peace and quiet, so Uncle Kurd, don't get too excited after you go there. After a slight pause, Lillian reminded her again. Of course, it's normal for such a hermit master to have some personality. Kurd nodded, indicating that he understood. Then come with me. Manager Chi's store is a bit remote. Lillian took the lead and turned around to run towards the place where she had just come out. Yawn. Sheila sat in the shop, yawning out of boredom. I think back to a few days ago, when I was staying in Yunwu City, there were so many guests. Why do you have to come to this place to suffer? Sheila stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears that squeezed out of the corners of his eyes because of yawning, thinking silently in his heart. Manager Chi, I'm back again. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the store. After returning, Lillian pushed open the store door and greeted Chi very familiarly. If you didn't know better, you would have thought that Lillian and Chi Lu were very familiar with each other. Who would believe that this was Lillian's second time in the store? Lillian, why are you back again? Did you forget to buy anything? Chi Lu immediately stood up from the chair, showing the good cultivation of a store manager. No, Manager Chi. Actually, I came to the City of Life with Uncle Kurd. Uncle Kurd said he also wanted to buy a bao, so I brought him here. Lillian pointed to a middle-aged man following behind her. The pointed ears proved the man's identity. He is also an elf clansman. To be honest, although Chila knows that the elves are rich and handsome men and beautiful women. But I never expected that these guys would turn into temperamental uncles when they get older. Hello, I am the manager of our store, my surname is Chi. Chila nodded to Kurd, his eyes slightly lowered. With Chi Li's current perception, even without the help of the system's power, he can easily see the state of the elf tribesmen in front of him. Not long after entering the hero level, the realm is not yet stable. Although the overall power level of the northern mountain range is much higher than that of the eastern wilderness. However, every powerful person has to bear the fate of heaven and earth. The destiny of heaven and earth in the northern mountain range must be strong and powerful. But the quantity? There are only a handful of them. Therefore, hero-level warriors also have top-notch combat capabilities in the northern mountains. This is also why the Kurds were sent to protect Lillian. Although he has just entered the heroic realm for the first time. But no matter what, Kurd is a powerful hero. Anyone who wants to take action against Lillian must weigh his own weight. From here, we can also see that Lillian's background is indeed not low. Hello, Manager Chi, I heard that you sold a wind-chasing bow to Lillian. After I saw it, I was also amazed. That's why I specially asked Lillian to bring me here this time, hoping to booyah longbow that is suitable for my hand. Kurd said very politely. This is also a test. If there is only one wind-chasing bow in Chi Lu, then it can be said to be a lucky one. But if there are a lot of them, then they must have been inherited from ancient enchantment techniques. For this inheritance, the Kurds are bound to win. And hero-level strength is the Kurds' greatest reliance. You also want to buy a bow? Sheila raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Lillian came here twice, just 2 orders of business. She was really a little lucky star. That's right, I wonder if there are also wind-chasing bows for sale in Manager Chi's store. Kurd nodded. The wind chaser bow may not be suitable for you. I recommend you to buy another type, the hurricane longbow. Sheila glanced at Kurd before speaking slowly. An excellent wind-chasing bow, placed in the hands of a hero-level expert, can't help but take a long time to deal with. After all, the weapons produced by the system are not orthodox enchanted weapons. That has a durability limit. Chi Lu doesn't want to have a reputation as a deceitful person. Hurricane longbow? Kurd was stunned, obviously he had never heard of this name. Uncle Kurd, let me tell you, the hurricane longbow is much more powerful than the wind-chasing bow. Uncle Kurd, I know this. The hurricane longbow is much more powerful than the wind chaser bow. I can't even pull the string of the hurricane longbow. Lillian immediately followed and introduced. I see, then I'll be in trouble with store manager Chi. Kurd nodded and then said to Chi Lu. It became clear in my heart. Another new enchanted weapon, and it was immediately certain that this store manager Chi must have inherited the ancient enchanting skills. Now, just waiting for a chance to take action. After thinking about this, Kurd looked at Chi Lu with a glimmer of greed. Hurricane longbow, 4,000 spiritual crystals, no bargaining. Chi Lu took out the hurricane longbow with an expressionless face, put it on the counter, and then spoke. Can you let me try it out first? Kurd said pretendingly. Please. Chi Lu nodded nonchalantly. Hearing this, Kurd no longer hesitated and picked up the hurricane longbow. In an instant, the power carried by the hurricane longbow poured into Kurd's body. The strength was so strong that Kurd's whole body froze. One of the very important reasons why enchanting skills are difficult to master is the state requirements they impose. Among the dwarves, those blacksmith masters who have mastered the art of enchantment are all strong. Even most forging masters have no intention of fighting for power and gain. But the powerful power they possess makes people dare not despise them in the slightest. But this point was subconsciously ignored by the Kurds. After all, the enchantment on the wind chaser bow is strong. It can even be said that it was so strong that it shocked Kurds. But if it is an ancient enchanting skill, the requirements for one's own realm may be lowered. Even at the peak of Grandmaster level, Kurd can take action without hesitation. However, the power contained in the hurricane longbow made Kurd wake up. A strong person who can forge such a powerful enchanted weapon cannot be just a Grandmaster. There is no doubt that the store manager Chi in front of him must be a powerful hero. Moreover, he should still be a veteran hero-level powerhouse. Gudong. Thinking of this, Kurd swallowed his saliva and his heart beat 3 points faster. With the strength of the Kurds, if they faced an established hero-level powerhouse, they would have almost no ability to resist. The elves have always been good at fighting. As for close combat, that is the strength of the dwarves. What's wrong with you? Do you think it's too expensive? There are no discounts in my store. Chi Lu glanced at Kurd, who was suddenly sweating profusely, and felt a little confused. Could this guy be frightened by the price of 4,000 spiritual crystals? No, it's not expensive. This price is simply too cheap. After Kurd was awakened by Chi Li's words, he quickly spoke. Whether it was the strength of Chi Lu or the powerful power of the hurricane longbow. These words are not said against one's will. If you can buy such a powerful enchanted weapon with 4,000 spiritual crystals, it will be a huge profit. What's more, for a hero-level powerhouse, 4,000 spiritual crystals are really nothing. Oh, all right. Chi Lu nodded and said no more. Since it's not expensive, that's fine. However, even if this guy is absolutely expensive, there is no way Chi Lu can discount it. For Chi Lu, not to mention discounts, even receiving one less gold coin is impossible. Uncle Kurd, how about it? I didn't lie to you. Lillian had no idea what kind of twists and turns Kurd had gone through in his heart, so she just talked about it later. Of course, how could Lillian lie to others? After putting aside his coveting for enchanting skills, Kurd had to admit that the hurricane longbow was indeed an extremely powerful enchanted weapon. It is several times more powerful than any enchanted weapon Kurd has ever seen. Jiu Hui, there are 4,000 spiritual crystals. Do you need a membership card? Chi Lu spoke after seeing Kurd looking at him again. This time, it was Lillian who spoke again, introducing the membership card to Kurd as if to show off. The result was no surprise, Kurd also got a membership card. Then he took the hurricane longbow and raised his hand to Chi Lu, saying, "The enchanted weapons in Manager Chi's shop are indeed of the best quality. I will definitely bring more customers over for store manager Chi." Then I'll say goodbye this time. Kurd knew that there was no hope of obtaining the enchanting skill, so naturally, he would not stay any longer. It is simply the most stupid behavior to provoke a hero-level strongman in the clan who does not know the details for no reason. Since you can't get enchanting skills, you can just come over and buy enchanted weapons. Anyway, the attitude of other races towards the dwarves is the same. Whose enchanted weapon should I buy? What's more, the ones from Store Manager Chi are cheaper. Store Manager Chi, I'll leave now. Goodbye. Lillian also waved goodbye to Chi Lu. Goodbye. Chi Lu replied politely. Then watched the two people leave. And then? There are really no customers coming. The next time there are customers, they will probably have to wait until Lillian brings someone over. Forget it, let's wait for word of mouth to slowly ferment. Chi Lu glanced at the sky outside and saw that it seemed to be getting late too. The downtown area of the City of Life is still brightly lit even at night. But when it comes to Chi Lu, it's not going to work. So Chi Lu thought it would be better to close the store early and take a rest early. No matter what, it's better to go shopping in the City of Life than to sit in a store. By the way, System, I have something to ask you. Chi Lu was closing the store door when he suddenly shouted in his mind. System, if the host wants anything, just tell me. Probably because he felt that he had cheated Chi Lu, the system's tone had improved a lot recently. I want to know, can I still go back to Donghuang? Chi Lu asked, while locking the door. System, of course. Is now okay? Chi Lu heard this and immediately asked. System, sorry, host, if you want to return to Donghuang, you must at least wait until the restrictions on the branch are completely lifted. System, the two-way teleportation array will be opened between the two stores, and the host can travel back and forth between the two stores at will. Do we still have to wait until the restrictions are lifted? Chi Lu scratched his head and suddenly felt that life was boring. The restrictions on branches come from the will of heaven and earth in the Beishan Mountains, and their vigilance against this uninvited guest in the system. I don't know when it will be until this restriction is lifted. System, host, actually, the higher the degree of acceptance of the products in the store by various races, the faster the restrictions will be lifted. It was when Chi Lu felt depressed. In my mind, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. System, host, actually, there is no solution to this matter. System, the higher the degree of acceptance of the products in the store by various races, the faster the restrictions will be lifted. System, because being recognized by these races is equivalent to being recognized by this world. System, so, please come on, host. Just when Chi Lu was worrying about this matter, the system suddenly spoke up. Oh? There is such a thing. Chi Li's eyes lit up. It turns out that there is still room for maneuver in lifting restrictions. Chi Lu thought he could only wait foolishly. When I heard you say that, I felt much better. Chi Lu rubbed his hands, and the depression in his heart immediately dissipated. He even decided to visit the night market in the City of Life to see how prosperous the city-state, which is known as the busiest among the elves, is. The night in the City of Life is not as bright as the day in the human city-state. But under the illumination of the magic lamps hanging outside each building, it can also be regarded as brightly lit. Of course, this requires excluding some extremely remote places. This is probably also a unique feature of the city-state in the big forest. So when Chi Lu came out of the store and walked around the three towering trees, the light formed by a large number of magic lamps appeared in front of him. There is no such thing as a curfew among the elves. Among the dangers that may appear in the forest, the biggest threat is those of monsters. But for the city-state built by the elves, except for some extremely powerful monsters that are fearless, ordinary monsters are avoided. Because the elves are good at fighting in the jungle. This is also the reason why the elves can become one of the three major races in the northern mountains. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the city defense of the City of Life. It is indeed one of the most lively city-states. Even at night, there are so many tourists. Qila walked in the night market. Among the crowds around him were travelers of all races, as well as residents off the City of Life. However, Qili's attention was not on these tourists, but on the various stalls in the night market. A prosperous city-state, unless there is a curfew, must have a lively night market. It will even be more lively than during the day. City of Life is no exception. In the night market, the most popular ones are the stalls for eating and drinking. Other shops, such as weapon shops, forging shops, and some other shops, have basically closed their doors at this time. After all, no one would go out to buy weapons in the middle of the night. Night markets are for eating, drinking, and having fun. Qila suddenly wanted to visit the night market in the City of Life, also with the idea of studying the food characteristics of the Beishan Mountains. After all, the world has changed. There must be some changes in the taste of food. The City of Life is built in the forest, and the source of the food ingredients naturally comes from the forest. Most of them are various kinds of monster meat and various plant fruits. Qila was walking around the night market, and when he saw something interesting, he stopped to buy one. To be honest, the food in the night market is really cheap. At least Qila so far has not encountered a stall that requires the use of spiritual crystals to pay. However, I have to say that the food in the night market is really cheap in terms of price. At least Qila so far has not encountered a stall that requires the use of spiritual crystals to pay. All using gold coins. This made Qila look a little confused. Are the snacks and drinks in your store really expensive? But soon, Qila woke up. The snacks and drinks produced by the system are superior to these gourmet snacks in terms of taste alone. What's more, what's really worth paying for the spirit crystals are the special effects that come with those snacks and drinks. Fried chicken wings, long-term consumption, can slightly improve the user's physical condition. Double cheese beef burger, long-term consumption will slightly increase the strength attributes of the eater. Colorful fruit-flavored pizza, long-term consumption, can slightly increase the eater's all-element affinity. These attributes are extremely precious things. They are all things that even Hualing Jing cannot buy. How can it be said to be expensive? However, when Qila goes out to visit the night market now, it's actually more of a novelty. By the way, investigate the taste preferences of various ethnic groups. After all, snacks and drinks account for a large proportion of the turnover in Qili's store. It goes without saying much about the taste preferences of humans. In fact, when it comes to food choices, the human race can be said to be the least picky race. As long as it tastes good. The elves, on the other hand, prefer lighter food, so most of them choose vegetarian food, such as fruits and vegetables. The Beastiers tribe prefers to eat meat. As for the dwarves, they are more powerful. Their food needs are just the right taste and large amounts. I'm not that picky about the taste as long as I can eat it. Because for the dwarves, their preference for wine is far higher than food. Therefore, in many cases, it is better to bring a few jars of good wine than to ask the dwarf blacksmith master to make weapons and armor with a lot of money. But the premise is that it must be a good wine that can satisfy the dwarf blacksmith master. However, this is a very harsh thing. Precisely because they like to drink, the dwarves are actually as famous for their love of brewing as they are for their forging skills. However, when it comes to brewing wine, most of the dwarf bosses are not very good at it. I just simply love making wine. Therefore, a lot of good wines were brewed accidentally. So many dwarves have a hobby of collecting fine wine. Because the level of winemaking is generally not high, these good wines that are brewed by mistake are basically drunk a little bit. Might as well collect it. In terms of taste, other races are actually very similar to these four races. It seems there is no race with particularly strange tastes. The snacks and drinks currently in the store should also be sold. Sheila thought about it in his heart. Since arriving in the northern mountains, the vanilla ice cream cones, crayfish, and cold beer that were only available in summer are no longer available. Cold beer is the only alcoholic beverage currently in the store. Originally, Sheila wanted to make a fuss about cold beer to see if he could attract the dwarves. But now it seems that there is no chance. Okay, so be it. Sheila put a bunch of unknown monster meat in his hand into his mouth, then clapped his hands and ended his wandering. In fact, when it comes to wine, Chilu also wants to make a fuss about cold beer to see if he can attract dwarfs to the store. But now it seems that there is no chance. Okay, so be it. Chilu put a bunch of unknown monster meat in his hand into his mouth, then clapped his hands and ended his wandering. After experiencing the excitement of the night market, I returned to the store again. Chilu suddenly felt that the store was even more deserted. This damn random location selection, the system is really a scam. After complaining with a hint of helplessness, Chilu ran to drink a bottle of pure milk before returning to the bedroom to sleep. Milk can help you sleep. The next day, although there were no customers, Chilu opened the store door on time. Always think on the bright side of everything. What if a traveler discovers such a secluded shop and insists on coming in to have a look? But it's a pity that after Chilu opened the store door, he didn't find this kind of traveler waiting outside. I don't know how long this kind of life will last. Chilu sighed quietly, then turned around to make a bucket of noodles. No matter what, eating is the most important thing. Even if there are no customers, you can't starve yourself. Put the seasoning packet in and soak in hot water. The rich aroma of barreled instant noodles immediately filled the entire store. Even if instant noodles are not delicious in terms of taste, they are definitely unique in terms of aroma. The area of the branch store is much smaller than that of the main store. As a result, the rich aroma of barreled instant noodles began to spread quickly outside the store after filling the entire store. Is it because I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time? Why does the aroma feel so strong today? Sheila sat on the chair behind the counter and looked at the instant noodles on the counter. I mentally estimated that 3 minutes would be up, so I opened the lid on top. In an instant, an ultimate fragrance swept out. It smells so good. It is indeed this place. Before the fork in his hand was put into the noodle bucket, Chilu heard a sound coming from outside the store. As soon as he raised his head, Chilu saw the store door being pushed open by a girl. By the way, no one cares about you girls, you know how to run around every day. Chilu looked at the girl. Most of the clothes on his body are made of Warcraft skins. Maybe it was because it was hot, so I dressed relatively cool. The exposed toned body also shows that this girl is by no means a wealthy lady raised in a boudoir. The neatly broken hair looks heroic, coupled with the fluffy round ears on both sides of the head. Etc. Furry round ears. Sheila looked around at the girl again before confirming that he had seen a trite. This is the Beastier clan? Sheila looked at the girl standing at the door with some curiosity. The Beastier tribe is one of the 3 major races in the northern mountains. The characteristic of their tribe is a pair of furry animal ears. Of course, other physical signs sometimes appear. For example, claws or tails. Although they look cute, if anyone really dares to think that the members of the Beastier's tribe are cute, they would be totally wrong. The Beastiers are extremely good at close combat. The single combat effectiveness is among the best among all races. The Beastier tribe is one of the 3 major races in the northern mountains. However, in terms of numbers, the Beastiers are far inferior to the elves and dwarves. The characteristic of his tribe is a pair of furry animal ears. Of course, physical signs such as claws or tails may occasionally appear. Looks very cute. But if anyone really dares to think that the members of the Beastier clan are cute, they are totally wrong. The Beastier tribe is able to rank among the 3 major races, despite being small in number. It is because of its single combat power that it ranks among the best among all races. The pair of animal ears that look harmless to humans and animals can even give the animal-eared tribe extremely keen hearing. With their super strong physique and top-notch fighting instincts, the Beastiers have almost no shortcomings in battle. In comparison, the combat capabilities of the elves and dwarves are much weaker. I could smell the fragrance from a long way away. I didn't expect there to be a shop in such a remote corner. Is it a hidden gourmet restaurant? The girl from the Beastiers tribe followed the scent and ran to Qi Lu in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. First, he took a serious look at Qi Lu, and then his eyes immediately shifted to the barreled instant noodles that were always smelling good. Are you the owner of this shop? Although the girl from the Beastiers tribe focused on the bucket of instant noodles, she still said this to Qi Lu. Yes, I am the manager of this store. My surname is Qi. Qi Lu nodded, and then silently closed the lid of the bucket of instant noodles. After all, eating breakfast in front of guests is not a very polite thing to do. Manager Qi, what's so delicious about this? The girl from the Beastier tribe kept her eyes on the bucket of instant noodles. After confirming that Qi Lu was the store manager, he immediately asked. This is called barrel instant noodles, and it's a kind of pasta. Qi Lu gave a brief introduction. Pasta is actually not very popular in the northern mountains. Because the steps of making pasta are relatively complicated, for these races that are good at fighting, this kind of delicate work is really not their strong point. Rather than spending time making pasta, they would rather bake the monster directly. Anyway, eating meat can fill your stomach, so why bother? Pasta, what is pasta? Why does it taste so good? Can I eat it? When the girl from the Beastier tribe heard this, she asked 3 questions in a row. Of course, the last question is actually the key point. A foodie girl. Qi Lu looked at the girl from the Beastiers tribe in front of him, and this word immediately came to his mind. The aroma of barreled instant noodles is indeed strong. However, you must know that the nearest building outside Qi Li's shop is thousands of meters away. You can find it from such a far-away place by following the scent. In addition to showing that this girl from the animal-eared tribe has an extremely sensitive sense of smell, it also only shows that she is a foodie girl. Sure. But, a bucket of instant noodles and 30 spiritual crystals. Qi Lu nodded and spoke slowly. 30 spiritual crystals? The girl from the Beastiers clan was obviously a little surprised when she heard the price. After all, based on the price of delicacies and snacks in the City of Life night market, a bucket of 30 spiritual crystals of instant noodles is obviously sky high. Even if you have spiritual crystals, you can't spend them like this. But soon, a look of struggle appeared in the eyes of the Beastiers girl. But smell this rich fragrance. Soon, a look of struggle appeared in the eyes of the Beastiers girl. Well, is this barreled instant noodles delicious? The girl from the Beastier tribe took a deep breath and swallowed as she smelled the fragrance in the air. For a foodie, whether it tastes good or not is the key issue. As for the price, that is negotiable. Of course it's delicious. If you're not satisfied, I'm willing to give you a full refund. Qi Lu said quietly. Of course it is impossible to get a refund from the system. But with the spiritual crystals Qi Lu has saved now, taking out 30 spiritual crystals is just a drop in the bucket. Then bring me a bucket. The girl from the Beastiers clan struggled for a while before speaking out. Hold on. Qi Lu put down the fork in his hand and went to get a new bucket of instant noodles. He also helped the girl from the Beastiers tribe prepare it. Wait 3 minutes and you can eat. After giving the instructions, Qi Lu returned to the counter. Since this foodie girl came to the store to eat, she should have no problem eating breakfast by herself. Qi Lu thought in his mind, picked up the fork in his hand, and mixed the barreled instant noodles in front of him evenly. If it is soaked any longer, the noodles will be broken into pieces. Manager Qi, why did you open the store in a place like this? Perhaps because she had nothing to do while waiting for instant noodles, the girl from the Beast Ears tribe started chatting with Qi Lu. Then the first sentence was about Qi Li's sadness. This place is clean. Qi Lu replied expressionlessly. If given the choice, who wouldn't want to open in a livelier place? But the problem is that there is no choice. During the chat, Qi Lu also learned the name of the girl from the Beast Ear tribe. Yaffer. To be honest, this name doesn't sound like a girl's name at first. Just like Yaffer himself, compared to ordinary girls, she has more heroic spirit and looks heroic. It's just that his foodie attributes and Yafel's appearance really don't match. And looking at Yafel's realm, it's equally amazing. Grandmaster level. Although it is not yet at the peak of Grandmaster level, it is not far away. You must know that Yufei's age seems to be about the same as Lillian's, and Ida's estimated that the real age is not much different. But Lillian is only a professional. And Yaffer is already at the Grandmaster level. This training qualification and talent are worthy of the Beast Ears clan, which is known as a fighting race. Manager Qi, it's been 3 minutes, can you eat? While Yafel was chatting with Qi Lu, he never let go of his attention on the bucket of instant noodles. Calculate time accurately. Even Qi Lu was a little impressed by this. Foodies really go to great lengths for delicious food. That's it. Then I'll start. After hearing this, Yaffer immediately opened the lid of the bucket of instant noodles and put a fork in the roll. Then he rolled up a ball of instant noodles and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, an extremely rich delicious taste swept through Yaffer's entire mouth, making her taste buds bloom. It's hot, but so delicious. As soon as the hot instant noodles are put into your mouth, the first thing you will feel is that they are hot. But the extremely delicious taste made Yaffer raise his head and gasp, and a cold bear to spit out the instant noodles in his mouth. Don't be in a hurry, eat slowly. Qi Lu slowly ate his instant noodles. Don't be in a hurry, eat slowly. Qi Lu slowly ate his instant noodles. He looked up and saw Yafel's appearance, and said something funny. I have to say, foodies are really extraordinary. Manager Qi, do you have any other delicious food here? A bucket of instant noodles obviously couldn't fill Yafel's stomach. What's more, the instant noodles are so delicious. Food has this effect of increasing food intake. What's more, as a qualified foodie, Yafel's appetite must be adequate. Of course there are, and there are a lot of them. Qi Lu spoke out after taking a sip of instant noodle soup. For the animal-eared Yafel, fried chicken wings and double cheese beef burgers are very tasty foods. But when it comes to colorful fruit-flavored pizzas, Yafel is also willing to accept them. This was somewhat beyond Qi Li's expectation. After all, when it comes to vegetarian food, there are very few things the Beast Ears like to eat. But Yafel seems to be a special case. Manager Qi, actually I don't really like eating fruit. I didn't expect the fruits here to be so delicious. Yaffer, who was halfway through eating, held half of a colorful fruit-flavored pizza and said with a satisfied look on his face. It turns out I was overthinking it. After listening to Yufei's words, Qi Lu realized that his guess was correct. It's not that Yafel is a special case at all. But the snacks produced by the system are a special case. When it comes to food, likes and dislikes are just excuses. Unless it's an irresistible cause like allergies. Otherwise, if you say you don't like a certain food, it must be because the food is not delicious. After that, Yafel also tried potato chips, fruit-flavored jelly, bacon sandwiches, and egg tarts one by one. So much so that in the end, Yaffer was almost unable to walk. Manager Qi, the food here is really delicious. I'll come over again tomorrow. Under Qi Li's kind persuasion, Ye Fei said goodbye to Qi Lu after applying for a membership card. Okay, walk slowly. After Qi Lu watched Ye Fei leave, he looked at the shelves again. It seems that the issue of taste preference is not a big problem. If the products were not produced by the system and could not be sold outside the store, Qi Lu would have wanted to set up a stall outside. Else. After Kurd and Lillian each bought a long bow they were satisfied with, they left the City of Life and returned to their own elven branch. As for this harvest, the Kurds naturally need to report it. A powerful long bow can add huge combat effectiveness to the elves. Such a major event cannot be concealed or delayed in the slightest. So as soon as Kurd returned to his clan, he went to see the clan leader of his branch. Hero-level experts always have some conveniences at times like this. Although it was an invitation, it was just a formality. The status of the Kurds in the tribe is not low, so those who went to ask for instructions quickly came back. Master Kurd, the patriarch is receiving Master Fanzan, please wait a moment. The guard who went to ask for instructions said respectfully. Fanzan is a blacksmith master of the dwarves. He has superb blacksmithing skills and has mastered the intermediate enchantment skills. Many weapons and armors in the clan are also attributed to Master Fanzan. Moreover, Fanzan has a very good relationship with the Kurdish branch, so Hefton comes here. More importantly, Fanzan is also a powerful hero. This is also the reason why the patriarch of the Kurdish branch personally receives Fanzan every time. Not only because Fanzan is a forging master, but also because Fanzan is a powerful hero. Although all the elves are under the rule of the Elf Queen. But in fact, the Elf Queen does not have that much energy to manage the entire elves, let alone the interest in managing the entire elves. As long as there is no crisis in the elves, the Elf Queen will be more like a symbol, rather than being the ruler of the elves. Therefore, the competition between various branches relies more on their own strength. The stronger the overall strength of a branch, the more resources it can allocate. This is a virtuous cycle in which the strong get stronger. Kurd understands this truth and naturally respects Fanzan. It is self-evident how much a forging master who has mastered the art of enchantment can improve the overall strength of the branch. So Kurd stood waiting outside the living room door calmly. But before long, an attendant came over quickly. After seeing Kurd, he quickly said, Master Kurd, the patriarch and Master Fanzan, please come in. Hero-level warriors are also the top combat power in the northern mountains. Kurd is naturally a strong person in his own branch. Although the relationship with Fanzan is not close, it is not bad either. Good work. Kurd nodded when he heard the attendant's words, and then walked into the living room. The living room is very large, decorated with many precious flowers and plants, as well as many precious wood ornaments, which fills the entire living room with a light fragrance. There were 4 muscular guards standing beside the door of the living room. Even if Kurd walked by, he would not look sideways. In the living room, sitting at the main seat is Carlos, the leader of the elf branch. Like Kurd, he is also a temperamental uncle. Unlike those elders in the clan, their beard and hair are all white. In fact, in order to maintain strong physical fitness and maintain their strength at its peak, the elf's prime period is very long. Therefore, the leader of each branch of the elf clan is basically an elf clan member in their prime. Sitting next to Carlos was a bearded man with an unusually strong build. It is the forging master of the dwarves, Fanzan. Although the dwarves do not have an advantage in height, in terms of strength, they are definitely the best among all races. Just like Master Fanzan in front of him, one arm is thicker than one of Kurt's thighs. The power contained in it, even if it is not shown, is enough to make people marvel. On a table next to Fanzan, there was also a jar of wine and a large bowl. There was still half a bowl of turbid wine in the bowl. This is the wine that Carlos specially collected for Fanzan. It is rare among the elves to like drinking. Most people like to drink juice made by mixing dew and fruits. However, in order to thank and win over Fanzon, Carlos also had to collect some fine wine. In case for need. Clan leader, Master Fanzon. After Kurd came in, he greeted the two of them first. Then at Carlos's signal, he found a seat and sat down. Kurd, will you gain anything from going to the City of Life with Lillian this time? Carlos asked aloud after Kurd sat down. Kurd, I was just planning to find you. Did you gain anything from going to the City of Life with Lillian this time? Carlos asked aloud after Kurd sat down. To be able to have Kurd, a powerful hero, take action to protect her, Lillian's status is naturally not low. And Lillian's true identity is Carlos's daughter. I heard from Carlos that you seem to have gone to the City of Life to find a suitable bow and arrow. Why didn't you look for me? Fanzon also spoke out at this time. If it were anyone else, Fanzon would probably just watch silently and then drink. But Lillian, a simple little girl, was very popular with Fanzon, so she asked. Master Fanzon is busy with affairs and time is precious. Lillian didn't want to disturb Master, so she went to the City of Life. Kurd heard this and immediately answered. Fanzon is of great significance to the clan, and the Kurds naturally do not dare to neglect him. So what I said is watertight. That little girl is really thoughtful. Now, if she doesn't find a satisfactory bow and arrow, I can still help her build one. Fanzon nodded and continued to ask. Carlos also looked at Kurd, because this was also Carlos's purpose from the beginning. The shops in the City of Life are a mixed bag, and of course there are good weapons, but it tests your eyesight. Far inferior to the Hearth City of the dwarves. Therefore, Carlos did not have high expectations for Lillian's trip to the City of Life. If you really can't find a satisfactory bow and arrow, it's the same as asking Fanzon to build one. Even better. Clan Chief, this is exactly the reason why I am asking for this visit. On this trip to the City of Life, Lillian accidentally discovered a store in Avery remote address. It was a weapons store opened by the human race. Lillian bought her current longbow from that shop. Kurd described his trip to the City of Life very concisely and clearly. Of course, Lillian's disappearance was omitted. A weapons store opened by a human race? You can't be a liar, right? Carlos's first thought was almost exactly the same as Kurd's. After all, the forging skills of the human race are really unbearable for all races. Although the human race's learning ability is indeed very good. But some skills do require talent. It must be a liar. What good things can be found in a weapons store opened by humans? Just to deceive those ignorant guys. Kurd, don't you know the goods? Were you deceived by that human liar? That SWHY, you didn't stop that little girl. Fanzon even laughed unceremoniously. Fanzon is naturally confident in his forging skills. The forging skills of the dwarves surpass all other races. This is an indisputable fact and also where Fanzon's confidence lies. But it doesn't matter. I'll help the little girl deal with the liar first, and then come back to help her build a bow and arrow. After Fanzon laughed at Kurd, he drank the turbid wine in the bowl in one gulp. Then he got up and rushed to the City of Life. Master Fanzon, wait, don't rush to find trouble with store manager Chi. Actually, at the beginning, I thought manager Chi was a liar, but later I realized that my vision was actually too narrow. Master Fanzon, please wait a moment. Don't rush to find trouble with store manager Chi. Kurd quickly stood up and prepared to stop Fanzon's action. Actually, at the beginning, I thought store manager Chi was a liar. But later I realized that my vision was actually too narrow. Kurd said quickly while stopping Fanzon. What do you mean? Fanzon looked up at Kurd with some dissatisfaction. Could it be that the guy you mentioned can really produce a bow and arrow that satisfies Lillian? Carlos also said with some doubt. Carlos knew very well how high Lillian's vision was. After all, the relationship between Fan Zan and Carlos lasted for more than 20 years. There is a blacksmith master who has mastered the intermediate enchantment skills, and he forges weapons and armors for the clan from time to time. Lillian's vision is not high. If this matter hadn't been placed before me, I wouldn't have thought of it. I also bought one of the weapons in Manager Chi's store. I'll ask Master Fanzan to help me take a look. Kurd knows that it is indeed difficult for people to believe it unless the facts are presented. The forging skills of a human race are actually better than that of a dwarf race. Okay, then show me. I would like to see what kind of weapon can make you also be deceived. Fanzan is definitely an arrogant master in his forging skills. Not to say contempt for the forging skills of the human race, but definitely a bit contemptuous. When Kurd heard this, he didn't say much, but took out the hurricane longbow and handed it to Fanzan. Facts speak louder than words. It is indeed a long bow. Judging from its appearance, it seems to have some skill. But nowadays, there are not a few weapons that are not as good as gold and jade. The first time Fanzan saw the hurricane longbow, he snorted coldly. Not to mention the power contained in this bow and arrow, just looking at the shape is still worthy of praise. After all, in addition to powerful weapons, there is also a market for artworks. It's just that for the dwarf blacksmith master, making art is an insult. Therefore, Fanzan rarely puts effort into the shape of weapons. Then let me see how powerful this bow is that makes you admire it so much. Fanzan said and took the hurricane longbow handed over by Kurd. However, the moment he took the hurricane longbow into his hand, Fanzan's eyes widened with a look of shock. This? How can the power contained in this bow and arrow be so powerful? The contempt on Fanzan's face had all disappeared at this moment. What replaced it was incomparable shock and disbelief. The strength contained in the hurricane longbow was something Fanzan had never seen before. Moreover, there is a strange power hidden in it. Enchant weapons. Fanzan thought of this word instantly, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Because only enchanted weapons can contain such powerful power. Fanzan, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Fanzan's face looked strange, Carlos immediately asked aloud. Unbelievable. The power contained in this long bow is simply beyond my imagination. Fanzan ignored Carlos's inquiry, but stared at the hurricane longbow in his hand with bright eyes, muttering to himself. The dwarves have a very pure obsession with forging skills. The master is a teacher. The dwarves have a very pure love for forging skills. And stick to it. They respect the master as their teacher. So after seeing the power contained in the hurricane longbow, Fanzan's first thought was to find a way to delve into the forging method. But soon, Fanzan realized that this was not going to work. Because the enchanting skills used in the hurricane longbow are beyond Fanzan's ability. Even among the entire dwarf race, such advanced enchanting skills may not exist. Kurd, where is the store you mentioned? Fanzan immediately thought of the person who made this hurricane longbow. If you can't figure it out yourself, ask for help. It doesn't matter if he is a disciple. As long as he can improve his forging skills, Fanzan doesn't care about other things. Fanzan, what happened? Carlos felt that Fanzan's attitude changed too quickly. Carlos, the manager of the shop Kurd was talking about, is by no means Alier, but a true master forger. Because only a true forging master can create such a powerful weapon. Even if I am unwilling to do so, this blacksmith master is a human race. But his forging skills cannot be slandered in the slightest. Fanzan had long put away the contempt in his heart, and his tone became very pious. For the dwarves, blacksmithing skills are the basis of survival. They love forging and are willing to use various means to improve their forging skills. Is there such a thing? Fans on, do you mind letting me take a look at this long bow? Carlos also had an incredible look in his eyes. Looking at the entire dwarf race, there are only 2 forging masters who can make fans on praise him loudly. But this unknown human race can actually make fans on so respected. This is enough to show his superb forging skills. Sure. Fans on handed the hurricane longbow to Carlos. Although the weapon changes hands, its powerful power will not be weakened by half. The powerful power of the hurricane longbow once again poured into Carlos' body. How could this happen? How could it be possible? Carlos's expression also turned into one of dumbfounded. Then he looked at Fans on with a look of disbelief mixed with extreme shock. You don't have to look at me. I'm no less shocked than you are now. According to my inference, the enchanting skills of this human forging master have surpassed the high-level enchanting skills of our clan. Fans on said with a complicated look. High-level enchantment skills are currently the strongest enchantment skills possessed by the dwarves. It is also the highest level that the incomplete enchanting skills that have been passed down to this day can achieve. But now, it was easily surpassed. Such complex and unspeakable emotions are really difficult to describe. No way. Carlos naturally knew what high-level enchantment skills represented, and the look on his face was even more shocked. My feeling is unmistakable. It's not like I've never seen weapons forged by high-level enchanting techniques. But none of them contain as much power as this longbow. Fans on said extremely solemnly. The only people in the dwarf clan who can master high-level enchanting skills are the elders of the clan. The weapons and armor they forge can be snatched up by all races. Today's dwarves are people who can master high-level enchantment skills. Only the very old and senior members of the clan are old. And the weapons and armor they forge can be snapped up by all races. But now, that may be changing. I'm going to meet the blacksmith master. After Fans on was silent for a while, he suddenly spoke up. A remote corner of the City of Life. After Chila saw Ye fall off, he never saw the next customer again. Another day has been wasted like this. System, can't the combat power improvement training room recover as soon as possible? Chila leaned on the sofa and shouted in his mind. System, host, please don't think about this impossible thing. Before their ice enough passenger flow, even if the combat power improvement training room ice opened, it will be useless. Who says it's useless? At least I won't be so bored. Chila muttered quietly. In fact, I knew in my heart that what the system said was indeed correct. In the combat power improvement training room, the most interesting thing is the New World mode. However, until there are enough guests, New World mode will be a single-player game. It seems that more than half of the second day in the Beishan Mountains has passed, but the number of customers who came to the store is still only 3. Chi Lu was a little discouraged. I don't know when we will reach 10,000 passengers. Sheila still remembers what the system said at the beginning. When the customer flow of the branch exceeds 10,000, the combat power improvement training room will be opened again. System, by the way, host, since a second race came to the store today, he raised a small reward for you. Just when Sheila sighed silently, the system spoke again. Ah? Award. Chilu was stunned for a moment, then immediately jumped up. You said there are rewards? Then the upgrade rewards I have always stored with you, can you give them to me first? Chilu is not very interested in small rewards. After all, there is a big gift package of upgrade rewards at the front, and small rewards are really unattractive. System, if you, host, receive upgrade rewards now, many reward contents will not be available. Do you confirm? Never mind. Chilu was stunned for a second. Until the restrictions are lifted, it's better not to mention this matter. Then what's the little reward this time? Since you can't get the bulk, you have to get some compensation. System, a drink. Drinks are fine too, shall we start smoking now? Sheila glanced at the store door and made sure it was closed, before asking in his mind. System, no, for the time being, all reward extraction methods will be closed and will be distributed directly by this system. That is to say, when you used to draw rewards, you were actually operating behind the scenes. Sheila grasped the key points very keenly. System, host, please do not slander this system, based on your delusions. Then why can't we draw rewards now? Sheila continued to ask. System, one moment and another. When we were in the eastern wasteland, this system was able to protect it. Now it has changed its territory, and it may take some time to develop again. Who taught this Urbi system such messy terminology? Sheila thought silently while being speechless. System, okay, host, do you want the reward? System, this moment, that moment. System, it used to be Dong Huang, and of course this system can cover it, but now that it has changed its territory, it may take some time for it to develop again. Who taught this Urbi system such messy terminology? Sheila thought silently while being speechless. System, okay, host, do you want the reward? Yes, of course. Sheila responded quickly, with a firm tone. If you are slow to get your due, maybe this second bill system will be able to get it for you again. System, congratulations to the host for getting an alcoholic beverage, multi-flavor liquor. Wait, system, please wait a moment. Multi-flavor liquor, you told me it's an alcoholic beverage? Is it my common sense that's wrong or yours? Chilu almost died on the spot when he heard the last 5 words spoken by the system. Liquor. This damn two-stroke system can actually be classified as alcoholic beverages. So is this Urbi system actually reborn from some strange diving club? Although Chilu doesn't like drinking liquor, he is familiar with it. As one of the 8 major distilled spirits, liquor is mainly made from sorghum, wheat, corn and other grains as raw materials, and is made through multiple processes such as cooking, saccharification, fermentation, distillation, aging, and blending. The aroma is pure and fragrant, and the taste is sweet and refreshing. It is a quite common drink. However, this commonness is limited to Chili's original world. At least in this world, Chilu had never heard of the name of liquor, whether in the Eastern Barren or the Northern Mountains. The alcohol here is basically rum. It is a kind of distilled liquor made from sugar cane molasses through fermentation, distillation, and other processes. The so-called sugar cane molasses is syrup refined from the sugar juice pressed from sugar cane. So the rum tastes sweet. Compared with distilled spirits, with relatively high alcohol content such as liquor, there is really no comparison. But now, the system actually got the liquor out. And it is also specifically stated that it is multi-flavor liquor. As we all know, liquor is just a general term for distilled liquor. If it is subdivided, it can be divided into many types. For example, according to the aroma type, it can also be divided into strong flavor liquor, sauce flavor liquor, rice flavor liquor, light flavor liquor, mixed flavor liquor, phoenix flavor liquor, black bean flavor liquor, medicinal flavor liquor, etc. Each aromatic liquor is different. This multi-flavor liquor is named because of its prominent multi-aroma. It is characterized by elegant and delicate aroma, mellow body, clear and transparent, slightly yellow color, and long aftertaste. However, these are all introductions to multi-flavor liquor. It is a detailed introduction given by the system. I don't know where the system found it. At least Chi Lu can guarantee that for a person who doesn't like drinking very much, it is absolutely impossible to understand this information. So even if the system looks through Chi Li's memory, it probably won't be Ablito. My head hurts so much. Originally, Chi Lu was still thinking that this time he could get a new drink, which would more or less comfort his injured soul. But Chi Lu never expected that the system had no intention of appeasing his host. Instead, he raised his hand and stabbed into Qi Li's heart. Even the lung leaves were pierced. I'm really impressed by you, the system, really. If you're going to serve drinks, can't you serve some non-alcoholic drinks? After a period of collapse and struggle, Qi Li finally calmed down. In fact, if you really want to count, wine can indeed be counted as a drink. In the classification of beverages, it can indeed be classified as alcoholic beverages. In addition to distilled wine, brewed wine and prepared wine are also considered alcoholic beverages. However, in ordinary people's perception, drinks and wine are definitely different. But according to the definition of beverage, a liquid that has been added and made suitable for drinking can be called a beverage. It's just that Qi Li couldn't accept it for a while. System: based on this system's calculations, serving alcoholic beverages is now the most appropriate option. System: so, host, do you still want multi-flavor liquor? Yes, it's for free anyway, why not? Although Qi Li was depressed, there was no reason to push out the things that were delivered to his hands. What's more, although Qi Li doesn't like drinking, but in the northern mountains, there are many people who like to drink. It's better to show me the details first. Qi Li spoke and lay back on the sofa. I am really tired. Multi-flavor liquor, the best raw materials to make the best liquor. Long-term drinking can slightly enhance the drinker's mental strength and slightly improve the drinker's strength attributes. Price: 1 bottle of 10 spiritual crystals. Hey, at this price, are you aware of your conscience? After Qi Li saw the price of multi-flavor liquor, he immediately felt that it was quite strange. With the system's level of blackness, even a bottle of cold beer can be sold for 20 spiritual crystals a bottle. Unexpectedly, this multi-flavor liquor is only half the price of cold beer. Could it be that this herby system suddenly discovered that it would be better to take the high-quality route than to take the small-profit but quick-turnover route? But look at the special effects attached to this multi-flavor liquor. While slightly enhancing the drinker's mental strength, it can also slightly enhance the drinker's strength attributes. This is an improvement in 2 attributes. Compared with the special effect of cold beer, a small increase in the drinker's physical attack power, it is much stronger. But Qi Li couldn't guess what the system was thinking. Generally speaking, this guy always comes up with what he thinks. No one knows what it will be like next time. Well, as usual, bring me a bottle of multi-flavored white wine. As a store manager, you still need to be responsible for the products in the store. Even though Qi Li doesn't like drinking, he still has a little interest in the multi-flavor liquor produced by the system. After all, I always heard others say how delicious this wine is. And there are so many alcoholics who are addicted to alcohol. This is enough to prove that alcohol is indeed addictive. Qi Li also drank liquor several times under the instigation of his friends. But I didn't taste anything good at all, and it did burn my throat a bit. Of course, it might also be because the wine I drank on those few occasions was blended with low-quality wine. But for the multi-flavor liquor produced by the system, you don't have to worry about it being inferior. However, one thing still needs to be said. That is, minors are not allowed to drink alcohol, so everyone goes to drink juice and milk. Minors, please don't drink. It's much better to drink juice and milk. Otherwise, just drink carbonated drinks. Drinking is an adult matter. And after Qi Li finished speaking, soon, a bottle of multi-flavor liquor appeared in front of Qi Li. Then, Department, System, is this your conscience discovery? Qi Li looked at the wine bottle in front of him and felt that his thoughts were so naive. The bottles used to hold multi-flavor liquor are no longer the crystal clear glass bottles of the past. Instead, there is an ivory white porcelain bottle with extremely elegant appearance. And the capacity? Qi Li estimated it to be 80 milliliters. System, host, what are you talking about? Why can't this system understand you? System, By the way, the bottle capacity of multi-flavor liquor is 60 milliliters, and only one bottle per person per day. 60 milliliters. It was less than a quarter of the 80 ml that Qilu had guessed. In terms of black heart, I would like to call you the strongest. Qilu can only say that he is convinced of the system. Originally, Qilu thought that a bottle of 10 spiritual crystals was a reasonable price. As a result, when the system comes out, the price of multi-flavor liquor can be more than 4 times higher than that of ice beer. I'd better try the taste of this multi-flavor liquor to see how good it is. The issue of price is not something Qilu considers. The price of wine is completely a matter of opinion. Even in the world that Qilu was in before, a lot of wine was auctioned for sky-high prices. As soon as the cap of the porcelain bottle was opened, the strong aroma of wine escaped from the mouth of the bottle. The aroma of this wine is elegant and delicate, mellow and pure. No pungent feeling at all. As soon as one smells it, one can be immersed in the strong and mellow aroma of the wine and find it difficult to extricate themselves. This wine seems to have something really good about it. No wonder so many people like to drink good wine. This fragrance smells really pleasant. Qilu immediately sat up straight when he smelled the sweet aroma of wine. Then he aimed at the mouth of the bottle and took a small sip of the multi-flavor liquor. Qilu doesn't know how to taste wine. But there's nothing wrong with learning how to do it. Don't you see that those master wine tasters never drink heavily when tasting wine? Swallowing cows and drinking water is like drinking ergo too. This kind of high-end liquor must be drunk slowly. As soon as the multi-flavor liquor was taken in, the rich and mellow aroma instantly filled Qilu's entire mouth. Immediately afterwards, there is an extremely sweet and refreshing taste. Mellow yet pure, strong yet not spicy. This pure taste made even Qilu, who didn't like drinking, narrow his eyes in enjoyment. This multi-flavor liquor is indeed a good thing. Now I understand why those alcoholics like drinking so much. You can even spend a lot of money on a bottle of good wine, but you still have to get it. Qilu exhaled a breath scented with wine. This kind of top-quality wine is completely incomparable to those low-quality blended wines from the past. To be honest, Qilu felt that his dislike of drinking probably had a lot to do with those low-quality blended wines. But now, it probably can't be changed. So even if it was the multi-flavor liquor produced by the system, Qilu would just drink a little more occasionally to enjoy it. 60 milliliters, which is about the size of a small cup. However, good wine is for tasting. For multi-flavor liquor, a smaller amount will make those drinkers have a better aftertaste. If you vomit after drinking it all at once, then what else do you have to think about? Moreover, although this amount is a bit small, for Qilu, there is no purchase limit. Hungry marketing. Qilu knows this well, so he doesn't have any opinions on the capacity of the wine bottle. It's better to keep drinking. Qilu took another sip of multi-flavor liquor, then opened a bag of potato chips and drank by himself. I should have had fried peanuts with white wine. But there is no such thing as peanuts in snacks. So I had to use potato chips instead. That night, Qilu drank 10 bottles of multi-flavor liquor with potato chips. 1 pound and 2 taels. Then sleep until dawn. It's weird, I remember I was drunk last night, but why don't I feel drunk at all now? When the first ray of light from outside the store shines into the store. Qilu opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa. Then he saw the wine bottle at his feet and remembered how much he drank last night. But Qilu didn't have any hangover headache at this moment, and instead felt refreshed. Not even the slightest bit sleepy, but full of energy. System, host, please don't compare the multi-flavor liquor produced by this system with other liquors. System, but if you just want to have a headache, this system can still take care of it for you. When Qilu heard this, he waved his hand quickly. No, I know your wine is good. As the saying goes, wine is food. Although real good wine is intoxicating, it will never hurt as much as blended wine. Only those low-quality wines will have the headache and discomfort caused by a hangover after drinking them. Today is also a day full of energy. Sheila stretched and cleaned up the wine bottles and bags left last night before going to open the store door. Then I went to make some bucket instant noodles for breakfast. I drank wine last night, so it would be better to eat something hot to warm my stomach in the morning. Manager Chi, I'm here again. I'll have fried chicken wings and a double cheeseburger. Yaffer probably followed the scent of barreled instant noodles and came to the store. But this time Yafei learned wisely and knew to eat less at one time. Anyway, there are 3 meals a day. If you eat everything at one meal, you will have nothing to eat at the next meal. Go and get it from the shelf yourself. It will be settled automatically after activating the membership card. Sheila sat at the small round table and did not move. What is the purpose of asking customers to apply for membership cards? Isn't it just to let customers help themselves, so that I can feel more relaxed? All right. Yaffer was carefree and didn't mind. He jumped up and ran to the shelf. Hey, Manager Chi, what are the drinks on the shelves over here? Foodies are interested in all kinds of food. Of course this includes drinking. It's just some delicious drinks, you can take whatever you're interested in. Sheila did not introduce in detail. But as soon as Yaffel heard the word drink, his eyes started to shine. For foodies, as long as it is delicious and drinkable, it is within their diet. Especially after eating so many delicious food in Chi Li's store. Yafei still trusted Chi Li's words very much. At least in terms of taste, I trust it very much. Then I want a bottle of pure milk. So many drinks. Then I want a bottle of pure milk first. After learning the lesson, Yaffel first picked a bottle of pure milk. Anyway, Chi Li's shop is here and there's no way to escape, so there's no need to eat all at once. Get it yourself, the price is on the shelf. But it doesn't matter if you don't know. The membership card will not be settled incorrectly. Sheila said without raising his head. By the way, I opened the lid of the instant noodles bucket, and the rich aroma immediately filled the entire store. The towering walls of the City of Life are indeed a spectacle in this forest. However, after seeing the flow of people coming and going, you will feel that the construction of the city wall is still very necessary. On the streets of the City of Life. Kurd, are you sure you didn't go to the wrong place? After Fanzon realized that the road led by Kurd was getting more and more remote, he couldn't help but wonder aloud. I'm pretty sure. Manager Chi said he likes to be quiet, so he opened the store in a very remote place. When Kurd said this, his tone unconsciously contained a hint of awe. And I felt a little scared because of my ridiculous idea. A blacksmith master that even Master Fanzon praised highly. Kurd actually wanted to seize the inheritance of enchantment skills from this forging master. Now that I think about it, it's actually a bit ridiculous. I like quietness, well, I do have the style of a master. Nowadays, the young people of the dwarves are making these forging skills become weaker and weaker just because they cannot calm down and hone their forging skills. If they could have 1/10 of the state of mind of this forging master, they wouldn't be as depressed as they are now. After listening to Kurt's words, Fanzon's words of praise came out all at once. No matter what skill you have, it will not be achieved overnight. The more advanced a skill is, the more you need to be patient and spend time polishing it to perfection. Therefore, Fanzon's evaluation of this quiet forging master was even higher. In the current dwarf tribe, those tribesmen who have only learned a little bit about blacksmithing skills want to open a weapons shop or a blacksmith shop. For more advanced forging skills, I can't bear to delve into it. How could he become a forging master? The dwarves do have unique talents in forging skills. However, talent is important. Efforts the day after tomorrow are also indispensable. Talent can only determine the upper limit, and only hard work can determine the lower limit. No matter how high the upper limit is, it just tells you that this is your limit and the highest point you can reach. But if you don't work hard, you will just linger at the lower limit. After listening to your words, I feel a little ashamed of my previous thoughts. After finishing his words of praise, Fan Zan sighed again and began to criticize himself. In Fan Zan's opinion, a blacksmith master with such superb forging skills must be famous in the city of life. However, Kurt's words made Fan Zan wake up. The more we face prosperity, the less we can calm down. Fan Zan is also not exempt from vulgarity. After mastering the intermediate enchantment skills and being called the blacksmithing master, Fan Zan also felt a little elated. He is even more proud of his forging skills. However, today's incident made Fan Zan understand what the true style of a master is. Even though he possesses such advanced blacksmithing skills, he still hides in the remoteness and hones his skills silently. This is the master, the true master of forging. Fan Zan had only seen this kind of spirit in the history books of the dwarves. Even the current elders of the dwarf clan cannot completely calm down and hone their forging skills. And the tribesmen who possessed this kind of spirit were all famous forging masters of that period. This forging master has such a high state of mind, I am ashamed of myself. Although he is a human forging master, his demeanor is far beyond what I can match. Fan Zan sighed. The temperament of his body has actually changed a little. The spirit of this blacksmithing master is worth learning from every student of our blacksmithing skills. Kurt stood aside and listened quietly to Fan Zan's words. Then, he suddenly looked at Fan Zan with a look of astonishment. No way. It's incredible that Master Fan Zan can gain some insights at this time and then improve his level. Kurt had heard of the word epiphany. But he never expected that this kind of thing would happen to Fan Zan. Small level improvements will not cause much movement. But the aura on Fan Zan's body became more round and thick. There are 20 small levels in the heroic realm. Each level you upgrade will significantly enhance your combat effectiveness. This is also the reason why the gap between a strong person who has just entered the heroic level and a strong person at the peak of heroic level is so huge. 20 small levels of improvement are stacked together. Quantitative changes are enough to cause qualitative changes. The difference in combat effectiveness is, without exaggeration, 5 times, which is not much. Kurt, I think I know what to do. After I go back this time, I will close my forging shop and concentrate on honing my forging skills. At that time, I will probably live in your clan for a long time. Fan Zan suddenly spoke after his breath calmed down. Really? That's what I want. Presumably Clan Chief Carlos will also be very happy. Kurt immediately responded. If Fan Zan has lived in the branch where Kurt is located for a long time, in order to hone his forging skills quietly, then the weapons and armors forged by Fan Zan will definitely stay in the branch. For both Fan Zan and the Kurdish branch, this is a mutually beneficial thing. Of course Carlos would not refuse. However, because Carlos needed to manage the affairs of the branch, only Kurt and Fan Zan came to the City of Life this time. However, even if Carlos comes, it is impossible to refuse Fan Zan's proposal. Now, please take me to see the master first. I can't wait to see what a master with such a high state of mind is like. Fan Zan waved his hand and said eagerly. Kurt nodded, sped up, and walked to the front to lead the way. Chila's shop is just out of the way and not easy to find. Far but not far. Otherwise, Lillian would not have found him by accident. After bypassing 3 towering trees, Kurt and Fan Zan could see the shop hidden under the shade of the trees. Chi Li's shop is in the City of Life, but it's just out of the way. That is to say, it is not easy to find, but it is far away. After bypassing 3 towering trees, the two of them could see the shop hidden under the shade of the trees. Living here in seclusion is really pure. The master's taste is indeed not bad. Fanzon looked at the surrounding environment and nodded. Master Fanzon, Manager Chi's store, is here, let's go in first and then talk. Kurd led the way and said back. Good. Fanzon nodded, walked a few steps quickly, and followed Kurd into the store. After entering the store, Fanzon saw a young man standing behind the counter, closing his eyes and thinking about something. Hey, are you the guy from the store? Go and ask your store manager to come out. Just tell Fanzon of the dwarf clan to come and ask for advice. Fanzon said immediately. The voices of the dwarves are not generally loud. Chi Lu, who was closing his eyes to rest his mind, was immediately awakened. However, his face remained calm and he just slowly opened his eyes. I am the manager of this store. What do you want to ask me? Chi Lu looked at the bearded man in front of him, who was unusually strong but not very tall, and said softly. But I was thinking about it in my heart. Is this the dwarfs? There is some difference from imagination. In Chi Li's imagination, the dwarfs should be short, very thin, and somewhat wretched in appearance. Not the strong man in front of him with one arm that was almost as thick as Chi Li's waist. It's just the height that proves this guy's identity. Otherwise, Chi Li really wouldn't be able to associate him with the dwarves. System, host, I have to correct you on something. What's up? Chi Li heard the voice suddenly ringing in his mind, and asked in his mind with some doubts. System, the image you imagined, host, should be of the goblin race, not the dwarf race. I hope the host will know. Is there really such a race? Chi Li didn't expect that the system would go out of its way to correct this problem. But it is also good to know more information. There is no end to learning. Are you the manager of this store? Are you the forging master? Fanzon didn't know what Chi Li was thinking. But after hearing Chi Li's words, Fanzon had a questioning look on his face. Because Chi Li is really too young. Even if he had been honing his forging skills since his mother's womb, he would never have achieved such a high level of achievement. And he is only a human race. Stop joking, you'd better invite your store manager out quickly. Fanzon said somewhat unhappy. I'm not kidding, I am the store manager. Although Fanzon's tone was not very good, Chi Li was not angry. Because Fanzon always used the word please to the store manager he considered, and his attitude was still very respectful. Master Fanzon, what he said is true. He is what I have been telling you, store manager Chi. Kurd probably knew what Fanzon was thinking, and he quickly spoke out. Are you really the forging master? When Fanzon heard this, a look of extreme astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. Such a young human race was able to crush a group of dwarf race masters in blacksmithing skills. Then, did all those so-called masters live as dogs? Are you really the forging master? When Fanzon heard this, a look of extreme astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. There was also an unusual meaning in the eyes looking at Chi Li. Master Forge? What is he talking about, Master Forge? Chi Li looked at Fanzon, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but it didn't though on his face. At this time you must not follow the other person's train of thought. Otherwise, how can we promote products? Although Chi Li really has no interest in promoting this matter. But isn't the branch newly opened now and there are not many customers? You still have to build up your reputation first. So after pretending to be deep in thought, Chi Li said quietly, listen, you came here specifically to ask for advice. What question do you want to ask? Chi Li's calm tone also brought Fanzon back to his senses. But there was still a trace of shock on his face. After looking back at Kurd, he made sure that he heard correctly. Only then did Fanzon take a serious look at Chi Li, the so-called human forging master. He has a calm demeanor and an extraordinary temperament. There is a vague master's style displayed outside, which people dare not underestimate. What frightened Fan Zan even more was that Qi Li's restrained aura made it impossible for anyone to feel the power he possessed. There are only two possibilities for this situation to occur. One type is ordinary people. The other type is a truly strong person, who is so strong that he has returned to his original nature and can completely hide his momentum. Fan Zan would not be foolish enough to think that Qi Lu was an ordinary person. Then the conclusion is that there is no doubt that this is a real strong man. At least, in terms of strength, he must definitely be above himself. Otherwise, with Fan Zan's heroic level, it would be impossible for him not to feel the slightest clue. At this time, Fan Zan's guess about Qi Lu was basically confirmed. The store manager Qi in front of him is the human race's forging master. As for why the store manager Qi is so young, maybe it's because he has good looks. This situation is not unprecedented. Thinking of this, Fan Zan's thoughts suddenly became clear and he spoke. Master Qi. Just call me store manager Qi. I can't be called a master yet. Qi Lu waved his hand, interrupted Fan Zan's words, and corrected the title. Even now, Qi Lu doesn't know what happened. But I saw that the expression on Fan Zan's face changed several times, from astonishment, shock, and disbelief, to doubt, speculation, and now to enlightenment and respect. Qi Lu always felt something was wrong. Therefore, Qi Lu did not dare to accept Fan Zan's title rashly. However, from Fan Zan's point of view, Qi Li's correction of the title was completely different. Mr. Qi's forging skills are so high that he dare not claim to be a master. What a noble state of mind! A real master is someone who is not interested in fame and wealth, but only cares about honing his own skills. With this thought in his mind, Fan Zan looked at Qi Lu with even more respect. Because of this comparison, Fan Zan suddenly realized how stupid it was for him to give up on honing his blacksmithing skills for the sake of fame and fortune. This is the so-called abandonment of the fundamentals and pursuit of the inferior. Okay, since store manager Qi said so, then I'd better obey him respectfully. Manager Qi, I would like to ask you some questions about forging skills. I hope you can give me your advice. Good. Since store manager Qi said so, then I'd better obey him respectfully. Fan Zan took a deep breath and then bowed slightly. Manager Qi, I would like to ask you some questions about forging skills. I hope you can give me your advice. Fan Zan cupped his hands and said respectfully. This is the tone used by juniors to ask their seniors for advice. In the process of blacksmithing skills, those who are masters are teachers, regardless of age. What's more, Qi Lu also surpassed Fan Zan in terms of strength, and his tone was more respectful, which was no problem at all. Forging skills. Qi Lu lowered his eyes slightly and looked at Fan Zan calmly. After hearing this, Qi Lu wanted to understand what was going on. Did this guy come to the shop just to ask for advice on blacksmithing skills? Qi Lu could guess the reason without much thought. It's not just because of those two bows. Qi Lu could vaguely guess this since he saw Kurd and Fan Zan entering the store together. However, aren't the dwarfs naturally good at forging? Wouldn't it be unnecessary to go to the shop to ask for advice on forging skills? What's more, the products are all provided by the system. As for how to build it, Qi Lu knows a hammer. However, it was impossible for Qi Lu to say such a thing. One is for his own face as a store manager. The other one, also because of the existence of the system, absolutely cannot be said. Of course, if someone as strong as the will of heaven and earth could detect the existence of the system, then Qi Lu would not have said anything. After all, Qi Lu can't control existence at that level. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Qi Lu raised his head slightly and spoke slowly in an incomprehensible tone. Forging skills require talent and hard work. There is nothing wrong with your talent or understanding. What you lack I just hard work. What's more, my forging skills are also lacking, so how can I teach you? Qi Li's words were all about ambiguity. Anyway, the overall meaning is the same. I have nothing to teach you, just work hard, you can do it. As the saying goes, a true master is 99% sweat and 1% talent. To be able to achieve such an achievement, Fanzan must have a lot of talent. What is lacking must be hard work. After all, Qi Lu really knows nothing about forging skills. But Fanzan doesn't know the details of Qi Lu. After listening to Qi Li's words, the look of admiration in Fanzan's eyes became even stronger. Even blacksmith masters of this level say that their forging skills are still lacking. Then what right do you have to be proud of? When Fanzan thought about this, he immediately felt ashamed of his past complacency. Even the ancient books of the dwarves have recorded that blacksmithing skills are a difficult road with no end in sight. All the dwarves should move forward with all their strength. Once you stop making progress, blacksmithing skills will be like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. The blacksmithing skills and enchanting skills that have been handed down from ancient times have declined to this point. As a blacksmith master of the dwarves, how could he be so proud? Fanzan looked at Qi Lu as if he were looking at a master. This kind of persistent spirit and never being satisfied with his own forging skills is enough to be regarded as a role model. Manager Qi, Fanzan, has learned a lesson. Manager Qi, Fanzan, has learned a lesson. Fanzan bowed solemnly to Qi Lu. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and turned to the side to avoid Fanzan's bow. I thought to myself, what did this guy understand? Qi Lu himself didn't know what he was talking about before, it was all just excuses and clichés. Why can this guy understand something from it? Okay, in that case, do you need anything else? Qi Lu ignored Fanzan and looked at Kurd. This elf looks a little more normal. But before Kurd could speak, Fanzan, who had finished bowing, spoke first. Manager Qi, although you think your forging skills are still lacking, for me, they are already very superb skills. So, I want to take all the enchanted weapons forged by store manager Qi back for study and study. Please also ask the store manager Qi to make it happen. No matter which race you are in, the inheritance of blacksmithing skills and enchanting skills is very important. If he steals his master and is discovered, he will basically become enemies. Therefore, Fanzan will first obtain Qi Li's consent before delving into the weapons in Qi Li's shop. Even if nothing is researched in the end. This permission is also necessary. Oh? Is there anything else? How much do you want? When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately raised his eyes and looked at Fanzan. To Qi Lu, Fanzan's words sounded like bulk purchasing. As for how the weapons produced by the research system are forged, that's up to them to study. If the results of the study could be found, Qi Lu could close the store on the spot. By the way, there are also armors in the store, do you need them? At the end of Qi Li's words, he added another sentence as if he remembered something. The proportions of weapons and armor and forging skills are actually about the same. It's just that there is no such thing as jewelry in blacksmithing skills. Generally speaking, jewelry is just a kind of decoration. There will be no other effects. Including enchanting skills, they will not be applied to jewelry. So Qi Lu didn't ask about the accessories. After all, the dwarves don't have a good impression of those shiny accessories. Because in the eyes of these big and thick dwarf tribesmen, these shiny jewelry are just for dressing up those delicate women. Therefore, Qi Lu doesn't have to recommend accessories to the dwarves. Watching people order dishes is the most basic accomplishment of a store manager. And armor? Manager Qi, do you really not care about me studying the weapons and armor you forged? Fanzan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Qi Li's last sentence. Today's blacksmith masters are all arrogant. Only direct disciples, after they are sure to inherit the mantle, can learn all the skills. But this store manager, Chi, doesn't seem to care about this kind of thing at all. How generous this is. How open-minded. Only this kind of forging master can truly make forging skills and enchanting skills flourish. What's the big deal? It's not too late for me to be happy that you are willing to buy something from my store. Chi Lu wasn't telling lies. And I have to add a sentence at the end, the more you buy, the happier I will be. Store manager Chi is so broad-minded and open-minded that we can all be ashamed of him. What's the big deal? Chi Lu waved his hand. It's not too late for me to be happy that you are willing to buy something from my store. Here, Chi Lu is really not telling lies. And I have to add a sentence at the end, the more you buy, the happier I will be. Manager Chi's broad mind and open-minded attitude make us ashamed. Fan Zan was now convinced of Chi Lu. My heart is full of respect. Since Chi Li's consent was obtained, Fan Zan was not polite. 3 weapons, Wind Chaser Bow, Hurricane Longbow, and Dragon-marked Great Axe. 3 types of armor, Wind Spirit Light Armor, Water Spirit Cloth Armor, and Fire Spirit Leather Armor. Fan Zan bought one of each without hesitation. And after appraising the power of these weapons and armors, Fan Zan's admiration for Chi Lu became as continuous as a torrential river. Not much to say about weapons. 1 excellent weapon and 2 rare weapons. The power contained in it was enough to shock and even shock Fan Zan. As for the 3 pieces of armor, all of them are excellent great armors. But the power contained in it is also beyond the reach of Fan Zan's enchantment skills. How could Fan Zan not be amazed by this? The more I look at it, the more I feel that I have too many shortcomings. Fan Zan could only sigh with emotion, and then made up his mind in his heart. From now on, calm down and seriously hone your forging skills. Kurd looked on with interest. Kurds themselves have no interest in blacksmithing skills. After all, only a very small number of the elves have the talent for forging. However, Kurds are still very interested in enchanted weapons and armor. These equipment, which can directly enhance combat effectiveness, are hot commodities no matter where they are. The last time he came to the store, Kurd really didn't notice that the store actually sold armor. But now that I've discovered it this time, I can't miss it. Hey, store manager Chi, I thought not many people could find your store. I didn't expect there to be other guests. They are still 2 weird uncles. It was probably lunchtime, and Yafel came to the store on time. Then he glanced at Fan Zan and Kurd, who were admiring several pieces of armor, and jumped to the counter. Chi Lu still sees very few people who can use a shop as a canteen. However, Chi Lu still welcomes the cute-looking bee-steered tribe. After all, we are all about receiving guests. Wouldn't it be better to have more pleasing customers? Go get whatever you need. Chi Lu greeted. For customers who come to the store several times, the self-service style is actually quite convenient. So after activating his membership card, Yafel ran to the shelf area. Let me see what's for lunch today. Hey, Manager Chi, what is this Moutai flavor liquor? Does it taste good? Yaffer was selecting lunch in front of the shelf, and suddenly found a novel small porcelain bottle, and shouted loudly. There is no such thing as liquor in the northern mountains. So it is normal for Yafel to feel strange. Liquor. Where's the wine? But before Chi Lu could answer these words, he startled Fan Zan, who was appraising the armor. The dwarves love wine as much as they love forging. Liquor. Suddenly, there was an exclamation in the store. Where's the wine? Before Chi Lu could even answer Yafei's question, he startled Fan Zan, who was appraising the armor. The dwarves love wine as much as they love forging. Even more so. And there is a saying circulating in the northern mountains. In other words, if a member of the dwarf tribe is willing to share his treasured wine with you, then he must regard you as a brother. Therefore, things like wine have a huge appeal to Fan Zan. Fan Zan had never heard of the name multi-flavor liquor. But as long as it is a liquid with the word wine in it, Fan Zan has to taste it. It's that weird uncle from the dwarves. The wine is here. If you want it, come and get it yourself. After Yafei heard Fan Zan's words, he immediately waved his hand in Fan Zan's direction. Then Yafei got himself a bottle of yogurt. Manager Chi, it's great that you still have wine here. Fan Zan quickly ran to the shelf area and quickly found the place where multi-flavor liquor was placed. A row of exquisite and elegant ivory white porcelain bottles is placed there. Limited to 1 bottle per person per day. Sheila glanced at Fan Zan's excited expression and spoke slowly. Although the voice was not loud, it was very determined. This. Store manager Chi, I'm not the one who said this. Why would such a small bottle be used to store this wine? The bowl I drink from is bigger than this porcelain bottle. Fan Zan retracted his move to grab all the porcelain bottles on the shelf, and said a little depressed. Good wine needs to be savored carefully. Sheila didn't say much, just uttered a sentence lightly. Then I'll drink 1 bottle first. Fan Zan doesn't understand what sipping good wine carefully means. This is also a habit I developed when drinking rum. Rum, like liquor, is one of the 8 major distilled spirits. Its raw material is syrup refined from sugar cane juice, which is then made through fermentation, distillation, and other processes. The taste is on the sweet side and the alcoholic taste is not very strong. So it's suitable for drinking in big gulps. Rum is even used as an ingredient in many cakes. This is enough to prove that the alcohol content of rum is actually not very high. But if you drink liquor the same way as rum, then it needs to be covered with a white cloth for the next day of storage. Fan Zan took a porcelain bottle from the shelf and unscrewed the cap. A strong aroma of wine rushed out immediately. Rich yet layered. The aroma of the wine is pure and mellow, elegant and delicate. Just the aroma of the wine made Fan Zan deeply intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Even Kurt on the side began to look directly at the porcelain bottle in Fan Zan's hand. This scent is pretty good. Yafei sat on the sofa, eating colorful fruit-flavored pizza and drinking yogurt. After asking about the aroma of wine wafting over, his eyes lit up. Children can't drink. Sheila stood behind the counter and gave a faint reminder. But, Manager Chi, this fragrance smells really good, it should taste good. Yafei glanced at Chi Lu and asked, with interest. Yafei actually has little interest in things like wine. But as a pure foodie, I want to take a sip even if I am boiling medicine. For a pure foodie, even if it is medicine, he still wants to take a sip. Naturally, I would like to try this top-grade wine. Talk about it later. Chi Lu tried to dissuade him again. Chi Lu has always been opposed to underage drinking. Even if the races are different, Chi Li's attitude towards drinking will not change. All right. Yafei leaned on the soft backrest of the sofa and shook his calves. Then while eating the food in his hand, he observed Fan Zan, the wine in his hand. This aroma of wine is truly unprecedented. Just from the intoxicating aroma of the wine, I can tell that this is definitely the most fragrant wine I have ever smelled. Fan Zan finally woke up from the smell of wine. Looking at the wine bottle in his hand, both eyes were shining. I can't wait to taste this wine. After touching his nose vigorously, Fan Zan tilted the bottle and looked inside through the light. The wine is clear and transparent. It is completely different from the light brown color of rum. This color is so beautiful. Perhaps because of his love for Wujiwu, Fan Zan was full of praise for the color of this multi-flavor liquor. Then, probably considering the size of the wine bottle, Fan Zan rarely drank the wine in one big gulp. Instead, he took a small sip. In an instant, the rich and mellow aroma filled Fan Zhan's entire mouth, and then emerged from his nasal cavity. The raw materials for liquor are sorghum, wheat, corn and other grains. It can be made only after multiple processes such as cooking, saccharification, fermentation, distillation, aging, and blending. With this bite, all the essence of the food burst out in Fan Zhan's mouth. Then, there was an extremely sweet taste that continuously collided in Fan Zhan's mouth and attacked Fan Zhan's taste buds. Refreshing taste. It is mellow yet pure, strong yet not spicy. This is the mellow beauty of white wine. With just one bite, Fan Zhan was completely conquered. Compared with those sweet rums, the taste of multi-flavor liquor is obviously more to Fan Zhan's liking. Okay, good wine. Fan Zhan squinted his eyes and thought about it for a long time before shouting out these words. The dwarf's love for wine makes almost everyone in the dwarfs a master of wine tasting. As a blacksmith master, Fan Zhan's identity and status allowed Fan Zhan to taste all kinds of fine wines in the northern mountains. His wine tasting ability is naturally top-notch. In Fan Zhan's opinion, this multi-flavor liquor is definitely among the best. Even in Fan Zhan's memory, he could not think of any wine he had ever drunk that could compare with this multi-flavor liquor. I'm convinced, store manager Qi. I originally thought that in terms of blacksmithing skills, you could be the forerunner. But I never thought that you could be so skilled in winemaking skills. Fan Zhan's admiration for Qi Lu became even stronger at this moment. Although the dwarves love wine as much as they love forging skills. However, when it comes to brewing skills, the dwarves are far behind. The human race is among the best among all races in terms of brewing skills. Therefore, Fan Zhan's admiration for Qi Lu is definitely sincere. The forging skills are so superb, and the brewing skills are also so superb. This is simply an example for all the dwarves. If there could be a brewing master among the dwarves, his status might be higher than that of an ordinary forging master. After all, there is no shortage of blacksmith masters among the dwarves. However, the brewmaster of the dwarves has also appeared in ancient books. As of now, there is no such thing. Therefore, rare things are more valuable. The same goes for masters. When there are more of them, they won't seem so noble. Limited to 1 bottle per person per day. Qi Lu knew what Fan Zhan was thinking, so he reminded her again with an expressionless expression. But, Manager Qi, this bottle of wine is really too little. Fan Zhan raised the wine bottle in his hand and gestured. For the people of the dwarves, no matter how much they drink, there is never enough wine. Anyway, I either drank until I was gone or drank until I was drunk. Such a small amount of wine is not enough to make the bottom. No, the rules are the rules. If you still want to drink, just come back tomorrow. Qi Lu shook his head and spoke slowly. It's not a good thing to be in a state where you want to be full all at once as soon as you drink good wine. If you really want to drink enough in one sitting, you may have to lie down in the store. So hunger marketing is better. Only by keeping this in mind can customers keep coming to consume. What's more, this is also for the sake of customers' health. Since store manager Qi has said so, I will come back tomorrow. Fan Zhan knew from Qi Li's tone that this matter was not discussed. So I could only compromise dejectedly. It is really a painful thing to have fine wine in front of you but not be able to drink as much as you want. He probably knew that there was only so much wine available today, so Fan Zhan, who had always liked drinking in large gulps, switched to tasting wine in small sips. However, 60 milliliters is really not much. Even if it's just a small sip, it won't last long. Master Fan Zhan, is this wine really that delicious? Kurd looked a little moved and couldn't help asking aloud. Of course it tastes good, Kurd. I'm not exaggerating. This wine from Manager Qi is definitely the best one I've ever tasted. None of them. Fanzon's evaluation of multi-flavor liquor is very high. At this time, Kurd also became interested. Then I went to the shelf and took a look at the price. It was 10 spiritual crystals per bottle. Then he looked back at the wine bottle in Fanzon's hand. This, Master Fanzon, 10 spiritual crystals in one bottle, don't you think it's a bit too expensive? Kurd looked at the price and felt it was a bit inappropriate. The elves have always had little interest in wine. So spending 10 spiritual crystals to buy a bottle of wine that could only last 2 sips, Kurd felt it was really not cost-effective. Expensive? How can it be expensive? This is the right price for such a good wine. Fanzon immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. The value of this multi-flavor liquor is a matter of opinion. For Fanzon, 10 spiritual crystals are considered cheap. Since Master Fanzon said so, I'll give it a try. Once Kurd's interest arose, he didn't bother to worry about the price. After all, the aroma of multi-flavor liquor is still very attractive. If you don't like drinking, you can give it to me. Etc. After Fanzon said casually next to Kurd, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Although each person is limited to purchasing 1 bottle per day, there is no restriction on one person drinking 1 bottle. Although store manager Chi said, everyone is limited to purchasing 1 bottle per day. But it doesn't say that a person can only drink 1 bottle a day. Fanzon seemed to suddenly realize something. Kurd, why don't you just stop drinking and just leave it to me? I will produce these 10 spiritual crystals. As soon as Fanzon said it, he immediately felt that this was a brilliant idea. Before he finished speaking, Fanzon took out 10 spiritual crystals. Wait a minute, Master Fanzon, whether I want to drink this wine or not, let's wait until I taste it before deciding. After listening to Fanzon's words, Kurd became even more interested in Thyssos flavor liquor. The dwarves certainly love wine. However, dwarves don't like to drink ordinary low-quality wine. After all, when you really love something, you must expect the higher the quality of the thing, the better. Blended wine does not interest these drinkers. Therefore, the wine that Fanzon likes so much, and is even willing to shamelessly say such things, must be of extremely high quality. As soon as the bottle cap was opened, the strong and mellow aroma of wine immediately floated out. Kurd leaned over the mouth of the bottle and took a deep breath, with a drunken expression on his face. The aroma of the wine at the mouth of the bottle, its richness, and the aroma of the wine that escapes into the store are completely different levels. The fragrant aroma of wine instantly conquered even Kurd, an elf who was not originally interested in wine. So Kurd was so drunk that he couldn't help but take a sip of multi-flavor liquor. The mellow and pure taste suddenly burst out in the mouth. It's really a good wine. Kurd's eyes shone and he shouted this sentence from the bottom of his heart. Everyone may have different preferences, but the pursuit of good taste is the same. The multi-flavor liquor produced by the system has this magical power to transcend the limitations of preferences and conquer every customer. They all said it was a good wine. Manager Chi, can you let me have a bottle too? Sitting on the sofa, Yaffle was even more moved when he saw this scene. However, considering Chi Li's persuasion, Yaffle still did not take direct action. Great food, great drinks, and so much more. Stop worrying about wine. Chi Li spared no effort in admonishing Yaffle. No, to be precise, all customers who are not old enough and want to drink will be given good advice. But whether the other party will listen to the advice is beyond Chi Li's consideration. Anyway, it's time to persuade, if you insist on drinking. Chi Li will still collect spiritual crystals. Because the products in the store are not discounted. Then I'll just listen to the store manager. I'm full anyway. Yaffle leaned on the sofa and swayed his calves, and the furry round ears on both sides of his head twitched slightly. To be honest, just looking at his appearance, Yaffle does look like a harmless person. But when it comes to combat effectiveness, within the Grandmaster level, Jaffrey's probably a rare match. How about it, Kurd? I didn't lie to you. Fanzon looked at Kurd's shining eyes, and knew that his idea of cheating him into drinking wine must have failed. I still have great faith in Master Fanzon's tasting ability. Kurd returned while enjoying the mellow aroma of multi-flavor liquor. As for Fanzon's previous proposal, Kurd had automatically ignored it. Such a delicious wine, only 60 milliliters, Kurd himself can't even drink it. Where can I find the leftovers to share with Fanzon? 60 milliliters of multi-flavor liquor, no matter how small you drink it, is only so much. So after drinking, Fanzon and Kurd had no choice but to bid farewell to Qi Lu. Walk slowly. Qi Lu stood behind the counter and said politely, "It is impossible to give it away. If he still delivers this, when there are more customers in the future, Qi Lu will die of exhaustion in the store." The gate of the City of Life. Master Fanzon, where do you plan to go now? Kurd looked at Fanzon. First go back to the dwarves to get my forging tools, and then come to the City of Life. I haven't had enough of store manager Qi's wine. Fanzon's words were very direct. After speaking, he separated from Kurd. The dwarves and elves are not in the same direction. Then I will go back to the clan first and report the situation to the clan leader. After Kurd and Fanzon said goodbye, they also rushed to the clan. Then I'm leaving, store manager Qi. I'll come back to the store in the evening. After Yufei had a good rest, he also said goodbye to Qi Lu, and then skipped out of the store. Good. Qi Lu watched Yufei leave and then sat on the sofa. Before the combat power improvement training room is reopened, there is really nothing to do in the store. So it's quite appropriate to take a nap or something. System, host, there is good news. Do you want to hear it? Just when Qi Lu was about to take a nap and his consciousness was a little dazed, the system's sudden words almost made Qi Lu jump up in fright. What good news? Qi Lu rubbed his eyes and asked, with interest. Since arriving in the northern mountains, I haven't heard any good news, but bad news has come one after another. Now that good news suddenly came, Qi Lu felt strange. System, all the 3 major races in the northern mountains have approved the shop, so the restrictions on the shop have been lifted a little. Qi Lu also noticed the people of the 3 major races. The 4 customers who came to the store in the past 2 days coincidentally included people of 3 races. This is something Qi Lu didn't expect. But how much is this little bit? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat bad about the system's adjectives. System, the machine owned by the shop can now produce one. Host, which one do you need? A little bit is said to be a little bit, really a little bit. This. Qi Lu was a little silent when he heard the words. However, it is somewhat good news. Having a vending machine in the store can save a lot of trouble. Then make me a snack vending machine and put it in the store. After a long silence, Qi Lu finally spoke. The drinks are packaged in glass bottles, making it easy to sell them on the shelves. But look at the snacks produced by the system: potato chips, fruit-flavored jelly, bacon sandwiches, and buckets of instant noodles. These can be placed on the shelves. After all, it comes with packaging and there are no other requirements. But look at other snacks. Fried chicken wings, double cheese beef burgers, colorful fruit-flavored pizzas, and egg tarts, these things still need to be kept warm. The taste will definitely go down a notch after it gets cold. System, no problem, this system can create a snack vending machine tonight. System, so, there is another small reward. Would the host want to receive it now? Huh? And a small reward? Qi Lu was stunned for a moment. It seems that the good news the system said was more than just a little bit. In addition to the snack vending machine, plus this small reward, it's a little over 2. System, can the host receive it now? While Qilu was dazed for a moment, the system asked again. Although you will definitely get this small reward in the end, you still have to go through the process. Get it now, let's just tell you what the reward is. Qilu confirmed it in his mind. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, and there are no customers in the store. System, congratulations to the host for getting the snack, braised beef rice bowl. Snack? Qilu's eyes suddenly widened and he looked stunned. This was definitely not a shock that the reward he received was a snack, but a shock that the braised beef rice bowl was served with rice. When did braised beef rice bowl become a snack? This is a real dinner. Qilu felt that his understanding of snacks had been completely subverted. If we say, fried chicken wings, double cheese beef burgers, and colorful fruit-flavored pizzas are snacks. They even add barreled instant noodles and call them snacks. Then Qilu recognized it. After all, the definition is not so strict. There is nothing wrong with fast food such as fried chicken wings and double cheese beef burgers being considered snacks. However, braised beef rice bowl, no matter what, it is a dinner. At this point, Qilu already roughly understood the system's definition of snacks and drinks. What is drinkable is a drink. What is edible is snacks. Or to put it further, liquids suitable for eating are drinks. Solids suitable for eating are snacks. Forget it, I really shouldn't argue with you about the definition issue. To be honest, after living with the system for so long, Qilu has become accustomed to the system's magical definition. In short, it is a good thing to have new products. No matter how outrageous things happen in the future, Qilu probably won't be surprised. That's right, I'm hungry now too. This bowl of braised beef rice bowl comes at the perfect time. Qilu found a small round table, then pulled out a chair and sat down. Although the size of the branch is not comparable to the main store in Yunwu City. However, the configuration of the main store and branches are still complete. For example, there is a shelf area full of shelves, a fast food area full of small round tables, and a training room area for combat power improvement separated by booths. It's just that the products are not in place yet. At Qilu's signal, a square box with an exquisite picture of braised beef rice bowl appeared directly on the small round table. It feels a bit like teleportation through the void. But Qilu doesn't care about these issues at all. Instead, he lowered his eyes and stared at the square box in front of him. This packaging is really a bit like those self-heating rice boxes that Qilu has seen before. It's the kind that after unpacking, there are cold dishes and cold rice inside. Then comes the packaging with a self-heating pack. The specific operation steps are to sprinkle the cold vegetables on the cold rice, then heat it with a self-heating bag, wait for a while and then eat. But the taste? Then it depends on personal taste. At least Qilu was lucky enough to eat it once in his previous life, and then gave up self-heating rice. But logically speaking, the system should not do these fancy things. However, for a system that often looks through its own memories, Qilu said that this kind of thing is really difficult to say. System, if it is self-heating rice, I will probably refuse to sell it in the store. Qilu gave the system a heads up before punching in for packaging. Not that there's anything wrong with the taste. The main reason is that Qilu has a shadow on this. System, host, what are you thinking about? How can this system provide such inferior products? System, host, have you remembered those bad memories? This time it was the system's turn to laugh at Qilu. The last sentence is obviously saying that the system has indeed seen that memory. Stop, I don't really want to recall that past event. No one reminded me that the self-heating bag is heated by adding water. It was sprinkled in the rice. Qilu felt a little desolate. After all, cold dishes, cold rice, and cold self-heating buns were too much tote. It's a good thing if he's not poisoned. However, the packaging of the braised beef rice bowl provided by the system does look a bit more advanced. At least the beautiful pictures printed on the square box make people very appetizing. Qile shook his head, throwing out those strange memories. Then he opened the square box in front of him. What appeared in front of Qile was not a cold dish or a cold meal, let alone a self-heating bag. It's just a steaming bowl of braised beef rice bowl. This? Qile looked at the steaming braised beef rice bowl in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. In other words, my mind is full of doubts. Is the packaging of this square box just to prevent the braised beef rice bowl from spilling? But how does the system finalize the shape of the braised beef rice bowl in his box? Whether it's the braised beef on top of the rice or the rice underneath, it's all scattered. If you don't know what's going on inside, shake the box. The braised beef rice bowl inside must not be turned into a bowl of beef bibimbap. And you don't have to mix it yourself. System, host, you don't need to worry about this. System, until the box of braised beef rice bowl is opened, the braised beef rice bowl inside will not change in any way. This function has been provided by the system in small spaces. The time and space inside are locked. However, is it too luxurious to put such powerful functions in a packaging box? Qile suddenly had this question in his mind. But before I could ask, the system had already spoken. System, host, you are worrying too much. After the box of braised beef rice bowl is opened, the space-time locking function will disappear. It turned out to be a one-time use. But it's also too luxurious. Qile couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, luxury is luxury, and that is also for ordinary people. For the system, time and space locking is probably a basic function. After all, it is impossible for the system to do business at a loss. Ignore these strange questions. Qile once again turned his attention to the braised beef rice bowl. I have to say that unlike other snacks, the appearance of braised beef rice bowl is much better. Dinner is different from fast food. Once you add vegetables, you have to pay attention to the three items of color, aroma, and taste. Color, of course, refers to appearance. The presentation of a dish is a big plus point. After all, the first thing you see before eating a dish is the appearance of the dish. If a dish is just like a bowl of food after it is put on the plate, and makes people lose their appetite at the first sight, then who would want to eat it? For example, the presentation of those Western food dishes looks so classy. Then when I looked at the price, it was as expensive as the plate. Therefore, Qile has never been very fond of Western food. It's not that the taste is bad, it's mainly that the rules are troublesome. If you have to use a knife and fork, why not use chopsticks? And the presentation of this bowl of braised beef rice bowl is very good. The braised beef on top was in chunks, covered in sauce, and glistened under the lights, making it look extremely delicious. Under the braised beef, there is rice slightly stained by the sauce. The rice that has not been affected by the sauce is crystal clear, like small pearls. The rice soaked in sauce is also attractive in color, like tiny sauce regimes. Just by looking at it, you can tell that this bowl of braised beef rice bowl must be expensive. If the color, fragrance, and color are out of 10, I would give it 9 points. Although this bowl of braised beef rice bowl definitely whetted my appetite, I think it could be even better. Qile pretended to be like a food judge, nodded, and then said to himself. But he obviously belongs to the type of judges who get the result by being picky. Then there is the fragrance and color, fragrance, which naturally refers to the fragrance. Of course there is no need to say more about this. There are few snacks and drinks produced by the system that are not delicious. And no matter what kind of fragrance it is, the system can make people intoxicated and unable to stop. It can be said that in terms of aroma, the braised beef rice bowl is impeccable. Sauce, beef, rice. The fragrances of these three are blended together harmoniously, and they are extremely rich and distinct at the same time. Then add some spices. This feeling makes people salivate and move their index fingers with just one sip. In terms of fragrance, out of 10 points, I would give you 9 points. 1 point less is just for fear of making you proud. Sheila took 2 deep breaths, and then continued to pretend to comment. However, the system completely ignored Chili's performance. Everyone gets bored sometimes. When a person is really alone somewhere and bored, he has to find some fun for himself. Otherwise, this kind of loneliness would really not be bearable by ordinary people. Then there's the taste. At this time, Chilu was so hungry that his stomach began to growl. When Yafei came to the store for lunch, Chilu hadn't even eaten yet. The branches are not like the main store. In the absence of a clerk, Chilu couldn't eat in front of customers, even for the sake of his image as a store manager. Of course, except Yafei, a foodie. But before that it was because Kurt and Vanzan were in the store. So Chilu couldn't wait for a long time at this time. There is a pair of chopsticks on the lid of the square box containing the braised beef rice bowl. Chilu only saw it after being reminded by the system. Chilu took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of beef first. The stewed beef was slightly soft and glutinous, swaying slightly on the chopsticks, and the crystal sauce dripped onto the rice in the box. Needless to say, just looking at it made me salivate. The moment this piece of braised beef was put into his mouth, a burst of extreme deliciousness burst out in Chili's mouth. The thickness of the beef, the spiciness of the spices, and the mellowness of the sauce all blend together perfectly. Plus, the right amount of spicy flavor is blended into the beef and used as a catalyst. With the soft and waxy beef, you can chew it completely with just a little bite. It literally melts in your mouth. And even after swallowing it, the ultimate deliciousness of the braised beef will remain in your mouth, leaving you with endless aftertaste. It's so delicious that your tongue can't help but want to swallow it. Have another bite of rice. A refreshing fragrance rises from the rice along with the heat, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. And the taste of this rice is even more delicious, but not greasy, with a hint of sweetness. Chilu felt that even if he only ate rice, he could still eat 2 bowls. However, the essence of donburi is the soup mixed with rice. Mellow and rich beef sauce, mixed with fragrant and delicious white rice. After one bite, the thick, but not greasy sauce burst out from the plump rice grains, which was like a feast for the taste buds. Chilu took one mouthful after another and couldn't stop at all. The square box is not too small, and a portion of braised beef rice bowl is enough for an ordinary person to eat. However, for Chilu, a mere braised beef rice bowl is simply not enough. No matter how much you eat, it's never enough. However, Chili's self-control was quite good. After eating 3 portions of braised beef rice bowl, he put down his chopsticks. After all, if you eat any more, you will be full. Belch. Chilu leaned lazily on the soft sofa. After eating enough, people tend to become lazy. Especially the temperature in the store, which is automatically adjusted, seems so refreshing and pleasant. By the way, I almost forgot. System, call up the detailed attributes of braised beef rice bowl for me. Chilu lay on the sofa for a long time before suddenly remembering this matter. Before, I only remembered to eat. Then I was overwhelmed by the delicious braised beef rice bowl and ate 3 boxes in a row. I almost forgot to look at the detailed attributes of this braised beef rice bowl. Of course, the taste of snacks is important. But the real value lies in the special effects they come with. Braised beef rice bowl. The delicious rice bowl is beyond your imagination. Long-term consumption of braised beef rice bowl will slightly increase the strength attribute of the eater, and increase qi and blood to a certain extent based on the eater's physical attributes. Price, 50 spiritual crystals. The price of 50 spiritual crystals is not very expensive. Just like the previous snacks, the double cheese beef burger is priced at 50 spiritual crystals. And the braised beef rice bowl is actually not as big as the double cheese beef burger. After all, the double cheese beef burger is just a quick snack, while the braised beef rice bowl is a full meal. Staple food plus vegetables. If it's less than a hamburger, what's a meal? The special effect of the braised beef rice bowl is much better than the double cheese beef burger. Long-term consumption of double cheese beef burgers will only slightly increase the strength attributes of the eater. Long-term consumption of braised beef rice bowl will not only slightly increase the strength attributes of the eater, but also increase the qi and blood to a certain extent based on the physical attributes of the eater. This so-called qi and blood actually refers to vitality. There is no fixed index to judge vitality. But the stronger the vitality, the more beneficial it is to the cultivator's practice. At the same time, when encountering life danger, people with strong vitality are more likely to survive. To put it bluntly, the stronger the vitality, the harder it is to die. According to the data in the game, life force is a bit like a combination of health cap and health regeneration rate. This is very strong. After all, when a cultivator is promoted, various attributes will increase to varying degrees depending on the rank. But the vitality thing is really a bit mysterious. Generally speaking, the stronger the strength, the higher the realm, and the stronger the vitality. However, braised beef rice bowl can increase qi and blood, which is the so-called vitality, according to physical attributes. This is awesome. And in terms of price, the braised beef rice bowl and the double cheese beef burger are the same. 50 spiritual crystals. Calculating it this way, it's really not expensive. It can actually enhance qi and blood. It's amazing, my system. After Qilu saw the special effect of the braised beef rice bowl, he was really surprised. Things like vitality usually seem inconspicuous. The improvement in combat effectiveness is not great either. But at a critical moment, when life is on the line, vitality can play a role that cannot be compared with other attributes. That's what saves lives. As the saying goes, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. It goes without saying that vitality is valuable. Surprise, it's quite a surprise. After Qilu was overjoyed, he quickly calmed down. In front of the system, you still can't show too much excitement. Otherwise, it will feel like you have never seen the world, and that would be too much. Aside from the effect, the braised beef rice bowl tastes very good, but it always feels a bit too eye-catching when placed directly on the shelf. Let's just follow the rules. System, let's put this braised beef rice bowl out together with the snack vending machine. After being excited, Qilu felt a little sleepy for no reason. While sleepily, Qilu also made a decision. Usually, after a new product is released, it is put on the shelves the next day. So even if you come to the northern mountains, there will be no exception. A certain branch of the elf clan. In just half a day, the Kurds returned to the branch location from the City of Life. If a hero-level expert really rushes at full speed, his speed will be unimaginable. What's more, the City of Life is originally within the territory of the elves. Clan leader, I have something important to report. After Kurd came back, he went directly to Carlos's study. What's the matter? Carlos put down the book in his hand, looked at Kurd, paused, and then said, but have you gained anything new in the City of Life? As for Fanzon's matter, Carlos didn't ask. Fanzon is the forging master of the dwarves, and his whereabouts are not under Carlos' control. If something really happened, Kurd would tell it and there would be no need Tosk. If it was Fanzon, something really happened. Kurd would not hide anything, so Carlos didn't have to ask. That would seem a bit distrustful of people. Yes, Patriarch. Manager Chi's store not only sells enchanted weapons, but also enchanted armors. Kurd briefly talked about what happened in the City of Life. At the end, Kurt added as if he remembered something. By the way, Master Fonzon said that after a while, he will come to live in the clan for a long time and hone his forging skills. I wonder what the patriarch wants. Although Kurt was in the City of Life, he fully agreed to Fonzon's proposal. But when facing Carlos, Kurt would not directly say that he had agreed. That would be overstepping the mark. It's a good thing that Fonzon is willing to come to our clan to hone his forging skills. Why don't you agree? Carlos' reaction was just as Kurt expected. Fonzon comes to hone his forging skills among the clan, which is a win-win good thing. However, you said that there are armors for sale in the shop of that mysterious human forging master. Why? Carlos was more interested in the mysterious forging master. Because that was Fonzon himself who admitted that his blacksmithing skills were superior to his own. Carlos has also experienced the power of the hurricane longbow, and was deeply shocked by it. The powerful power contained in the hurricane longbow was definitely something Carlos had never heard of before. As a result, now I heard that the mysterious forging master can also forge armor. How could Carlos not be interested? The forging process of armor and weapons, and the processes required for enchanting, are different. Therefore, most forging masters are only proficient in the forging of one type of enchanted equipment. Weapons, or armor. Just like Fonzon, he is only proficient in the forging of enchanted weapons. Otherwise, Lillian would not have gone to Hearth City to find other dwarf forging masters to forge the leather armor on her body. Clan leader, Manager Chi, is truly a genius in the process of forging. Even Master Fonzon was so impressed that he was willing to call store manager Chi a master and regard him as his forefather. It's just that store manager Chi is a humble man and doesn't care about fame and fortune, so he's not well known. Kurt didn't answer Carlos' question directly, but just pointed at Chi Lu and praised him fiercely. But Carlos also understood the underlying meaning. The mysterious human forging master is a genius, and he is proficient in both weapon forging and armor forging. It is not surprising. Carlos also agrees with this. After all, there is no precedent for such a powerful forging master. It's just that there are too few people with such extraordinary talents. Then I wonder if this store manager Chi's skill in forging armor may be comparable to the weapons he forged? Carlos asked immediately. Carlos didn't really care about whether Chi Lu was a genius. Because no matter how powerful Chi Lu is, he is still a human being. Even if they can be won over, they will never be able to return to the elves. What's more, listen to Kurt's description. That store manager Chi was so indifferent to fame and wealth that even Thuff had such strong forging skills, he would rather live in seclusion and focus on honing his skills. The character of being indifferent to fame and fortune is extremely valuable. But at the same time, it is almost impossible to win over. The reason is simple. A blacksmith master of this level, no matter which race or force he goes to, is always a guest. There will never be any unfair treatment. But Chila still refused to come out. This kind of behavior can never be about selling at a price, it can only be a lack of concern for fame and fortune. Therefore, it is necessary to make friends with such people. But don't waste your efforts to win over. After 3 visits to the thatched cottage, it turned out that Mr. Wulong had always wanted to become an official. If you are really like Chi Lu, let alone visiting the thatched cottage 3 times, you just go 30 times, and that's it. Clan leader, I also brought back all the armor from Manager Chi's store. You can identify it yourself. Kurt took out all 3 pieces of armor and placed them in front of Carlos. Compared to weapons, store manager Chi's accomplishments in armor are also not low. Wind Spirit light armor, Water Spirit cloth armor, Fire Spirit leather armor. The shapes of the 3 pieces of armor are very compact and lightweight, and are suitable for wear by agility and attack type classes. Carlos fell in love with these 3 pieces of armor at first sight. Because for the dwarves, light armor is not what they want. What is the armor used for? It is to defend against enemy attacks and protect one's own safety. In order to improve the defensive power of the armor, the thickness of the armor is an inevitable result. Unless you can find good armor forging materials. For example, the furs of those powerful monsters. The most representative material among them is the dragon's scales. But forging materials of this level are something that can only be encountered but cannot be obtained. If you want to cause trouble with the dragon, it depends on whether your leaf eye's tough or not. Therefore, among current armors, if you want strong defense, thickness is thicky. And light armor, cloth armor, etc., are the icing on the cake. But now, this situation is about to be broken. In Qi Li's shop, most of the basic attributes of high-quality armor are the same. It's just that different armors have different skills. For these armors, and even other equipment, the basic attributes are actually not important. What really matters are the skills that come with it. But Carlos didn't know these things. What Carlos knows now is that the three pieces of armor in front of him are only light armor, leather armor, and cloth armor. However, in terms of defensive power, it is not worse than those thick, heavy armors. Even more so. This is definitely a big surprise. And judging from the power feedback attached to the armor, the lightness effect attached to the Wind Spirit light armor can slightly increase the user's speed. The soft water effect attached to the Water Spirit cloth armor can randomly teleport the wearer to any location within 20 meters when the wearer is hit. The Fire Ring skill attached to the Fire Spirit leather armor can actively release a ring of fire to repel enemies around you. These three skills are all very suitable for the fighting style of the elves. And this is the biggest surprise. Good, very good. This store manager, Qi, is indeed a genius. Carlos identified these three pieces of armor one by one, and the more he looked at them, the more delighted he became. Go and call Lillian. Kurt's movements are still very fast. Lillian soon arrived at Carlos' study. Father, may I ask why you suddenly came to see me? Lillian tilted her head slightly and looked at Carlos with some confusion. But his eyes quickly moved away from Carlos and looked at Kurd. To Lillian, Carlos was a majestic father, but Kurd, the uncle, seemed more kind. Kurd just smiled, seeming to comfort Lillian. Lillian, how are you preparing for this year's hunting conference? Carlos put his hands behind his back and suddenly asked. The hunting conference is one of the most grand annual events among the elves. It is held in the name of the Elf Queen and supervised by the supervisory elders of the Elf clan. It is an event limited to the younger generations of various branches and families of the Elf clan to participate and compete to win the ranking. The final ranking of the hunting conference will determine the branch or family of the ranking holder, resource allocation, and territory adjustment in the next year. Carlos's branch sent Lillian to participate in the hunting conference this year. This is also the reason why Lillian went to the City of Life to choose weapons. The higher the ranking obtained in the hunting competition, the more resources the branch or family can obtain. No matter how scattered the elves are, they are still under the control of the Elf Queen in the end. Most of the precious resources are concentrated on the Elf Queen's side. As for territory adjustment, it naturally refers to the territory owned by branch and family, which will be increased or decreased based on ranking. Generally speaking, the higher the ranking, the more territory you get. I got a good ranking last year, but this year it dropped. Then the area of territory owned will naturally decrease accordingly. This is a normal thing. The elves are all about survival of the fittest. Only with stronger strength can they have more resources. The supervisory elder who supervises the hunting conference is not a member of a certain branch or family, but the people around the Elf Queen. The supervisory elder does not belong to any branch, nor does he belong to any family, but simply belongs to the elves. Just like the Fairy Queen. So there is absolutely no need to worry about unfair situations in the hunting conference. Because the supervisory elder is definitely not a free man. I'm ready, father, please don't worry. Lillian thought for a while before speaking, and answered confidently. Among the entire younger generation of the elves, although Lillian's strength is not strong, she is definitely not weak either. Especially after getting the wind-chasing bow, Lillian's combat effectiveness has skyrocketed. Unless you are facing those old master-level experts. Otherwise, Lillian can win the battle. As for the powerful hero, if there is a hero-level strongman among the younger generation, then the branch of this elf clan member will become famous. It is not an exaggeration to say that the ancestors are glorious. But is it possible? Even the Beastier tribe, one of the most powerful races, has never had such a precedent. The elves are even more impossible. If you want to become a hero-level strongman, you don't just need to increase your power level. If the state of mind does not catch up, it will be impossible to pass the hero-level trial space. You can never prepare too much for a hunting conference. Lillian, there are 3 pieces of armor here, please pick one. Carlos nodded before continuing. It's a good thing that Lillian has confidence, but in terms of hard power, she has to keep up. The 3 pieces of armor in Chi Li's shop are much better than the leather armor Lillian is wearing now. Where did these armors come from? Lillian leaned forward slightly and looked at the 3 pieces of armor on the desk with some curiosity. The leather armor on Lillian's body was made by a dwarf blacksmith at a huge price in the city of Hearth. Now that she wants to change it, Lillian is still a little reluctant to let it go. It's something from Manager Chi's store. Kurd said softly. So it's store manager Chi? Does it turn out that store manager Chi also has armor? Lillian opened her eyes wide and looked very surprised. Then I'll choose this Wind Spirit light armor. Out of her trust in Chi Lu, Lillian chose an armor with the word wind in its name. It goes well with the wind chaser bow. Then start increasing your training volume. There are only a few days until the hunting conference starts. Carlos nodded, and then said in a deep voice. Lillian must come back with a good ranking in this hunting competition. Yeah, I understand. Lillian nodded and put on the Wind Spirit light armor she just got. This look is much more handsome than the previous leather armor. After all, there are still only a few people who can find Chila's store. Yesterday, throughout the entire afternoon, Yafel came to have dinner and then left. But today, Chila had a premonition. Definitely better than yesterday. Because as long as there is hope, tomorrow will be better. The snack vending machine will be placed next to the counter. Chila ordered in his mind. Customers in the Beishan Mountains have never come into contact with a snack vending machine. Placing it next to the counter can save Chi Lu from walking a few steps. The braised beef rice bowl will also be on the shelves. Chi Lu continued, and then walked to this familiar machine. However, eating braised beef with rice in the morning was obviously not a good choice, so Chi Lu chose the most conventional breakfast method. Pure milk and bacon sandwich. Manager Chi, good morning, I'm here for breakfast. Yafel always comes to the store on time for various meals. Good morning, come here and choose what you want to eat. Chi Lu happened to take out the bacon sandwich from the snack vending machine, then turned around and waved to Yafel. Hey, what is this? Manager Chi, what is this big iron box? Yafel came to Chi Li's side, squinting his eyes and looking at the snack vending machine, curiously. This thing is called a vending machine. Whatever you want, you can look at it here. Once you've selected it, just press the button. Chi Lu began to teach Yafel how to use the snack vending machine. The improved snack vending machine can cast spiritual crystals and insert membership cards. And the hot and cold inside can be adjusted automatically, which is much better than the shelves. After all, if the vanilla ice cream cone could still be sold, Chila wouldn't dare put it on the shelf. Otherwise, I'm afraid that within half an hour, the shelves would be full of sticky cream. Wow, this big iron box, well, a vending machine, seems quite convenient. The method of using the snack vending machine is foolproof. Yeifel only understood it after reading it once. It is definitely a very comfortable thing for foodies to not have to go to the shelves to choose. Hey, Manager Chi, I haven't seen this braised beef rice bowl 2 days ago. There is no doubt about Yeifel's sensitivity to food. After just a quick glance, I discovered something that didn't exist before. This is new merchandise. New food, do you want to try it? Chi said while eating breakfast. When facing foodies, there is no need to be secretive about what you eat, as that would appear to disrespect the foodies. Of course I have to eat it. I didn't expect there would be new delicacies so soon. Yaffer bought a braised beef rice bowl, without hesitation. Then for the drink this time, I chose Sprite. Although summer is almost over now, the lingering heat at the end of summer can still make people feel hot and upset. Take a sip of Sprite and you will be really refreshed. After diluting the heat brought from outside the store, Yaffer couldn't wait to pen the box of braised beef rice bowl. The steaming braised beef rice bowl immediately gave off a rich aroma that made your fingers twitch. The spiciness of the spices is blended into the mellowness of the beef, with a hint of spiciness. The best way to whet the appetite of diners. Smell good. Yaffer sniffed the strong mellow smell, narrowed his eyes, and showed a look of enjoyment on his face. Many times, when it comes to food, you don't need too much evaluation. One sentence is delicious, one sentence is delicious. It is enough to express the satisfaction in the hearts of diners. Not everyone is a gourmet and will use those gorgeous words to express their feelings and describe how delicious the food in front of them is. For most people, a satisfied look on their face is worth 1,000 words. The stewed beef is perfectly soft and glutinous. Just chew it lightly and it will leave a mouthful of flavor. The fragrant and delicious rice makes people reluctant to stop using the chopsticks in their hands. The rich and mellow sauce is the finishing touch. All the ingredients for the braised beef rice bowl are completely combined together. If it is more, it will be greasy, and if it is less, it will be dull. Tasty. Yaffer put the last grain of rice in the box into his mouth, and then made sure that there was no trace left in the braised beef rice bowl. Then he turned his head and looked at Chi Lu pitifully. Manager Chi, can we really only have one serving? But a portion of braised beef rice bowl is not enough to fill you up. Yaffer pursed his lips, forced mist to appear in his eyes, and pretended to be about to cry. It has to be said that every foodie can become a drama queen for the sake of delicious food. The acting skills are quite online. If Chi Lu hadn't seen this kind of situation too often, he might have been deceived by Yeifel. The portion of a box of braised beef rice bowl is definitely enough to eat. It's useless for you and me to pretend to be pitiful. The rules are the rules. Chi Lu stuffed the last bit of bacon sandwich in his hand into his mouth, and then drank it down with pure milk. Poor Yaffer just turned a blind eye to Sun Ran, who was about to cry. Is pretending to be pitiful useful to Chi Lu? Let me tell you, there is. But it has no effect on the system at all. So Chi Lu was actually taught by the system to ignore the drama queen's performance. Tisk, Manager Chi is not cute at all. Yaffer puffed out his cheeks and said angrily. Whatever you say, if you want to eat braised beef rice bowl, you have to wait until tomorrow. You can say whatever you want. But if you want to eat braised beef rice bowl, you have to wait until tomorrow. Chi Lu shrugged, saying that Yeifel's words were completely harmless to him. Manager Chi is not handsome at all. Yaffer seemed to be getting carried away and said angrily. This sentence was lethal to Chi Leke. When Chi Lu heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then looked around, looking around. Where's my knife? System, host, please calm down. There are no knife weapons for sale in the store at the moment. Shut up, you two-bill system, you only come out to cause trouble at times like this. Of course Ji-la knew about this. But I was angry inside. Ji-la was so angry that he wanted to talk to Yufei and let her think about it carefully with her own conscience. The lie that store manager, Chi is not handsome, can actually be told. System, by the way, let me add one more thing. This system also thinks that you, host, are not handsome at all. Chi-la suddenly felt discouraged. Manager Chi, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so lethargic? Are you sick? After Yufei was angry, he noticed that Chi-la looked a little sick, so he immediately ran over and asked. No, I'm just a little tired. Just let me take it easy. Chi-la waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to talk for the time being. What kind of aesthetics do the people around me have? Why would they open their eyes and tell lies when such a handsome guy is in front of them? Alas, I feel tired. Manager Chi, are you in the store? Why, you don't look energetic at all. At this time, the store door was pushed open. Yafel was the first to turn his head and look over. It's you, uncle, you came a little late today. The person who came to the store was Fan Zan, who had been here yesterday. And behind Fan Zan, there were also a large group of dwarf tribesmen. Each one is short in stature, but has a strong build and is full of flesh. Compared with other races, the dwarves do look a bit rougher and look violent. But after actually getting along with the dwarves, you will find out. The dwarves are just rough in appearance and rough in character, but most of the dwarves are not violent at all. On the contrary, the dwarves with their bold and generous personalities are actually very easy to get along with. So Fan Zan just smiled at Yufei's name for him. Little girl, I came all night from Hearth City, and it's not too late now. A teleportation magic circle was set up between the City of Hearth and the City of Life. In terms of attainments in magic circles, the northern mountain range is far superior to that of the eastern wilderness. Therefore, the cost of activating the teleportation magic circle is naturally much lower. However, although the consumption is much lower, it is still affordable for many ordinary cultivators. Fortunately, Fan Zan is a hero-level strongman and a forging master. These expenses are still affordable. By the way, Uncle Wei, let me tell you, Manager Chi's store has a new delicacy today, called braised beef rice bowl. It's really delicious. You can try it. Yaffer suddenly said mysteriously. Recommending your favorite food is also one of this snack foodie's hobbies. After all, being able to share what you like with other people is a happy thing in itself. Okay, I understand. Fan Zan nodded and responded to Yufei's words first. After dealing with Yafel, Fan Zan raised his hand and shouted to the large group of dwarfs behind him. Dear tribesmen, the fine wine I mentioned is in this shop. But you have to remember, every store has its own rules, so after you drink, don't let me have fun in the store. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands and kick him out. Fan Zan's tone was very solemn when he said this. Fan Zan respected Chi-la very much. Therefore, Fan Zan will also take the initiative to maintain order in the store to prevent some people from causing trouble. Master Fan Zan, does this store really have the kind of wine you said that people will never forget after drinking it? Yes, Master Fan Zan, are you really remembering it correctly? It's too remote here. Yes, if someone hadn't led the way, I wouldn't have found this place. The dwarves following Fan Zan immediately burst out with a lot of questions and strong suspicions. It is well known that dwarves like to drink. Therefore, many people who come to the dwarves and want to ask the dwarf masters to forge weapons or armors will bring some jars of good wine with them along with the spiritual crystals. So much so that the wine brewed by various races in the northern mountains is circulated among the dwarves. Therefore, the wine that can be recognized by the dwarves must be the best wine. However, how can a fine wine remain unknown? Still in such a remote place. When did I, Fanzan, ever say such big things? If you don't like this wine later, just give it to me. I'll pay double the price to compensate you. Fanzan heard the tribesman's doubts and said on the spot, patting his chest. This was the first group of tribesmen who came to the City of Life after Fanzan returned to the dwarves and were attracted by the promotion of multi-flavor liquor. Those are basically the rich and free members of the clan. Or he is a famous blacksmith in the clan. Because only these people have the leisure to travel thousands of miles from the City of Hearth to the City of Life, because of a piece of news that they didn't know to be true or false. Therefore, Fanzan also appeared to be more polite when answering questions. After all, the harsh words used as a warning have been said before, and now isn't the time to say harsh words again. You know, although the status of these people is not as good as Fanzan, it isn't far behind. Fanzan might not be afraid of one or two. But with so many tribesmen together, Fanzan still had a headache. We don't need double compensation from you. If we are not satisfied with the wine here, then you can contribute your treasured wine. Yes, that's it. We have to drink a good wine that satisfies us. The dwarves were talking noisily. Fanzan's forging skills are exquisite and his enchanting skills are superb, and he is famous among all races. Therefore, there is an endless stream of people who come to ask Fanzan to forge weapons. The wine they carry is even better than the last. Therefore, the fine wines collected by Fanzan are naturally coveted by these tribesmen. Okay, as long as one of you is not satisfied, I will take out my wine. Fanzan said without hesitation. Fanzan has full confidence in multi-flavor liquor. With Master Fanzan's words, we can rest assured. Let's go in quickly and see what kind of good wine it is that makes Fanzan say such things. It is extremely serious among the dwarves to talk about one's own treasured wine. And with Fanzan's identity, there is no possibility of defaulting on the debt. As a result, a large number of dwarf people filed into Qi Li's shop. After entering the store, the first thing he saw was Qi Li standing behind the counter. Can such a young winemaker really make any good wine? That's right, Fanzan, you can't tell the difference between good and bad wine because your tongue has been damaged by eating. It seems that this time, Fanzan, you must bring out the wine you have collected. No matter what kind of skill you are a master of, it all takes time to polish and verify. Although the possibility of being gifted cannot be ruled out. But this situation is too rare. What's more, no matter how talented you are, it cannot be separated from the training and accumulation of time. Therefore, Qi Li's young and delicate face is really not enough to make these dwarves trust him. Huh? What do you need? Qi Li's eyes moved back and forth between Fanzan and the group of dwarves, and finally stopped at the group of dwarves. Wine, we're just here to drink. That's right, we heard from Fanzan that you have some good wine here. Where is it? Several quick-talking dwarves immediately spoke up. As for the wine, it's on the shelf over there. You can get it if you need it, but you can only get 1 bottle per person. Qi Li pointed to the shelf area. Don't worry, we just want to taste it so that Fanzan can be convinced and take out the wine he treasures. Yes, 1 bottle is enough. After hearing Qi Li's last words, everyone smiled indifferently. Then he followed the direction of Qi Li's finger and rushed towards the shelf area. However, the porcelain bottle containing the sauce-flavored liquor was so small that the dwarf searched for a long time before confirming that the small porcelain bottle was indeed a wine bottle. No way, such a small amount of wine should be sold for 10 spiritual crystals? It's not like Fanzan brought us to a black shop. Such a small wine bottle, the wine inside is not enough for me to take a sip, how dare you sell it so expensively? After seeing these porcelain bottles that were less than half the size off-tier palms, the dwarfs all opened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. In their minds, wine is always served in jars and drank from large bowls. No matter how bad it is still a large wine bottle, enough for people to drink. But I have never seen such a stingy porcelain bottle. Then shall we still buy it? All the dwarfs looked at each other. After a while, he gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. Purchase. Just think of these 10 spiritual crystals as a way to drink the wine that Fanzon has collected. Dozens of bottles of Moutai flavor liquor were placed on the counter. After paying for the spiritual crystal, every dwarf in the store held a small porcelain bottle in their hands. The ivory white porcelain bottle looks very elegant, but it is completely inconsistent with the rough temperament of the dwarf people. But no one cares about this kind of thing. The dwarves don't know how to appreciate it either. So after getting the wine bottle, the first thing to do is to punch the bottle cap. Suddenly, the strong aroma of dozens of bottles of Moutai flavor liquor wafted out and then mixed together. It forms an extremely mellow and long aroma that is almost solid, hovering around the store. If you are a weak drinker, you might smell the aroma of wine and get drunk on the spot. But the people in the store are pretty drunk. Even Yafel, although he doesn't like drinking, has a pretty good drinking capacity. However, no one got drunk. But everyone who smelled the aroma of wine opened their eyes wide and were dumbfounded. This smell of wine. Oh my God, this is definitely the most fragrant wine smell I have ever smelled. No, it's impossible. How can there be such a mellow aroma of wine? This is simply unheard of. Just the smell of the wine makes me unable to bear it, so when I drink it. All the dwarves in the store, except Fanzon, were all stunned with shock. His face was full of shock, disbelief and disbelief. The eyes looking at Qi Lu changed from distrust at the beginning to shock and disbelief. The taste of wine can actually be distinguished from the aroma of the wine. The more mellow the aroma of the wine, the sweeter and mellow the taste of the wine. Smelling the almost solid aroma of wine that filled the store, the dwarves quickly raised their hands to hold up the porcelain bottles. The long and refreshing taste of the wine is unforgettable. This indescribable beauty makes everyone intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Why is it gone? This is too little. It's not enough to drink. It tastes so good. Compared with this wine, none of the wines I have drunk before are worthy of being called good wines. 60 milliliters, if you take a big mouthful, it is not enough for one mouthful. For these dwarfs who drink wine just like drinking water, it is just a taste. So after drinking the wine in their hands, the dwarves all looked at the shelf area. As I said before, each person can only take one bottle. If you still want to drink this Moutai flavor liquor, please come back tomorrow. Sheila didn't even need to look at them to know what these drunken guys were thinking in their minds. But there is no need to discuss this matter. Here, Manager Chi, look at this. Good wine is available now, but you can't get it when you ask for it. These drunken dwarves suddenly scratched their heads in anxiety. But he didn't dare to violate Chi Li's rules. After all, Fanzon had warned him first. If he offended this store manager, Chi, he might never be able to drink such delicious wine again in his life. Manager Chi, how about this? We are willing to forge some enchanted weapons and enchanted armor for you for free. Just be accommodating and let us have a few more sips. The few dwarf clansmen who came out to speak may be the forging masters among the dwarf clan. The eyes looking at Qi Lu were also full of sincerity. He also never mentioned that the sauce-flavored liquor was expensive. This kind of fine wine, with 10 spiritual crystals in a bottle, can it be said to be expensive? That's called value. So in order to have one more sip of wine, since you can't force it, let's exchange it. There must be few people who can refuse enchanted weapons and enchanted armor. Ha 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 ha. You actually said that you want to forge enchanted weapons and enchanted armor for store manager Chi, ha ha ha, it makes me laughable. This time, Chi Lidu hadn't spoken yet, and Fan Zan, who was watching from behind, couldn't help but laugh. Fan Zan, what do you mean? Is it because the wine you collected has been saved? That's right, who wouldn't want to drink a few more sips of this fine wine? What's so funny about it? Although you won this time, there is no need to be so proud. The dwarves crowded in front of the counter, followed the laughter and looked at Fan Zan, glaring at him angrily. This time the wine was indeed a miscalculation on their part. But if you can drink such a delicious wine, even if you get slapped in the face, it doesn't matter. However, Fan Zan's laughter seemed to them to be without reason. No, 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 of course that's not what I'm laughing at. Actually, I also want to drink all the multi-flavor liquor in one sitting, but Manager Chi refuses to break the rules. The reason I'm laughing is because you said you were going to forge enchanted weapons for Shop Manager Chi. Well, there's also the matter of enchanted armor. After Fan Zan finished laughing, his face suddenly straightened. Do you know that store manager Chi has another identity? Fan Zan has not yet said anything about Chi Li's forging skills. Because compared to forging skills, fine wine is obviously more attractive to dwarves. And much bigger. Therefore, the dwarf people who came to the store thought that Chi Lu was a brewing master. However, when asked by Fan Zan, everyone suddenly looked at each other. Isn't store manager Chi a master brewer? This sentence is the question for all of them. Yes, but not entirely. Fan Zan nodded, then shook his head again, before continuing. Manager Chi is not only a brewing master, but actually a forging master. Mr. Chi's forging skills and enchanting skills are all superior to mine. That's why I laughed before, do you understand? As Fan Zan spoke, his eyes looking at Chi Lu were filled with admiration. At such an age, he can achieve such high achievements in the two skills of brewing and forging. It's hard to describe store manager Chi's qualifications as a genius. This is simply a monster. What did you say? You're not joking, are you? Fan Zan, this kind of joke is not funny. Mr. Chi's forging skills and enchanting skills are still better than yours? Do you know what you are talking about? As soon as Fan Zan's words came out, the most common expression among dwarves was their disbelief. In the process of making wine, you still have talent, and you can also use tricks. After all, winemaking involves skills and secret recipes. But there are no shortcuts to forging. The weapons and armors created cannot be deceived. The art of enchantment requires time to polish and become proficient in order to become perfect. However, looking at Chi Li's age, he is so young. It is simply impossible to achieve more than Fan Zan in the process of forging. Do not believe? Do you still remember the weapons and armor I brought back? Fan Zan did not refute directly, but asked lightly. Wind Chaser Bow, Hurricane Longbow, Dragon Marked, Great Axe. Wind Spirit Light Armor, Fire Spirit Leather Armor, Water Spirit Cloth Armor. Most of the dwarves in the store have seen these 6 pieces of equipment. After all, among the dwarves who came to the City of Life this time, there were also many who were proficient in forging. It's not surprising to have some communication with Fan Zan. After all, Fan Zan had no intention of hiding the weapons and armor he brought back from Chi Li's shop. So after listening to Fan Zan's words, he immediately nodded. Of course I remember, the forging skills and enchanting skills used in those weapons and armors are simply unheard of. A dwarf tribesman nodded and said. At first, we thought your forging skills had become stronger again. Yes, if it was really forged by you, then your forging skills and enchanting skills are enough to rank among the top 3 in the entire dwarf clan. Several dwarf blacksmith masters also echoed. Okay, just remember. Then let me tell you now, those weapons and armors were all forged by store manager Qi. Fanzan said solemnly. The tone was solemn. What did you say? Everyone in the store took a breath, their eyes widened, and their faces were full of disbelief. Shocked, extremely shocked. Shocking, extremely shocking. They had never thought that the young man in front of them would have such superb forging skills and enchanting skills. Not inferior to his winemaking skills. When Fanzan brought those powerful enchanted weapons and enchanted armors back to the clan, he even alarmed the clan elders who rarely came out. You know, among the dwarves, the generation with the highest forging skills are the clan elders. However, when Fanzan was asked about the origins of these enchanted weapons and enchanted armors, Fanzan only said that it came from a reclusive human forging master. This incident caused a huge sensation among the dwarves at that time. Why? Because what Fanzan was talking about was a human forging master. This makes the dwarves who are proud of their forging skills unbearable. So the 6 pieces of enchanted equipment that Fanzan brought back were circulated among most of the dwarves. However, the facts hit them mercilessly. The forging skills they were proud of were shattered into pieces. And now, Fanzan directly told them that the forger of those enchanted weapons and enchanted armors was the young store manager, Qi. As Fanzan, he disdains lying. It is also impossible to cover up for others in blacksmithing skills and enchanting skills. Because this is Fanzan's pride. Therefore, no matter how incredible these dwarfs think it is, or how shocked, nothing can change this fact. That is, there really are geniuses in this world, and there really are monster-like talents. And Qi Lu is such a monster. Manager Qi, are your forging skills really that superb? No, it shouldn't be possible. The brewing skills are so strong. If the forging skills are so superb, then what? All the dwarfs looked at each other in confusion. Their faces burned red when they thought of what they had said before about forging enchanted weapons and enchanted armor for Qi Lu. It felt like being slapped in the face, with a burning sensation. However, Qi Lu remained silent from beginning to end. Just watch them silently and let them make their own assumptions. After all, these weapons and armor, as well as the multi-flavor liquor, are all provided by the system. It really has nothing to do with Qi Lu. But let Qi Lu say it directly, that would be impossible. If you tell them directly, how should you explain the origin of these products to customers? Therefore, keeping it mysterious is the best way. Unfathomable and always awe-inspiring. Moreover, it was Qi Li's calm appearance that convinced these dwarfs to believe their guess. Because only a true master can have such a calm and gentle style. Now you know why I laughed. Fanzan watched the expressions of these tribesmen change again and again, and he almost knew what these guys were thinking. But you don't have to be too formal. Although Manager Qi is a genius, he is also kind-hearted. As long as you abide by the rules of the store, Manager Qi won't say anything. Fanzan saw that his people became extremely cautious after knowing Qi Lu's identity. He quickly said a few words of comfort. Yes, really. Then we should be able to come over for a drink tomorrow. The dwarves heard this and quickly asked. Compared with the forging skills that cannot be caught up at all, the attractiveness of the fine wine that can be drunk is still greater. As long as there is no trouble, every customer is welcome in the store. Qi Lu lowered his eyes and spoke warmly. That's good. The sound of joy rang out. After hearing Qi Li's words, all the dwarf clan members breathed a sigh of relief. What they fear most is that they accidentally offend Qi Lu and then never be able to drink this mellow multi-flavor liquor again. Even if you can only drink 1 bottle a day. And this bottle is only 60 milliliters. That's better than not drinking at all. So in the midst of rejoicing, the dwarfs in the store left the store respectfully. Store manager Chi, so many tribesmen have come at once, so they shouldn't cause you any trouble. Fans on stayed at the end and did not leave together. That won't happen, as long as there's no trouble. Chi said calmly, without raising his eyes. Presumably after this incident, the entire dwarf race will be interested in the multi-flavor liquor in the store. After all, Fanzan was the only one who promoted multi-flavor liquor before, so it was inevitable that he would be suspected of being genuine or fake. But this time many members of the dwarf tribe came to taste the multi-flavor liquor. This is how reputation is built. I forgot. With the store manager's mind, how can he care about such trivial matters? Fanzan smiled, and then under Yafel's recommendation and guidance, he bought a box of braised beef rice bowl from the snack vending machine. Braised beef with white wine is also a unique flavor. But it's a pity that the braised beef rice bowl is not soybean, otherwise it will be a perfect combination. Among the dwarves, other information may not be so well informed. But as with any good wine, news definitely travels fastest. A large number of dwarf tribesmen who came back from Chi Li's shop began to publicize it as soon as they returned to the tribe. Since multi-flavor liquor cannot be drunk freely, then let more tribesmen endure the feeling of having only one sip a day off in wine. It was only Fanzan before, but now there are so many clan members. As a result, the news that there was a shop with fine wine in the City of Life immediately spread throughout the dwarves. Since so many tribesmen say that the wine tastes good, it must not be false news. What's more, a teleportation magic circle has been set up between the City of Hearth and the City of Life. Besides, even if you don't take the teleportation magic circle and rush directly to the City of Life, it won't actually take much time. So, after a day of fermentation, when Sheila got up early in the morning and opened the store door, I saw a large area of darkness outside the store, all filled with dwarves. Store manager, Chi, good morning. They all said they wanted to taste multi-flavor liquor, so Fanzan stood at the front and seemed to be leading the way. Then enter the store in order and don't be crowded. If there is no space in the store, just wait outside the store for a while. Chi Le can be considered a person who has seen the big world. After the initial surprise, he quickly calmed down. Then they began to arrange the order in which the dwarves would enter the store. To be honest, Sheila did not expect that the dwarves' love for fine wine could be so strong. The number of people outside this store, conservatively estimated, must be in the thousands. Just looking out from the store, you can only see a large area of darkness, and you can't see the end at all. If this were the main store in Yunwu City, there would be no problem. There are only 1,000 people, so they can be installed easily. After all, the main store has 8,000 booths alone. However, the size of the branch cannot be compared with the main store. Now, the limit is that it can accommodate only a few hundred people at most. If there were more, there would be no room to stand. So I had to queue up to enter the store, and then after drinking the multi-flavor liquor, I quickly went out to make room for others. Fanzan had already made it clear to these dwarf tribesmen about the rules. No one had any objections. After all, among the dwarves, the first batch to come to Chi Li's shop were basically those with status and status. Even they accepted the rules of this store. So what else can be said about the remaining dwarves whose status is relatively lower? I can only queue up outside the store. Occasionally, a few dwarfs would complain, saying that the shop was too small or the rules were too unkind. But after drinking multi-flavor liquor, all these complaints disappeared. Ask why. In fact, the reason is very simple. If there is no rule that one person can only drink 1 bottle a day, then the dwarfs who enter the store at the front will definitely get drunk in the store. For the dwarves, no matter how much they drink, the quality of multi-flavor liquor is not enough. If there were no restrictions, he would only stop when he was drunk. So how long will the dwarfs at the back of the queue have to wait to drink multi-flavor liquor? I'm afraid we'll have to fight to solve this problem. So after thinking about this, these nearly 1,000 dwarf clan members suddenly felt that the rules set by Qi Lu were too prescient. The so-called worry is not about scarcity, but about inequality. Since everyone can only drink one bottle now, everyone will feel balanced. Everyone is the same anyway, so what's there to argue about? At worst, we can just come back tomorrow. I thought before that the system was stabbing me in the heart by rewarding me with multi-flavor liquor. I didn't expect this Irby system to be so far-sighted. After Qi Lu watched the last dwarf tribe member leave, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, multi-flavor liquor is not particularly attractive to Qi Lu. Because for people who are not addicted to alcohol, although fine wine is good, they generally don't drink too much. However, for the dwarves, it is a dreamy nectar. I can wait in line for most of the day for a 60 milliliters bottle of multi-flavor liquor. Only these guys can do it. System, host, are you only now realizing that this system is so far-sighted? Probably after hearing Qi Li's inner feelings, the system came out to find its presence again. Listening to the extremely noisy voice in my mind, Qi Li changed into a comfortable position on the sofa, and then asked aloud, System, do you know there is a saying, a wise man will make a mistake after thinking a lot? System, it seems that I have an impression. Host, what do you want to say? Of course what I want to say is the second half. A fool who worries a lot will always gain something. Qi Li shrugged and said casually. However, the voice in my head was booming. System, this system heard it. You are saying that this system is a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Oh, you really heard it. Qi Li never thought that the IQ of this Irby system would suddenly rise. System, host, don't really think that this system doesn't know anything. In fact, most of the time, this system is very smart. This tone is a bit like a character in Qi Li's memory. Unfortunately, Qi Li couldn't remember it for the time being. Well, you do have a wit once in a while. But now is not the time to discuss this issue. I think that based on today's situation, it is time for the branch to expand. Qi Li discussed with the system. The long queue outside the store certainly shows how popular the store is. But Qi Li didn't expect this kind of popularity. After all, in such a remote place, no matter how long the queue is outside the store, there are probably only a few people in sight. That's just a wink to a blind man, it's a waste of expression. Might as well let customers come into the store. After all, there is no way to increase sales by relying solely on multi-flavor liquor. But with the long queues like today, the dwarfs who entered the store had no time to do anything else except drink. For example, buy a few dishes to go with wine and sit at a small round table and drink slowly. However, the urging sounds from behind the team made them have no intention of doing these things. Therefore, expanding the store area is the best choice. We just need to expand the fast food area and increase the number of small round tables. Qi Lu added again. System, host suggestions are being analyzed. System, this system thinks what the host said makes sense, and this suggestion is acceptable. However, what Qi Li never expected was. After another day, there were even more dwarfs lining up outside the store. You can only see crowds of people outside the store, and at a glance, you can't see the end of the crowd. There must be thousands of people at least. No, this race really loves drinking. Qi Li felt that he might have misjudged the dwarves' love for wine. The team outside this store is basically composed of idle dwarves, all rushing to the city of life. That's because a bottle of multi-flavor liquor comes with 10 spiritual crystals. This price may not be expensive for a blacksmith master who is proficient in blacksmithing skills. But for most ordinary dwarves, it is a very high price. That's why I persuaded many people to leave. Otherwise, Chila can guarantee that if the price of Moutai flavor liquor is 10 gold coins instead of 10 spiritual crystals, the number of people outside the store could increase at least 5 times. Even more. It seems that the first race in the northern mountain range to recognize this shop is the dwarves. Chila looked at the crowd outside the store and thought with great joy. Recognized by a certain tribe of a certain race. And recognition by a race. The influence on the will of heaven and earth is completely different. The sooner restrictions on branches are lifted, the sooner Chila can start to flex its muscles. At least it won't be like now, sitting in the store with nothing to do. However, fortunately, after discussing with the system last night, the fast food area in the store was expanded. Therefore, many dwarves chose a seat and sat down to slowly taste the wine. Especially after Fanzon bought a braised beef rice bowl. The rich aroma of braised beef rice bowl is intertwined with the mellow aroma of Moutai flavor liquor. Like a beautiful piece of music, it echoed in the store. Suddenly, the braised beef rice bowl was sold out a lot. And after these dwarves learned to use the snack vending machines, other snacks began to be sold in large quantities, being treated as a side dish. Since you can't drink enough wine to satisfy your cravings, let's eat more food. It can finally satisfy your craving. Especially these snacks, each one is unique and delicious. Eat it in your mouth and make your mouth and tongue salivate. After eating, it is also an endless aftertaste. Store manager Chi, if I didn't know in advance that you are a master blacksmith, I might have thought that the store you opened was a restaurant. Fanzon sat at a small round table near the counter and laughed at the joke. Hey, doesn't manager Chi run a restaurant? Yaffer, who was sitting next to him, put a chopstick of braised beef rice bowl into his mouth, puffed his cheeks, and spoke vaguely. For Yafel, Chi Li's shop is really just a canteen. Of course this is not a restaurant. Chila felt dumbfounded by their words. Otherwise, due to the restrictions of the will of the world in the northern mountains, those products that can directly improve combat effectiveness cannot be sold. Even the combat power improvement training room was temporarily closed. How could this become a restaurant? Is the new world mode not fun anymore? Or are those powerful weapons, armors, and accessories no longer useful? Or maybe those elixirs don't taste good? Or have all the pets been trained? Yes, actually this is a weapons store. Manager Chi, do you have any weapons like gloves here? Yaffer chewed the rice in his mouth, swallowed it, and then asked aloud. The fighting power of the Beasteers tribe is recognized as tyrannical. At the same time, the Beasteer tribe is also recognized as a race that does not like to use weapons. Because the Beasteers trust their bodies far more than they trust their weapons. Sharp claws are the best weapons. On the other hand, the Beasteers sometimes wear equipment such as armor. However, they are basically lightweight armors, based on not affecting mobility. This is because the fighting style of the Beasteers is biased toward fast attack, with high attack agility, fast speed, high endurance, and extremely powerful combat effectiveness. Equipment such as armor is actually just an extra for the Beasteers. Therefore, the weapons suitable for the Beasteers are actually very limited. Boxing gloves are one of them. In fact, to be honest, gloves can be regarded as half a piece of armor. And it won't affect the action. Especially fingerless gloves. That's why Yaffer asked this question. After all, it is absolutely impossible for Yaffer to use heavy weapons such as bows, arrows, and dragon-marked giant axes. It's the wind spirit light armor. Yaffer is considering whether to buy one. Because of the lightness skill of wind spirit light armor, Yaffer's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Fist gloves, maybe there will be some in the future. Chila thought for a while, before answering. Regarding glove weapons, someone has actually asked about it before. For example, those fighter classes. It's just that there has never been a glove weapon drawn from the weapon egg pool. So Qi Lu is not sure whether there are such things as gloves in the weapon egg pool. Really? Then when store manager Qi makes the gloves, you must tell me. Yaffer replied happily, then picked up the square box on the table and took all the braised beef rice bowl inside into his mouth. Finally, he drank half the bottle of orange juice, before wiping the oil stains around his mouth. Will store manager Qi forge other weapons and armors? Fan Zan suddenly asked. When it comes to forging this thing, it actually requires practice to make one perfect. Most blacksmith masters will start with a certain type of weapon or armor and continue to hone it until they are proficient before trying other types. In this case, it is easier to draw parallels. Of course, there are some people with extraordinary talents who don't need to worry about this kind of thing. He has a natural acumen for forging. Yes, and a lot. Qi Lu answered without hesitation. Anyway, Qi Lu will forge as many types of weapons and armors as there are in the system. At least that's how it seems to others. This matter is something that I can never explain clearly in my life. But why should we explain it? Stay mysterious and awe people. Qi Lu is still very skilled at this kind of deceiving people. Who can't do it just by pretending? What's more, with systematic care, it is absolutely impossible for Qi Lu to cheat. So, store manager Qi is truly a genius. I really admire him. Fan Zan took a sip of multi-flavor liquor, then exhaled and sighed. You're welcome. Qi Lu was polite and said nothing more. Excessive humility is a different kind of pride. Only your own calmness can make others feel that you really don't care. And there's another reason. It is just to foreshadow the weapons and armor that will appear in the story in the future after the restrictions on the store are lifted. After all, these few weapons and armors can shock them so much. From now on, I'm afraid I'll have to eat the shock. And most importantly, Qi Lu didn't display any of the elixirs, accessories, or little badges. So few customers noticed. Because the shelves were full of drinks, there was nothing we could do about it. After the system builds the beverage vending machine, these elixirs, accessories, title badges, and other things will be placed on the shelves. By then, their ideas will probably be subverted. After all, in the northern mountains, there are no accessories with enchanting effects, as well as more magical title badges. However, changing concepts require subtlety. Only after you get used to the magical products in the store, can you accept all kinds of new products normally. And what Qi Lu needs is this kind of concept. Otherwise, where can I find customers? If you can't accept all kinds of new products, then who will consume them? When the concept of Krypton Spirit Crystal becomes a daily routine, then the sales will skyrocket. For example, take the main store of Yunwu City. Every new world event and every new pet card released is a wave of Krypton Spirit Crystals. However, in the City of Life, this concept has obviously not been developed yet. It won't work if we continue like this. But if we really want customers here in the northern mountains to develop this kind of consumption concept, the road is still very long. There is a long way to go, so we can only take it step by step. These days, many dwarves come to the store to drink. Some of the dwarves who didn't have much money originally planned to come here for a taste. After all, 10 spiritual crystals may not be a big number, but for ordinary people, it is not a small number either. However, after tasting the mellowness of multi-flavor liquor, they immediately had the motivation to earn spiritual crystals. How can you only drink this kind of wine once? And many dwarfs with rich families, or those blacksmith masters, have basically become regular customers of Qi Li's shop. Here, not only multi-flavor liquor attracts them. Weapons and armors that contained powerful power also attracted them. Especially after learning that Qi Li didn't care whether they would delve into the forging skills and enchanting skills contained in these weapons and armors. Qi Li's reputation immediately spread among the dwarves. These days, there are actually people who are willing to selflessly teach their blacksmithing and enchanting skills. It is simply rare. Those blacksmith masters with unique skills are hiding them, waiting until they are about to die before passing on these unique skills to their successors. After all, unique forging skills are the core competitiveness. In the eyes of these dwarf tribesmen, Qi Li's forging skills are among the best in the entire northern mountains. Although Qi Li did not personally teach the forging skills and enchanting skills, but being willing to let other forging masters study the weapons and armors he forged is already a gift of teaching. As a result, Qi Li's broad-mindedness, open-mindedness, and noble integrity spread among the dwarves. So much so that the dwarves came more diligently. Manager Qi, if you open a store in the city of Hearth, your business will definitely be much better than if you open a store in the city of Life. Yaffer would joke with Qi about this matter from time to time. Hearthfire City is within the territory of the dwarves. For those dwarves, going to the city of Hearth is much more convenient than going to the city of Life. The city of Life is very nice and quiet. As for business, it's just a little adjustment. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. Qi Li smiled and then answered calmly. Of course, what he said must be a lie. It's just to maintain his aloof image as a store manager. Qi Li had no choice as to where to open the store. Furthermore, wherever the store is opened, it is all the result of the system's random location selection. Qi Li had no choice. So at this time, of course, you should bluff people if you can, otherwise it will look very disrespectful. That's right. If Manager Qi goes to Hearth City, where will I go to eat? Yaffer moved a chair and sat in front of the counter. While chatting with Qi Li, his two white and tender legs were still shaking back and forth restlessly. Being able to use Qi Li's shop as a canteen, the relationship between Yaffer and Qi Li is naturally good. It can be said that if he were to choose a person that Qi Li knew best in the northern mountains, it would undoubtedly be Yaffer. After all, there are not many people who can insist on coming to the store 3 times a day. If that's the case, you can come to Hearth City. Qi Li shrugged and said with a slight smile. But Manager Qi will definitely not leave the city of Life. Yaffer laughed cheerfully and jumped out of his chair. Speaking of which, Qi Li has only met Yaffer, one member of the Beastier tribe, so there is no way to determine whether every Beastier tribe member is like Yaffer. Petite in stature and cute in appearance. Although he is full of heroic spirit, he does not lose a bit of cuteness. Of course, this probably has something to do with the fact that Yaffer is not yet fully grown up. Youth. Thinking of this, Qi Li felt that he was probably getting old and just wanted to eat and wait for death, always looking a bit sluggish. Opening new markets is always hard. If we had stayed in Donghuang honestly, this situation wouldn't have happened. Qi Li scratches his head every time he thinks about this. For no other reason than being distressed, I scratched my head to relieve my depression. But the path is yours to choose. Even if he is kneeling, Qi Li will complete this road. After Yaffer left, it was almost time for the store to close. After all, Qi Li's store doesn't provide late-night snacks either. Because the supply of crayfish is limited in summer, there is no more crayfish when we come to the northern mountains. Therefore, Qi Li's current store closing time has become earlier. In the future, the store closing time may be delayed depending on the situation. But not now. Because drinking late at night is not a good idea. Although 60 milliliters of multi-flavor liquor will definitely not make those who drink wine as water drunk. But the main reason is that except for multi-flavor liquor, the sales off of their products in the store are really low. Ding. Just when Qi Li closed the store door and thought about something, there was a sudden sound in his mind. The bang made Qi Li's head buzz. System, where did you learn this stuff from? If you have something to do, just say it directly. You are banging a hammer in my mind. Qi Li's face was distorted, and he almost left this beautiful world on the spot. This system saw that there seemed to be something about this in your host's memory, so I gave it a try. You are talking about the prompt sound. The purpose of the reminder sound is to attract attention, not to silence someone. Qi Li covered his head and squatted on the ground to recover. The sudden crisp sound was like a muffled thunder, causing Qi Li's vision to go dark. Okay, I won't try this system again in the future. You should never have behaved like this in the first place. Qi Li rubbed his temples, finally relieving his headache a little. This two-stroke system will always exhibit some confusing behavior at some inexplicable times. There is no other person who can be so confident even when he peeks at his memories. By the way, I almost forgot about the real thing. After Qi Li's headache eased a little, the system started talking again. What's the matter? Qi Li covered his forehead, not expecting that this guy had something serious to do. It's this inexplicable and confusing behavior that is really upsetting. Congratulations to the host, the customer flow of the branch exceeds 10,000. The Combat Power Improvement Training Room will be officially opened. Good news. These days, the swarms of dwarves have really made the store lively. However, Qi Li did not expect that 10,000 people would be reached so quickly. This Combat Power Improvement Training Room will finally be opened again. Qi Li said happily. With the New World mode, even if it is only a standalone version, it will be much more interesting than sitting in a store looking at the store. At least it's not as boring as it is now. The New World mode will open the Northern Mountains server, and the previous server will be classified as the Eastern Wilderness server. The version of the Northern Mountains server will be updated to be consistent with the version of the Donghuang server. 2 more pieces of blockbuster news were released. I don't know if it's because of the limitations of the will of heaven and earth in the Northern Mountains, or if the system originally had this plan. New World mode is divided into 2 servers. Beishan server and Donghuang server. As soon as the Northern Mountains server is launched, 4 major maps will be opened: Goblin Mountains, Evil Spirit Warriors Frontline, Doll Maze, and Shadow Assassin's Entrance. This decision feels like a good one. Regarding the decision to open a new server, Qi Li didn't think there was any problem. After all, the customers here in the North Mountain Range are all newcomers. Even if they enter the New World mode, they are probably still a bunch of rookies. If it is really put into the Donghuang server, it is basically certain that it will be bullied by those veterans. As a rookie, you will suffer losses wherever you go. Although the New World mode also has Krypton Gold activities, in most cases, it still requires real skills. For example, clear dungeons, clear events, and fight wild monsters. Just having equipment is useless. After all, the New World mode is not the legendary offline city. With equipment, it is difficult to be in the air every second. Therefore, combat skills plus equipment are the real masters. The proportion of combat skills is even higher than that of equipment. The same is true for the role of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room in the New World mode. It is used to improve combat skills. As for the activities of the Krypton Spirit Crystal, that's just a gimmick. After all, you still have to earn what you should earn. Since you have gained real skills from here, what's the point of leaving some spiritual crystals behind? Fair trade, reasonable. It's just that for some talented players, the transaction is more cost-effective. This is indeed good news. Is there anything else serious? After Qi Li was overjoyed, he asked again. It's gone temporarily. Reopening the Combat Power Improvement Training Room is a big deal. Therefore, the system did not add other small rewards this time. Okay, but that's enough for now. Qi Li didn't have anything to say. The Beishan server in the New World mode has 4 large maps, which are enough for these rookies to explore for a while. New World mode is reopened. Among them, the Beishan Mountain server directly opens the 4 existing large maps. It's enough for these rookies to explore for a while. As for other new products, let's take our time. System, send a message on the membership card. Just say, there is a whole new world here waiting for you to explore, bring your courage and curiosity, and move forward bravely, or something like that, and then add a little more embellishments. Qilu was thinking, while instructing the system to send out advertisements. By the way, here are some beautiful pictures, as well as some pictures of monsters raging in the New World mode. The spirit of adventure is never lacking no matter where you are. It's just a different amount. The gimmick of the New World mode is nothing more than this. After all, for people who have not experienced the New World mode, no matter how much you say, they will not be able to understand it. System, it's a piece of cake. In the Beishan Mountains, Qilu tricked every customer into getting a membership card. Anyway, you don't need to add extra spiritual crystals to get a membership card. So far, not a single customer has said no. Because after recharging the membership card, it is really convenient to come to the store to make purchases. There is no need to carry a large number of spiritual crystals with you, which will be troublesome to find when you need to use them. And when you spend the spiritual crystal, you will no longer feel distressed. As everyone knows, one of Qilu's goals is this. When the spiritual crystal is spent directly from one's hand, many people will inevitably have a feeling of worrying about gains and losses. However, when the spiritual crystal was charged into the membership card, when it's spent, it's just a number. Just looking at the changes in these numbers, I feel nothing at all. And this approach can greatly stimulate consumption. After all, the spiritual crystals have been charged, so what else can you do without spending them? If you keep it, you won't be able to give birth. However, Qilu Club deceives customers into applying for membership cards, but it actually has another purpose. That is convenient for publicity. After all, the membership card is under the management of the system, so it is very convenient to place a few advertisements. So, in the middle of the night, a promotional advertisement about the New World model was sent out. The convenience of a membership card extends beyond the convenience of consumption in Qilu stores. This is the consensus among customers who have applied for membership cards. At least after identifying each other, it is very convenient to be able to talk using the membership card. Especially the dwarves, they often need to exchange some experiences about forging, or brag and chat with each other in their spare time. There is such a chat function, which is really convenient. And it's novel. So much so that many dwarf clan members did not sleep in the middle of the night, but were chatting with their friends using their membership cards. But without the guild system of the New World mode. If membership cards want to communicate with each other, they need to identify and store each other first. This process is similar to adding friends. But the steps are a little simpler. However, the chat function is limited to this. After all, the group chat function is based on the guild system of the New World mode. Including other forum functions, pet card warehouse, and various completed transactions. That all needs to rely on various functions in the New World mode. However, although it does not have these various functions. But for these Beishan customers who are exposed to membership cards for the first time, a simple chat function is enough to keep them curious for a long time. Ding dong. New message push. The New World mode is officially opened. Here's a brand new world, waiting for you to explore. Here, there are powers you have never seen before, enemies you have never seen before, and magical functions you have never seen before. Now, please bring your courage and curiosity and move forward bravely. A piece of text, accompanied by some carefully selected pictures, appeared in the chat window of a membership card. The dwarves who had been up most of the night chatting with their friends were immediately attracted by this piece of news. Hey, the weapons these people are holding and the armor they are wearing seem to be things I have never seen before. These are the guys who are obsessed with the craft of blacksmithing. There seems to be some fine wine in that shop that I haven't drunk before. I have to try it. These are the guys who love to drink. A brand new function, the chat function of the membership card can turn on the guild mode and enter the group chat. There's actually a group chat, so I'm going to check it out. These are those guys who love to chat and are chatty. The pictures Chi Lu chose perfectly demonstrate the charm of the New World mode from its customs, passionate battles, lifestyle, and other aspects. It also caters to players with various preferences. Speaking of wine, of course there is wine in the New World model. It's just that the wine in the New World mode is not a consumable item, nor does it have any attributes, it only has a decent taste. So in the Donghuang server, no one noticed this. After all, although there are people in Donghuang who like to drink, when it comes to love, they are not that serious. But in the hands of the dwarves, it's different. The wine bowl placed in the corner of the picture was immediately found. Elf clan, a certain branch. Lillian finished her day's training and was resting in her room. The membership card placed on the table suddenly lit up. Lillian, who was wiping the foaming light armor, immediately picked up her membership card and saw the push message. The New World mode is officially opened. Here's a brand new world, waiting for you to come and explore. Here, there is power you have never heard of. Lillian looked at the push message and read it slowly. Then his eyes lit up. It's a whole new world. Would it be better if I went to train in this world? Lillian suddenly thought of it. Because she had to prepare to participate in the hunting conference that was getting closer and closer, Lillian had been training a lot every day during this period. And he will also go to the jungle to hunt monsters, to increase his actual combat experience. But no matter what, Lillian is Carlos's daughter. The patriarch's daughter went hunting for monsters, and there was no way there would be no one around to protect her. So under this situation, it is really difficult for Lillian to get long-term training. Because there is a saying that goes well. Under the threat of death, it is the fastest way to improve combat effectiveness. The combat effectiveness of those warriors who come out of the battlefield will definitely be stronger than those who are pampered. It is precisely based on this idea that Lillian also wants to improve her strength in that extreme situation. The so-called warriors who emerge from life and death are truly powerful warriors. However, because of Lillian's identity, this situation is obviously unlikely. Hunting conventions are important. But it is still unrealistic to want Carlos to ignore Lillian's safety. After all, as long as people are still around, there are endless possibilities. If people are gone, then there is nothing. However, Lillian wanted to contribute to her branch at the hunting conference. I want to get a better ranking and get more resources for the clan. But if I tell my father directly, he will definitely not agree. I'd better go find Uncle Kurd. Lillian thought about her father who was strict with her, and finally chose to contact Kurd. Uncle Kurd, are you there? Lillian, what's the matter with staying up so late at night? Kurd responded quickly. Compared to Carlos, Kurd's attitude towards Lillian is much kinder. In other words, pampering is more appropriate. Of course it's okay, Uncle Kurd, did you read that push message? Lillian replied immediately. Are you talking about the push message that the New World mode has officially started? Since Kurd was still awake, he had naturally seen the push message. In fact, Kurds are even quite interested in this New World model. A new world, who wouldn't be interested in it? Curiosity and adventurous spirit are indispensable for these strong men. A new world may mean countless ways to become stronger. It never hurts to go and have a look. Yes, Uncle Kurd, actually I want to see this world. Because I think store manager Chi won't lie to others. After Lillian expressed her thoughts, she thought for a moment and added another sentence. This is the trust in Qi Lu. After all, how could such a powerful forging master lie to others for nothing? What's more, the functions this membership card has are simply unheard of. At least in terms of enchantment skills, there is absolutely nothing like this. Able to use sound transmission magic and image magic superbly. This alone can confirm that Qi Li's strength is absolutely unfathomable. Really, let me think about it. Kurd was silent. Of course, Kurd could clearly see Lillian's simple thoughts. Knowing that Lillian didn't want to play, but wanted to contribute to her tribe. This starting point is definitely a good one. And when Lillian found herself at this time, she must have avoided Carlos. So Kurd knows what kind of responsibilities he will have to bear if he agrees. At the same time, Kurd is also worried that if this new world model is not as good as imagined, it will definitely delay Lillian's training. New World Mode. Kurd looked at the pushed message again. The New World mode is officially opened. Here is a brand new world, waiting for you to come and explore. Here, there is power that you have never heard of, and there are enemies that you have never seen before. This is an enemy that I have never seen before. Let Lillian go and see it, there should be no problem. Kurd thought for a long time before making a decision. In fact, trust in Qi Lu played the biggest role in this. If it were anyone else, no matter how hyped up this push message was, Kurd would not believe a word of it. But Qi Lu is different. A person who can possess such superb forging skills and be so highly praised by fans on. He must be an unparalleled top warrior. The top experts in this category all have one characteristic in common. That is disdainful to lie. And this is also the pride of most strong people. The strong strength and the pride of the strong will not allow them to boast at will. Lillian, you probably haven't told your father about this. Although Kurd has made a decision, some things still need to be asked clearly. After all, Carlos is the leader of this branch. Uncle Kurd, this. Lillian couldn't help but hesitate a little when faced with Kurd's question. If Carlos was told about this, Lillian would definitely have no chance to go to City of Life. Even with Kurdish as a guarantee, it would be difficult to successfully persuade Carlos. So it is better to kill first and then play later. Otherwise, Lillian wouldn't have bypassed Carlos and gone directly to Kurd. I know, you must not have said anything. That's what I guessed. Well, don't say anything anymore. Leave this matter to home. Just avoid your father. Kurdish was straightforward and took over all the responsibilities without saying a word. I knew Uncle Kurd was the best. Lillian returned happily. This night, many people are looking forward to dawn. But Qi Lu slept soundly. On the second day. After Qi Lu washed up, he hurried to the first floor of the shop. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the familiar crystal ball neatly placed in the deck of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. I thought the Combat Power Improvement Training Room had been reopened. I was just dreaming. Qi Lu was indeed a little confused when he slept last night. But before waking up, Qi Lu began to feel a little uneasy. After all, the New World model has not experienced the market changes in the northern mountains and has not yet been recognized. Therefore, Qi Lu cannot guarantee that the New World model that can become popular in the eastern wasteland and become popular will also become popular in the northern mountains. When you open the store door, the first person who comes to the store is Yafel, who comes here on time every day for dinner. So much so that Qi Lu once doubted whether Yafel lived nearby. Otherwise, why can I come so punctually every day? Store manager Qi, I saw the push message for the membership card. Yafel came to the store, first bought a double cheese beef burger, and then took a bottle of Sprite, then sat on the chair next to the counter and said to Chila. This is probably Yafel's exclusive seat. No other customers will sit here. What? Are you interested? Qi Lu also started to eat the bacon sandwich in his hand while chatting with Yafel. Is there anything delicious in it? It's a new world. There should be a lot of delicacies in it that I haven't tasted before. Yefel's way of thinking about problems is always somewhat unique. Yefel's way of thinking about problems is always somewhat unique. Those two white and tender legs were swaying unconsciously as Yefel thought. There should be, yes. When Qilu answered this question, he obviously spent some time thinking. The New World mode is a completely new world with complete content. Although so far, the system has only opened 4 major maps: Goblin Mountains, Evil Warrior Frontline, Dull Maze, and Shadow Assassin's Entrance. But in every detail, it is still done very well. The system is committed to rendering all aspects of the New World mode in place. From life to combat, everything is missing. So there is definitely food that Yafer is looking forward to. But how many can be found depends on Yafer's own ability. For example, in the Goblin Mountains, the small village at the foot of the mountain. There was only the village chief inside, so Qilu didn't think about what delicious food there would be. In other words, in the entire Eastern Wasteland, no player who has been to the small village in the Goblin Mountains has studied this issue. However, according to the nature of the system, even game characters will have their own lives. So the old village chief must know something to eat. As for what it is, Qilu is unknown. Another example is the Evil Dead Frontier map. The safe zone is an entire frontline city. It is absolutely impossible to say that there is no food to be found in the entire frontline city. However, things like food do not add attributes or status, nor do they restore blood or mana. So what's good to eat? Anyone looking for delicious food in the New World model must have something wrong with their brains. At least in the eyes of the customers in Donghuang, this is how they view this matter. But when it comes to the northern mountains, that doesn't seem to be the case. At least, a situation like the dwarves, where an entire race loves to drink, would never happen in the Eastern Wasteland. After all, the Eastern Wasteland belongs to the human race. The human race is not so simple when it comes to preferences. At least compared to other races, they are not that pure. There will be, right? Then I want to go and see it in the New World mode. Yafer said to Chila after finishing the last bite of the double cheese beef burger. Foodies never waste a single bite of food. As long as the food is delicious, that's fine. Of course you can. There is a crystal ball in the booth. You just need to put your hands on the base of the crystal ball. The operation methods and game tutorials will be automatically transmitted to Youyu after you enter the New World mode. By the way, staying in the New World mode requires 4 spiritual crystals for 1 hour, and you can only play for 4 hours a day. Qilu told Yefel some precautions. Then he pointed to the combat power improvement training room area on the side. Those neatly arranged booths are still very conspicuous. The crystal balls placed on the table in the booth are equally eye-catching. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Yafer nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he quickly ran to the combat power improvement training room area, found a booth, and sat down. If you still don't understand the fool-like operation method, then there is nothing Qilu can do. After Qilu finished breakfast, the dwarf clan members quickly came to the store. After the store opened, the dwarfs quickly came to the store. It was like a daily task to buy a bottle of multi-flavor liquor and serve some dishes to go with the wine. Then while drinking, he also asked Qilu some things about the New World model. There are many ways to have fun in sandbox online games. So Qilu didn't say much. He just gave a very general answer, just listening to what others say iceless. Some things must be experienced by oneself before one can express an opinion. This answer made many dwarves even more curious. Qilu's reputation among the dwarves is still very high. And this reputation, in many cases, can be converted into corresponding trust value. So after drinking the multi-flavor liquor in their hands, most of the dwarfs were willing to spend 4 spiritual crystals to experience the New World mode. And this experience will never come back again. Let's leave the Goblin Mountains aside for now. There are equipment shops in the safe areas on the 2 large maps, the Evil Warrior Frontline and the Doll Maze. As for the owner of the equipment store, if you really want to ask. According to the settings of the system, it can be definitely answered that all kinds of equipment can be forged. Moreover, the equipment shop owner's forging skills are very superb. Just like the owner of a pharmacy, he also prepares various potions. Moreover, in higher-level maps, the corresponding skills possessed by equipment store owners and pharmacy store owners will be more advanced. These settings are very rigorous. It's just that no player has delved into these issues before. Because who would be bored and come to the New World mode to ask the characters inside for various skills? With this time, wouldn't it be better to honestly improve your own strength? As for elixirs, weapons, armors, accessories. If you can just buy these things directly from Manager Chi's store, why do you have to spend so much effort to forge them yourself? And the things I forged are comparable to the products in Chi Li's store. That's a huge difference. I was simply thrown out of the sky. But in the Northern Sierra, it's different. Forging is an inherent talent of the dwarves, and it is also a love that they will never give up. So, this happened. The Goblin Mountains are slightly better. After all, there is only one small village at the foot of the mountain, and the old village chief doesn't have any special abilities, let alone any special skills. So the dwarves, after having a routine chat with the old village chief, went to the frontline city. As for now, Yifei happily went to the old village chief's house to eat a bowl of noodles after chatting with him for a while. I have to say that the old village chief's experience was a bit tragic. But the skill of cooking noodles is still very good. Seeing this made Chila want to have a bowl. But for the time being, the system has not yet opened a way to return to a low-level map from a high-level map. So Chila can only think about this kind of thing. Manager Chi, it seems that your place has become very popular. Would this disturb store manager Chi's purity? Just after Chila looked at Yufei, he finished eating noodles at the old village chief's house and expressed his gratitude to the old village chief. Kurt and Lillian walked in from outside the store. It's you, what do you need? Chilu was still very impressed by Lillian. After all, he is the first guest of the Northern Mountains. Shop manager, Chi, we are not here to buy enchanted weapons. But for the New World model. Kurt was the first to speak out. That's also very welcome. There is a crystal ball inside the card base. You can activate it by placing your hands on the base of the crystal ball. The specific operation methods and game tutorials will be automatically transmitted to you after you enter the New World mode. The last thing is the price. To stay in the New World mode, you need 4 spiritual crystals every hour, and you can only play for 4 hours a day. Chilu explained the things to note about the New World mode in a very streamlined manner. After all, I have said it so many times before, because many dwarf people have come to ask. Fortunately, later on, some dwarf tribesmen who had used up their 4 hours joined in the commentary after leaving the booth. Shared a lot of workload for Chi Lu. For spiritual crystals per hour is not a big problem, but I have something to ask store manager Chi. The Kurds had no objection to the price. But because of Lillian's purpose of coming here, Kurt needs to ask some things clearly. If you have any questions, you can just ask. Chila said politely. I want to know, can I hone my combat skills and gain actual combat experience in the New World mode? Kurt nodded, then spoke bluntly. If Chilu replies no, Kurt will immediately take Lillian back to the clan. Stop by to apologize to Carlos. Combat skills? Of course. In fact, the New World mode was created to hone combat skills. Chila smiled and then said very confidently. It is a mode of combat power improvement training room. If it cannot hone combat skills, it will have no meaning and value. I see, that's good. Lillian, you should have heard it too, go now. When Kurt heard this, he immediately turned to Lillian, who was standing next to him. Well, I understand. Thank you Uncle Kurt and thank you, Store Manager Chi. Lillian thanked her very politely. By the way, let me give you one more pointer. After entering the Goblin Mountains, you can first find a girl from the Beastier tribe named Yafel. If you want to hone your combat skills, you'd better enter the front line of the evil spirit warriors as soon as possible. After Chi Lu heard Lillian's thanks, he added another sentence. Yafel, even though his level has already reached level 5. But in order to eat more noodles from the old village chief, I stayed in the Goblin Mountains and refused to leave. So much so that Yafel now has an unusual understanding of the Goblin Mountains. Chi Lu asked Lillian to find Yafel because he also wanted Yafel to lead Lilian to level up so that Lillian could go to the front line of the evil spirit warriors as soon as possible. After all, Goblin Mountains is just a beginner's map. If you really want to hone your combat skills, Evil Dead Frontline is the place to start. Whether it is the Reignition of War Dungeon, the Battlefield Dungeon, or the final Evil Spirit Warrior Dungeon, it is a good place to hone your combat skills. Of course, the secrets of the enemy camp in the third copy are another matter. Of course, in terms of honing combat skills, the third dungeon of Evil Dead Frontier, Secrets of the Enemy Camp, is a different story. After all, this is an infiltration dungeon, and the requirements for combat skills are not high. And, if the infiltration fails, when players face powerful enemies, they will only be killed by the plot, and it is impossible to counterattack. However, Chi Lu will not stop some people who want to abuse him. As for Chi Lu, even if he enters the New World mode and then enters the Northern Mountains server, the result will be that the data of the Dongwang server will be completely transferred. And this is also the privilege of being a store manager. As for others, it is absolutely impossible to change the server. Okay, I know. Lillian nodded, and then confidently found a booth. First find a girl from the Beastier tribe named Yafel. After Lillian repeated this sentence, she placed her hands on the base of the crystal ball. Then Lillian's eyes instantly fell into darkness. But in just a few seconds, the light appeared in front of Lillian again, and along with it, there was a lot of information about the New World model. That was the process when creating a new character just now. After entering the New World mode, there will be no blackout situation. Instead, a weak consciousness will be retained in the body. Lillian quickly read through the information about the New World mode. And, after understanding this information, Lillian became even more happy and excited. Here, even if you unfortunately die in battle, you will only lose a part of your experience, and then you will be reborn at the resurrection point. This is what Lillian values most. With this function, Lillian can improve her combat skills to the greatest extent and accumulate her actual combat experience. Between life and death is always the place where the chance of enlightenment is highest. The pressure of death can make people grow the fastest. I really came to the right place. Lillian was secretly happy in her heart, and she admired Chi Lu even more. Because this New World model is a product of Chi Lu's store. In the eyes of all the customers who come to the store, this must be Chi Lu's handiwork. After all, Chi Lu's forging skills and enchanting skills are already miraculous in the eyes of everyone. So, adding another peak alchemy skill doesn't seem to be a big deal. What a monster. Even if he is a bit more evil, what can he do? And Lillian thought the same way. Speculations about Chi Lu's strength began to drift in an even more unfathomable direction. Then I will start to hone my fighting skills. Lillian took a few deep breaths and then walked into the small village at the foot of the mountain. In this small village, several dwarves would appear from time to time, and after asking the old village chief, they started heading towards the Goblin Mountains. And Lillian was no exception. The first thing she did was to come to the side of the old village chief. "Hello, Grandpa." Lillian always gives the impression of being very polite. Even in front of the characters created by the system, there is no loss of etiquette. "Hello, little girl." The old village chief also said something in return. "Grandpa, I want to ask you, is there a girl from the Beastier tribe named Yafel in this village?" "Hello, Grandpa." Lillian always gives the impression of being very polite. "Hello, little girl." The old village chief also shouted back, which was considered a return gift. "Grandpa, I want to ask you something. In this village, is there a girl named Yaffer from the Beastier tribe?" Facing the somewhat stooped old village chief, Lillian bowed slightly and asked. "Yaffer, right?" "Yes, of course." Although the old village chief's memory is a little bad, there are always some people who impress him. So after recalling it for a moment, the old village chief said, "That was an impressive adventurer girl. This is the first time someone has talked to me, old man, for so long." When the old village chief recalled Yafel, there seemed to be a slight smile in his face. Even if he is just a game character, he still has his own emotions under the rules given by the system. "Then do you know where she is now?" Lillian asked immediately. "Where is she?" Asked about this, the old village chief fell into thinking again. But before the old village chief could think about it for long, a crisp voice rang out. "Are you looking for me? What do you want to do with me?" Yaffer ran out of nowhere and asked from behind Lillian. "Are you Yafel?" Lillian's pupils shrank slightly in shock at the sudden sound, and then she immediately turned around. He saw a petite, cute-faced, but heroic girl standing behind him. On both sides of the head, the furry round ears were trembling slightly. "So cute. I should be the only one here named Yafel. What do you want from me?" Yaffer thought for a moment before nodding. Yafel didn't disappear before, in fact, he simply went offline. Because there is only one old village chief in the Goblin Mountains. The only delicacies that can be eaten are the old village chief's noodles. In the New World mode, a person can only stay for 4 hours a day. Therefore, Yafel made a very smart decision. When it's not time for dinner, log off. To ensure that I can have 3 meals a day with the old village chief. After eating enough noodles served by the old village chief, Yaffer will leave the Goblin Mountains and head to the frontline city. So Lillian was lucky. "It was store manager Chi who asked me to come to you, but I don't know what store manager Chi means." Lillian thought for a moment and answered truthfully. "That's right, then you must have asked me to take you to level up. I'll take you there after I finish this bowl of noodles." Yafel slapped his palm and instantly understood what Chi Lu meant. "What else? Did you ask Lillian to come over for noodles?" "Grandpa, is dinner ready? I'm a little hungry." After agreeing to Lillian, Yafei immediately ran to the old village chief and started chatting with him. It felt like an old grandfather and his granddaughter. "Are you hungry? Then I'll make you a bowl of noodles." The old village chief was naturally lonely when he stayed alone in a small village. Now that someone is willing to talk to him from time to time, the old village chief is naturally very happy. Just a bowl of noodles, just a small thing. So soon, Yafel ate the noodles made by the old village chief, with a poached egg added to it. "Thank you for your hospitality, Grandpa." After Yaffer drank all the noodle soup, he wiped his mouth and thanked the old village chief. "You're welcome. If you are willing to come over and talk to the old man occasionally, that would be the best thank you," the old village chief said with a smile. The sad look on his face, because he was harassed by goblins, has long since disappeared. "Well, Grandpa, let me take this one first." Yaffer nodded, then turned to look at Lillian. Suddenly, I realized that I didn't seem to know the name of this elf girl. I forgot to introduce myself. "My name is Lillian." Lillian immediately thought of it when she heard Yafel's tone. Yes, Grandpa, then I will take Lillian to the mountains first to eliminate those goblins. Yaffer continued. Since he was the one called by Qi Lu, Yafei didn't mind doing some post-meal exercises to eliminate food. Are you going to kill those green-skinned guys? Then you have to be more careful. In the small village at the foot of the mountain, only the old village chief is left, who was caused trouble by these goblins. So Yaffer said that he wanted to wipe out the goblins, and the old village chief certainly supported it. Okay, come with me. I'll tell you some things to pay attention to, but in terms of actual combat, it depends on you. After Yaffer said a few words to Lillian, he took the lead and walked towards the Goblin Mountains. There are actually no great skills in dealing with squishy monsters like goblins. After all, it's a beginner's map. After getting familiar with it for a few rounds, Lillian quickly entered a fighting state and gradually became more comfortable with it. Although the Beastiers are natural warriors, they are extremely powerful in combat. But the elf's fighting ability is not bad either. The archer class is a standard agility and attack class, and kite flying is just a basic course. Those short-legged goblins really have nothing to do with Lillian. I heard from the store manager Chi that you can hone your fighting skills here, but it doesn't seem to be of any use. Lillian half-crouched on a branch and spoke as if talking to herself. Fighting these goblins, for Lillian, there really wasn't much room for improvement. From this point of view, we can actually see the advantages of these races. You know, in the Eastern Wasteland, when the New World mode opened the Goblin Mountains map for the first time, quite a few players suffered a loss. It was common for people to be sapped by goblins while walking in the jungle. But for the elves and the animaleers, coming into the jungle is like a fish returning to the water. As if there was some bonus to the already fierce fighting power, it was even more fierce. As a result, those goblins suffered. It's your first time entering the New World mode, so you probably don't know it yet. Yaffer was squatting on a branch nearby, and his keen hearing allowed Yaffer to easily hear Lillian talking to herself. What do you know? Lillian was a little confused. Upgrade. After upgrading in the New World mode, some of the power will be fed back to you. Yaffer immediately introduced Lillian. This is one of the most attractive aspects of the New World mode for players. Every upgrade in the New World mode can feed back a small amount of power to the player itself. And in addition to the power given back to oneself, the skill books obtained in the New World mode can also be used directly, and then they really become martial arts or magic that you have mastered. In addition, after the skill level is improved, the proficiency of the corresponding martial arts and magic can also be directly improved. It can be said that no matter who it is, as long as you enter New World mode for the first time, there will definitely be a second and third time. Even a salted fish will hope to find a way to turn over. What's more, these serious practitioners. Is there such a good thing? After hearing Yafei's introduction, Lillian's eyes suddenly widened and her face was filled with shock. Since when did it become so easy to improve your strength? Ha 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 ha, I knew you would have this expression. Yaffer looked at the dumbfounded Lillian and burst into laughter. You know, the first batch of players who entered the New World mode and were forced to log out because 4 hours ran out. Every one of them has Lillian's current expression. Shocked, unbelievable. Or it feels like I'm dreaming. Although the expressions are slightly different, the emotions expressed are similar. After all, a cultivator's understanding of his or her own power is only the most basic thing. So after coming out of the New World model, even if the power does not increase much, maybe it's just a slight increase in fighting spirit and magic power, but it will still be easily detected. This is a big deal all of a sudden. No matter how much the dwarfs love forging skills and drinking, but the desire to improve one's own strength is also not low. Therefore, this is a place where you can not only improve your own strength, but also find opportunities to drink fine wine, and also have the opportunity to learn more advanced forging skills. One word is very suitable to describe the dwarves in the store now. That is, happy to miss Shu. Otherwise, you can only play for 4 hours a day. These dwarfs, who have been trained by years of forging iron, can play from the opening time of the store every day until the store closes. Then repeat it every day, just like completing daily tasks. But obviously, time does not allow it. And the number of decks is also not allowed. Although the branch in City of Life has reopened the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, the number of decks cannot be compared with the main store in Cloud Mist City. Currently, there are only 300 booths in the branch. This was the result of Qi Li's bargaining with the system a few nights ago. There are only 300 booths, which is really not enough compared to at least thousands of dwarves who come to the store every day. Therefore, the situation in the branch now is different from the empty space a few days ago. Now it is simply hard to find one. Okay, Lillian, there's nothing to be surprised about. Store manager Qi is a very powerful person, isn't he? Maybe there will be more surprising things in the future. After Yaffer smiled, he jumped to the branch where Lillian was and patted Lillian on the shoulder. The movement was so light that the branches barely swayed. Yes, Manager Qi is a very powerful person. Lillian nodded seriously. For Qi Lu, he was labeled as a worldly expert who did not care about fame and fortune. Even something like this that can easily enhance strength is willing to boast by others. This open-minded spirit makes him more than an expert, he is about to become a saint. Moreover, the symbolic charge of 4 spiritual crystals for 1 hour must be out of fear that others will feel burdened after using such a magical artifact for free. After all, there must be something fishy about pie-in-the-sky things. Some are cheap and not so easy to take advantage of. Anyone who wants to get free benefits from such a powerful person with unfathomable strength will feel uneasy. As for the rule, everyone can only stay in the New World mode for 4 hours a day. That's definitely to give everyone a chance to improve. Rather than being occupied by some people. This foresight and carefulness are even more admirable. With this in mind, Lillian even specifically exited the New World mode and took a deep look at Qi Lu behind the counter. His eyes were full of reverence. It's just a matter of shooting out the stars. This little girl, if she doesn't hone her fighting skills, why is she always watching me? Qi Lu happened to catch Lillian's eyes out of the corner of his eye. A trace of doubt suddenly appeared in my heart. Is it because the New World mode is not fun, or is it not effective enough? Then should I recommend her to give it a try in the single-player mode? The single-player mode in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, a small arena, was a nightmare for the first-generation players. Melee swordsman, berserker, long-range magician and archer. There are also assassins, who are good at assassination, and guardian knights who are good at defense. As well as battle mages, whose comprehensive combat power is almost invincible, etc. The 8 opponents with superb combat skills are enough to train how to deal with almost all types of enemies. The premise is not to be defeated by those guys. Well, let's forget it. Although Qi Lu had a lot of thoughts in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. Regarding this suggestion, Qi Lu was actually just thinking about it. What the elves are good at is fighting, and terrain like the jungle is their home field. If Lillian could stand in the ring for more than 10 seconds against those 8 monster-like opponents, she would be called a ruthless person. Don't be like the store manager. If you want to hone your fighting skills, go to the front line of the evil warriors as soon as possible. Seeing that Lillian was suddenly stunned, Yaffer withdrew and took a look. Then I discovered this scene. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Let's continue. Yaffer's words made Lillian's face blush a little. But Lillian would not admit it. A girl who is just beginning to fall in love may not necessarily have someone she likes, but she will always have an object of admiration. This is how Lillian feels about Qi Lu. Liking is out of the question. After all, the two of them have only met a few times, and it's not love at first sight. How could it be so fast? But when it comes to worship, it probably doesn't count. Perhaps admiration would be more appropriate. Okay then, I'll help you get to level 5 as soon as possible. Then just go find that old man, and he will tell you how to get to the evil spirit warriors' front line. Yaffer didn't say much. Rather than delving into the girl's feelings, Yafel would rather eat another bowl of the old village chief's noodles. This time I hope to add 2 poached eggs. The friendship between girls is sometimes so simple. Qi Lu didn't know what happened between the two, he only knew that Lillian's sayas were retracted. That's all. System, let's face it, I should be quite handsome. Qi Lu asked in his mind, quite narcissistically. But the tone was more like simply sharing his own opinion, rather than asking for opinions. System, host, logically speaking, there should be a limit to narcissism, but for some reason, you don't have it. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days, but these two systems have actually learned such advanced methods of harming people. System, what you said is wrong. How can I call this narcissism? I have real evidence. While Qi Lu was talking in his mind, he gestured to the elf girl in the booth with a hidden look. Lillian's eyes must have been attracted by her handsomeness before. Qi Lu thought so. System, haha. Most of the time, these 2 words can cause more damage than a bunch of hurtful words. At least Qi Lu was internally injured by the system's 2 mocking laughs. Forget it, I won't compete with this guy who doesn't have normal aesthetics. Qi Lu comforted himself in his heart. For internal injuries, it is better to repair them as soon as possible. The upgrade speed of New World mode is actually similar to that of most games. The main way of expression is the early upgrade speed. As long as the method is in place, it will be relatively fast. What's more, after the Goblin Mountains clarified the positioning of the novice map, the acquisition of experience points also received a small bonus. Among them, there is probably a reason why the players in the Northern Mountain server should quickly catch up with the players in the Eastern Wilderness server. Moreover, Goblin Mountains is just a novice map after all, mainly for players to warm up. When the big map comes later, these players will be able to feel the enthusiasm of those powerful wild monsters. Endless evil warriors. An extremely powerful guardian doll. Shadow assassins are everywhere. Each one can make countless players' mentality explode. Therefore, in the first 5 levels, as long as you are not lazy, keep looking for goblins in the Goblin Mountains. 4 hours is completely enough. Yaffer, are you really not going to the evil spirit warriors front line with them? Lillian reached level 5, and after talking to the old village chief, she came to say goodbye to Yafel. In a few days, Grandpa's noodles are really delicious. When Yaffer said this, he became a little greedy again. This? Okay then, I'll go over first. To be honest, Lillian couldn't understand Yafel's thoughts at all. Is a bowl of noodles more important than improving one's own strength? Okay, no need to hesitate, just go ahead and I'll be here in a few days. Yaffer said with a smile, and opened his arms to hug Lillian. It was considered to be comforting Lillian. Well, then I'll wait for you at the front line of the evil spirit warriors. Lillian nodded, hugged Yafel with her backhand, and patted Yafel on the back. Girls' friendship. In the next few days, Yafel continued to eat noodles at the old village chief's house. After Lillian came to Frontline City, she finally understood what it meant to hone combat skills. The wild monsters on the front line of the evil spirit warriors are not as easy to deal with as the goblins. Uncle Kurd, you have to move faster and don't be held back by the enemy. Uncle Kurd, please pay attention to the enemy on the left. Don't let the enemy storm in. Uncle Fonzon, take another step forward, resist the enemy, and don't let them get close. On the right, pay attention. The enemy on the right is approaching. Lillian commanded while unfurling her bow and arrow. Goblin Mountains only need to be upgraded to level 5 to be able to come out. As for the evil warrior frontline, you need to reach level 25 before you can continue to the Dal Maze. Currently, among the players in the Beishan Mountain server, the highest level is only level 16. So after Lillian came to Frontline City, she quickly found Fanzon in an equipment store. At that time, Fanzon was still having a tough time with the owner of the equipment store. As for the team of Lillian and Kurd, they just lacked a teammate who could lead monsters in the front row. 2 archer classes. So at Lillian's request, Fanzon also joined in. Lillian, I really didn't expect that in just a few days, your fighting consciousness has become so much stronger. After coming out of the copy, Kurd said with great relief. Combat awareness and combat skills complement each other. In hunting conferences, sometimes, combat awareness may be more important than combat skills. Because there are quite a few branches participating in the hunting conference. Many times, it is much better to unite vertically and horizontally than to beam mice with everyone. Unless you have absolute confidence in your own strength. Otherwise, it would be better to give up this idea early. In previous hunting conferences, there were many such self-righteous idiots. Then some contestants joined forces and sent them out early. I'm not even close yet, Uncle Kurd. Lillian said very modestly. It's already very good. I think you should be able to get a good ranking in this year's hunting competition. Now, I have finally made an explanation to the clan leader. Kurd smiled happily. Having brought Lillian to the City of Life without telling Carlos, Kurd was under a lot of pressure. If it delays Lillian's training, it will delay this hunting conference. Then the Kurds will probably become the sinners of the clan. But now it seems that not only has Lillian's training been delayed. On the contrary, Lillian has made a huge improvement. This hunting conference will definitely give the clansmen a surprise. Well, I will definitely try my best. Lillian clenched her fists and nodded solemnly. I heard that the start of this year's hunting conference is not far away. Fanzon asked from the side. The hunting conference of the elves is a very famous event. Fanzon naturally heard about it. However, the hunting conference determines the allocation of resources within the elves, so other races will not be invited. At the same time, other races are also prohibited from coming to watch the ceremony. So even though Fanzon heard about it, he didn't pay much attention to it. But now that I heard it, I asked, casually. Yes, Master Fanzon, Lillian and I will return to the clan the day after tomorrow to prepare for the hunting conference. Kurd replied. Then I'll spend a day with you tomorrow, to clear the dungeon. Today, well, that's it. Fanzon glanced at the time and saw that there were only a few minutes left. In order to prevent sudden disconnection in the dungeon, players will check the time before downloading the dungeon. After all, the time spent in New World mode is said to be 4 hours. That's 4 hours. Not one more minute is possible. Then I'll trouble Master Fanzon. Kurd bowed slightly and thanked Fanzon. Thank you, Uncle Fanzon. Lillian also thanked him. Why are you being polite to me? If you find any good wine, just bring me a jar. Fanzon waved his hand, and then, without thinking about the few minutes, had decisively logged off. Anyway, there is no way to refresh the copy in the last few minutes. Might as well log off early. Fanzon just came to the store today and was dragged into the New World Medito clear the dungeon without even drinking multi-flavor liquor. After the combat power improvement training room was reopened, the daytime seemed to have suddenly become shorter. It passed in a flash. This is probably what is called, happy time is always short. Because when people are happy, they don't notice the passage of time at all. Only when you are in pain will you feel that the days are like years. There are enough customers from the dwarf race, but I don't know when other races will come to the store in such large numbers. Qi thought as he closed the store door. If you want to access the restrictions of the branch, it is not enough to rely on the approval of the dwarves. After all, the northern mountain range is not like the eastern wilderness, where there is only one dominant race. In the northern mountains, there are 3 major races. As for the other rare races, let's leave them aside for the time being, because they will not affect the decision-making of the will of the world in the northern mountains anyway. However, now, the customers in Qi Li's store are basically dwarves. This is considered to be recognized by one of the major races. After all, there is such a large passenger flow, and most of them are the backbone of the dwarves. It is impossible to ignore the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains. System, host, congratulations. Due to the recognition of the dwarves, one of the 3 major races in the northern mountains, some restrictions on the store have been lifted. Just when Qi Lu was thinking of this, the system's prompt sounded suddenly. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment. Then I began to seriously doubt whether the Irby system was reminded of this incident by my own thoughts. What restrictions have been lifted? What is the effect? Are there any rewards this time? But soon, Qi Lu woke up. Then he started asking 3 questions in succession. Yes, it's the legendary 3 important questions. System, don't worry, host, there are many benefits to lifting some restrictions. System, first of all, some restrictions on products from various channels such as weapons, armors, accessories, elixirs, title badges, etc. have been lifted. System, the host can choose again later. This is a very affordable benefit. Qi Lu is now worried that there are not enough products in the store. So much so that the current turnover of the store is basically supported by selling multi-flavor liquor and braised beef rice bowl. As for weapons and armor. Sorry, although it is very attractive to the dwarves. But the real attraction lies in the forging skills and enchanting skills of the weapons and armors. As for usage, the Wind Chaser bow and the Hurricane longbow are simply not weapons that the dwarves can use. Unless it's a heavy crossbow, it's pretty much the same. Otherwise, the dwarves still prefer to use weapons such as heavy hammers. As for armor, let alone that. Wind Spirit light armor, Fire Spirit leather armor, Water Spirit cloth armor. These 3 types of armor are not the types of armor that dwarves like to wear. For the dwarves who are big and thick, with big arms and round waists, heavy armor is far more popular than light armor. At least in appearance, heavy armor should appear stronger. On the contrary, the choices of the Bestiar tribe are similar to those of the Elf tribe. This is probably one of the reasons why Lillian and Yafel can become good friends. 2 people who speak a common language are always easier to get along with. Then I probably know how to choose. Qi Lu didn't need to think too much, so he nodded and then asked, System, you said there are many benefits, so there should be other good news to tell me. System, yes, host, there is indeed other good news. Tell me, what else is there? Qi Lu asked casually, and after being confirmed by the system, he immediately became interested. System, one of the machines owned by the store, the beverage vending machine, the core of which has been completed, and new beverage vending machines can now be manufactured at any time. It's really good news. Qi Lu has been thinking about a beverage vending machine for a long time. It's not a problem to let those glass bottles filled with drinks occupy the shelves all the time. It's better to make room for them as soon as possible. You know, although the previous wind bracelet and forest headband were all accessories selected for the elves. And now the customers in the store are all members of the dwarf tribe. That's why Qilitsai has never publicized it. Things are unpredictable. However, the 5 elixirs selected before can be used by anyone regardless of race, and are also very needed by all practitioners. Healing pill, for healing wounds. A rejuvenation pill used to restore fighting spirit and magic power. The bodybuilding pill that can permanently improve physical attributes, and the wind spirit pill that can permanently improve agility attributes. As well as a small war soul pill that can permanently improve strength attributes and attack power. These 5 types of elixirs are all extremely versatile and universal. There is no distinction between dwarves and elves. However, the shelves are occupied by drinks, especially multi-flavor liquor. Those are thousands of bottles of multi-flavor liquor, leaving little room for other products. In addition, Chila didn't think about it. All the elixirs have been sitting on the counter, as if they were unused. However, the arrival of beverage vending machines can perfectly solve this problem. Just like the main store, the beverage vending machine should be placed next to the snack vending machine. Chila said happily. After receiving the rewards, you still have to arrange the positions of the shelves and put other products on them. System, okay, the beverage vending machines have been placed. System, then host, it's time to choose the product. After urging, there was a slight pause, and the system's voice rang again. System, however, according to the estimation of this system, if some restrictions are lifted next time, all the products in the store should be able to be lifted from the restrictions. Hearing this, Chi Li's eyebrows raised slightly. So, this is the last time I choose a product. That's really good news. No matter which store manager you are, you don't want to see the products in your store unsold. Which store manager would be willing to see the products in his store unsold? Chi Lu is certainly no exception. But people under the eaves have to bow their heads. When the restrictions are lifted next time, restrictions on all products in the store will be lifted, and Chi Lu will naturally be happy. But it would be great if we could unlock all product restrictions this time. While Chi Lu was happy, he also had other thoughts. However, Chi Lu also knows that it is not a good habit to push beyond the limits, so this idea is just a thought. System, let's get started, host. The number of pills this time is the same as last time, 5. 5, that's okay. It's already a lot. Chi Lu rubbed his chin and began to think about his choice this time. The 5 quotas for elixirs last time were because we didn't know when the restrictions on other elixirs would be released. That's why Chila will focus on versatility and universality. But this time, Chila knew that he would be able to unlock all the restrictions on other pills next time. Therefore, the choice begins to be biased towards the needs of customers. After all, turnover is also very important. So I chose elixir. Chi Li's first choice was the bloodbath pill, which could permanently increase the user's recovery speed and strength by a small amount. The strength attribute is one of the attributes that the dwarfs value most, but it is not that important to the elves. However, judging from the current customers in the store, bloodbath pill is really a good choice. Then there is the battle soul pill, which can permanently increase the user's strength and attack power by a small amount, and has a small probability of strengthening the user's understanding of their own martial arts. There is also the body tempering pill, which can permanently improve a small amount of the user's physique, and has a small probability of strengthening the user's physique twice. Both of these elixirs are rare elixirs, and their use restrictions are also available to all warrior classes. It is also an excellent choice for the dwarves. Because in terms of classes, among the dwarves, there are an extremely large number of heavy warrior classes. Just like the elves are very partial to the archer class. For the dwarves, heavily armored warriors who can resist and fight are one of the best choices. In addition, the dwarves have a very high advantage in terms of natural strength. That's a lot of meat, and at the same time, the damage is huge. The strength attributes provided by the battle soul pill and the body tempering pill, as well as the physical attributes, are the 2 attributes most needed by the heavy warrior class. So there is no problem at all in choosing these 2 elixirs. As for the last two pills, Qi Lu chose Yongli pill and wind speed pill after thinking about it for a moment. One that can increase a moderate amount of strength attributes in a short period of time after taking it. The other kind, after taking it, can increase the speed attribute by a moderate amount in a short period of time. Two elixirs that temporarily increase attributes. And they are all high-quality elixirs. Although this kind of elixir that temporarily increases attributes is not as good as those that permanently increase attributes, it can greatly increase the chance of winning a battle. The sudden surge in attributes is enough to catch your opponent off guard and suffer a big loss. Therefore, there is no shortage of buyers for these two elixirs. After all, fighting is nothing unusual in the northern mountains. The consequence of the overgrown jungle is that without the protection of the city-state and the deterrence of the territory, you may encounter monsters at any time. Unless you never leave the city-state or your own clan's territory for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you may encounter a monster at any time. Then comes a battle that is both superior, and also a battle of life and death. Okay, these are the 5 types of elixirs. System, what will you choose next? After Qi Lu made his decision, he asked next. System, the next item is to choose weapons. The number of places is the same as last time, 3. This really only lifts some of the restrictions. Just 3 quotas really can't solve the problem. However, Qi Lu also expected this situation, so the distress was only a momentary matter. For the selection of these weapons, the first step is to exclude all weapons that magicians can use. Because in the northern mountains, magicians are really not that common a profession. The dwarves' perception of magical elements is inherently insensitive, so the number of magicians in the clan is extremely rare. This is also the biggest reason why magic enchantment and enchantment skills has been lost among the dwarves. However, in fact, other enchanting skills have been passed down to this day, and there are not many left among the dwarves. As for other races, the magician class is actually rare. For example, the Beastiers tribe has a natural fighting instinct for close combat, and their fighting power is extremely powerful. But let's not talk about magic. Whatever you gain, you must lose something. Therefore, the number of magician classes in the Beastier tribe is not much higher than that of the dwarves. Maybe even less. After all, the dwarves still mastered magic enchantment in ancient times. The requirements for the magician class in the clan are still very high. No matter how insensitive they are to magic elements, with such a large base, there can always be a few unusual tribesmen. But the Beastiers? Sorry, that's because their talent does not allow them to become magicians. Who would deliberately give up their strengths and challenge their weaknesses? As for the elves, I have said that before. Most of them are archers. They are natural bush hunters and rangers. Although the number of magicians in the elves is relatively large, most of them are auxiliary magicians. For example, priests, light magicians, and wood elemental magicians. It is unrealistic to expect these assistants to fight. As for the one with the most magician classes and powerful combat capabilities, it is probably the 4th largest race in the northern mountains, the human race. However, under normal circumstances, the human race would not come to the City of Life. So Qi Lu simply excluded things like staffs this time. In addition, I already chose 2 bows and arrows last time. So this time, Qi Lu started with those heavy weapons. The Shantai Mo Dao is an excellent weapon that can slightly increase the user's attack power. When attacking, there is a small chance of a cutting effect. Cutting effect, ignore the target's defense and split the target into 2. This is a very powerful weapon among the excellent ones, especially the attached cutting effect. At certain times, it can even work wonders. But something needs to be noted. When the Zuantimo Dao triggers the cutting effect, if the target's strength is too high, the durability of the Zuantimo Dao will be greatly consumed. But even so, the Shantaimo Dao is still a good weapon. The second weapon Qi Lu chose was the Furious Great Sword, one of the 7 Deadly Sins series. The Furious Great Sword is also an excellent weapon. It can slightly increase the user's attack power, and comes with a passive skill. The more you fight, the braver you become. The more you fight, the braver you become. In the same battle, the longer the battle lasts, the higher the attack power will increase. This effect will be cleared after the battle. To be honest, in the past, this furious sword was still very powerful. But looking back now, that's all. After all, it still takes too long to fully bring out the more you fight, the braver you become. However, the two-handed sword is still a type of heavy weapon. Qi Lu couldn't help it either. Because after looking around carefully, Qi Lu realized that it was really difficult to find a few heavy weapons. Among the current shipment types in the weapon egg pool, there are really few heavy weapons. So Qi Lu could only choose the taller one among the short ones. So for the third weapon, Qi Lu chose one of the weapons from the 7 Deadly Sins series. The Great Sword of Gluttony. An excellent weapon that slightly increases the user's attack power and comes with a passive skill, Gluttony. Gluttony, passive skill, every attack will absorb a small amount of health and mana from the target and feed it back to the user. After taking a closer look, I realized that the current weapon egg pool seems to be really not suitable for the dwarves. Qi Lu was really scratching his head with his choice this time. Because when I was in Donghuang, the customers were basically humans. Among the human race, there are only a few people who like to use heavy weapons. After all, the human race is not as powerful as the dwarves. But at any rate, I've finished my selection. Next is the armor. As expected by Qi Lu, the number of places was still the same as last time, 3. But Qi Lu doesn't care. Anyway, all restrictions will be lifted next time, so it doesn't matter if it's a little harder now. Better days are ahead, the light has appeared. The hardships now are all paving the way for the happiness in the future. Yes, that's right, that's it. After Qi Lu comforted himself in this way, he felt a lot better. Fortunately, the choice of armor this time did not make Qi Lu too embarrassed. When choosing products, just consider the 3 major races first. Light armor is suitable for elves and animal ears. The 3 previously selected are completely sufficient. So this time, Qi Lu only needs to choose 3 types of heavy armor. Earth Spirit Heavy Armor, excellent armor. It can slightly increase the user's physical defense and has a thick soil effect. Thick earth effect, after entering combat, as long as the user does not leave the earth, the physical defense will be doubled. This is a very practical piece of armor. To be honest, as long as there is no difference in level between the armors produced by the system, their basic attributes are generally at the same level. What really determines the quality of armor are the accompanying skills. Most of the skills that come with lightweight armor are geared towards assisting combat. And heavy armor is the ultimate defense. The physical defense provided by the thick soil effect is doubled, which may not seem like much. But when it comes to combat, these increased physical defenses may save a life. Then there's the lazy heavy armor. It is also an excellent level of armor. But I have to say that the equipment in the 7 Deadly Sins series is really powerful. The lazy heavy armor not only slightly increases the user's physical defense and magic resistance, but also comes with a passive skill, laziness. Laziness, passive skill. When the user stops taking action, his/her physical defense and magic resistance will increase rapidly. Laziness, passive skill. Effect: when the user stops taking action, his physical defense and magic resistance will increase rapidly. After resuming action, the increased resistance will still last for 30 seconds. Just because it can increase magic resistance, the lazy heavy armor is a not surpass the Earth Spirit heavy armor. Not to mention the accompanying skills. The thick soil effect and the lazy skill are also incomparable. Next, there is the last piece of armor. Armor Xia Jilia. This is the only rare piece of armor chosen by Qi Lu, and it is also one of the synthetic formulas of the four seasons. It can increase the user's physical defense and magic resistance to a moderate amount, increase the user's strength attribute to a small amount, and comes with the skill, Xia Jilia. Xia Jilia, passive skill, causing fire magic damage to all surrounding enemies. After being attacked, the fire magic damage will be doubled in a short time. The restrictions on the use of all warrior and knight classes, for the dwarves, are basically that they can be worn once the level is reached. In terms of basic attributes, rare level armor crushes the entire street often level armor. Not to mention the accompanying skills. The fire magic damage possessed by Xia Jilia's skills will definitely greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the dwarves. After all, for a meat shield class, any increase in damage is huge. Because only by surviving can you have a chance to deal damage. Fortunately, the armor contains a lot of heavy armor. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief silently. Although Xia Jilia's armor is not considered standard heavy armor, it is definitely stronger than light armor. Coupled with such powerful attributes, those dwarves have no reason to refuse. After that, it's time to choose accessories. There are currently not many types of accessories in the store. So Qi Lu didn't have much choice. Qi Lu chose the 3 places for accessories very casually. They are the Wild Wind Jade Pendant, an excellent level accessory with an active skill, Wild Wind. Fierce Wind, gathers violent wind to protect the target. The strong wind will not stop and the defense will not be broken. The Fire Earring, an excellent great accessory, can inflict an equal amount of fire damage for every attack of the wearer. Mountain Belt, an excellent accessory, will generate a mountain shield for the wearer after entering battle. The wearer will not be repelled or knocked down until the shield is broken. The functions of jewelry are mostly auxiliary. So the selection is not so rigorous. After all, there are not many customers who like to wear jewelry. In fact, the dwarves and the beast-eared tribe don't like to hang these shiny things on their bodies. Because when hunting in the jungle, shining brightly means being unable to hide. Even the elves only wear jewelry when offering sacrifices. It will be taken off later. So after Qi Lu knew these things, he basically became very casual about jewelry. Unless there are human customers coming to the store. That's a different story. After all, among the human race, there are many people who like jewelry. The process of selecting products has finally come to an end. So, what should I do next? System, do you have any instructions? After Qi Lu finished selecting, he stretched hard. System, there are no instructions, but there are 2 small rewards in this system. I don't know if the host wants them. Small reward. 2 servings. Want. When Qi Lu shouted this word, he almost didn't think about it, it was like a conditioned reflex. The system was really generous today, even giving out 2 rewards. It is worthy of encouragement and should be continued. So, what are these 2 small rewards? Your generous system should not let me down. Qi Lu said with great anticipation. By the way, he also flattered the system. To be polite, if you say a few more words, you won't lose a piece of meat, but you may get more rewards. Why not do it? System, isn't it well known that this system is generous? Compliments are useless. Yes, we all know it. Then tell me quickly what the reward is. Qi Lu nodded repeatedly and followed Su and Weisheng. System, 2 small rewards, 1 new weapon and 1 new armor. System, new weapons and armor will be added to the weapon egg pool and armor egg pool, and can be sold in the branches of the northern mountains. Huh? A branch in the northern mountains? Not in Donghuang? Qi Lu immediately grasped the key point. System, because the warehouses of the two stores are temporarily incompatible, new products cannot be sold in Donghuang for the time being. This is very clear. It's that damn restriction again. But I can't get angry about this, and it can't be sold for the time being, so I'll talk about it later. The restrictions will be lifted one day, so there is no need to be in such a hurry. Fine. Qi Lu nodded, indicating that he could understand. Then he started urging the system to pull out the information on new weapons and armors. Probably because of coming to the northern mountains, the previous rewards were all uncertain draws, but now, they are all distributed directly. But that's fine too. It saves time, but the heart rate and expectations remain the same. After all, the lottery is just a ceremony. Maybe until now, the Irby system has been operating in secret. System, host, this system feels that you are slandering me. No. You'd better hurry up and give me the information on new weapons and new armor. Qi Lu denied that he was justified. System, really? Although the system seemed very suspicious, the information was still passed into Qi Li's mind. The new weapon looks like a two-handed sledgehammer. It looks like it is made of pure steel, with many spikes on the outside, making it look like a hammer-shaped mace. Bone-crushing hammer, rare weapon, increases the user's attack power and physical attributes by a small amount, increases the user's strength attributes by a medium amount, and has a small probability of causing a bone-crushing effect when attacking. Bone-crushing effect ignores the target's defense, causes true damage, and reduces a small amount of the target's agility attributes. Description: the huge force will pass through the target's defense and directly act on the target's bones. Usage restrictions: Juggernaut class. Rare weapons. And it is a very powerful rare weapon. To be honest, this is the first time Qi Lu has seen basic attributes, and Hatsan directly add weapons with 3 attributes. Although the usage restrictions are very strict, it can only be used by the heavy warrior class. However, isn't the added attribute value of this bone-crushing hammer tailor-made for heavily armored warriors? Whether it is strength attributes or physical attributes. Those are all attributes needed by heavy warriors. The most important thing is when using the bone-crushing hammer to trigger the bone-crushing effect. The real damage caused can even improve the offensive ability of the heavily armored warrior by a whole level. And the most powerful one is the agility attribute that can reduce the target. For heavily armed warriors with low mobility, this is undoubtedly the best way to weaken their opponents. In a head-to-head encounter, a heavy-armed warrior is worthy of any class. But I am afraid of opponents who only know how to fight. It can be said that the bone-crushing hammer is a weapon tailor-made for heavily armored warriors. Maybe not as good as a treasure-level weapon. After all, the bone-crushing hammer is just a rare weapon. However, among rare weapons, the bone-crushing hammer can definitely be regarded as the top level. The ceiling for rare weapons. I have to say, system, you really win my heart. No, you really understand my heart. After Qi Lu read the information about the bone-crushing hammer, he was really overjoyed. Qi Lu was thinking before that there were no decent heavy weapons in the store, but unexpectedly, the system gave Qi Lu a surprise. Not to mention anything else, when treasure-level weapons are not available. This bone-breaking hammer can definitely be ranked among the top weapons among the heavy weapons. At this moment, all the previous worries were washed away. A rare weapon with 4,000 spiritual crystals. Qi Lu can be sure that the bone-crushing hammer is definitely a best-selling item among the dwarves. So how much turnover is this? System, the host has misunderstood. This system will never change the reward content based on your thoughts. This is just a random result. In that case, it's all because of my good luck. Is this the power of the chosen one? Qi Lu suddenly said excitedly. System, you just get lucky once in a while, don't be too proud. Qi raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't worry, my luck has always been long-lasting, you just have to wait and see." Then, he looked at the information about the second new product. The new armor is a pair of boots with a simple shape, with a large number of cloud patterns outlined on the outside. Boots of agility, rare armor improve the user's physical defense and agility attributes by a moderate amount, and come with agility skills. Agility, passive effect, additionally increases the user's agility attribute. Active effect, after entering the battle, it begins to accumulate agility energy and actively releases agility skills, which will clear the agility energy at once and provide the user with corresponding agility attributes for 10 seconds. Usage restrictions, professional level. System, you see, let me just say that my luck is very durable. After Qi read the information about this new armor, he immediately said proudly in his mind. Another rare new item. Although there are 2 pieces of shoe-type armor in the store before, they are high-quality wind-walking boots. It can slightly increase the user's physical defense and comes with the wind-walking skill. Windwalker, active skill, released automatically, will increase the user's agility attribute by a moderate amount, lasting 3 minutes, with a cooling time of 12 hours. And the rare level boots, winter cold. It can increase the user's physical defense by a small amount, increase the user's magic resistance and agility attributes by a medium amount, and comes with winter skills. Winter, passive skill, forming a winter field around the user. All enemies entering the winter field will have a small amount of agility attributes weakened. Of course, among the shoes and armor, there is also magpie feather boots. However, that is activity equipment, so it is not included in the product list. And the properties are not that good either. It's more about getting together the Chinese Valentine's Day set. As for the wind-walking boots and winter cold boots, they are far different from the smart boots. Needless to say, the excellent level wind-walking boots are not enough in terms of level. But boots winter cold were first-class armor in the past. The effect that the winter skill can play in battle is huge. But now, I encountered the boots of agility. Boots winter cold can only be viewed as an auxiliary piece of armor. Because for shoe-type armor, the attribute value in terms of defense is actually not very important. After all, who would attack with their eyes on their feet after a fight? Even if you attack the bottom plate, you are still attacking the legs. Therefore, the attribute that is really used to evaluate the value of shoes and armor is actually the agility attribute. In battle, speed is a very important part. At this point, the wind-walking skill is stronger than the winter skill. The boots of agility take this to the extreme in increasing agility attributes. Basic attributes increase the agility attribute by a moderate amount, and the passive effect of the spiritual crystal skill can also increase the agility attribute by a moderate amount. Even the active effect of agility skills temporarily increases agility attributes. And Qi looked at the description of this skill. Empty the agility energy at once and provide the user with corresponding agility attributes. Qi can guess that after the agility skills are actively released, the agility attributes provided are absolutely explosive. Moreover, the more agility energy is accumulated, the more explosive the agility attributes provided. Whether used to attack, burst, surprise, or retreat, they are all extremely useful skills. That's why Qi feels that his luck is really good. The boots of agility can definitely be regarded as a top-quality piece of armor. Among rare armors, there are almost no other shoe-type armors that can match it. It's another product that protects the ceiling. And most importantly, the smart boots are not as restrictive as the bone-crushing hammer. The restriction on the use of the boots of agility is only for professional classes. Needless to say, this is another bestseller. Okay, very good. So, generous system, is there any other good news? Although Qi is very satisfied with these 2 new products. But if there were other rewards, Qi Lu would definitely be even happier. System, host, what other rewards do you want? After a long moment of silence, the system's voice sounded in Qi Li's mind. This rhetorical question made Qi Lu unable to think of any good words, tort. So after being stunned for a moment, Qi Lu silently went downstairs to open a bottle of Moutai flavor liquor. Have fun tonight, have a drink to celebrate. Although he was drinking to celebrate, Qi Lu was still very restrained. After drinking one bottle, I went to bed. So the next day, Qi Lu got up very early and went to the first floor to tidy up the shelves. Put the elixirs, jewelry, and title badges on the shelves. Snack vending machines and drink vending machines stand side by side and are placed next to the counter. The weapons and armor were also placed on a shelf specially cleared by Qi Lu. Now, the layout of the branch has finally returned to normal. The shelf area, the fast food area, and the combat power improvement training room area are all clearly distinguished. Finished, open the door. Qi Lu clapped his hands and opened the store door. Yafel seemed to be waiting outside the store. When Qi Lu turned around, his voice rang out. Manager Qi, good morning, are there any new delicacies today? At the same time as the voice sounded, Yafel had already entered the store. Then he ran to the counter and said in surprise, wow, there's another vending machine. This time it's drinks. There should be new food in a while. Qi Lu did not give an accurate answer. Because Qi Lu doesn't know when the next time he will get new snacks as our ward. Okay then, I'll have colorful fruit pizza and orange juice. Yaffer just asked as a routine question. People who can even rely on the noodles made by the old village chief to eat 3 meals a day may not have such strong ideas about new delicacies. Before you eat enough, everything delicious is a new delicacy. Go get it yourself. Qi Lu waved his hand, then took a bottle of yogurt by himself. Although there won't be any hangover after drinking Moutai flavor liquor, it is also good to drink some yogurt to nourish your stomach. By the way, store manager Qi, what is on the shelf now? Is there anything delicious in these little porcelain bottles? Yaffer was quite impressed by the place where the drinks were placed. So I bit into the colorful fruit-flavored pizza and ran over. At a glance, he saw the small porcelain bottle containing the elixir. To be honest, in appearance, the small porcelain bottle containing elixirs is quite similar to the small porcelain bottle used for Moutai flavor liquor. So it's no wonder that Yufei suspected that this was a new drink. Those are pills, not delicious. Qi Lu took a sip of yogurt and explained. Elixir? What is that? Yaffer asked with some confusion. Pills are not only not available in the eastern wasteland, they are also not available in the northern mountains. Therefore, it is normal for Yafel to have never seen it, and even to say that has never heard of it is a normal thing. You can think of it as a solid medicine. Qi Lu didn't want to explain more, so he used the simplest description. There is indeed no such thing as apothecary in the eastern wasteland, but it does exist in the northern mountains. And when it comes to this, I have to say one more thing. Pharmacists and alchemists are actually different. Just like the blacksmith master and the enchanter, they are actually two skills. However, in eastern wasteland, forging and enchanting are separated. Therefore, although there is a blacksmith master in the eastern wasteland, but because there are no enchanters in the eastern wasteland today, there are no powerful weapons and armors available in the eastern wasteland. But it's different in the northern mountains. A blacksmith master in the northern mountains must master both blacksmithing skills and enchanting skills to be called a blacksmith master. Otherwise, a guy who only knows how to forge can only be called a craftsman, rather than the forge master. In fact, the relationship between the pharmacist and the alchemist is somewhat similar to that between the blacksmith master in the eastern wasteland and the blacksmith master in the northern mountains. An alchemist can refine alchemical artifacts and alchemical potions. But pharmacists can only make potions. However, the difference is that the pharmacist's knowledge of medicines is far superior to that of the alchemist. Among the various races in the northern mountains, the dwarves are good at forging. Making potions is what the human race is good at. Forging requires talent and strength. Making potions relies on perception and inherited prescriptions. If you want to make effective medicines without understanding the medicinal properties of various medicinal materials, it is impossible to succeed. Although there are many potions made by chance in ancient books. But that was also the result that appeared by coincidence after the pharmacist had a sufficient understanding of the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials and made various attempts and combinations. Rather than really random matching. In that case, you will only get a pile of scraps instead of a finished potion. The reputation of the pharmacist is actually not much weaker than the reputation of the blacksmith master in the northern mountains. However, there is some gap between the power of the human race and the three major races. Moreover, the human race likes to live in plain areas and has always avoided these lush jungles. Therefore, those pharmacists rarely appear in these city-states built in the jungle. Human medicines are actually very rare in the city of life. Although occasionally people of various races come back from human city-states and bring back various potions. But for the huge flow of people in the city of life, these potions are really not much. Therefore, potions are actually rare items in the city of life. The price has always been high. Qi Li's explanation also answered the question in Yefei's mind very well. Is this a potion? Yefei's eyes were suddenly full of admiration when he looked at Qi Lu. The pharmacist among the human race is very famous. And Qi Li happens to be a human race, so there is nothing wrong with Qi Li being a pharmacist. It's an elixir, but its effect is similar to that of a potion. Qi Lu emphasized stubbornly. Actually, it's all the same, store manager Qi, you are really awesome. Yaffer looked at the small porcelain bottles on the shelf and kept saying. He is also a blacksmith and apothecary. He can also cook such delicious food, and he can also brew wine and make drinks. This is simply an all-around genius. No, it should be an all-powerful monster. It's nothing. Do you need pills? Qi Li said modestly, and then asked. Well, what are the effects of these pills? Yaffer nodded, then looked at the small porcelain bottles on the shelf and asked aloud. Qi Li patiently introduced the functions of each elixir. With each introduction, Yaffel's eyes would widen a little wider, and the shock in his heart would become stronger. In the end, all Yaffel felt was shock. Still can't believe it. It is true that pharmacists are much better at making potions than alchemists. But the effect of the potion produced is within the normal range. However, the pill introduced by Qi Lu is not necessarily the case. Pills that permanently increase attributes, whether in the eastern wasteland or the northern mountains, are unbelievable existences. The way to improve attributes is almost fixed. Upgrade, improve your realm, and complete the trial space. Even if you equip weapons and armor, with the help of enchanting effects, it will only temporarily improve your attributes. This temporary combat power bonus will disappear as soon as you take off your armor and put down your weapon. However, this is not the case with elixirs that permanently improve attributes. Once the effect takes effect, it is permanent. This is something that those potions made by pharmacists are absolutely impossible to do. And others such as healing pills, rejuvenation pills, etc. The effect is also stronger than the same type of medicine. Yaffer can become a master-level peak expert, so he is certainly not an ignorant person. He still knows a thing or two about human medicines. But among the potions that Yefei had seen, none of them were as good as the pills in Qi Li's shop. Genius pharmacist. Yefei looked at Qi Lu, and these words came to mind. Store manager, Chi, good morning. Yaffer, what are you looking at? A crisp voice sounded, and it was Lillian, the little girl, who opened the store door. Lillian, come quickly and take a look. You may not believe the effects of these elixirs. After Yafei heard Lillian's voice, he immediately brought Lillian to the shelf, and then began to share his shock. Kurd, who followed Lillian, naturally heard what Yaffer said. Suddenly, he looked at Chi Lu with shock on his face. Manager Chi, are everything she said true? The shock in Kurd's tone had already caused Kurd's voice to become distorted. The effect of permanently improving attributes is so precious. Kurdish is much clearer than Kayaful. As a powerful hero, Kurd naturally knows much more information than Biafel. Of course, they also pay attention to the famous potions among the human race. So Kurd understands that medicines used for treatment and recovery are not unusual. Potions that temporarily increase combat effectiveness are not uncommon. But Kurd can definitely say that he has never even heard of this potion that permanently increases attributes. Yes, it's all true. Don't worry, there is no lie in this. Sheila nodded seriously, confirming what Yafel just said. Oh my God. Kurd took a breath, and then began to look at Chi Lu up and down. After a long while, he finally said, Mr. Chi, are you still a pharmacist? That's okay if you think so. Chi Lu smiled and answered lightly. Anyway, he already has the name of a blacksmith, and even a brewmaster. Now it doesn't matter if he adds a pharmacist. The more mysterious it is, the more awe-inspiring it is. Although Chi Lu didn't want this effect, he couldn't stop these guys from making random guesses. SS. After receiving the affirmation, Kurd swallowed a mouthful of air so hard that it almost choked himself. The previously guessed blacksmith master and brew master were already incredible. Unexpectedly, store manager Chi actually had skills that he had not yet shown. Pharmacist. That's what the human race is good at. With his forging skills and enchanting skills, store manager Chi was able to suppress the dwarves who were good at this. What a terrifying level it would be when it comes to potions. Needless to say anything else. Just this elixir that permanently increases attributes is enough for Chi Lu to aspire to be the #1 pharmacist in the Northern Mountains. Not to mention, the effects of other elixirs are not inferior to those made by other pharmacists. Even more powerful. What a terrifying talent, what a demonic qualification. Even if it is recorded in ancient books, in the ancient times when there were so many geniuses, there was probably no such evil person. Gudong. Kurd swallowed unconsciously, becoming more and more frightened as he thought about it. The eyes looking at Chi Lu also became extremely odd. If you need some elixir, go and have a look. Chi Lu didn't care what Kurd was thinking, so he reminded him when he saw him in a daze. Yes, of course you do. Kurd took 3 steps at a time and ran to the shelf. Then his fiery eyes fell on those elixirs that could permanently improve attributes. These elixirs are definitely rare treasures that can be encountered but cannot be found. If you don't grab it now, wait until later. By the way, I need to remind you that there is a limit to the quantity of these elixirs. Taking too much will be useless. Chi Lu glanced at Kurdish and spoke immediately. Although Chi Lu is very persistent about turnover. But Chi Lu will not do anything that deceives people. Manager Chi, don't worry, there are many people in the clan who need these elixirs. No pill will be wasted. Seeing Chi Li's solemn warning, Kurd put away his desire to take 2 more pills that could permanently increase his attributes and try it to see if it had any effect. As long as you understand. Chi Li nodded. Since he has been reminded, if Kurd wastes the elixir again, it will be of his own free will. Kurd, I just heard some terrible news. Do you want to take all these pills? Before Kurd could reach out to the shelves, Fanzan's figure appeared in the store. Originally, Fanzan came here with Lillian and Kurd. Because we have to enter the New World mode together to refresh the copy. However, Fanzan had something to do, so he delayed it for a while, but hadn't expected to hear such exciting news as soon as he entered the store. Seeing that Kurd was about to take over all the elixirs, Fanzan had no choice but to speak out. Master Fanzan, I can't give it up to you this time. After Kurd heard Fanzan's voice, he immediately increased his speed. Uncle, how can you steal it? I want it too. Seeing this scene, Yaffle quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed the small porcelain bottle on the shelf. You guys don't really think I'm old. Fanzan also showed his heroic speed and rushed forward like a black light. Pills that permanently increase attributes cannot be compared with other pills in quantity, so they naturally become the target of competition. Then, the few physical training pills, wind spirit pills, blood bathing pills, and small fighting soul pills on the shelves were immediately emptied. As for the war soul pill and the body tempering pill, they have class restrictions. Although Kurd wanted to take it, he held back in the end. There is no way, there are too few warrior classes among the elves. If the elves with high agility growth and low strength and physical growth really changed their profession and became warriors, there would be something wrong with their brains. Hey, you guy, you still want to rob me? Fanzan glared at Kurd, then Sir Shiran took one bottle each of the fighting soul pill and the body tempering pill. However, unfortunately, Yaffle cannot use these two elixirs. Because of the combat class, it is also very common among the Bestiar tribe. However, unlike the heavily armored warriors of the dwarves, most of the Bestiars are agile attack fighters and fighters. Yaffle is a fighter class. So Yaffle asked Chi Lu about the gloves last time. Mr. Chi, are there no elixirs that can be used by the archer class? Kurd asked reluctantly. Lillian must be the first to use these elixirs that permanently increase attributes. It can be used to increase your chances of winning the hunting competition and improve your ranking. But don't underestimate this little attribute. In battle, many times, this little extra attribute is enough to determine the outcome. Yes, why is there no elixir I can use? Yaffle also followed behind and echoed. But it didn't mean to question, it was more of a fun-loving echo. Yaffle. Lillian pulled Yaffe's little finger from behind. It's okay, Lillian. Manager Chi is actually a very nice person. The relationship between Yaffe and Chi Lu is much better and more familiar than other people in the store. So instead he turned around and comforted Lillian. Chi Li's identity, in fact, in the eyes of many customers, is that of a forging master with unfathomable strength. Plus a master brewer with superb brewing skills. Although Chi Lu has not truly demonstrated his strength yet, his status as a forging master alone is enough to make most customers fear and respect him. But that's about it. There is more than enough respect, but if you really want to say something fearful, that is probably because they are afraid that they will never be able to buy such powerful weapons and armor again. Now there may be a pill added. So the reason why Lillian is worried is also because of this. Because Lillian didn't know Chi Li's character, she didn't want to offend Chi Li for such a trivial matter. After all, Chi Li's current identity also includes a genius pharmacist. Who knows if there will be any precious elixir like this that can permanently increase attributes in the future? Or will other types of new elixirs be released? If there is no way to buy these elixirs in time in the future, then the gap between cultivators who have used elixirs and those who have noticed elixirs will really widen. This is definitely not what Lillian wants to see. Yaffle also heard the worry in Lillian's tone, so he offered words of comfort. As expected. Chi Li still looked calm after hearing these questions. There are only so many elixirs. If you still need them, you can come back and take a look tomorrow. Chi Li gave no guarantee. After all, the shipment rate of elixirs that permanently increase attributes is really not flattering. Well, it's reasonable for such a precious elixir to be rarer in quantity. Although Kurdish was unwilling to give in, there was nothing he could do. There is no such thing as elixir. And even if it is there, it's useless. If Qi Lu doesn't take it out, it means it doesn't exist. All that's next is today's copy brushing task. Master Fanzan, Lillian, let's enter the New World mode now. Kurd greeted the two of them. Because after completing the 4-hour dungeon today, Kurd still had to take Lillian back to the elf branch. If we don't rush back today, we may not be able to make it to the hunting conference ceremony tomorrow. That is absolutely not allowed. So it's better to hurry up now. Wait a minute, I think I saw something good. After hearing Kurt's words, Fanzan originally wanted to respond, but when he turned around, he caught a glimpse of a weapon out of the corner of his eye that made his heart move. Bone-crushing hammer. Weapons such as heavy hammers have special significance to the dwarves, especially those with blacksmithing skills. This handle can be used not only to forge weapons and armor, but also to carry out combat weapons. It is one of the symbols of the dwarves. Manager Qi, did you forge that heavy hammer in the past few days? Fanzan quickly stepped forward and took down the bone-crushing hammer that was just put on the shelf today. The feeling of heavy weapons pressing against his hand gave Fanzan a very reassuring feeling in his heart. The violent power contained in the bone-crushing hammer did not disappoint Fanzan. Almost as soon as he held it in his hand, he felt the enhancement of his own attributes. This force can be so powerful. This reminds me of the warhammer that is sealed in the sacrificial hall of the clan and represents the glorious warhammer of the dwarves. Fanzan couldn't help but marvel at such miraculous enchanting skills. And the warhammer mentioned by Fanzan. It is a warhammer that has been passed down by the dwarfs from ancient times to this day. This warhammer bears witness to the past glory of the dwarves, a period when forging skills and enchanting skills were at their peak. It's a pity that the glory of the past is long gone. And this warhammer, which witnessed the rise and fall of forging skills and enchanting skills, was also sealed. However, no matter how it is sealed, this is still a warhammer passed down from ancient times. The power contained in it is infinitely stronger than the weapons created by current forging masters. But now, this bone-crushing heavy hammer reminded Fanzan of the sealed warhammer. I have to say that the sealing in rare-level weapons is indeed impressive. However, that's not to say that the bone-breaking hammer is really better than the sealed warhammer of the dwarves. After all, it was a weapon created in ancient times, a period when forging skills and enchanting skills were at their peak. It is also the highest forging achievement in the Northern Mountains. It's still somewhat impressive. If you want to suppress it, you must at least have a treasure-level weapon. But the sealed warhammer was always just a symbolic weapon. The dwarves would not invite him out of the sacrificial hall until he was in danger of life and death. That's why Fanzan's rating for the bone-crushing hammer is so high. Store manager Qi's talent is really admirable. Fanzan carefully felt the power of the bone-crushing hammer for a long time before sighing. 2 days ago, there were only long-range weapons like bows and arrows, and even worse, heavy weapons like dragon-marked axes. However, although the dragon-marked giant axe is a heavy weapon, it is also a long weapon. For the dwarves, it is still not suitable. But I didn't expect that the heavy hammer would be built in just 1 day. And the quality is extremely high. This had to make Fanzan marvel. Do you need it? 4,000 spiritual crystals, no matter the price. When Qi Lu saw the look in Fanzan's eyes, he knew that he would definitely not put down the bone-crushing hammer. Of course. When Fanzan heard this, he took out his membership card without saying a word. It's not easy to find a suitable weapon, so how can I put it back? The power contained in this bone-breaking hammer is much stronger than the hammer that Fanzan forged himself. And after this little episode of Fans On, Kurt and Lillian also discovered that the nearby shelves were filled with weapons and armor. There are also some gadgets. It looks like jewelry and a badge. Manager Chi, are these things also armor? Lillian was quite curious about those shiny accessories and immediately walked over. It's just that curiosity is curiosity. Lillian would not buy these accessories easily before she understood their functions. After all, in the jungle, these things that hinder one's hiding position are usually not worn if possible. These are not armors, but accessories. Well, just some accessories with some special effects. Chi Lu is still very clear about the positioning of jewelry. In terms of function, accessories are not as good as serious weapons and armors, and they only have a complementary and beneficial effect. However, at critical moments, the role of accessories is not small. Therefore, Chi Lu carefully introduced some of the effects of these accessories. Is this another way of using enchantment skills? Fans On was listening and suddenly asked this question. Enchanting skills are skills that are meant to strengthen weapons and armor and add special effects to them. Usually, it needs to be used together with forging skills. After all, if you want to carry the powerful power brought by enchanting skills, the requirements for the carrier are very high. If the forging skills are not up to par, the most likely possibility is that during the enchantment, the carrier was shattered by powerful force. Therefore, enchanting skills cannot be used on jewelry at all. Because delicate jewelry simply cannot withstand the powerful power exerted by enchantment. But at this moment, Chi Lu used facts to prove something to Fans On. Enchanting skills can be applied to jewelry. You can't do it, just because your enchanting skills are too poor. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Chi Lu nodded. It would be troublesome to explain this matter, so it would be better to explain it in a way that they can understand. Anyway, the effect is almost the same. At most, it's just an additional durability limit, just a minor problem. SS. Fans On couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The understanding of the enchanting skills mastered by Chi Lu has reached a whole new level. There was even a look of reverence in his eyes. This is a kind of respect for masters as teachers, as well as respect for Chi Lu's forging skills and enchanting skills. It has nothing to do with strength. Along the way of skill, one's own strength is not the highest standard for judging one's status. It depends on the level of skill. As far as blacksmithing skills and enchanting skills are concerned, Chi Lu is definitely standing in an extremely lofty position, looking down at their group of people called blacksmith masters. No matter how unwilling Fans On was, he had to admit this. Even in the entire northern mountains, Chi Lu can be ranked among the top 3 in blacksmithing skills and enchanting skills. If you want to find someone who is better than Chi Lu in this aspect, I'm afraid you need to go to ancient times to search. Can accessories have such powerful power? Lillian looked at the accessories on the shelf in disbelief. If this is true, then Lillian can definitely wear a set of accessories to enhance her combat effectiveness. What's more, the carvings of these jewelry are so exquisite. Even Lillian, who usually has no feeling for jewelry, feels like she can't put it down. Theoretically it's possible, but since ancient times, I haven't heard of a blacksmith master who can do it. Fans On answered Lillian's question out loud. This sentence was naturally a disguised form of praise for Chi Lu. No one has been able to do it since ancient times. But now, Chi Lu has done it. Isn't it amazing? Not to mention that it is unprecedented, at least it has been achieved by noon before. Really, that would be great. Lillian suddenly became excited. It is always right for girls to like to dress themselves up. What's more, the foundation of the elves is so good. With a little grooming, they will look like a king. But most of the time, things like accessories are excluded from the equipment. This kind of thing is useless and can easily hinder the battle. There is really no need to wear it. Therefore, in the past, jewelry has never been an object of attention. That is to say, I wear it in private to see for myself. In formal occasions, very few people wear it. During the battle, there was no one. But things are different now. If an accessory can have such a powerful effect, then it can be worn as equipment. This is definitely good news for most girls who like to dress up. Let's get the wind jade pendant and wind bracelet first. The forest headband and the fire earrings are also not to be missed. Then there's the belt of the mountain. A complete set of accessories is complete. Except for the mountain belt, which cannot be completely regarded as an accessory, the other four are all serious accessories. Lillian put these accessories on her body happily. The exquisite accessories set off her delicate face, immediately raising Lillian's temperament to a higher level. I didn't expect it to be really pretty. Yefei looked on and became interested. However, for a snack like Yefei, he definitely doesn't like accessories, but it's not impossible to wear them for fun. So Yaffer also bought a mountain belt and a forest headband as a token of his money. Yaffer didn't want any other accessories. After all, while considering the appearance, the impact on combat also needs to be considered. Headbands and belts do not affect combat. But for things like earrings and bracelets, that's not necessarily the case. Especially when it comes to close combat. On the contrary, for Lillian's free-spirited archer class, the impact is much smaller. Then after looking at the accessories, Lillian bought another pair of smart boots. It can be considered as a complete preparation for the hunting conference. Finally, everything is ready. Kurd also followed Lillian and looked at all the products in the store. After all, the combat effectiveness that weapons and armor can increase is visible to the naked eye. I believe that contestants from other branches of the elf clan will also make the most complete preparations and use the best equipment in this regard. So in the end, Kurd added another title badge to Lillian. Newbie Attacker. The Novice Attacker title can increase physical attack power. This is very practical for the archer class. And in terms of elixirs, we are well prepared. Healing pills and rejuvenation pills are not as valuable as those pills that permanently improve attributes. But in battle, these recovery elixirs are quite useful. There are also things like Brave Power Pill and Wind Speed Pill. These elixirs that temporarily improve attributes are also indispensable in battle. Fortunately, store manager Chi came over before the hunting meeting. Otherwise, you will miss out on so many good things. After Kurd finished shopping around and spent tens of thousands of spiritual crystals, he sighed deeply. Uncle Kurd, my father won't blame you this time. After Kurd mentioned this, Lillian began to worry about Kurd. After all, Lillian came to the City of Life without telling Carlos. This time the responsibility rests entirely with the Kurds. Don't worry, with these things, it's impossible for the clan leader to blame him. Kurd comforted Lillian with a smile. However, Kurd understood that although he would not be blamed, a few scoldings will definitely be indispensable. If not, I might have to go to the warehouse to do logistics for a few days. This thing is called logistics at best, but is actually a grounding at worst. But even so, Kurd recognized it. Yeah, that's good. Lillian was visibly relieved. Okay, don't think so much, Lillian, you just need to get the ideal ranking in the hunting competition. Kurd spoke and glanced at Fanzan again. He found that Fanzan was still looking at the bone-crushing hammer in his hand. For those who don't understand blacksmithing, weapons and armor can only be used once they are in hand. But for a forging master like Fanzan, they can see how superb the forging techniques of these weapons and armors are. There is always a difference between insiders and outsiders. But now is not the time for Fanzan to delve into this. Master Fanzan. Kurd couldn't help shouting. Huh? Oh. yes, I almost forgot. I will accompany Lillian to finish today's copy first. Fan Zan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what he was doing. You can research the bone-crushing hammer at any time, and the things in your hands won't fly anyway. This copy only has 4 hours today. Then I'll come back at noon. Yafei also said goodbye to Qi Lu and Lillian, and then jumped out of the store. The city of life, thousands of miles high in the sky. Above the clouds, a huge black dragon that covered the sky and the sun came roaring. The wings brought up gusts of storm, tearing apart the clouds nearby. The terrifying strong wind howled and raised bursts of sonic boom, which was truly terrifying. The wingspan of the black dragon was roughly estimated to be at least several thousand meters long. Every time it flapped its wings, it seemed to tear apart the space. The vertical pupils with infinite violence are full of evil. Ordinary cultivators would be frightened to death just by taking one look at it. However, sitting on the head of this giant black dragon was an elf woman. The appearance of this elf woman is extremely stunning. As the saying goes, once you look at the Qingren city, you will look at the Qingren country again. But the temperament is so holy that people only dare to look at it from a distance. This elf woman has long golden hair, which is as dazzling as a golden waterfall. Those light blue eyes are as deep as the blue sky. That perfect appearance is even more stunning. As the saying goes, once you look at the charming city, then look at the charming country, it's nothing more than that. But the temperament is so holy that people only dare to look at it from a distance. Shauna, I feel the scent of a familiar person down there. Where are you? Suddenly, the black dragon spoke. Although the voice was as loud as thunder, there was no violence in it. It didn't sound like a giant dragon at all. According to the distance, there should be the city of life below. The elf woman sitting on the dragon's head spoke out. The sound is clear and melodious, like a beautiful song, which is unforgettable. City of life? It seems that we have reached the territory of the elves. How about we go down and see that acquaintance? The black dragon's tone seemed to be asking. Lan Qi, you're actually not here to see an acquaintance, right? Shauna, an elf woman, covered her mouth and chuckled. But that didn't stop the black dragon's proposal. Then let's go to the city of life first. The giant black dragon Lan Qi flapped its wings and immediately began to ascend, beginning to fly towards the city of life. A wingspan of several thousand meters, what is that concept? After breaking through the clouds, a huge black shadow appeared over the city of life. The figure that covered the sky and the sun immediately alarmed the entire city of life. Oh my God, what is that? It's a dragon. It's a giant dragon. How is this possible? How can it be a dragon? What does it want to do? Everyone suddenly panicked. The dragon clan is the top race, whether in the eastern wasteland or the northern mountains. It's just that the number is too rare and they don't like to actively interfere in these disputes, so they are very rare in normal times. However, being rare does not mean that it has no deterrent effect. In fact, the intimidating power of each giant dragon is extremely huge. Especially this kind of giant dragon that makes people feel chilled just by looking at its size. However, Lan Qi came to the city of life not to cause destruction. Besides, even if Lan Qi wanted to do something, Shauna would probably stop him with words. However, even if Lan Qi doesn't want to do anything. But the terrifying dragon power is not so easy to bear. The more powerful the dragon is, the more terrifying the power it unleashes. Especially when dealing with enemies whose level is lower than that of the giant dragon, it is really accurate to press with one hit. As Lan Qi approaches, the violent Long Wei is also approaching the city of life, and it is becoming more and more terrifying. In the end, the dragon's power was almost solidified, causing the entire city of life to fall into an extremely depressed state. It can be said to be a dead silence. Those cultivators with lower strength simply fell to the ground, unable to even speak. Even those of the professional class have to kneel on the ground. Even the master-level experts felt tightness in their chests and difficulty breathing. Even though panic is spreading, no one can make a sound in this terrifying dragon's power. This is an extremely strange sight. Lan Qi, put away your dragon power, we are not here to fight. Shauna finally softened her heart and spoke out to persuade her. The City of Life is also a city-state built by the elves. As an elf, Shauna couldn't possibly watch Lan Qi destroy the City of Life. Sorry, I just sensed the aura of an acquaintance, so I forgot about it for a while. Hearing this, Lan Qi burst into hearty laughter. Then he restrained Long Wei. The previous dragon's power was just the dragon's power that Lan Qi naturally released unconsciously. It was not that Lan Qi was deliberately demonstrating against the City of Life. However, even so, this majestic dragon power is not something that ordinary practitioners can bear. If Lan Qi really intends to unleash all his pressure, I am afraid that the entire City of Life will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Even now, it's just this unconscious dragon's power. If anyone goes to observe the walls of the City of Life, you can see that there are actually slight cracks on the city wall. After Lan Qi's dragon's power subsided, the terrifying power that oppressed the residents and tourists in the City of Life immediately dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the black shadow in the sky with lingering fear. His eyes were full of panic and fear. However, as long as the giant dragon is willing to restrain its power, it means that the giant dragon has no interest in the City of Life, and may just be passing by. So although panic and fear spread, fortunately, it did not cause panic in the end. Although dragons in the northern mountains are rare, they still exist. A dragon with no ill intentions is actually just an ordinary tourist. The best thing to do is not to provoke this giant dragon. Otherwise, no one would sympathize with such a fool who dared to provoke the dragon. The power level of this dragon's power has completely surpassed that of the bone dragon that appeared in Yunwu City. Is it so easy for the city-state where I open a shop to provoke dragons? Qi Lu was sitting on the sofa in the store, preparing to have lunch. As a result, before the double cheese beef burger was even put into his mouth, a majestic wave of dragon power surged in from outside the store. The terrible pressure immediately made Qi Lu stand up from the sofa, his eyes slightly condensed. System, you should be able to detect the realm of this dragon. Qi Lu asked in his mind. Although I'm not sure what the purpose of this giant dragon is, there are some things that should be prepared in advance. System, host, as you guessed, according to the strength of this dragon's power, the realm of this giant dragon is exactly the strong level. Powerful and powerful. This can be regarded as the first truly powerful person Qi Lu has encountered. The previous demonic abyss spirit was not actually a truly powerful person. After all, the spirit of the demonic abyss does not belong to Dong Huang. Therefore, it is impossible to borrow the power of heaven and earth to fight through the destiny of heaven and earth that one carries. But this giant dragon is different. This is a truly strong person, a strong person who belongs to this world. The fighting power is at least several times stronger than the demonic abyss spirit encountered before. No wonder, even when I stay in the store, I can feel a sense of depression. Qi Lu breathed out, slowly. You know, no matter how you put it, Qi Li's true state is still at the heroic level. And he's still in the store. It can be seen that compared with the hero level, the strong level of power that can draw on the power of heaven and earth is already on another level of combat effectiveness. Qi Lu is like this, let alone other heroic levels. It is not without reason that the entire City of Life fell into deathlessness. After all, the northern mountain range is different from the eastern wasteland. Although there are still very few heroic level experts, they are still not as scarce as those in the East Wasteland. Even now, if you search directly in the City of Life, you can still find several powerful heroes. However, when faced with the powerful, the heroic level is really not enough to look at. Therefore, when faced with a power that could completely crush them, those hero-level experts rationally chose to shut up. Being suppressed by Long Wei will not lose a piece of flesh. If you don't have face, then you have no face. However, Qi Lu is still much better than these heroic levels. As long as they stay in the store, Qi Lu will have the home court advantage. Even if the giant dragon that suddenly appeared was a powerful person, it would only make Qi Lu feel a little depressed, nothing more. But then look at the reactions of others in the store. It was approaching noon, and Qi Li's store was already full. Customers were either sitting at small round tables drinking and eating, or sitting in booths and swiping copies. But now, Long Wei appears. Almost all the customers were so oppressed that they could not move, and it was extremely difficult to even make a sound. The power of the powerful dragon is so terrifying. Even heroes like Fan Zan and Kurd didn't look good when facing this dragon power. Obviously, they were also suppressed by this dragon's power. It's just that it's a little easier than others. Such a terrifying dragon might suddenly appear? Could it be that someone Kamito the City of Life? Fan Zan's tone became a little lower, as if something was pressing on his chest. It should be right. Apart from that one, there will be no other dragon that can possess such a powerful dragon power. Kurd's voice also became a little suppressed, and he could only speak slowly. While speaking, Kurd also glanced at Lillian. Lillian, who was only in the professional class, was already pale at the moment and was lying on the sofa in the booth. However, Kurd is too busy taking care of himself right now to find the strength to protect Lillian. Do you know who this dragon is? Qi Lu heard the conversation between Fan Zan and Kurd and immediately turned around and asked. If you know yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Besides, even if they can't fight, it's not a bad thing to know more about the strong ones. Then following Kurd's gaze, Qi Lu also noticed the pale Lillian. Say it now. Qi Lu waved his hand gently, and an invisible force instantly enveloped Lillian, blocking Long Wei's oppression. As long as he is in the store, Qi Lu has this ability. The coercion of a powerful person can certainly make Qi Lu feel a little depressed. However, as long as those powerful men dare to come to the store, Qi Lu will not be weak in the slightest. It's just the power of heaven and earth. Strong level powers can only fight with the help of the power of heaven and earth. In the hands of the system, a lot of the power of heaven and earth was extracted from Dong Wang's will of heaven and earth. If they really fought in the store, Qi Lu could completely suppress those strong men. Manager Qi, you. This, how is it possible? This is impossible. However, Qi Li's move almost scared the hearts of Kurd and Fan Zan so much that they jumped out of their mouths. You know, the two of them know very well what this dragon's power represents. That was a truly powerful person. A powerful man who has been recognized by the will of heaven and earth and is burdened with the destiny of heaven and earth. It is a completely different level from the hero level. But Qi Lu could block this dragon's power with such an understatement of his hand. What does this mean? Could it be said that store manager Qi is also a powerful person? Fan Zan and Kurd just felt a little dizzy and couldn't believe what they saw with their eyes. However, Lillian's gradually improving expression proved to them that this matter was not a dazzle for them. But it really happened. That being said, this is the only possibility left. The store manager Qi in front of him is a powerful person. Thinking of this, Fan Zan and Kurd looked at Qi Lu differently. Before, it was just respect for Qi Li's blacksmithing skills and his status as a pharmacist. But now, he is in awe. Qi, manager, Qi. Kurt's voice became stuttering. It's not Kurt's fault. Anyone who knows that there is a strong man next to him will have this reaction. Calm down, you should know the owner of this dragon power. Lu waved his hand, signaling the two of them not to be nervous. Yes, yes. Kurd took several deep breaths, before calming down. Fan Zhan's performance next to him was actually not much better. But after all, I have been with Lu for a while, and I know Lu's character, but he is actually very easygoing. So I'm not as scared as I was at the beginning. We do no long ways, master. Actually, there is only one strong level dragon in the entire northern mountains, and that is this one, the giant dragon Lan Qi. After Kurd calmed down, he introduced the owner of this dragon power to Lu. In the northern mountains, it may not be easy to count powerful heroes. But the powerful person is very easy to recognize. And this giant dragon is one of them. Kurd can know so clearly because the dragon's wife is the former saint of the elves. Among the elves, there is only one elf queen, and there is only one elf saint. And the saint is actually the next elf queen. However, the previous elf saint left the elf race and left with the dragon Lan Qi. That's why there is the current elf queen. The current elf queen is also one of the powerful powers in the northern mountains. It's just that in terms of combat effectiveness, Lan Qi has to outshine him. After all, compared to the combat power, there are really few races that can match the dragon race. Not even the Beastears clan. Is there such a thing? Lu was stunned after hearing Kurd's introduction. Why do I feel like I have heard this story somewhere before? It's just that in the story I heard before, the protagonists were humans and dragons. And the elopement failed. But now this couple not only successfully elope, but no one can control them. After all, the fighting power of the giant dragon Lan Qi is one of the best in the entire northern mountains. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of a powerful person? You have to be careful even when discussing things in private. Then I guess they're not here to cause trouble, so let's leave it at that. After Lu knew Lan Qi's identity, he could be sure that Lan Qi was just passing through the city of life, without even guessing. The former saint of the elves brought her husband to destroy the city-state of the elves? Who would believe this? Let's not talk about missing old feelings or not. Let's just say that there is actually no enmity between the two parties at all. If we really want to say it, they are still in-laws. There is no reason to come back and destroy your parents' house after you elope. So Lu immediately released his preparations for war and sat back on the sofa. By the way, I started eating the double cheese beef burger in my hand. Kurd and Fan Zhan were left looking at each other. However, the two of them finally felt safer. After all, the person sitting in front of him is also a powerful person. Thank you, Manager Qi. Lillian, who had regained her breath, also came over to thank Lu. You are welcome. Lu replied lightly. Manager Qi, have you already started having lunch? You're not even waiting for me. Lillian, there are two weird uncles, you are here too. At this moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yafel suddenly walked in from outside the store. Then he greeted several people very familiarly. However, in the minds of Kurd and others, the question arises. Why did Yafel act like a normal person under this majestic dragon power? You know, even heroic heroes like Kurd and Fan Zhan would feel very uncomfortable under the might of a strong dragon. Yafar's realm is only the master level. You've always been like this. Sometimes, it's better to pay attention. Shauna spoke softly after Long Wei restrained herself. The tone is calm and gentle. I know, you always like to preach at times like this. Lan Qi's wings suddenly fluttered, and a violent storm suddenly hit the jungle below. The violent hurricane roared down, and in just a moment, it tore all the trees below into pieces, crushed them into powder, and scattered them all around. All that was left was a bare clearing. Lan Qi's huge dragon body fell on the open space, and then the black light flashed and turned into black mist. Immediately afterwards, the black mist formed a storm and condensed towards the center. Finally, he transformed into a tall man. This man's face has sharp edges and corners, like a knife cutting an axe, making him look extremely masculine. A pair of eyes as dark as ink, full of ferocity. In addition to his strong body, he was wearing a dark cloak, which made him look extremely domineering. Just standing there, without any movement, there is an air of majesty that makes people involuntarily fearful. Lan Qi, your eyes are still so fierce. Shauna stepped forward and stretched out her hand to tuck a strand of black hair hanging down behind Lan Qi's ear. The light blue eyes were also staring into Lan Qi's dark eyes. If anything, Shauna's eyes were like the blue sky. Then Lan Qi's eyes were like the dark night sky. They are all so profound. I always do, don't I? Lan Qi smiled and looked at Shauna. The fierceness in his eyes was gone, but a touch of tenderness was revealed. Let's go, didn't you say you felt the scent of an acquaintance? Let's go, didn't you say you felt the scent of an acquaintance? Shauna adjusted Lan Qi's collar and then spoke out. Well, very soon, I have already felt where he is. This time, I should have a good harvest. Lan Qi nodded and narrowed his eyes slightly to feel it. The entire city of life is within Lan Qi's perception. Then Lan Qi took Shauna's hand and walked towards the gate of the city of life. Manager Qi, why are you looking at me like that? Yafei noticed Qi Li's somewhat surprised look and immediately asked, curiously. This? You should have felt this dragon's power. Doesn't it have any impact on you? Qi Li scratched his head and then asked, curiously. Kurt and others also gathered their attention, staring at Yafei curiously. But more than anything, it was doubt. So you are thinking about this problem, because I have it. Yafei seemed to suddenly realize it, and then took out a thumb-sized fong from his pocket. This fong was polished extremely smooth and had many complicated inscriptions engraved on it. It was currently emitting a pale white fluorescence. It's like a small crescent moon. What's this? Qi Li looked at the fong and felt a little familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember what it was. Manager Qi, this is Dragon Tooth. Fanzon shouted excitedly. Dragon Tooth? Qi Li glanced at Fanzon in surprise. Yes, it is the dragon's tooth, and it is the front part of the dragon's tooth. Fanzon's breathing began to become a little rapid. A giant dragon's tooth, even just one, is probably half the size of an ordinary person's body. So if you want to take it with you, you must only take part of it. Above the dragon's teeth, the most precious thing is the canine part at the front. The front part is the sharpest and most ferocious part of a dragon's tooth. After being polished and forged, it can produce extremely terrifying destructive power. It is definitely the most top-notch material used to forge weapons. For a forging master like Fanzon, it is even more attractive. However, it is obvious that Yafei's dragon tooth is not the most polished weapon. Instead, it was used as a talisman. Now it seems that it can help Yafei resist Longwei suppression. Excuse me, where did you get this dragon tooth? Fanzon took a few deep breaths, suppressed his excitement, and immediately asked Yafei. Any part of the dragon's body is made of top-grade materials. From dragon scales and bones to dragon tendons and teeth. Whether it is used to forge weapons or armor. As long as the forging skills are sufficient, the weapons and armors forged will definitely be extremely powerful. And it can also carry long way. If only I could get some. Uncle Lan Qi gave this to me. I don't know where he got it from. Yafei answered without thinking. Lan Qi, uncle? Fanzon was obviously stunned for a moment after hearing this name. Then he looked at Yafei with a horrified expression. Kurd, who was standing aside, had a face similar to Fanzon's. Yafei actually called the giant dragon Uncle Lan Qi. This relationship was not close. The dragon will not tell others his name casually. So if you want to know the name of the dragon, it's one thing to hear it from other places. But saying it from the dragon's mouth is another matter. I want the dragon to tell you its name. There are no more than two situations. One is that it wants to kill you. The other is that it recognizes you. And Yeifel, undoubtedly the second type, was recognized by the dragon. Accepted by the powerful dragon. Just thinking about this kind of thing makes Fan Zan and Kurd a little confused. What a proud creature the dragon is. Needless to say, everyone knows how difficult it is to get the recognition of the dragon. But the girl in front of me did it. Hey, so, is this dragon's tooth still the guy's own? Qi Lu immediately thought of this. Although he doesn't know the giant dragon yet, from this incident, Qi Lu feels that the giant dragon Lan Qi is not bad at all. At least he's not vicious. Huh? Long Wei has restrained himself. It seems that they are just passing through the city of life. Just when several people were looking at each other, the dragon's power that shrouded the city of life suddenly disappeared completely. It's like it never appeared. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this giant dragon really doesn't have a bad character. Although this depressing feeling is not strong and will not have any impact, Qi Lu does not want to keep suppressing it. It looks like he was passing by. Then don't worry about it, let's continue doing our thing. Yes, let's take a sip of wine first to calm down the shock. As Long Wei disappeared, the atmosphere in the store gradually became cheerful. Although it is not common for a powerful person to pass by. But it's not like it hasn't happened before. It's just that there is no one as ostentatious as the giant dragon Lan Qi. So it can't affect everyone's mood. Drink when you need to drink, eat when you need to eat, and brush dungeons when you need to. The shop that was originally quiet soon became lively. Well, I'm a little hungry too. Let me see what I'm going to eat for lunch today. After chatting for a while, Yaffer also touched his belly. Of course I come to the cafeteria to eat. 4 hours are almost gone, so Lillian and I will rush back to the clan first. Master Fan Zan, I will treat you to a drink after the hunting conference is over. Kurd also said to Fan Zan with his hands in hand. Okay, then I won't give it away. Fan Zan waved his hand and said that he still wanted to eat and drink in the store. Store manager Qi, Lillian and I will leave first. Kurd surrendered to Qi Lu again. Goodbye, store manager Qi. Lillian also waved to Qi Lu. Walk slowly. Qi Lu also raised his hand politely and waved in return. Then, just as Kurd turned around and took Lillian out of the store, two figures walked over from outside the store. One is a tall man, majestic and domineering. One is a woman with a plump figure, gentle and holy. These two people are Lan Qi and Shauna. Huh? These two people. Qi Lu immediately turned his attention to the two people who appeared outside the store. Although the man had completely restrained his momentum. But if it is just in front of ordinary cultivators, or even in front of heroic-level experts, it is completely enough. However, as soon as he came to the store, he fell in Qi Li's eyes. Then this level of aura convergence is not enough. Qi Li could clearly sense the state of this man. Strong level. Coupled with the fact that the woman next to this man has long golden hair and pointed ears, it is obvious that she is an elf. Then, the identity of the two people is not difficult to guess. Dragon, Lan Qi. There is also the former saint of the elves, Shauna. Hello, welcome. What do you two need? Qi Lu immediately stood up and greeted him. Facing such a truly powerful person for the first time, Qi Lu had to be more cautious. After all, the power of this realm can already represent the most powerful combat power in this world. Even Qi Lu would feel a little headache if he rashly faced this kind of existence. You know, opening a store is all about bringing harmony and making money. Peace is the most precious thing. Even if Qi Lu is not afraid of offending such a powerful person, what will those customers say? This store can't open yet. Your Highness, the saint. Kurd also recognized the elf woman in front of him. However, Kurd only knew Shauna, but Shauna did not know Kurd. When Shauna was still a saint of the elves, Kurd didn't have the strength that she does now. At that time, Kurdish was just an inconspicuous little person. Huh? It turns out he is a member of the elf clan. Shauna's eyes followed the strange voice and stayed on Kurd for a moment. Elf saint, that is already a thing of the past. There are not many people who can still mention this title now. When she was suddenly called out, Shauna felt a lot of emotions in her heart. But Ranchi doesn't care about little people like Kurd. For the proud dragons, the only things they care about are opponents with the same strength as themselves, and those they recognize. Therefore, Lan Chi was more concerned about Qi Lu walking towards him. Who are you? Lan Chi's eyes closed slightly, flashing a fierce light. I am the manager of this store, my surname is Qi. When you come to my store, I will naturally come to entertain you. With a calm smile on his face, Qi Lu looked at Lan Chi quietly and spoke softly. He turned a blind eye to the fierce look in Lan Chi's eyes. Store manager Qi, right? I'm very curious about how you got here. Your destiny is obviously incompatible with this world. Lan Chi looked at Qi Lu and said slowly. But what he said made Qi Lu frown slightly. What are you saying? Of course, Qi Lu would not admit such a thing. In fact, most people do not know that there is another world outside the world in which they live. The people in the eastern wasteland are like this, and the people in the northern mountains are naturally like this too. Just like before Qi Lu came to the northern mountains, he didn't know that there was a world outside the eastern wasteland. However, the guy in front of him actually revealed the origin of Qi Lu in one breath. Although he was not sure whether this was a scam, Qi Lu actually had some guesses in his mind. Didn't I make it clear enough? You should be from Donghuang. Lan Chi would not say anything secretive. The dragon's pride made Lan Chi not test him with words, but would ask in the most direct way. Why do you know this? Now that the conversation has come to this point, Qi Lu will no longer pretend to be stupid. That makes no sense and will make you look timid. I think I should have made it clear before. Because the destiny of heaven and earth in you is incompatible with this world. Lan Chi snapped his fingers and blocked the sound of the conversation between the two. Although Lan Chi disdains to be secretive, there are some things that it is better not to know until you reach a certain level. The fate of heaven and earth are incompatible. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, and after thinking for a moment, he felt clear. Speaking of which, the luck of heaven and earth is indeed a good thing. However, the destiny of heaven and earth carried by every powerful person must be recognized by the will of heaven and earth before they can possess it. And this kind of luck in heaven and earth can also be used to judge identity at certain times. Just like the spirit of the demonic abyss that Qi Lu once encountered, the destiny of heaven and earth it carries is different from the destiny of heaven and earth in the eastern wasteland, so it cannot rely on the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, it can also be judged that the spirit of the demonic abyss does not belong to Donghuang. However, when the demonic abyss spirit was killed, the fate of heaven and earth it carried could be absorbed by Donghuang. From this point, it can also be seen that the destiny of heaven and earth will be different between different heavens and earth. But its essence is actually the same. To use a very common metaphor, the fate of heaven and earth is equivalent to the currency used by strong-level powers to make transactions with the will of heaven and earth. Although there are obvious differences between different currencies, they are essentially the same currency. There are only exchange rate differences during conversion. Of course, this metaphor may not be accurate. But in most cases, it is applicable. That's why Lan Chi can use this to determine Qi Li's identity. No, it should be said that it is Qi Li's identity after borrowing the power of the system. After all, the fate of the world in Dong Huang is still in the hands of the system. Qi Li's current state is unable to bear this majestic fate of heaven and earth. Then what do you want to do? A sneer appeared on Qi Li's lips, and he looked at Lan Qi without fear. While powerful men carry the destiny of heaven and earth and gain great power, they also naturally need to bear corresponding responsibilities. That is to protect the world where you are when necessary. This is also the reason why a powerful person can suppress a party's destiny. And having said that, it is also necessary to mention it. In fact, if a powerful person takes action to protect the development of the will of heaven and earth, he will be able to receive gifts from the energy of heaven and earth. The richness of heaven and earth destiny possessed by a strong level Almighty is also one of the criteria for judging combat effectiveness. Complying with the development of the world and protecting this world is one of the ways for strong men to increase their strength. That's why Lan Qi asked, after realizing Qi Li's identity. A powerful person from other worlds. That's a huge threat. It doesn't matter what I want to do, it's what you want to do. At this level, you should know what the consequences will be if you show off rashly. Lan Qi stared at Qi Lu closely and said in a deep voice. The stability of a piece of heaven and earth cannot be protected by relying solely on the will of heaven and earth. You know, the stability between heaven and earth. Just relying on the will of heaven and earth cannot completely maintain it. As I said before, the will of heaven and earth only has instinct, so it will not directly interfere with the development of heaven and earth. Even if this world is about to be destroyed, the will of heaven and earth will only stand by and watch. Those who truly protect this world still have to rely on those powerful and powerful people. Only those who bear the fate of heaven and earth can be considered a truly strong person. And this is also the reason why the number of strong-level powers is so rare. The number of hero-level experts can be increased at will, and it will not take up the luck of heaven and earth anyway. However, the guardian of heaven and earth does not need so many. After all, the amount of destiny in heaven and earth is also limited, so the will of heaven and earth will instinctively control the number of strong ones. Every step forward for a strong person's level of power not only requires an improvement in one's own realm. It is even more necessary to obtain more blessings from heaven and earth. This is a mutually beneficial process. If you are a powerful person who can protect the heaven and earth, then the will of heaven and earth will reward you and give you more luck of heaven and earth. This is also the reason why there is no strong person in the eastern wasteland. When the luck of heaven and earth is extremely scarce, strong people will not appear. Because the will of heaven and earth needs to retain this last bit of heaven and earth's destiny for recuperation. Lan Qi is so powerful that he has naturally done a lot of things to protect the world. Especially the powerful ones who killed other worlds. I'm just a store manager, I don't mean anything malicious. Of course Qi Li knew what Lan Qi meant. In fact, after coming to the Beishan Mountains and being targeted by the will of heaven and earth in the Beishan Mountains, Qi Lu asked about this aspect of the system. The system's destiny of heaven and earth, belonging to Dong Huang, is the biggest trigger. So much so that the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains mistook it for a powerful person from other worlds coming here. However, after friendly communication through the system, this misunderstanding was barely eliminated. But the end result is still the same. Stores are still restricted. But the good thing is that after hard work, the store can be recognized by the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains. And if powerful men from other worlds come to the northern mountains, they may never be recognized. In the end, either leave or be killed, and then leave behind the fate of heaven and earth that you carry. Yeah? Lan Qi's eyes were full of doubts. Dragons are not pacifists. When faced with possible threats, their approach is to eliminate them first. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Qi Lu said calmly and fearlessly in the face of Lan Qi's doubts. although the luck of heaven and earth possessed by the system is limited. However, in some aspects, the system can override the fate of heaven and earth. Although most of the time, the system is a bit unreliable. However, once the battle begins, even Qi Lu doesn't know where the limit of the power this Erbi system can provide is. Especially after receiving the destiny of heaven and earth as a gift from Donghuang. The limit is even higher. Try? Then let me see what gives you the confidence to say such big words. Lan Qi was so arrogant, how could he be so irritated? As soon as Qi Lu said this, a violent momentum suddenly burst out from Lan Qi. The dark cloak draped on his body also made a hunting sound. The destiny of heaven and earth is the power of heaven and earth. This is countless times stronger than Long Wei. Although this coercion was suppressed within a very small range by Lan Qi, the pressure that escaped still made all the customers in the store turn pale in an instant. The only ones who could remain calm were Shauna and Yaffer. Everyone else's faces were pale, and they looked at Lan Qi in horror. What a terrifying momentum this is. What happened? Is Your Majesty Lan Qi going to war with store manager Qi? In the store, under the pressure of the momentum, the only ones who could barely speak were probably Fan Zan and Kurd. Fortunately, Lan Qi also knew how to control his pressure. Otherwise, it can be said that none of the people in the store could survive under Lan Qi's terrifying pressure. The strength of a powerful person is so tyrannical. Even if it is just an explosion of coercion, its lethality will never be weaker than that of an ordinary primary hero level. You must know the power that can protect this world. If it's not strong, then it's okay. Lan Qi, is he an enemy? This was Shauna's first thought when she saw this scene. Shauna would have unconditional trust in Lan Qi, and even if a war suddenly broke out, she would never have any other ideas. Shauna, step back. I can't guarantee his strength. But if you dare to appear so blatantly, you shouldn't be too weak. While Lan Qi stared at Qi Lu, he answered Shauna's question aloud. Lan Qi's position also protected Shauna behind him while speaking. Since you didn't commit a murder, I'll forgive your behavior this time. Qi Lu was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Guarding this world is one of the responsibilities of every powerful person who belongs to this world. No, more accurately, it should be one of the ways to become stronger. After all, even if these powerful men do not protect this world, their luck in the world will not be reduced. The destiny of heaven and earth gifted by the will of heaven and earth to a powerful person will not be taken back without reason. Only when relying on the power of heaven and earth will it be consumed. However, when the overall strength of this world becomes weaker and the destiny of the world decreases, the strength of the strong-level powerful will actually decrease accordingly. This is also the biggest reason why strong men can protect the world. The stronger the overall strength of heaven and earth, the stronger the strength of the strong-level Almighty. The relationship between the two is one of mutual prosperity and mutual loss. Therefore, Qi Lu would not think Lan Qi's behavior was a provocation. After all, when faced with objects that may pose a threat, it is always right to be cautious. What's more, Lan Qi was only wary of Qi Lu from the beginning to the end. Even when pressure erupted that was enough to destroy half of the city off-life, it was controlled within a very small area and only targeted Qi Lu. This is enough to show that Lan Qi is just performing his duties. Different positions lead to different responsibilities. Facing this enemy. No, it shouldn't be called an enemy, it can only be called an opponent. I have no ill intentions towards this world. I just want to open the shop quietly. When Qi Lu said this, he raised his right hand. Then he clenched his fist violently. A vast and boundless force appeared in the store instantly, and then rapid up the pressure that Lan Qi burst out. In an instant, that majestic pressure was as if it had never appeared before. Lan Qi's face turned pale suddenly, and then he took a few steps back and looked at Qi Lu in shock, with a look of disbelief on his face. And this kind of emotion is not only seen on Lan Chi's face. On all faces, no exception. Even on the faces of other customers, in addition to shock and disbelief, there were also emotions such as disbelief, awe, fear, and shock. This is absolutely impossible. Lan Chi's fingers pointing at Qi Lu were trembling slightly with excitement, and his tone was full of disbelief. How could he suppress himself so easily? What a terrifying strength this is. You know, Lan Chi's combat effectiveness is one of the best in the entire Northern Mountains. But to be suppressed by an outside powerhouse is like a dream. However, Lan Chi knew that this was not a dream. Then there is only one possibility. The guy in front of me is definitely the pinnacle of the strong level. And only those at the peak of the strong level can maintain such terrifying combat effectiveness in different worlds. The pinnacle of the strong level. That was a state that Lan Chi only dreamed of achieving. What is the peak of the strong level? The strong level needs to be recognized by the will of heaven and earth and bear the destiny of heaven and earth. If a strong person wants to become stronger, he needs to do two things: improve his own strength and state of mind, and then have a strong enough destiny of heaven and earth. This is also one of the reasons why strong men can protect the world. Because they need the luck of heaven and earth. However, there is only one standard for the peak of the strong level. That is when the destiny of heaven and earth carried on the body has reached a perfect state. In this case, the destiny of heaven and earth on the body of the peak powerhouse will form a cycle, which will last forever. Just like the will of heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth only needs to possess a certain amount of heaven and earth destiny, and it can continuously generate new heaven and earth destiny through recuperation. The same is true for the peak power of the strong level. It's just that compared to the will of heaven and earth, the efficiency of the strong level peak power is countless times lower. But so what? The destiny of heaven and earth of a strong level peak power can rotate on its own, endlessly. This is the capital that is independent of the will of heaven and earth. There is no need to fight to the death for a bit of luck like other strong men and women. You must know that before the strong level has reached its peak and the destiny of heaven and earth that one carries has not reached the perfect state. If you rush to other worlds, your own strength will be suppressed instantly. This is also the reason why no powerful person is willing to go to other worlds. After his strength is suppressed, he wants to defeat opponents of the same level. That's just a fool's errand. But the strong level peak power is different. Their own fate of heaven and earth has begun to rotate on its own, and they will not be suppressed by the will of heaven and earth at all. That's why they dare to go to other worlds. To see a wider world. And such a powerful peak power is not something Lan Chi can handle. In fact, it is not possible to find such a powerful person in the entire Northern Mountains. I told you, I didn't mean any harm. But I hope this won't happen again. However, I hope. Qi Lu lowered his eyes, looked at Lan Chi expressionlessly, and spoke lightly. Don't let this happen again. The tone was calm, without any waves. Lan Chi, are you okay? It's okay, Shauna, he didn't do anything serious. Lan Chi patted the back of Shauna's hand to reassure her. Then he continued to look at Qi Lu, but Lan Chi's eyes were a little complicated. The pinnacle of power at the strong level. No one in the Northern Mountains can stop a powerful person of this level from doing anything he wants to do. But such a powerful person is hiding in this place to open a shop. And it seems that the customers in this store didn't know this guy's strength at all before this. Maybe, that's what he said. He is just a shopkeeper, and he doesn't have any malicious intentions when he comes to this world. Thinking of this, Lan Chi felt relieved. Everyone has his or her own ambitions. Who dares to say that a powerful person of this level would not want to be a carefree store manager? From ancient times to the present, there have been many strong men with quirks. Not bad for the one who likes to open a store. I understand. This was a misunderstanding. I was abrupt. I'm sorry. Lan Qi sighed and apologized. When facing a strong man who has no murderous intention for the time being, it is always right to lower your attitude. But this apology almost made the eyes of everyone around him pop out. You know, who is Lan Qi? That's a giant dragon. And it's a powerful dragon. A proud dragon. This is a power that has almost no rivals in the northern mountains and is almost invincible. Even if some of these customers don't know Lan Qi, that doesn't matter. The coercion that Lan Qi had just erupted was still vivid in their minds. That kind of terrifying pressure might be enough to kill them on the spot just by dissipating a little more. A person of this level of power might be able to kill them with just one look. But what was he doing just now? Apologize? This scene immediately made everyone around them feel dizzy, and they felt like they were dreaming. And Kurt and Fan Zan looked at Qi Lu with mixed emotions. Is store manager Qi so powerful? Even the powerful dragon has to bow its head. If you talk about this kind of thing, I'm afraid people who hear it will say that they are daydreaming and talking nonsense. However, this is a fact that is clearly before our eyes. Qi, manager Qi, this can't be true. How strong are you? Kurt swallowed hard and asked stammeringly. What you see is what you see. Qi Lu shrugged and said noncommittally. After a slight pause, he added, as for my strength, whatever you think it is, that's what it is. This sentence is very vague. However, no one dares to underestimate him. Although Qi Lu seems to be indifferent to his own strength. But just now, Qi Lu suppressed a powerful dragon in an understatement. However, you should know your own affairs. Others were in awe of Qi Lu, but Qi Lu knew. This kind of power that can suppress a strong person with a flip of his hand can only be used in the store. After all, within the jurisdiction of the system, the power of the system is stronger than the will of heaven and earth. It's just that the will of heaven and earth in the Beishan Mountains restricts the sale of goods. There is really no way to do this. To be honest, if it were a head-on fight, it might be more enjoyable. However, things are so wonderful. When the system is within the scope of the store, it is really powerful. However, the store is within the jurisdiction of the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains. If we forcefully violate the restrictions of the will of heaven and earth, will this store still be open? What's the use of just having high combat effectiveness? As Qi Lu said, he is just a store manager with no malicious intent. Opening a store is his job, why should he fight? This sentence is actually also applicable to the system. If the system is really biased towards the combat side, then why open a store and just train Qi Lu to be invincible? Besides, Lan Qi also apologized. In the final analysis, one was out of duty and the other was out of misunderstanding. It would be boring if Qi Lu insisted on biting it. Therefore, it is better to regard harmony as the most precious thing. In this case, on the one hand, you can make friends with the giant dragon Lan Qi, which may bring in better customers. On the other hand, there is no need to continue taking action yourself. In this way, you can hide your true strength and give people an unfathomable feeling. After all, the previous move to suppress Lan Qi was able to suppress every Oni in the store. So Qi Lu actually thought about this matter very clearly. Stopping in time is the most profitable option. Blindly fighting and killing is not a good option. And the development of things was exactly as Qi Lu expected. Everyone in the store looked at Qi Lu with some changes. Both feared, respected, and even admired. The person in front of me is a truly powerful person. This was something I had only heard of but never seen before. In their minds, strong men and powerful beings are all superior beings. I am afraid they would not even look at small people like them. However, this store manager, Qi, is obviously a strong man, but he is still so easygoing. Even if it hadn't happened this time, they might never have known that store manager Qi was so powerful. This kind of strong man who is not arrogant and is so easygoing is simply rare in the world. If only the strong men in the world were like store manager Qi. That would be great. But, manager Qi, if. After Lan Qi apologized, he looked at Qi Lu again. A pair of dark eyes stared hard at Qi Li's deep eyes. If you do something that harms this world, I will definitely stop you even if I give up my life. When Lan Qi said this, he was categorical and had the courage to look forward to death. This actually made Qi Li's view of Lan Qi slightly change. The spirit of not being afraid of powerful enemies is always admirable. Especially when one is willing to sacrifice one's life in order to protect this world. Don't worry, I never thought of doing that. After all, doing those things would not do any good to me. Qi Lu shrugged and said casually. It can be regarded as a promise to Lan Qi. Because Qi Lu really didn't think much about the northern mountain range. After all, suppressing a powerful person is not a difficult task for Qi Lu, who can draw on the power of the system. But if you want to fight against the will of heaven and earth, that's not enough. Okay, I believe you, store manager Qi. Lan Qi nodded vigorously and said solemnly. At their level, they no longer bother to lie. Especially when facing someone who is not as powerful as yourself. Lying is simply a kind of devaluation of yourself. As the saying goes, a word from a strong man is not worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Therefore, Lan Qi would not doubt the authenticity of Qi Li's words. As the misunderstanding between the two powerful men was resolved, the tense atmosphere in the store also disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in this level of powerful confrontation, even the aura and coercion that escapes are enough to kill them several times. Fortunately, store manager Qi took action and blocked all the aftermath of the confrontation between the two. Otherwise, I won't say more. At least 1/3 of the customers in the store will die. However, Qi Li's move was recognized and respected by all customers. With such a store manager here, there is nothing to worry about. You don't have to be afraid even if a powerful person comes to the store. Is there anything else you need to be afraid of? I was scared to death. I thought you were going to fight. Yaffer suddenly spoke out at this time. When Qi Lu and Lan Qi faced off before, even if Yaffer had dragon teeth as amulets, he couldn't participate. After all, the gap in realm between the two is really too big. In the final analysis, Yaffer's dragon tooth amulet is just one of Lan Qi's dragon teeth. Compared with Lan Qi itself, it is more than 1,000 times worse. Especially compared to Qi Lu standing in the store. So Yaffer could only worry. Fortunately, the two of them had turned their hostility into friendship, which made Yaffer feel relieved. There will be no fighting in my store and no fighting is allowed, so don't worry about that. Qi Lu glanced at Yafei and said with a slight smile. This sentence is not only to comfort Yafei, but also to warn other customers. Don't take this as a joke. When other people in the store heard Qi Li's words, they suddenly felt a chill in their backs. Although Qi Lu said this sentence lightly, as if it was a joke, in reality, they believed that Qi Lu would execute it meticulously. Even the powerful dragon fell down. Then these people, they should just abide by the rules honestly. I hope that store manager, Qi, will not take into account their previous bargaining. That was all because I was ignorant before. As of now, let alone bargaining, the price can be increased. It's you, little girl, you are indeed here. Ranchi also saw Yaffer. The person who can get the dragon tooth from Lan Qi must have a good relationship with Lan Qi. Speaking of which, the reason why Lan Qi stopped in the City of Life was actually to find Yafel. Who knew that something like this would happen, and by the way, they also discovered a powerful person who was hiding here in seclusion. Yaffer, long time no see. Shauna also said hello. Sister Shauna, long time no see, and Uncle Lanchi, you almost scared me to death just now. Store manager Chi is actually a very good person. After Yaffer greeted Shauna, he started talking about it again. Then he started to defend Chi Lu. After all, you still have to maintain your own canteen. I know, what happened between me and store manager Chi was just a misunderstanding. Lan Chi waved his hands repeatedly. Even Lan Chi's strength was so strong that he could suppress Yafel with just a breath. But Lan Chi just couldn't do anything to Yafei. Besides, after all these years, when will you change your tune and stop calling me uncle? On the contrary, Lan Chi was a little worried about the title. Shauna is Ranchi's wife. But Yafei called Shauna sister, but he called him Uncle Lan Chi. So how should this seniority be calculated? It's really just one person's name, so let's forget it together. No, Uncle Lan Chi, Sister Shauna is very beautiful, so she looks like a sister, but you. Having said this, Yaffer pouted. If omitted, it is self-explanatory. TSK, I think I'm quite handsome, Shauna, what do you think? Lan Chi said, turning his gaze to Shauna behind him. Yes, very handsome. Shauna narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a smile. The crescent-shaped eyes shone with azure light, like stars in the night sky. No, I think I should be more handsome. However, Chi Lu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but speak. Really, after coming to the northern mountains, apart from the inherent disadvantage of the dwarves in height, others, such as the elf tribe and the beastier tribe, are all handsome men and beauties. This almost gave Chi Li's confidence a huge blow. However, facing a giant dragon, Chi Lu felt that he should not give in terms of appearance. As a result, Chi Li's words attracted the attention of everyone standing around. Then there were pairs of doubtful eyes, looking at the expressionless Chi Lu. Did store manager Chi say that just now? To be honest, Lan Chi didn't believe that Chi Lu would speak out on such a matter. This doesn't seem to be something that strong people should be interested in. Yes, that's what I said. Although Chi Lu remained expressionless, he still nodded seriously. Store manager Chi, if I guessed correctly, you should be alone. Lan Chi weighed his tone and spoke out. The implication is that you are single, so why do you care about appearance? Chi Lu was speechless for a moment. I just felt like I had been stabbed in my heart. Although there was no bleeding, it still felt very painful. Uncle Lan Chi, I think store manager Chi is right. I also think he is handsome. At this time, Yafei spoke up again and spoke for Chi Lu. Chi Lu finally understood why this little girl was so lovable. To be honest, in this world, there are always some people who have a particularly good rapport with strong people. And Yafel is probably one of them. The giant dragon Lan Chi, a powerful man, possesses one of the best combat capabilities in the northern mountains, but he has no temper in front of Yafel. He even gave Yaffer a dragon tooth. There is no need to say more about Chi Lu. The one I am most familiar with in the northern mountains is probably Yafel. With these two backing mountains alone, it is estimated that Yaffer can walk sideways in the northern mountains. Not to mention, the relationship between other strong men and Yafel is actually not bad. For example, take the powerful man from the Beastier's tribe. Another example is Shauna, the former saint of the elves. Little girl, are you really not afraid that I will be angry when you talk like this? Lan Chi raised his eyebrows and said angrily. No, Uncle Lan Chi will definitely not be angry. Besides, I have Sister Shauna, so I am not afraid of you being angry. Don't be afraid, Uncle Lan Chi will definitely not be angry. Yaffer looked left and right, his eyes lingering on Shauna for a moment before continuing. Besides, I still have Sister Shauna, so I'm not afraid of you being angry. Yaffer made a face at Lan Chi, and then hid behind Chi Lu. In fact, Yafei said that Chi Lu is handsome, which is how a foodie looks at a cook. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. In the eyes of foodies, the cook must be better. Okay, Lan Chi, what do you and Yufei argue about? Shauna smiled and said softly. Speaking of this, the relationship between Lan Chi and Qi Lu has actually taken a step closer. At least there won't be any estrangement because of the previous tense situation. This is also where Qi Lu is smart. It is definitely impossible for Qi Lu to give in. The worst possible outcome is that he will not do your business. But many times, a serious joke can close the distance between two people. This is the art of language. By the way, Uncle Lanchi, you must be here to eat. Let me take you to eat something delicious. Yufei stood behind Qi Lu, as if he suddenly remembered something. He suddenly spoke out. Speaking of which, food plays a large part in the reason why Ranchi and Yafel have such a good relationship. Normally, dragons would like to collect treasures. But Lan Chi is an exception. He prefers food, all kinds of food. Therefore, there is no shortage of topics to talk about between two foodies. What's delicious? Have you discovered any delicious food? Lan Chi became interested instantly. In the very beginning, Lan Chi and Yaffer got acquainted because of the aroma emanating from Yaffer's barbecue. Since then, the two foodies have often exchanged their experiences on various delicacies. Moreover, Lan Chi took Shauna around throughout the northern mountains, which was not aimless. But I go there for the delicious food from all over the world. There are many kinds of delicacies. In fact, store manager Chi is a very good gourmet, and he is also a wine master. At this time, Yufei didn't forget to promote Qi Lu. Then I bought a braised beef rice bowl from the snack vending machine. As soon as the lid is opened, the rich and attractive aroma unique to braised beef rice bowl bursts out. After pouring into Lan Chi's nostrils, Lan Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. This mellow, but rich aroma is definitely top-notch delicious food. Lan Chi swallowed subconsciously. Then, as soon as he reached out and prepared to take the box from Yafel, Yafel immediately took the braised beef rice bowl back. This Manager Chi's rule is that one person can only eat one serving of each delicacy per day. So Uncle Lanchi can buy it himself if he wants to eat it. Yafel explained very seriously. Just like the previous wording, I just take you to eat delicious food, not invite you to eat delicious food. Is there such a thing? Lan Chi looked at Qi Lu in astonishment, and then saw Qi Lu nodding silently. Such a thing really happens. Lan Chi now realized that there really are people who leave money there but didn't make it. It seems that Qi Li's opening of the store may be just for fun. Manager Qi, I heard that you also have drinks here, can you recommend them? Shauna asked aloud after looking around the store. If I could recommend it, orange juice. If I had to recommend it, it would be orange juice. Sheila didn't think for long before he spoke out. Compared with other drinks, juice is a drink that elves often drink and prefer to drink. Moreover, only through comparison can we reflect the good and the bad. Compared to the juice made by the elves themselves, the orange juice produced by the system is not that good. Moreover, whether it is for the former saint of the elves or for a giant dragon, it is not bad for the spiritual crystal. Eating well and drinking well is the most important thing. So, eat this braised beef bowl with rice and drink a bottle of orange juice. Immediately, Lan Chi and Shauna looked at Qi Lu, and their eyes changed drastically. Such a powerful expert can actually have such high attainments in food and drinks. It's incredible. From this point of view, the matter of opening a store may not have been a whim of his. But it has been planned for a long time. Otherwise, why would he have such high cooking skills? Lan Chi and Shauna could only say one thing, admiration for such a powerful person with his own clear goals. Manager Chi, it seems that I really misunderstood you. You are a great foodie. The braised beef rice bowl is really delicious. After Lan Qi put down his chopsticks, he came to Qi Lu and spoke very sincerely. You flatter me. To be honest, Qi Lu felt a little scared when he saw Lan Qi's expression. What's going on with this look of admiration on his face? The orange juice is delicious, Manager Qi. This is probably the best juice I have ever tasted. Shauna also doesn't hesitate to praise her. Let me tell you, Manager Qi is really nice. Otherwise, how could he make such delicious food? Yaffer said with a smile beside him. Being able to be recognized by others for your favorite food is also a great achievement for a foodie. Since I can only eat one serving a day, I won't bother you today. Store Manager Qi, let's take our leave now, and see you tomorrow. Lan Qi finished the braised beef rice bowl and thought about it for a long time before he remembered his purpose. Okay, walk slowly, I won't send you off. Qi Lu nodded. Little girl, I know that if I come to you, I will definitely be able to eat new delicacies, but I won't accompany you to reminisce about old times today. See you next time. Lan Qi said goodbye to Yaffer again. Goodbye Uncle Lan Qi, goodbye Sister Shauna. Yaffer said goodbye to the two of them politely, paused for a moment, and suddenly seemed to remember something. He raised his head suddenly and said loudly, By the way, Uncle Lan Qi, are you going to the elves? Well, let's go to the hunting convention. Lan Qi responded. In any case, Shauna can be regarded as the former saint of the elves. Even though she has left the elves now, Shauna's identity and status in the elves will not change. So every year at the hunting conference, Lan Qi and Shauna would go to the elves to watch the ceremony. That's great, Uncle Lan Qi, can you please do me a favor? Seeing that Lan Qi's destination was the same as he guessed, Yaffer immediately asked aloud. What's the deal? Lan Qi did not refuse directly, but asked first. This is my new friend, Lillian. She is a contestant in this hunting competition. Can Uncle Lancy take her there along the way? Yaffer immediately pushed Lillian over, who was hiding far away. This is my new friend, Lillian. Yaffer immediately pushed Lillian over, who was hiding far away. She is a contestant in this hunting competition. Uncle Lan Qi, can you take her there along the way? Compared to Yaffer's rough nerves, Lillian doesn't have such a big heart. You know, what is standing in front of her now is the most powerful dragon in the entire northern mountains. After being pushed over by Yafei, Lillian's whole body stiffened. Even breathing became cautious. He was afraid that he might accidentally anger the powerful man in front of him. Yeah, Yaffer, stop making trouble. Lillian was stared at by Lan Qi and couldn't even say a complete sentence. I'm not making trouble, Uncle Lan Qi is very enthusiastic. Yaffer said cheerfully. Enthusiastic? Could dragons be some kind of enthusiastic race? Lillian just felt confused and simply stopped talking. Your Majesty Lan Qi, what Yafel said is just a joke, you don't have to take it seriously. Kurt had to speak out at this time. It's just a small matter, so let's leave it at that. However, Lancy interrupted Kurd. You called Lillian, right? Come with me. Don't be nervous. I won't eat you. Lan Qi said with a smile. It's just that the expression on his face doesn't look like a happy one. Your Majesty Lan Qi, you don't have to be like this. How can we go to the hunting conference with you? When Kurt heard Lan Qi's words, cold sweat broke out on his back. You don't have to worry, Lillian is my junior, nothing will happen to her. Shauna also spoke to comfort her. Then, Lillian will leave it to the two of you, Your Majesty Lan Qi, Your Highness, the Saint. Kurt knew that the matter had come to this, so he could only bow and speak. But for Yaffer, Kurt couldn't tell how he felt. It's a mixture of thanks and complaints. To be honest, if Lillian could make friends with Lan Chi and Shauna, her status among the elves would definitely skyrocket. But I'm just afraid that Yaffle may do bad things with good intentions. Okay, what are you worried about? It's not like they won't come to the store. Sheila watched from behind and couldn't help but say something. In fact, it was Kurt's awe of Ranchi that made him unsure of Ranchi's temperament. But Chi Lu could see clearly that Lan Chi was not a narrow-minded person, the dragon. And in comparison, Lan Chi's mind can be considered relatively broad. Foodies are generally not bad people. After all, people who love food are generally not vicious people. Otherwise, there would be no time to eat delicious food. Therefore, Lan Chi only responded to Yaffle's request in passing, and there was nothing offensive about it. It was Kurt and Lillian's awe of Lan Chi that made them unable to see clearly. What's more, no matter what happens, there's still Shauna. The ancestor of the elves, the saint, would not harm her descendants, no matter what. After all, if you want to become a saint, your character is a major consideration. It is impossible for a vicious person to become a saint. Then let's take our leave first. Lan Chi bowed his hand to Chi Lu, and then left the store with Shauna and Lillian. As for the Kurds, they can only go back to their clan alone. Although Lan Chi came to the store, it seemed very sensational. But in fact, it did not have much impact on the business of Chila's store. On the contrary, after Chila showed his tyrannical strength, he made the store more famous and attracted more customers to the store. But that's all for later. After all, even if you become famous, then you have to give it time to ferment, not something that happens overnight. So after Lan Chi left, the atmosphere in the store was still the same as before, with calm mixed with a little joy. Although I am somewhat in awe of Chi Lu, you will understand after staying for a long time. As long as you act honestly, even if you occasionally joke with Chi Lu, it actually doesn't matter. However, there are probably not many customers who have the courage to dot his. The powerhouse level in the northern mountains is not as strong as expected. After Chi Lu watched the last customer leave, he thought to himself as he closed the store door. To be honest, Lan Chi is indeed much stronger than the demon abyss spirit. However, the threat to Chi Lu is far less powerful than the spirit of the demonic abyss. Can it be said that I have become so strong without knowing it? Chila seemed to suddenly realize it, thinking proudly. System, this is not because this system is protecting you, and I don't know what you are proud of, host. Just when Chi Lu was thinking about this problem, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in Chi Li's mind. Can't you make me more proud? Chi Lu glanced at his mouth and returned with some dissatisfaction. Because what the system says is indeed true. However, there was still one thing that Chi Lu didn't understand. That's when the system started to become so powerful. You know, when he was in Dong Huang, Chi Lu had trouble even dealing with demonic abyss spirit. It took a lot of effort to keep the spirit of the demonic abyss in the East Wasteland. At that time, Chi Lu frequently told the system about this matter. Although the place where we fought against the demonic abyss spirit was in Dragon Ruins, it was indeed a bit far away from Cloud Mist City. However, Chi Lu now thinks about it and feels that these are all excuses made to be the system. Look now, how long it has been. It is no exaggeration to say that Lan Chi's fighting power is that even if the spirit of the demonic abyss can draw on the power of heaven and earth, it may not be Lan Chi's opponent. However, when he was in the store, Chi Lu was able to suppress it easily without any effort. During this period, the power of the system has definitely experienced an earth-shaking growth. System, host, don't think about it. This system will tell you directly. If you had received even a trace of luck from heaven and earth earlier, you wouldn't be like this now. What do you mean? Chi Lu was a little confused by what the system said, so he immediately asked aloud. System, it's very simple. As long as there is a trace of heaven and earth energy as a sample, this system can create more heaven and earth energy. What did you say? Qi Lu was really shocked by the system's words. It turns out that this two-stroke system can actually create your own destiny. In that case, everything makes sense. It's no wonder that the system dares to open the strongman level trial space. You must know that to advance to the realm of the strong, the trial crystal isn't the most critical thing, but the fate of heaven and earth is the most critical thing. No wonder. After upgrading, the system can actually open a strong level trial space. You must know that to advance to the realm of the strong, trial crystals are not the most critical thing. Luck of heaven and earth is the most critical thing. Unexpectedly, the system can actually use a trace of heaven and earth's energy as a sample and then create it by itself. This situation is the same as that of a powerful peak power. The destiny of one's own heaven and earth has reached the perfect state, rotating on its own, endlessly. And the most frightening thing is that the speed at which the system creates the destiny of heaven and earth is much faster than those of those powerful peak powers. Speaking of which, Qi Lu suddenly understood. According to the system, when Qi Lu was in the store, even those powerful people had to kneel down. It's just a launchy, it's trivial. However, after thinking about this matter, Qi Lu suddenly thought of another thing. That is in Dong Huang, fighting against the spirit of the demonic abyss, helping Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth, and preventing Dong Huang from falling into chaos. Who makes the most money from this matter? Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth has received the fate of heaven and earth carried by the spirit of the demon abyss, which can speed up its recuperation. As a reward, Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth gave Qi Lu a part of the destiny of heaven and earth. Of course, this is the ideal situation. The fact is that this part of the destiny of heaven and earth has been intercepted by the system. Of course, he probably gave a portion of it to Yu Shi'er. But the final result was that Qi Lu didn't get any benefits at all, and everything was misappropriated by the system. Then the system uses these heaven and earth qi movements as samples and begins to create more heaven and earth qi movements on its own, and may even use this to upgrade itself a bit. You guy. I have already overestimated as much as possible what you have pocketed. I didn't expect to find out in the end that I still underestimated you. Qi Lu felt like he was about to burst into anger. If I had known this, I should have looked for more benefits from the system. After all, Qi Li's luck in heaven and earth is of little use, so he might as well give it to the system. Anyway, the two are in a state of mutual prosperity and loss. However, the luck of heaven and earth can give you benefits, but you must also get them. This stingy system, if you don't squeeze it, you don't know what good things it can come up with. System, host, there is a small reward in this system. Do you want it? Probably feeling Qi Li's emotional changes. This time, the system asked Qi Lu very wisely before he could speak. Yes, why not? Qi Lu curled his lips and thought to himself, you are wise. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining the title, Dragon Slayer. This title has been added to the title egg pool and can be sold in this store. What to kill? Qi Lu almost suspected that he heard wrongly. Qi Lu really doesn't care much about title badges. After all, so far, there is only one truly powerful title badge in the store. That is the blessed one of magical elements. The only treasure-level title. As for other title badges, the accompanying effects can only be said to be quite satisfactory. But the name of the small reward given by the system now seems to be something extraordinary. Dragon Slayer, treasure-level title. The title holder will be immune to the suppression of dragon power and will cause 30% more damage to enemies with dragon blood. Additional skills, Dragon Slayer's Bravery. Dragon Slayer, treasure-level title. The title holder will be immune to the suppression of dragon power and will cause 30% more damage to enemies with dragon blood. Additional skills, Dragon Slayer's Bravery. Dragon Slayer's Bravery, passive skill. After the title holder kills the dragon, he will swallow the dragon's soul and permanently strengthen a very small amount of all his attributes. There is no upper limit to the bonus off this skill. Usage restrictions, hero level. After seeing the Dragon Slayer title badge, there was only one word in Qilu's mind. Powerful. It is indeed a treasure level title badge. Just looking at one of the basic attributes of this Dragon Slayer title, immunity to dragon power suppression, is already a top attribute. Dragon power, that is one of the symbols of the dragon. Among strong men of the same level, the pressure caused by Long Wei is at least 20% stronger than the pressure released by ordinary practitioners, and maybe more. This is enough to show the power of Long Wei. Many times, the dragon does not need to stand and fight at all. It only needs to release the power of the dragon, which is enough to defeat the enemy. It can be said that there are very few treasures that can resist the dragon's power. Needless to say, he is immune to Long Wei's suppression. Qilu has only seen one such thing so far, and that is the Dragon Tooth Amulet in Yafel. But that amulet was given to Yaffer by Lan Qi. It's the tooth of a powerful dragon. Most people probably can't even dream of such a thing. However, being immune to the suppression of dragon power is only one of the basic attributes of the Dragon Slayer title. Another basic attribute causes 30% more damage to enemies with dragon blood. This is even more powerful. Inflicting 30% more damage is equivalent to directly increasing the combat effectiveness by 30%, and maybe more. After all, the calculation of combat effectiveness involves many aspects. The title of Dragon Slayer directly increases the damage by 30%. For some classes with many attack methods and powerful power, this is simply a top-notch treasure. The increased combat effectiveness is more than 30%. I'm afraid it's more than 60%. Moreover, the title of Dragon Slayer does not only target giant dragons, but also targets all enemies with dragon blood. Then there are many goals. However, no matter how strong the basic attributes are, there are certain limitations. After all, it can be seen from the name of this title. Dragon Slayer. That must be a title for the Dragon Clan. However, the skills attached to the title of Dragon Slayer and the bravery of the Dragon Slayer are the greatest value of this title badge. After the title holder slays the dragon, a very small amount of all his attributes will be permanently enhanced. The most terrifying thing is that there is no upper limit to the bonus of this skill. There is no upper limit, which means it can be continuously improved. In other words, as long as you have the ability to kill a sufficient number of dragons, the attribute improvement brought by the title of Dragon Slayer will be beyond imagination. Although finding the dragon is not that simple. After all, the Dragon Clan has always been known for its rarity. However, even apart from the title of Dragon Slayer, there are skills that can be called divine skills. The Dragon Slayer title badge is also a very good choice at certain times. Especially when fighting enemies with dragon blood, it is not even an exaggeration to say it is a divine weapon. After all, the title of Dragon Slayer is aimed at more than just dragons. This Dragon Slayer title badge is used when fighting enemies with dragon blood. It's not an exaggeration to say it's an artifact. After all, the title of Dragon Slayer is aimed at more than just dragons. Anyone with dragon bloodline is among the targets. Opponents with dragon blood are generally powerful enemies. You know, the dragon bloodline is one of the top bloodlines. Those with dragon bloodline, no matter what race they are, whether they are Warcraft or exotic beasts, their qualifications and talents cannot be inferior. However, as long as he faces the title of Dragon Slayer. So sorry, as long as the two realms are not far apart, then the title of Dragon Slayer will be like a sharp blade piercing the blood of the Dragon Clan. 30% damage bonus. This is no joke. It seems that the system has indeed realized its mistake and is even willing to take out treasure-level products as compensation. Chila nodded silently, thinking in his heart. However, after thinking carefully, Chila reacted. The title of Dragon Slayer is indeed strong. But thinking about it carefully, I always feel that this second stroke system is intentional. Yes, that's right, it was done on purpose. To target Lan Chi? Does this guy from the system really hold a grudge? Then he's too petty. The more Chila thought about it, the more he realized that this was the case. Speaking of dragon slayers, speaking of dragons. It can be said with certainty that after Chila came to the northern mountains, he really only saw Lan Chi, a giant dragon. Then, in the evening, the title of Dragon Slayer came directly. System, host, you are overthinking. How can this system be so narrow-minded? Probably discovered Chili's thoughts. The system immediately defended itself. But to Chi Lu, it sounded like there was no 300 taels of silver in his place. No, you don't need to say more, I understand everything. Chila quickly stopped the system from continuing to argue. It seems that the IQ of this Irby system has not been raised as high as imagined. This kind of cover-up can be done. In this case, Chila really has to think about it. Consider whether to put this Dragon Slayer title badge on the shelf. After all, this thing is indeed not very friendly to Lan Chi. What's more, the usage restrictions of the Dragon Slayer title are not too low. Minimum usage limit, hero level. Just this one item basically stopped 95% of the customers from thinking about the title of Dragon Slayer. After all, as long as a creature like a giant dragon reaches adulthood, it has heroic strength. Speaking of which, if you don't have hero-level strength, go find trouble with the dragon. That's probably looking for death. From this point of view, this usage restriction setting makes sense. Then let's just put one in as a token. Anyway, if there are too many Dragon Slayer title badges, no one may buy them. Chi Lu made a decision quickly. Elves, hunting plains. This is where the hunting conference is held. The hunting plain was named after the hunting convention. However, although this area is called the hunting plains, it actually covers more than just plains. Beyond the endless grassland, there are also lush jungles, which are also within the scope of the hunting plains. Inside, there are countless powerful monsters, watching eagerly. The hunting plain is apart from the endless grassland. Within the included area, there are also lush jungles. Inside, there are countless powerful monsters, eyeing the creatures outside. And that jungle is also the venue for the hunting competition. This year's elf hunting conference will be held as scheduled. In the grassland outside the jungle is the gathering place for contestants from all major branches of the elf clan. White light suddenly appeared on the horizon, revealing only a hint of fish-belly white. But on this hunting plain, there was already a buzz of people. Each branch of the elf clan will select a contestant from the younger generation and come here accompanied by the elders of the clan. The younger generation is the future of the elves. This is also the rule followed by hunting conferences. On this vast grassland, some of the elves who arrived first found a place to charge their batteries. And some people start to look for people they know well, and then talk about old times, and so on. Although the elves are divided into a large number of branches, many of them are actually familiar to each other. However, Carlos had no intention of communicating with other tribesmen at the moment. Watching the sky gradually lighten up, Carlos looked anxiously into the distance. Kurd stood aside, wiping the sweat on his forehead from time to time. As Lillian's father and the leader of the branch clan, Carlos definitely needs to come to such a grand ceremony as the hunting conference. However, just last night, Kurd returned to his clan alone. It almost scared Carlos to death. Before, when Lillian ran away from the clan without telling Carlos, Carlos almost fell ill. Fortunately, Carlos found out that Kurd had gone with him, so he felt relieved and did not continue to pursue the case. After all, even if Lillian can't distinguish between priorities, Kurd can. However, this time, Lillian was not even alive. Carlos almost strangled Kurd to death on the spot. Fortunately, Kurd explained in time and Carlos was able to endure it. Kurd, are you sure it was Her Majesty the Saint and Her Majesty Lancy who took Lillian away? Carlos asked, looking into the distance. Clan leader, please don't worry. It's impossible for the two adults to harm Lillian, because there is no need at all. Kurd immediately assured him. But. Carlos frowned, said two words, and then stopped talking. But Kurd knew what Carlos was trying to say. That is when the hunting conference is about to begin. Now the elves are all gathered on the hunting plain, just to wait for the appearance of the elf queen. As soon as the elf queen comes out, she announces the start of the hunting conference. Then latecomers will be treated as abstentions. Hey, Carlos, why are you the only one I see? Where are the contestants from your clan? Just when Carlos was frowning, an elf with a slicked back hair came over. Bet, what are you doing here? Carlos glanced at the visitor and snorted coldly. Bet, the leader of another branch of the elf clan, had always had differences with Carlos. Because the branches they belong to are not much different in strength. Therefore, the two often competed with each other in hunting conferences. But this time, Bet was fully prepared for the contestants from his clan, so naturally he wanted to come over to visit his old rival. Bet, the leader of another branch of the elf clan, had always had differences with Carlos. Because the branches they belong to are not much different in strength. Therefore, the two often competed with each other at hunting conferences. Of course I came here to take a look. The contestants in your clan are not ready this time either. Bet said slowly with a false smile on her face. I heard that this time, the contestant from your clan is your daughter Lillian. I wonder where she is now. It's not because I don't have confidence that I didn't come here. Bet said while looking around. Although she didn't get along with Carlos, Bet still knew Lillian. After searching around and confirming that Lillian was not there, the smile on Bet's face suddenly turned mocking. Is it just an excuse to avoid the hunting meeting openly in the name of being late? Carlos, it seems that your daughter is not very good. Bet said slowly. Shut up, you don't have to worry about my business, just mind yourself. Carlos just snorted, but couldn't refute Bet's words. Because Lillian has indeed not yet arrived at the hunting plains at this time. Well, in that case, let me see what kind of ranking you can achieve in the hunting competition this time. Bet shrugged, scoffed and left. Carlos looked at Betty's back and gritted his teeth bitterly. In the last hunting competition, Bet's branch ranked 16th. The branch where Carlos belongs is ranked 18th. The difference between the two rankings and the resource allocation gap is not a small one. In fact, the final ranking in the hunting conference is a very important measure for the proportion of resource allocation in the next year. There is only one level of difference between the top 10 and the top 5. The difference between the first place and the top 5 is another level. However, these things have nothing to do with Carlos. Because the 18th one really doesn't have much say. Moreover, by the way, I would like to say that big hunters do not rank all branches. The ranking probability of the big hunter was only recorded as the 30th place. In other words, Carlos's branch, which ranked 18th in the last hunting competition, was actually a middle to lower ranking. But, that's pretty good. You must know that the number of branches of the elf clan is more than hundreds. However, the rankings after 30 will all have the same amount of resource allocation. And being able to compete to the top 20 among so many young talents requires extremely strong strength. Boom. Dong dong. Just after Bet walked away, clear voices sounded over the hunting plain. Carlos' face turned extremely pale as he looked at the sky. This sound is the prelude to the appearance of the elf queen. In the sky, a rainbow bridge slowly fell down and stretched across the sky. White light scattered down, shining on the rainbow bridge. A figure gradually appeared from the sky, then stepped on the rainbow bridge, and walked down slowly step by step. Under the white light, this figure looks like a fairy emerging from the dust. Under the eyes of all the elves in the hunting plain, he slowly fell from the rainbow bridge. Then his body appeared. Her long pale golden hair hangs down like a waterfall. Under the reflection of the rainbow bridge, there is a faint light. The blonde hair is adorned with several shining colorful feathers, which are ornaments condensed from pure magical elements. There seemed to be endless vitality in his green eyes. On his flawless face, there was a faint smile. Compassion, holiness, wisdom. These three temperaments are very cleverly integrated and appear in that smile. On the white gauze skirt of her body, there are inconspicuous light golden lines, which are gently swaying as she moves. Follow the elf queen down the rainbow bridge. The rainbow bridge hanging down from the sky shattered suddenly, and then gathered at the feet of the elf queen, forming a rainbow-colored staircase. Carrying the elf queen, standing quietly in the void. Standing next to the rainbow-colored stairs was an old man with white hair and beard, holding a staff that looked like a crutch in his hand. It is inlaid with a polished and crystal-clear magic core. This old man is the current supervisory elder of the elves. The position of supervisory elder is inherited from the same line, and there has always been only one. Responsible for supervising all major affairs of the elves. There is also an arbitration elder who checks and balances with the supervisory elder. It's just that a grand ceremony like the hunting conference has nothing to do with the arbitration elder, so the arbitration elder did not come. Congratulations to your majesty the queen. On the hunting plain, all the elves fell to the ground on one knee when the elf queen appeared. Then put your right hand on your chest and lower your head slightly. Pay tribute to the highest faith in the clan. All tribesmen, stand up. You are welcome here to participate in the annual hunting meeting. The elf queen's voice is ethereal and melodious, as elegant as an orchid in an empty valley, and as sweet as a song. The elves who were kneeling on the ground also stood up from the ground after the ceremony. The opening ceremony of the hunting conference did not last long. The elven queen appears only as a witness. The person who actually supervised the hunting meeting was the supervisor elder who appeared together and stood beside the rainbow stairs. Therefore, the person who read out the rules of the hunting meeting was naturally the supervisory elder. The prologue is not too long. After all, the hunting conference is held every year, the opening remarks are basically the same, and the rules have not changed much. Reading out the rules is nothing more than a routine formality. It is intended to warn those tribesmen who may have bad thoughts in their hearts not to take chances. The rules of a hunting convention can be very long when read out. But it's simple to sum up. After the game started, all contestants entered the jungle bordering the hunting plain grassland. In that jungle, there are countless monsters living. Contestants hunt monsters and hunt magic cores as trophies. Among them, the hero-level magic score is worth 1 point, the professional-level magic score is worth 10 points, and the master-level magic score is worth 100 points. As for the heroic magic core, I am afraid that none of these contestants have the ability to hunt heroic monsters. The entire hunting conference lasts 2 days and 1 night. By the end of the hunting conference, all contestants have exited the jungle. Then according to the number of magic cores hunted by each contestant, the points are calculated and ranked. As for the final ranking, there will be no duplication in terms of ranking. When encountering a situation where the points are the same, the superior and inferior will be distinguished based on the quality of the magic core, and then the ranking will be carried out. After all, among monsters of the same level, the difference between strength and weakness is huge. The quality of the magic cores of different monsters will definitely vary. Therefore, it is almost impossible to have the same points and the same quality of the magic core. After the hunting conference begins, the contestants enter the jungle and there are also a few simple rules. First, contestants can hunt alone or in teams, but when calculating points, they will only be calculated based on the magic core owned by each contestant. Second, contestants can fight among themselves, but killing is prohibited. And this rule also means that the magic core hunted by the contestants can be snatched. It's just that they are prohibited from killing each other. Third, no one other than the contestants is allowed to interfere in the hunting meeting. After entering the jungle, for 2 days and 1 night, except for the fact that no one is allowed to kill each other, all other dangers will be dealt with by oneself. In other words, during the hunting competition, no matter how powerful the monsters the contestants encounter, no other tribesman will be allowed to interfere. Therefore, it is very normal for contestants to die in previous hunting competitions. The hunting conference has never been a grand event with singing and dancing, but a cruel competition among the elves to determine the allocation of resources for the next year. What is tested is the various abilities of the younger generation of the elves. Combat, strategy, survival, courage. That's why Bait went to Carlos and taunted him before, asking whether Lillian didn't dare to come to the hunting conference. After all, abandoning the game because of fear of life has happened before. It's just that this situation is too rare. The above are all the rules of the hunting competition. I hope all participants will keep them in mind. Those who violate the rules will be directly disqualified from the competition. After the supervisory elder stepped forward and read out the rules, he gently tapped the end of the staff on the ground, and then retreated to the rainbow stairs. Because the only person qualified to announce the start of the hunting conference is the elf queen. While the supervisory elder read out the rules, Carlos's face became increasingly pale. Kurt's face was even covered with beads of sweat, but he didn't dare to reach out and wipe it. After the rules are read out, the hunting meeting will be announced to begin. Any contestant who does not come to the hunting plane after the rules are read out will be deemed to have abandoned the game. As a player who abandoned the competition, the resource allocation for the next year will naturally be cancelled directly. So in many cases, even dying in the jungle is better than giving up. This is not just a matter of resource allocation, but also a matter of courage. Giving up is no different than being a coward. As expected, Lillian hasn't arrived yet. Carlos, I originally wanted to compete with you in this year's hunting conference. It's a pity, now all you have left is embarrassment. When the supervisory elder read out the rules, Bait specially paid attention to Carlos. As a result, Lillian was not seen at the scene until the end. And there are actually not a few people who have discovered this. The branch that Carlos belongs to won the 18th place in the last hunting competition. Although among the top 30, this ranking is not high. However, among the hundreds of branches, 18 are undoubtedly at the forefront. 18, which doesn't seem high. However, among the hundreds of branches, it is undoubtedly at the forefront. Therefore, there are not many people who pay attention to Carlos. After all, it is basically impossible to compete for a high ranking when one's own strength is not enough. On the contrary, there are more people competing for Carlos's ranking at this stage. And when these elves saw that Lillian was not on the spot, they were extremely happy. One less competitor is equivalent to advancing one position. Where can I find such a good thing? However, contrary to the happy faces of these tribesmen, Carlos's face looked as if he was mourning for his heir. After making so many preparations, Lillian was considered to have abandoned the game. Who can bear this? And the most important thing is that it is not clear where Lillian is now. Your Majesty, please begin. The supervisory elder returned to the rainbow stairs and bowed slightly to the elf queen. This was to return the right to speak to the elf queen, signaling that the hunting conference could begin. It's over. Carlos almost fell down when he heard this. The clansmen who were paying attention to Carlos all around had expressions off-gloating on their faces. The elf queen nodded slightly, with a compassionate and holy smile on her face. Tribesmen, hunting conference. Wait a minute, the hunting conference hasn't started yet. However, the elf queen was only halfway through her words when a thunderous voice suddenly appeared, interrupting her announcement of the start of the hunting conference. Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of everyone in the hunting plain, there was shock and astonishment. A huge black shadow quickly approached from the horizon, and the enveloping black shadow further proved the huge size of the visitor. The mighty dragon's might, as the black shadow approached, pressed towards the entire hunting plain. By this time, all the elves present had already figured out the identity of the visitor. There are only a handful of people who dare to interrupt the elf queen. Plus this dragon power. Then the identity of the visitor is ready to be revealed. The only powerful dragon in the northern mountains, Lan Chi. I thought it wasn't coming this year. The elf queen looked up at the huge black shadow approaching from far away, and moved her hand slightly. A majestic magic power immediately surged out, blocking the power of the dragon. There are only a few tribesmen on the hunting plain who can withstand the might of a powerful dragon. If this dragon's power is really allowed to rage, this year's hunting conference may be postponed. Moreover, there are monsters in the jungle over there. I am afraid that I will also be affected by this terrifying dragon power. After the huge dragon body came to the sky above the hunting plain, it paused for a moment, and then instantly turned into black mist. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure fell from the sky. Seeing this figure, the elf queen's eyes narrowed slightly, and then quickly returned to her original expression. But other people on the hunting plain were not so calm. Lan Chi's arrival made most of the elves on the hunting plain a bit silent. The arrival of a powerful dragon really couldn't calm anyone down. That terrifying dragon power, even if it is blocked by the magic power of the elf queen, makes people tremble in their hearts. Long time no see, Tiana. Long time no see, Tiana. After Lan Chi came to the ground, he immediately said hello. Tiana is the name of the elf queen. But there are not many people who dare to call him by this name. At least among the entire elves, unless they are both strong and powerful, they are all called Mianxia. Even the supervisory elders and arbitration elders are no exception. Lan Chi, are you the only one here this time? The expression on Tiana's face did not change, and she still asked aloud with a faint smile. Speaking of which, if Shauna hadn't left the elves and followed Lan Chi, I'm afraid Tiana won't be able to become the elf queen now. So in summary, Lan Chi is probably still kind to Tiana. It's just that Tiana doesn't appreciate this. Of course not. I brought someone here along the way. I heard that he is also a contestant in this hunting competition. Lan Chi shrugged and said carelessly. Then he turned and glanced at the sky. It wasn't until this moment that Shauna walked down from the sky with Lily and Anne appeared in front of everyone. Shauna. Tiana's tone became a little complicated, and she slowly called out Epperson's name. You know, Shauna's cultivation qualifications are no worse than Tiana's, and are even better. Otherwise, the previous saint would not have chosen Shauna. But now, Tiana is already a powerful person. But Shauna is only at the peak of hero level. This is because after becoming the elf queen, you will be blessed by the luck of the elves and the inheritance of your ancestors. So the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains chose Tiana. He gave the gift of the destiny of heaven and earth to Tiana. As mentioned before, due to the limitations of the fate of heaven and earth, the number of strong level powers will also be limited. Even though Shauna is now fully qualified to be promoted to the strong level. However, it was restricted by the fate of heaven and earth. This qualification was extended to Tiana, who was blessed by the luck of the elves. Tiana, long time no see, how are you? Shauna looked at Tiana, with a soft smile on her face. Shauna actually didn't care about the fact that the qualification to be promoted to the strong level was transferred to Tiana. After all, Shauna and Tiana pursue different things. Besides, with Lan Qi by her side, even if Shauna is only at the peak of the hero level. But in the northern mountains, which powerful person would not give Shauna face? Didn't that offend Lan Qi for no reason? I'm doing very well. Is the person standing next to you the contestant that Lan Qi mentioned? Tiana hesitated for a moment and then changed the subject. Well, her name is Lillian. I hope it's not too late. Shauna nodded, and then pushed Lillian out beside her. Theoretically, as long as the hunting conference has not officially started and the contestants arrive, it will not be considered as abandonment. So Shauna didn't intend to embarrass Tiana. After all, before, Lan Qi stopped Tiana from speaking from a distance. Of course there's still time. Your name is Lillian, right? Go get ready. Tiana will still give this little face. Thank you, Your Majesty the Queen. Lillian quickly bowed and thanked her. Ranchi and Shauna's attitude towards Tiana can be very easygoing. But Lillian can't. No matter what the relationship is, Tiana is always the Queen of Elves. For Lillian, that is a superior existence. However, this scene left the other elves on the hunting plain stunned. The shock in my heart is even more indescribable. No, this is impossible. She has so much virtue and ability that Her Majesty Lan Qi can send her to the hunting plain in person. Bet was even more shocked to the point of being extremely shocked. What is Lan Qi's identity? He was actually willing to personally take action and send Lillian over. Even though Lan Qi said he was just along the way, there were many people who were on the same road as Lan Qi. Why did I only give Lillian one as a gift? The relationship between this is worth pondering. Then the words I laughed at Carlos earlier will not reach the ears of His Majesty Lan Qi. Bet thought about this problem again, and her face suddenly turned pale. If Lillian can make good friends with Lan Qi, it will be just around the corner for Carlos' branch to skyrocket. By that time, Bet didn't dare to think about the rest. The expressions on the faces of those tribesmen who were gloating before were not much different from Bet's at the moment. I thought Lillian was greedy for life and afraid of death, so she gave up the game. Who knew it would give them such a big surprise? No, it was already a shock. Being able to make friends with Lan Qi is simply something that I can't even dream of. This is the only strong-level dragon on the northern mountains. The treasures in their hands, even if a little leaked out from the fingers, would be enough for them to enjoy endlessly. However, these things have nothing to do with them. And let's look at Lan Qi's attitude towards Lillian. It was like treating a junior, and he even specifically mentioned this Maturto the Elf Queen. And Shauna is also there to help. You don't need to think about what happens next. This time, instead of being embarrassed, Carlos stole the show. And after the hunting conference ends, I'm afraid it won't be far away from the rise of Carlos's branch. This is really enviable. Jealous. At the same time, I was secretly glad that I didn't say anything sarcastic in front of Carlos before. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing now. Patriarch, I'm not lying to you. These are really His Majesty Lan Qi and Her Royal Highness the Saint. Kurd suddenly straightened up. The sweat on his face was now regarded as spring water, so he simply washed his face. Great, this is really great. That guy Bet dared to make sarcastic remarks before. Let's see how I laugh at him later. Carlos' face was even brighter at this moment, standing there with his head raised and chest out, smiling happily. The pale color on his face before was as if it had never appeared before. It feels so good to be slapped in the face. After Lan Qi and Shauna greeted Tiana and chatted for a few words, they stood aside knowingly. After all, Lan Chi and Shauna just came to watch the ceremony. Although it is a hunting conference, the elves do not welcome people from other races to come and watch the ceremony. But that also has to be divided into objects. As the dragon Lan Chi, he can go wherever he wants. No one dared to stop him. And because of Shauna's kindness, Tiana couldn't say anything. If you really want to count, Lan Chi can be regarded as half an elf. However, there are also etiquettes for observing ceremonies, so Lan Chi and Shauna were embarrassed to interrupt the start of the hunting conference. Lan Chi even restrained Long Wei. There is also etiquette for observing ceremonies, so Lan Chi also restrained Long Wei, so as not to disturb the monsters in the jungle of the hunting plain. Under the power of the powerful dragon, these monsters probably wouldn't even dare to move. I told you a long time ago that if you want to eat, you have to divide your time. You should come here first. Fortunately, I finally caught up. Shauna stood beside Lan Chi, chattering to Lan Chi in a low voice. Otherwise, Lan Chi wanted to eat first and wasted time. With the speed of the dragon, he would have arrived at the hunting plain long ago. Isn't it time to catch up? Eating and drinking is a big deal. Besides, I have never missed anything. Lan Chi was not ashamed, but said very proudly. Tiana's eyebrows jumped slightly when she heard the two people's quiet conversation, standing quietly on the rainbow stairs. Fortunately, the movements were not large and no one was noticed. My fellow tribesmen, the hunting conference has officially begun. With an unchanging smile on her face, Tiana announced the start of the hunting conference. All the contestants also started heading to the jungle ahead. During the hunting conference, except for basic weapons, armor, potions and other items such as magic scrolls are not allowed to be brought into the jungle. Because weapons, armor and other equipment can be attributed to your own power. After all, being able to equip and use weapons and armor proves that you have the power to control these weapons and armor. However, one-time props such as magic scrolls are of the external force type. The hunting competition tests each contestant's own strength. If you take a bunch of magic scrolls and bombard them wildly, it won't be considered your own strength at all. Then the test becomes the foundation and financial resources. You know, there are not many restrictions on the use of magic scrolls. Just tear open the restrictions and throw them out. And the quantity that can be carried is very large. But for weapons and armor, you can only bring one set at most. After all, most of the weapons of the elves are bows and arrows. Dual swords and double swords, etc., can still be understood. But the double bow? I don't know if anyone has seen it. Could it be that you use your teeth to draw an arrow? It finally started. This time I must get a good ranking. Lillian took a deep breath, then picked up the wind-chasing bow and walked firmly into the jungle. Lillian, come on. If you really can't get a good ranking, you must come back alive. Don't show off when you go there. Carlos watched Lillian's back slowly disappear into the jungle. Then pray silently in your heart. No father really doesn't care about his daughter's life or death. But for the sake of the entire clan, Carlos had to let Lillian fight. The elders from other branches generally feel the same way. The contestants in the hunting competition are all the elites of their branch. Not only is his qualifications and talent number one, he is also in the top 3. Every missing one is a huge loss. However, once the hunting meeting begins, others are no longer allowed to interfere. Whether they live or die is up to them. The jungle within the hunting plains actually has another name. It's called hunting the jungle. However, since the hunting jungle is included in the hunting plain, they are called the hunting plain together. In the hunting jungle, the density of monsters is much higher than in other jungles. The hunting jungle serves as a dedicated venue for the elves' annual hunting conference. Needless to say, the number of monsters living in it goes without saying. If the number is too small and hundreds of contestants enter the hunting jungle, then don't hunt for magic beasts and hunt for magic cores. Let's decide the winner first. Only those who can stand up in the end are qualified to hunt the magic core. In fact, the strength of the monsters in the hunting jungle also has an upper limit. Heroic monsters do not exist here. All have been cleared out. Otherwise, I am afraid that a heroic monster could wipe out these hundreds of contestants here. Although the hunting conference is a competition used to test the younger generation of the elves. But it's just a game. If heroic monsters were really put in, the game might turn from hunting to escaping. This feeling of danger, there are at least 3 eyes around me looking at me. After Lillian entered the hunting jungle, she put the wind-chasing bow on her arm, to ensure that the attack can be launched as quickly as possible. And with the combat consciousness trained by clearing the dungeon in the New World mode, Lillian could vaguely sense that she felt like she was being speedden. This feeling is the wariness of those monsters hiding in the dark against intruders. And a thirst for prey. The hunting jungle is so large that even hundreds of contestants can hunt separately. So Lillian chose to hunt alone. This is also the choice of most contestants. Because when hunting in a team, unless it is between branches that have a very good relationship. Otherwise, some unpleasant things will often happen when the spoils are distributed at the end. Behind the 3 lines of sight, there are at least 3 monsters. But the threat is not great. The monsters that will appear here are not very strong. Lillian analyzed calmly. Although this was Lillian's first time to participate in a hunting convention, she had studied previous hunting conventions. Anyway, the location and rules haven't changed. Hunting conferences have been held for so many times. When it comes to hunting in the jungle, these contestants must have done their research. The closer to the edge, the lower the strength of the monster. So if you want to get a good ranking, you should try your best to go in. However, no matter how low the strength is, it is still a gain. Now that you are here, just stay. Lillian frowned, concentrated her mind, and quickly identified the direction off these 3 lines of sight. World of Warcraft is different from those races with intelligence. The lower the strength of the monster, the less likely it is to hide its murderous intent. These monsters are like beacons to some cultivators with keen senses. Although Lillian was not a particularly sensitive type before. But I have been training in the copy of New World mode for so long. Even if it is for the sake of clearing dungeons, this perception must be developed. Otherwise, when facing a large number of enemies charging head-on, there would be no way to direct the team to attack. 1 on the left, 2 on the right, in the bushes, behind the tree trunks. That's right. After Lillian confirmed her perception, she immediately took out 3 feather arrows from the quiver on her back. Chasing the wind bow fired 3 times in a row, shooting the 3 feather arrows in 3 directions. These 3 flying arrows were like 3 black lights. Puff dash. Almost at the same time, the muffled sound of 3 feather arrows piercing the body of the monster was heard. The wind-splitting effect attached to the wind-chasing bow can enhance the speed and power of the arrows, allowing the 3 monsters to be hit by the arrows without even having time to react. And the subsequent wind damage directly tore apart the monster's body. I hope it won't be a low-level monster that doesn't even have a magic core. After the arrow left the string, Lillian put the wind-chasing bow back on her arm and ran towards the nearest monster. There is no doubt about the power contained in the wind chaser bow. Lillian never thought that her attack would fail. The nearest monster was hiding in the bushes and had dark fur. If she hadn't searched carefully, Lillian almost wouldn't have found it. This is a professional level monster. When Lillian saw the dead monster, she checked it several times before confirming that it was a professional class monster. Although the quality of the magic core is not high, it is indeed a professional level magic core. This is equivalent to 10 brave level magic cores. Only then did Lillian realize that she seemed to have underestimated the power of the wind-chasing bow. You know, Lillian herself is only at the pinnacle of the professional class. I want to kill the professional monster with one arrow. This was simply impossible before. It seems that this time, the ranking in the hunting competition can be improved a few places. After Lillian put away all 3 magic cores, she suddenly became more confident. In fact, there are not many interesting parts in the process of hunting conference. 2 days and 1 night were basically spent in a cycle of searching for and hunting monsters. From time to time, you also have to be wary of other contestants who may appear at any time. After all, the contestants are allowed to snatch the magic cores they hunted from each other. So for a strong man like Lan Chi, this kind of game is like a fight between children, which makes him feel a little drowsy. In fact, most of the elves waiting on the hunting plain were resting. Because the entire process of the hunting conference is under the supervision of the supervisory elders. Others are not allowed to explore at will. It's like an exam. The contestants are the candidates, and the elders of these contestants are the parents waiting outside the examination room. The supervisory elder is the invigilator. As for the elf queen, Lan Chi, Shauna, and others, they are probably on inspection tour. The invigilator and the inspection patrol can naturally check the status of the candidates. But these parents waiting outside the examination room can only wait for the candidates to come out and then check their examination results. This is exactly the situation now. However, Lan Chi seemed quite uninterested. After all, this hunting conference is a grand ceremony for the elves, not the dragons. For Lancy, it didn't matter. The main reason why Lan Chi came here to watch the ceremony was because Shauna was coming back. Lan Chi, are you like this? Shauna soon noticed the bored look on Lan Chi's face, who was standing aside, yawning from time to time. It's nothing, I just feel like I want to eat. Lan Chi lowered his head slightly, looked at Shauna, and tried his best to maintain a dignified appearance in front of others. In fact, while chatting with Shauna, Lan Chi wanted to reach out and scratch his head. It's just that doing that is really a bit too uncharacteristic of a strong person. Have a meal? Shauna was a little stunned. Creatures like dragons can eat a lot at once, or they can go very long periods of time without eating at all. So when Lan Chi said I want to eat, he really just wanted to eat. It has nothing to do with whether you are hungry or not. If I had known earlier, I should have asked the manager if the braised beef rice bowl in the store could be taken away. Lan Chi nodded and said very seriously. Maybe not. I was on that tin box before. Shauna recalled it for a moment before speaking out. Vending machine. Lan Chi couldn't help but remind him. Yes, a vending machine. I saw on the vending machine before that each person can only buy 1 piece of food and drink per day in the store. After Shauna corrected her name for the big iron box, she continued. Is this the rule? This time it was Lan Chi who was a little stunned. It turns out that instead of eating only 1 portion, you can only buy 1 portion. Then wasn't it that I was deceived by that little girl Yafel yesterday? Who told you to do this every time? Didn't you see the words on the vending machine? Shauna said with a smile. You know I never care about these little details. Lan Chi shrugged and returned indifferently. It is so rare to have a dragon with a delicate personality. And Lan Chi is obviously not such a rare dragon. You are telling me this, because you must want to go to the City of Life. Then you can just go there now. Shauna immediately heard what Lan Chi wanted to say. Foodie's pursuit of delicious food is always endless. Just like Yufei can use Qi Li's shop as a canteen, Lan Chi can actually do it if he is alone. However, Lan Chi needs to take Shauna's thoughts into account. Shauna also knew this, so she didn't think Lan Chi should be forced to stay here. The hunting conference is just a grand ceremony for the elves. As a former saint of the elves, Shauna naturally has her own requirements for her own behavior. That's why I insist on coming to Hunting Plain to watch the ceremony every year. But Ranchi is a dragon. Compliance with these requirements is not required. I know what you're thinking, but I'm a little worried about you. Lan Chi stared into Shauna's eyes for a long time before saying this. As the only strong-level dragon in the northern mountains, Lan Chi would naturally have enemies after so many years. And the guy who can make enemies with Lan Chi is of course also a powerful person. There is no way for a hero to become enemies with Lan Chi. It's just that those so-called enemies are absolutely unable to compare with Lan Chi in terms of combat effectiveness. So in normal times, he would not come to trouble Lan Chi. It's more about finding opportunities to stumble behind the scenes. Although it is said that the strong will generally have the dignity of the strong, there is no guarantee that there will not be a few shameless guys. It is precisely because of this that Lan Chi doesn't want Shauna to be left alone. After all, those strong-level powers cannot deal with Lan Chi, a strong-level dragon. It is still very easy to deal with the half-step strong-level Shauna. Lan Chi, Tiana is here. What's there to worry about? I'm not a child anymore. Shauna smiled. If anyone could make something happen to the former saint in front of the elf queen, that would be absolutely a great shame for the elves. Furthermore, although Shauna is not a powerful person, her own level has already qualified her to be promoted to a powerful person. It's just a lack of luck in heaven and earth. On the northern mountains, there were very few objects that could pose a threat to Shauna. Okay then, I'll come as soon as I go. Lan Chi took a deep look at Tiana and then nodded. Where the elf queen is, no one will act wild here easily. Although Tiana's overall combat effectiveness is not as good as Lancy. But as a magician, Tiana's fighting style is more changeable than Lan Chi's. Offending a powerful person easily is definitely the stupidest behavior. Especially when this powerful man is blessed with racial luck. Although the luck of race is not as powerful as the luck of heaven and earth, it is definitely not much weaker. The bonus to combat effectiveness is the same. The only difference is that racial destiny is not recognized by the will of heaven and earth and cannot help the owner to advance to the strong level. Therefore, facing this kind of opponent, even if they are both at the strong level, they still have to think carefully. It was with this in mind that Lan Chi could safely leave Shauna here. Offending two strong men at the same time is not a fun thing. If anything happens, remember to contact me with your membership card. I have to say that, in addition to delicious food, there are also some good things at Manager Chi's place. Lan Chi gave one last warning. As a standard feature for customers of Chila's store, Lan Chi and Shauna were of course deceived into getting membership cards. But they said it was a scam, but in fact they didn't lose at all. Instead, he made money. Okay, I understand, go ahead. Shauna smiled softly. I noticed that Lan Chi left here quietly. Tiana was stunned for half a minute before looking at Shauna. Lan Chi went to eat and will be back soon. Shauna said it very directly. Although not many people know about Lan Chi's foodie nature, it is not a secret in front of Tiana. Have a meal. After Shauna and Lan Chi, this time it was finally Tiana's turn to be stunned. Tiana knew that Lan Chi was greedy for food, but she never expected that he would be so greedy. This situation has never happened before. Yes, let's eat. If you have time, I can take you with me next time. The food there is very delicious, there's also orange juice. Shauna invited with a smile. No, don't bother. Tiana quickly declined Shauna's kindness. Joke. The giant dragon of the dragon clan always does whatever it wants. So it's not unusual for this to happen. But the elf queen traveled all over the country to taste delicious food, which was really a big event. The city of life, a remote corner. Qilu opened the store door as usual and took a breath of fresh air. The elves holding a hunting conference have nothing to do with Qilu. It won't affect the business of Qilu's store. Because currently, the customers in Qilu's store are basically dwarves. As usual, Yafel ran to the store early in the morning to have breakfast, and then entered the New World mode and went to the old village chief's house for a bowl of noodles. But today, Yafel seemed to have figured it out. Are you planning to go to the Ghost Warriors front line so soon? Qilu stood outside the booth and asked with interest. Originally, Qilu thought Yafel would stay in the small village in the Goblin Mountains for a few more days. Although the noodles made by Grandpa are delicious, the poached eggs are also delicious, and the noodle soup is also delicious. As Yaffer spoke, he seemed to be recalling the taste. After a long pause, he came back to his senses and continued, but Grandpa only has noodles here. I feel that there should be more delicious food waiting for me ahead, Soltov. It is a pity. I decided to move on and look for new delicious food. When Yaffer said these words, it felt like a grand statement. In the end, it was still the declaration of a foodie. Then I wish you can find more new delicacies. Qilu smacked his lips and didn't know what to say, so he had no choice but to give his blessing. Qilu doesn't know how many kinds of food there are in the New World mode. But the quantity will certainly not be small. It's just that these delicacies are all details. Just like an online game, it can satisfy basic monster fighting upgrades, plus rich mission functions. With so many delicacies that have no attributes at all, the most you can get is a compliment of the details are really well done. It's totally a thankless thing. It's like the beautiful scenery in those action games. Players go there for the cool battle scenes and gorgeous attack special effects. How many players will go to see the scenery? However, Qilu never expected that he would meet a scenery player here. Focus on finding food in fighting games. He is truly a hero among foodies. What Qilu didn't expect was that Yafel actually found a place to eat in Frontline City. That is a restaurant standing on the street. That place is far away from the city wall, so players will not approach it under normal circumstances. After all, the wild monsters and dungeons are outside the walls of the Frontline City. So that restaurant usually seems very deserted. Only some of the Aborigines from Frontline City occasionally went over to have a meal. However, Yaffer found this restaurant by following the aroma of the Aboriginal people eating. Duan is extremely powerful. At least Qilu admires him very much. Manager Qi, good afternoon. Just after Yaffer had lunch in the restaurant in the New World mode, Lanka suddenly opened the shop door covered in dust. Huh? Are you the only one? Qilu glanced behind Lan Qi before asking aloud. Don't look at me, Manager Qi. I specially took time to come over for a meal. Bring me a braised beef rice bowl. Lan Qi waved his hand, then found a chair and sat down. But before the chair was warm, Lan Qi suddenly stood up and walked towards the shelf area. Qilu looked at Lan Qi with a confused face, not knowing what he wanted to do. There was a very strange smell here before. Although it was very weak, it definitely appeared for a moment just now. Why can't I feel it now? After Lan Qi came to the shelf area, he frowned and started pacing back and forth. Are you looking for something? Qilu watched Lan Qi pacing back and forth for a while before asking curiously. I don't know what it is, I just felt a faint breath here. Lan Qi stopped and explained with a frown. Then he thought about it and continued, it's just a hint of aura that seems to threaten me. Although I know that there shouldn't be any aura that can threaten me, it still doesn't feel right. When Lan Qi said this, he boasted rather narcissistically. Then he frowned again. Aura that threatens you. Qilu nodded as if he suddenly understood, and then took out a title badge from the shelf. Is it this one? Qilu handed over the Dragon Slayer title badge. This is probably the only thing that can pose a threat to Lan Qi. Although the title of Dragon Slayer was slandered by Qi Lu, the narrow-minded system took revenge on Lan Qi. But its powerful effect is enough to deserve the title of treasure-level product. But speaking of this, Qi Lu also had to praise Lan Qi's perception. Shelves can block the smell of products. However, Lan Qi was able to detect this breath with the dragon's instinct. Although it was only a short moment, it was enough to prove that Lan Qi's strength was indeed extremely powerful. Yes, that's it. Manager Qi, this thing should be a badge. Lan Qi took the Dragon Slayer title badge from Qi Lu, looked at it carefully, and then tried to pin the Dragon Slayer title badge on his cloak. It's indeed a badge. To be precise, its full name is called the Dragon Slayer title badge. Qi Lu nodded, and then introduced it seriously. Dragon Slayer. Lan Qi stared closely at the Dragon Slayer title badge pinned to his cloak, with an unexplained light flickering in his eyes. This guy doesn't think I have any objections to him. But this stuff was given to me by the system and has nothing to do with me. Qi Lu was thinking silently in his heart and was about to say something. Lan Qi suddenly spoke up and shouted, "Okay. Dragon Slayer, this is exactly what I need." This shout made Qi Lu confused. What do you need? Is the Dragon Slayer title badge what you need? Qi Lu almost wondered if there was something wrong with his ears, so he heard wrongly. But looking at the joy on Lan Qi's face, Qi Lu felt that he must have heard correctly. However, in Qi Li's eyes, this scene really felt very strange. Lan Qi is a giant dragon. Those were the purest dragons, and they were the ones targeted by the title of Dragon Slayer. However, Lan Qi said that this Dragon Slayer title badge was exactly what he needed. How is this going? Is this because you are dissatisfied with yourself, so you want to kill yourself? Qi Lu thought about many possibilities. For example, Lan Qi was dismissive of this. After all, the dragon is a proud creature, and it is normal to disdain the so-called Dragon Slayer title. A powerful dragon is not something that can be killed with just a title. Or rather angry. After all, the effect of the title of Dragon Slayer is aimed at their dragon clan and all creatures with dragon blood. This is undoubtedly an insult to the dragon clan. Another example is being indifferent or something. However, Qi Lu would never have imagined that Lan Qi would have an ecstatic option. No matter how you look at it, it seems abnormal. Store manager Qi, I know you should be confused now, right? Of course, Lan Qi can guess how Qi Lu is feeling now. As a giant dragon, he actually held a badge with the title of Dragon Slayer, saying that he just needed it. This scene is really weird. Lan Qi is not afraid of Long Wei. Therefore, for Lan Qi, the most important effect of the title of Dragon Slayer is that it can cause 30% more damage to enemies with dragon blood. On the contrary, the skill of Dragon Slayer's bravery can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. Unless you can really kill enough dragons. And this is actually what Qi Lu is confused about. Lan Qi, who wears a badge with the title of Dragon Slayer, can be said to be a hard-to-find opponent among powerful dragons. But when faced with other strong-level powers, the only thing that works is Dragon Slayer's bravery, which in the early stage can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. Moreover, Lan Qi should be the only powerful dragon in the northern mountains. Therefore, if you want to buy the Dragon Slayer title badge, you should buy it from other powerful people. It definitely shouldn't be Lan Qi who needs it. Logically speaking, I shouldn't ask customers why they buy goods. However, if you want to say something, I am willing to listen. Qi Lu admitted his doubts, frankly. However, in his tone, he did not intend to ask why. What the customer wants to buy is the customer's freedom. Although Qi Lu was surprised by Lan Qi's behavior, he always paid no attention to such things. However, if Lan Qi took the initiative to bring up this matter, that would be a different matter. Well, although I can't go into details about this matter, I think it's better to let you, Manager Qi, know a little bit. Lan Qi crossed his fingers as if he was considering his words. After pondering for a while, he continued. The Dragon Clan is not actually peaceful within itself. It's just that all parties are equally powerful, so no major disputes have arisen yet. The emergence of the Dragon Slayer title badge is likely to break this balance. When Lan Qi said this, he lowered his eyes slightly and took a deep look at Dragon Slayer title badge pinned to his cloak. The power directed at the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Clan's bloodline is a double-edged sword for those guys. And it's an extremely sharp double-edged sword. I can feel that, Store Manager Qi, you did not exaggerate in your introduction of the products. Although this power cannot pose a threat to me, it can make me feel like a light on my back. Lan Qi said slowly, very much approving of the title of Dragon Slayer. It's like a knife. In the hands of a toddler, it would be a joke to a prepared adult. However, in the hands of an adult like himself, it would be a huge threat. However, no one will feel scared just because they see a knife. The same goes for the title of Dragon Slayer. So really speaking, Lan Qi is indeed afraid of opponents who are at the same level as himself and get this Dragon Slayer title badge. However, Manager Qi, this is not a warning or advice. Just a simple suggestion. The Dragon Slayer title badge is more attractive to the Dragon Clan than you think. If the Dragon Clan sets its sights here, Manager Qi, maybe given your strength, there won't be any trouble. However, this store may not be able to open. At the end of his speech, Lan Qi expressed his thoughts very sincerely. The meaning is that he wants Qi Lu to stop taking out the Dragon Slayer title badge. The dispute between the Dragon Clan. Qi Lu looked a little surprised. Because he really hasn't thought about such a thing. The dragon race, despite its individual temperament, is indeed not suitable for living in groups. But if it really comes to a fight, that's unlikely. Because giant dragons usually don't live in groups at all, unless they have a confirmed relationship and form a pair. However, this situation is rare. Therefore, at first glance, the word conflict does not seem to be used among giant dragons who usually have little contact with each other. However, Qi Lu, as an outsider, can only use common sense to judge matters within the Dragon Clan. So it must not be as clear as Lan Qi knows. Although Qi Lu is not afraid of those giant dragons, he definitely does not want to get involved in the disputes between those giant dragons. If a few giant dragons really come and squat outside the store, then this store really shouldn't be opened. Furthermore, the Dragon Slayer title badge has very limited usage, and there are really only a few customers who can use it. Even if it is not sold, there is actually not much loss. After all, this is not a general-purpose product. So Qi Lu really considered Lan Qi's suggestion seriously. However, it's a consideration. On the surface, Qi Lu still looked expressionless. This is a necessary quality for a cold store manager. No matter what news you hear, you should remain calm. I will seriously consider your suggestion, but now. Qi Lu paused for a moment before continuing, Jiu Hui, 100,000 spiritual crystals. The latter sentence is more serious. It is called a treasure, but it is much more expensive than other products in the store. Because titles are different from products such as weapons and armor. The nature of never wearing out means that the price of these title badges is much higher than other products of the same level. After all, if there is no hidden characteristic of never wearing out, then the Dragon Slayer's bravery skill attached to the title of Dragon Slayer is the same as not having it. He had just swallowed a few dragon souls and was about to change his title. Then start from the beginning with the newly stacked Dragon Slayer's valor and stack it again. Who can bear this? I hope store manager Qi can really think about it seriously. Lan Qi was also dumbfounded by Qi Li's calmness. 100,000 spiritual crystals is just a trivial matter to Lan Qi. but Lan Qi couldn't ignore the disputes between the dragons. So after taking out the magic core to deduct 100,000 spiritual crystals, Lan Qi gave a very serious advice. I know. I also said that I will consider your suggestions carefully. So, do you want to eat your braised beef rice bowl? Qi Lu shrugged and changed the topic sensibly. There is no point in discussing this matter with Lan Qi. Lan Qi can just worry about the internal disputes within the dragon clan. Qi Lu will definitely not get involved. Wouldn't it be better to just be a store manager and eat in peace and wait, Todi? What is the dragon clan? That is a powerful race that can be regarded as one of the top in any world. This is true for the northern mountains, and so is the eastern wasteland. The dragon has always been synonymous with power. Qi Lu would only take the initiative to provoke those guys unless he had a seizure. So what if Qi Lu himself wasn't afraid of those giant dragons? Is it possible that all the customers who come to the store have the strength to compete with the dragon? Therefore, harmony brings wealth. Eat. Lan Qi finally knew that all he needed to do to persuade Qi Lu was to say a word. There is no point in talking too much, it is better to eat first. You can get what you want to eat by yourself. I shouldn't need to teach you the steps. Qi Lu nodded and sat back on the sofa, the old god said calmly. Need not. Lan Qi gritted his teeth and replied bitterly. Anyway, I just bought a Dragon Slayer title badge with 100,000 spiritual crystals. It can be considered a big customer after all. As a result, you didn't even want to help me get a braised beef rice bowl. Is this how you treat customers in your store? Thinking about it this way makes me really angry. However, even if Qi Lu knew this idea, he probably wouldn't care. If he really did this, Qi Lu would probably die of exhaustion in the store when there were tens of thousands of customers a day. It's better to let customers help themselves. Although this store has a terrible manager, the braised beef rice bowl is really delicious. There's also this double cheese beef burger, let's try it too. Lan Qi was eating the fragrant braised beef rice bowl while looking at the snack vending machine. Looking for what to eat next. There is no doubt about the dragon's appetite. Otherwise, there is a restriction that each person can only buy 1 portion per day, but Lan Qi can eat 10 portions of braised beef rice bowl without any difficulty, and he can still say with a smile that it is just enough to fill his teeth. By the way, Manager Qi, can the food you have here be taken out to eat? At the end of the meal, Lan Qi asked a very crucial question. For food, no. Qi Lu answered this question almost without thinking. But after a slight pause, he added, but as for drinks, there are 2 kinds. The 2 drinks are Sprite and black coffee. 1, after drinking it, you can be completely immune to fire damage for a short period of time, and improve your resistance to temperature for a period of time. The other kind, after drinking it, can instantly restore half of the drinker's mental power, and within the next half hour, greatly increase the recovery speed of the drinker's mental power. Both of these effects are effects that can be used in battle. That's why I can take it out of the store. To be precise, the effects of these 2 drinks can actually be treated as medicines. It just tastes more like a drink. Is that so? Store Manager Qi, can't you be accommodating? Although Lan Qi had already prepared, after hearing Qi Li's words, he still wanted to fight for it. After all, I have come all the way here, so I have to bring something back. Sorry, rules are rules. In fact, those 2 drinks taste quite good. Qi Lu spread his hands, saying that he was helpless. This is a rule set by the system. Qi Lu is just a scapegoat. But he took the blame and couldn't speak out. This is the most annoying thing. That's okay, it's better than nothing. Lan Qi was too lazy to say anything this time. Even the rules are out, what else can I say? I can only abide by them. In this way, Lan Qi, who was carrying 2 bottles of drinks, said goodbye to Qi Lu and quickly left the City of Life. Qi Lu came to the door of the store and looked at Lan Qi, who was walking away. The dispute between the Dragon Clan, you are really powerful in the system. You obviously gave me good things, but you couldn't put them out for sale. Are you taking revenge on Lan Qi, or on me? As Lancy said. If he didn't want to get involved in the dispute between the dragons, Qi Li had better put away the Dragon Slayer title badge. After all, this thing is too lethal to the Dragon Clan. It's a magical weapon that increases damage by 30% out of thin air. And who would have thought? The people who need the Dragon Slayer title badge most are not those who hate dragons, nor are they the enemies of giant dragons. Instead, it's the dragons themselves. You know, Qi Lu had heard about Xing Lian's story before when he was in Donghuang. A long time ago, there was a war between dragons and humans. The Dragon Clan at that time was very united. However, who would have thought that it would now reach the point of killing each other? However, Qi Lu himself doesn't care how the Dragon Clan got into chaos. Qi Lu just wants to open the shop quietly. I hope the Dragon Clan's war will not come here. On the hunting plain, countless bonfires emitted orange-red light in the dark night. Although there are still people from the elves who are closing their eyes tourist. But on this grassland, no elves can really sleep. The elders of all the contestants are nervous about the situation in the hunting jungle. Because night is the most dangerous time in the hunting jungle. Many warcraft like to hunt in the dark. After nightfall, for the elven contestants, the line of sight will be greatly obstructed. But for a monster that is good at distinguishing sounds and smells, the lack of sight can be made up for by these two aspects. However, the elves cannot do this. As far as race is concerned, distinguishing sounds and smells is the specialty of the Beastier tribe. The elves are rich in the archer class, they are good at wandering and fighting, and they are natural rangers. But he is by no means a born hunter. The Beastiers are natural hunters. No matter day or night, it has no impact on the Beastiers tribe. And from this point alone, the Beastiers are even stronger than the warcraft. If it comes to real roaming combat and hand-to-hand combat, the elf tribe is no match for the Beastier tribe. Fortunately, in the hunting jungle, these elven contestants only have to face warcraft. What happened? In the flickering light of the campfire, Lan Qi returned to the hunting plain at some point. During this period, there was no breath coming out, and it didn't attract any attention. This is also for the sake of the hunting conference. After all, if a giant dragon of Lan Qi's level casually exudes a little dragon power, it is estimated that all the monsters hunting in the jungle will hide. Then there would be no need to hold this hunting conference. No decisive results have emerged. Shauna didn't look back, just answered Lan Qi's question softly. Really, how is Lillian doing now? Lan Qi asked casually. In fact, the supervisory elders were just supervising whether there were any violations of the rules in this hunting conference. The specific details of the competition are not within the scope of supervision. Because if you want to monitor every detail, the peak hero level perception isn't enough. As for the supervisory elders, they are actually only at the peak of the hero level. If the elves really want to have a second powerful person, Shauna is much more qualified than the supervisory elder. Therefore, unless the elf queen takes action herself, she spreads her perception throughout the hunting jungle. Otherwise, the details are rarely noticed. Lillian's results are pretty good. So far, she has hunted 22 professional-level monsters and 3 grandmaster-level monsters. But what I'm more curious about are the weapons and armor on Lillian's body. Especially the longbow in her hand, which helped her a lot in the battle. Probably because of Yefel, Shauna also paid attention to Lillian's situation while watching the ceremony. The result was unexpected. An archer at the pinnacle of his profession actually hunted 3 master-level monsters. This is an incredible thing. Although the gap between professional class and grandmaster class is not as wide as the gap between grandmaster class and hero class. But with the strength of the professional class, it is by no means that simply to hunt the master-level monsters. Therefore, with Shauna's keen perception, she naturally noticed something was wrong with the wind-chasing bow. Oh? It seems that little girl's fighting talent is quite good. Lan Chi raised his eyebrows and showed a hint of interest. Indeed, in Lan Chi's opinion, whether it is professional level or grandmaster level, it is a level that can be killed in one breath. After all, as long as a creature like a giant dragon can grow normally to adulthood, it will at least have heroic level strength. I really don't have much idea about professional class and grandmaster class. However, Lan Chi was still very interested in this kind of leapfrogging battle. So Lan Chi immediately covered the hunting jungle with his perception. It only took a few breaths to find Lillian's figure. Perception is different from momentum and coercion. When using a person with strong perception to detect a weak person, if the strong person does not want the weak to find out, then it is basically impossible for the weak to find out. Therefore, when the perception is hidden, it will not disturb anyone. Naturally, it won't disturb any monsters. Huh. Is this a title badge? Perhaps it was because he had just bought a Dragon Slayer title badge from Chila's store. Before that, Lan Chi was quite sensitive to equipment of this shop heat this time. So I immediately discovered the Novice Attacker title badge on Lillian. So, Lillian's weapons and armor were also bought at Manager Chi's store? Ranchi quickly thought of this possibility. Lan Chi's impression of Chi Lu is likely to still be that of a cook with unpredictable abilities. However, before buying the Dragon Slayer title badge, Lan Chi noticed the weapons and armor on the shelves. Did you buy it from Manager Chi's store? Shauna also glanced at Lan Chi curiously and repeated this sentence. That's right, if I guess correctly, the things you are interested in should be the products in Manager Chi's store. Lan Chi said hesitantly. So, store manager Chi is still a forging master? It's no wonder that a weapon made by a blacksmith master of this level has such powerful power. Shauna did not doubt Lan Chi's words, but instead said with some amazement. Lillian, with her career-level strength, could hunt down 3-day master-level monsters in one day. Weapons and armor can be said to be indispensable. Without paying special attention to Lillian, it might be hard to feel the shock. An arrow that can penetrate the defense of a master-level monster is definitely not something that an ordinary professional-level archer can shoot. And the armor on Lillian's body protected her from a lot of damage. Moreover, according to Shauna's perception, it was not just the long bow and the light armor that contained powerful power. The jewelry on Lillian's body also exudes this kind of atmosphere. There is absolutely a huge difference in strength between a fully armed professional class and an ordinary professional class. Weapons, armor, and even other equipment are all a type of strength. It seems that this little girl was lucky to meet store manager Chi first. Lan Chi said with a smile beside him. Lan Chi, whose perception is one level higher than Shauna's, can naturally more fully perceive the aura emanating from Shauna's equipment. You know, when we were in Chila's store. Even with the obstruction of the shelves, Lan Chi could capture the aura emanating from the Dragon Slayer title badge. Even if it's only for a moment, and it's just a very weak breath. But this can already prove how powerful Lan Chi's perception is. I didn't say this wasn't part of strength. Shauna smiled back. Wind-chasing bow, wind spirit light armor, and smart boots. Novice attacker title badge, wind jade pendant, wind bracelet, forest headband. These equipments are more than just fully armed. The power of these equipments is enough to elevate Lillian's overall strength to a new level. Plus those elixirs that can temporarily increase attributes, as well as the recovery of healing elixirs and rejuvenation elixirs. It can be said that Lillian is now the best contestant in the hunting jungle. After all, after entering the hunting jungle, don't think about rest for 2 days and 1 night. Because the ubiquitous monsters will teach you a profound lesson while you are resting. As for whether he can get out of the hunting jungle after learning his lesson, then we can only leave it to fate. Although it is not difficult for practitioners to go 2 days and 1 night without rest. But that's under normal circumstances. If you maintain high-intensity vigilance and are in a combat state for a long time. In this case, not to mention that most of these are only professional-level contestants, there are only a few contestants who are master level. Even a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level would be choked. Even a hero-level strongman with rich combat experience will suffer a lot of mental loss in 2 days and 1 night of high-intensity fighting. What's more, the younger generation of elves who don't have much combat experience. And at this point, Lillian is much better. After all, the dungeon in the New World mode is also a battle. In terms of combat experience, Lillian is ranked among the top 3 contestants in the hundreds of meters, even if she is not ranked first. And this is also Lillian's advantage. The more experienced you are in combat, the clearer you will be on how to conserve your energy during combat. Know how to do it without wasting every ounce of your strength. Therefore, many times, those strong men do not use fancy moves as imagined when fighting. Because that would be a waste of physical strength, mental energy, fighting spirit and magic power. It just looks more handsome. But what's the use of being handsome in battle? Fighting is not a performance, winning or losing is the key, and the process is not important at all. No matter how simple the process is, as long as you become the final winner, that's all. Lillian also knows this, so during every hunt, she will try to conserve her physical strength, based on the success of the hunt. However, the 2 days and 1 night in the hunting jungle did not consume the most physical strength, but mental strength. Although it has some advantages in weapons and armor. However, even apart from these, Lillian's fighting skills and fighting awareness are still among the best among these contestants. Shauna continued. Even compared with herself, Shauna was surprised to find that when she was the same age as Lillian, it would be difficult for her to achieve a better level than Lillian. You know, Shauna was dubbed the #1 genius among the younger generation of elves back then. Otherwise, it might not be Shauna's turn to be the elf saint. It's a pity that Shauna left the elves with Lan Chi, which was really a big loss. A very skilled fighting method. It can be seen that this little girl must have a lot of fighting experience. When it comes to fighting, Lan Chi is much better than Shauna. Therefore, Lan Chi could see much more than Shauna. Lillian's fighting talent is definitely not weak. But on top of this talent, there must also be a lot of hard work. In terms of talent alone, Lillian is definitely not as good as Shauna. After all, the title of the #1 genius of the younger generation is not something to talk about for fun. Although Shauna couldn't directly see Lillian's fighting talent, Lan Chi could. Comprehension, instinct, talent. Indispensable. Funny little girl. Lancey finally made a comment that was a bit tongue-in-cheek. But being able to attract the attention of a powerful dragon can already be regarded as a kind of capital. So I have to say that grinding dungeons in the New World mode is indeed unparalleled in training combat skills and combat awareness. It's just that Lan Chi and Shauna don't know about this yet. By the way, you really got it right this time, but not everything in Manajurki's store is allowed to be taken out. Although there is no orange juice, I brought you black coffee. Do you want Tatriet? Lan Chi said, as if he suddenly remembered something. He took out a bottle containing black liquid. Black coffee? Shauna looked at the bottle in Lan Chi's hand curiously. Well, I heard from the store manager Chi that it is a drink brewed from cocoa beans after they are ground and dried. It can be used to refresh yourself. Lan Chi introduced it with little knowledge. Because there are no cocoa beans in the northern mountains. After the cocoa beans are ground and then brewed, is this also considered a kind of juice? The cocoa bean sounds like a plant, so this must be the juice. Shauna took the black coffee, then opened the bottle cap and took a sip. The rich and mellow taste burst out in Shauna's mouth instantly. The sweet and bitter taste, and the bitter and sweet taste are also fascinating. And unlike the simple sweetness of orange juice, the taste of black coffee is more profound. Shauna likes it even more. Very delicious, very rich flavor. Shauna savored the rich and delicious taste in her mouth for a while, before speaking slowly. As long as you like it, the things in Manager Chi's store always bring us surprises. Lan Chi smiled and recalled the delicious food he tasted at Chi Li's shop. To be honest, the current products in Chi Li's store are not that many that a powerful person can use. Weapons, armors, accessories, and other equipment that are of too low a level will not only gain very little gain for a powerful person, but they will not be able to sustain it at all in terms of durability. In terms of Lan Chi's strength, the equipment that can be used must be at least treasure level equipment. As for the epic level, which is one level higher than the treasure level, Chi Li's store does not currently have such a product. So far, Chi Li has come into contact with epic items. There is only the secret order from heaven. Therefore, in Chi Li's store, the only thing that can make Lan Chi think about it in a short period of time is food. Hey, Tiana, you have been standing for a long time, it must be quite hard. Have a drink of Sprite and relax. After Lan Chi smiled, he looked at Tiana, who was standing not far away. As far as being the Queen of Elves is concerned, Tiana is indeed very dedicated. At least Tiana has been standing on that side of the rainbow staircase for so long, since the hunting conference started. Lan Chi felt tired just looking at him. In terms of physical strength, Lan Chi asked himself that there was no problem, but in terms of patience, Lan Chi was not as strong as Tiana. What is Sprite? Tiana did not refuse immediately, but was a little confused. These terms sound interesting, but it is difficult to understand them literally. It's just a drink. Do you want to drink it? Lan Chi didn't know how to introduce Sprite. Carbonated drinks are much stranger than cocoa beans. It was difficult, at least to Lancey's common sense, to understand what carbonated drinks meant. Tiana glanced at the bottle in Shauna's hand, then looked at the expression on Shauna's face, and then nodded. Then let me try. Although Sprite has a side effect, it is completely immune to fire damage for a short period of time. And over a period of time, improve resistance to high temperatures. But in fact, Sprite also has a hidden function, which is to eliminate the boredom in the heart. But generally speaking, there is no room for this function to be used. After all, no one would drink a bottle of Sprite when they are in a bad mood. But it's different now. After Tiana drank the sweet Sprite, a refreshing feeling suddenly burst out in her body. A slightly stimulating taste gave Tiana an endless aftertaste. How is the taste? Lan Chi asked curiously from the side. It's like sweet spring water, but with a unique taste. It tastes like nothing I've ever tasted before. It's delicious. Tiana narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke slowly. As long as it tastes good, this is what I told you before, the drink in Manager Chi's store. When Shauna heard this, she immediately joked from the side. Is this what you're talking about in the store? Tiana was quite surprised. At the level of the strong, the need for food has actually been greatly reduced. A hero cannot survive without eating. But if a strong person doesn't eat, that's fine. With the blessing of the luck of heaven and earth, strong-level powerful people can completely replenish energy through other methods when they cannot replenish energy through food. Whether it is drawing energy directly from heaven and earth, or nourishing Ithro fighting spirit and magic power. At the level of the strong, food is no longer a necessity. Of course, if you can replenish energy through food, it is naturally the best choice. After all, the energy contained in high-level Warcraft meat is quite powerful. There are also quite a few plants that are also good for replenishing energy. But these things are all minor details. After all, no one would think about what these powerful men usually eat. Just like when Lan Qi is really hungry, he will transform into a dragon form to hunt monsters. Most of them no longer have too many extravagant expectations for the taste of food. However, this does not mean that these powerful masters have no requirements for taste. On the contrary, it is actually quite difficult to create a flavor that can impress these powerful people. After all, for these guys, what kind of delicacies have they never tasted? It's just that I couldn't find anything better after eating, so I didn't ask for anything more. However, the taste of this sprite surprised Tiana. That's right, a guy who is so powerful that he can be called bottomless opened a shop in a very remote corner of the City of Life. Lan Qi added something later. How strong can you call a person with bottomless strength? When Tiana heard this, her tone immediately became solemn. It is no exaggeration to say that Lan Qi's strength is that if all the powerful experts in the entire northern mountain range were ranked together, Lan Qi would be ranked in the top 3. Although this has a lot to do with Lan Qi being a giant dragon. Regardless of the differences between races, the higher the level, the smaller they appear. The dragon race is one of the top races, and there is no doubt about Thetragon's fighting talent and fighting instinct. But when it comes to the realm of the strong, who doesn't have strong fighting talent? This kind of guy has probably been eliminated by opponents of the same realm long ago. So really speaking, Lan Qi's hard power itself is at a very high level. The advantage of race can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. It's not really a timely help at all. Therefore, the person who can be so praised by Lan Qi must be of high strength. Conservatively, it should be the peak of the strong level. Lan Qi stated his guess word for word. What? Tiana's pupils suddenly tightened, and her face showed an extremely shocked look. The pinnacle of the strong level. Don't look at the difference between the peak of the strong level and the strong level. But in terms of realm levels, they are two completely different realms. Although he is a powerful person with the destiny of heaven and earth, he is blessed by the power of heaven and earth. But in the final analysis, you still need to rely on the world you are in when you are promoted to the strong level. Once locked by the will of heaven and earth, the source of heaven and earth's destiny is cut off. So for ordinary strong-level powerful people, it is definitely a devastating blow. If a person carries the energy of heaven and earth and uses a little less power at the strong level, the final result will undoubtedly be to wait for the energy of heaven and earth to be exhausted, and then fall from the strong level. However, the strong level peak power is different. One's own destiny of heaven and earth has reached a state of perfection, running on its own and endlessly. Even if the destiny of heaven and earth cannot be obtained from the will of heaven and earth, it will have no impact on the peak power of the strong level. This is the difference between the two. Although it seems to be in the same realm. But in fact, they are truly two realms. At least Tiana has never heard of that powerful person on the northern mountains who has achieved the peak of the powerhouse level. I want my destiny in heaven and earth to reach perfection. This difficulty is no less difficult than the difficulty of gaining recognition from the will of heaven and earth when the hero level is promoted to the strong level. If Lan Qi's guess is true, there is no doubt that this so-called store manager, Qi, is definitely the number one person in the northern mountains. I'm surprised, or rather shocked. But store manager Qi seems to be a very low-key person. If it hadn't been for this accident, I might not have discovered this store in another 10 years. Lan Qi shrugged and said with a smile. Lan Qi can be said to be very satisfied with the expression on Tiana's face. You can't just let yourself experience this kind of shock. Low-key. It seems that after this hunting conference is over, maybe you should go over and take a look. Tiana shook her head, a look of helplessness appeared on her face. Lan Qi would definitely not do such a thing as lying. And the possibility of a perception error happening to Lan Qi doesn't seem too high. Therefore, Tiana still needs to understand this hidden power. Even if it's not to make friends, at least it's not to offend. If you have a powerful person of this level, befriending one of them is a not benefit the entire race. You seem to have said before that you didn't want to go. Shauna teased. Didn't you know so much at that time? Tiana took another sip of Sprite as she spoke. The idea of going to the city of life was even more determined in my heart. Hunting jungle. Darkness is a veil for most hunters, helping them better hunt their targets. This is especially true for those monsters that hide day and night. The elven contestants who are hunters during the day may become the prey at night. The fires burning in the jungle are the best proof. The light and warmth brought by the orange-red flame can give these contestants a temporary sense of security. Resting in a place like this without teammates is undoubtedly a way to die. The flames can temporarily relax their tense nerves. As a contestant participating in the hunting competition for the second time, Aluya has more experience than other contestants for the only night of the competition. When hunting in the jungle at night, no matter where you hide, you will be stared at by monsters. Hunting jungle in the dark. No matter where you hide, you will be watched by the monsters that live here. It would be better to light a fire generously in a relatively open place, which would make those monsters afraid. Even if you encounter a sneak attack from a monster, you can react faster. 19 career-level magic cores and 5 grandmaster-level magic cores. With this result, there should be no problem in the top 5. Aluya sat by the fire and counted the number of magic cores in her hand. As one of the few grandmasters among the contestants, Aluya is very confident in her own strength. For those professional-level contestants, grandmaster-level monsters are not within their hunting scope. Unless they are willing to team up. But even in a team, a master-level monster only has 1 magic core. How will it be distributed then? Unless you hunt as many master-level monsters as the number of people in your team. Or multiples of grandmaster-level monsters. Otherwise, there would be no way to distribute the master-level magic core. You know, a professional-level magic core only counts for 10 points, while a grandmaster-level magic core is worth 100 points. Who among the people in the team is missing a master-level magic core? There are more than 1 or 2 people behind in the ranking. Therefore, among these contestants, whoever has master-level strength will basically be able to reach the top 10 stably. As for others, they can only lean back. Aluya's ranking in the last hunting competition was 4th place. The 3 contestants in front of Aluya are all master-level experts. Let's keep 4th place first, and then fight for the previous places. The top priority now is to survive tonight and wait until daytime to hunt again. The hunting jungle at night is not so easy to stay in. Aluya looked at the fire in front of her. The orange-red firelight reflected in Aluya's eyes, making her look a bit coquettish. But Aluya's perception shrouded the surroundings, ensuring that she could detect those monsters that wanted to attack her. In previous hunting conferences, the casualty rate in the dark has always been the highest. The fighting power of those monsters at night may not be much stronger than during the day. However, the darkness weakens the archer class too much. An archer without vision can almost be said to be one of the weakest classes. When it comes to close combat, the archer class may be on the same level as the magician class. But for most of the magician class, when they are approached by an enemy, they can still have some magic to defend themselves and save their lives. However, when the archer got close, he was basically gone. Therefore, for those participants participating in the hunting competition for the first time, this night is the biggest difficulty in this competition. There's movement. Although there was a fire in front of her, Aluya never relaxed her vigilance. The movement coming from the surrounding jungle was immediately captured by Aluya. The movement caused by the monsters is different from the movement caused by elves. The killing intent and the cool feeling of being targeted cannot be faked. What a powerful aura, it's a master-level monster. The guy making noise in the jungle seemed to notice where Aluya was, and immediately changed direction and walked towards this side. The evil aura was immediately sensed by Aluya. Through the obstruction between the trees and the shadows between the shrubs, the light from the fire allowed Aluya to discover the location of the visitor. A huge figure appeared not far in front of Aluya. It was a huge tiger, with a shoulder height of more than 2 meters. There are flame-like stripes on the light orange fur, which look like blazing flames against the light orange background. A pair of triangular ears stood erect very energetically, and the beast's pupils were full of desire for prey. And the bloodthirsty and violence hidden beneath the desire. Fire tiger. Aluya recognized the monster in front of her at a glance. The flaming tiger can be called one of the most powerful monsters in this hunting jungle. Just like its name. The flame tiger is not only powerful in close combat, but also good at using fire magic. As a master-level monster, the flame tiger is almost invincible until it encounters a hero-level monster. Even if it encounters those monsters at the peak of the master level, the flame tiger will not be weaker by half. It's going to be troublesome now. Aluya's heart tightened, and her hand holding the long bow began to sweat. It is precisely because of the power of the flaming tigers that the number of flaming tigers in this hunting jungle can be said to be very rare. It can be said to be extremely lucky to meet one. Because the flame tiger is one of the most powerful master-level monsters, its magic core can be used for extra points in the calculation of points after the hunting conference. This is also one of the hidden rules of the hunting conference. However, in previous years, no contestant has ever been willing to take the initiative to cause trouble for the fiery tiger. Because even if you find it, you can't defeat it. The flaming tiger is a monster that is fast, powerful, and capable of fire magic. It is a natural restraint against the archer class. Whether it's melee combat or long-range attack, archers are no match for the flaming tiger. So Aluya doesn't want this kind of luck. Damn it, why did the blazing tiger find me? Is it because of the fire? Aluya felt that her heartbeat began to accelerate and all the muscles in her body became tense. Facing the flaming tiger, Aluya didn't dare to have any reservations. And not to mention defeating the flaming tiger, being able to escape from the claws of the flaming tiger is already very good. Roar. A violent roar erupted from the mouth of the flaming tiger. The so-called roaring tiger mountain forest. The roar of the flaming tiger also made all the surrounding monsters within at least 10 miles alert. With its powerful strength, the fierce tiger rarely attacks its prey. This loud roar is more to scare the prey. Coming. Aluya immediately took out a feather arrow from the quiver on her back, then opened her bow and shot the arrow towards the flaming tiger. This series of actions is very long. But for Aluya, it was just a blink of an eye. The feather arrow flew out, carrying the sound of breaking through the air, and attacked the flaming tiger. However, in the eyes of the fiery tiger, there was a hint of jest that was very humane. Ouch! A low roar came out, and in an instant, a ball of flames condensed in the air, blocking the flying arrows. Before it could penetrate the flames, the feather arrow had already turned into a ball of ashes. How is this possible? Aluya's attack, even if it was just a tentative attack. But the power carried by the arrow's shot is not less at all. Even if Aluya is only at the beginning of the master level. But the power of the attack is truly at the master level. However, in front of the fiery tiger, it seemed so worthless. The exploratory shooting had almost no hindering effect on the flame tiger. Instead, the ball of flames that blocked the feather arrows, after burning the feather arrows, instantly turned into a flaming arrow and attacked Aluya. Aluya's pupils shrank suddenly and she quickly rolled to the side. Now is not the time to worry about image. Laugh. With just a flash of fire, the flaming arrow nailed into the position where Aluya had been. The ground was immediately pierced by flames, leaving a small crater. All the earth and rocks around the pit were burned black by the flames. When blown by the wind, it scatters like fine sand. A drop of cold sweat suddenly slipped down from Aluya's cheek. Aluya knew that this flaming arrow was also a tentative attack from the flaming tiger. But in terms of power, it is much stronger than Aluya's feather arrow. Although it can penetrate the ground, Aluya's attack can also do it. But burning the surrounding earth and rocks is another matter. And this is also the most terrifying place of the fiery tiger. His attainments in fire magic are no less than his own close combat abilities. Aluya didn't want to suffer a magic attack from the fiery tiger. In that case, it would definitely be a profound memory. As for whether this memory can be brought out of the hunting jungle, it depends on luck. Roar. The probing attack was dodged, and the blazing tiger had already noticed Aluya's true strength. When facing the last prey whose strength was completely inferior to its own, the fiery tiger did not need to be overly vigilant and fearful at all. Oops, we can't delay this any longer. Aluya looked at the flaming tiger lowering its figure and arching its back, and knew it was about to attack. In a head-on battle with the fiery tiger, Aluya had absolutely no chance of winning. Not to mention that Aluya is only at the beginning of the Grandmaster level now. Even at the peak of the Grandmaster level, Aluya did not dare to go head-to-head with the fiery tiger. This is an insurmountable gap in various attributes. In fact, there are very few classes that can go head-to-head with Warcraft. Unless it is the legendary Dragon Warrior class that requires bathing Indragon blood to change classes. Otherwise, ordinary classes should not try to confront Warcraft head-on. Not to mention the archers, a class with low strength growth. Compared with the fiery tiger, Aluya's only advantage is probably speed. The agility growth of the archer class is relatively high. But if you really want to compare it with the fierce tiger, it's probably still a bit underwhelming. But no matter what, you have to give it a try. Sitting back and waiting for death is the stupidest decision. Aluya pulled out 3 feather arrows from the quiver on her back with her backhand, opened her bow, knocked the arrows, and shot towards the flaming tiger. Whizzing! The feather arrow left the string and struck the flaming tiger in the shape of pin. 3 directions blocked the way forward for the fiery tiger. However, Aluya did not expect that these 3 feather arrows could stop the flaming tiger. However, as long as they could slow down the flaming tiger a little, that would be enough. The attack was launched, and Aluya ran outside without even looking at it. Aluya did not expect these 3 feather arrows to stop the flaming tiger. But as long as it can slow down the flame tiger's attack a little, that's enough. Staying away from the flaming tiger is the right thing to do. If you want to hunt this guy down, you must at least gather all the Grandmasters among the contestants this time. However, Aluya had no hope. Among the participants in the hunting competition, every Grandmaster level has a chance to get a good ranking. No one would go out of their way to do something as thankless as hunting a flaming tiger. On the contrary, if Aluya is held back by the blazing tiger, it can reduce one competitor for them. This is even more true for the lower-ranked contestants. Every time one contestant is missing from the top of the ranking, their ranking will be one higher, so no one will interfere. Not having enough skills is one thing. But more importantly, they just don't have this idea at all. Oh ho dash! Seeing that his prey dared to escape, the fiery tiger let out a huge roar. There was a little anger in it, but more of it was joking. Chasing prey, for most Warcraft, is more of a pleasure and a way to maintain their fighting instincts. For the fiery tiger, nature is no exception. The 3 flying arrows used to block the flaming tiger's footsteps suddenly ignited flames. Then it turned into ashes in the air. Immediately afterwards, the flaming tiger's feet ignited blazing flames and chased after Aluya. The speed was so fast that it was like a streak of fire piercing the night sky. Under the scorching flames, the surrounding air became somewhat distorted. Wherever the flaming tiger passed, it left scorched black burn marks on the surrounding plants and ground. Even though Aluya is very fast, the blazing tiger is even faster. The archer class does have a natural advantage in the jungle. But compared to the monsters that live here, they are still weaker. Not to mention the strength of Aluya, which itself is not as good as the fiery tiger. The flaming tiger in the hunting jungle is alarmed. The supervisor elder who had been silent suddenly said something, and then fell silent again. However, this sudden sentence alarmed several else next to them. And soon, the news spread. As one of the most powerful monsters in the hunting jungle, the blazing tiger is definitely a great threat to the participants of the hunting conference. It can be said that the blazing tiger has always been set up as one of the hidden challenges in the hunting conference. Normally, no one would take the initiative to challenge the flame tiger. Moreover, in previous hunting competitions, many contestants were killed by the claws of the flaming tiger. For most of the contestants, once they encounter the flaming tiger, it is almost impossible to escape. So as soon as the news came out, the elders of the various branches of the elves who accompanied the contestants to the hunting plains suddenly became nervous. No one wants to lose a young elite in their branch. However, with the fighting power of the fiery tiger, those weaker branches, even the elders who came with them, may not be the opponents of the fiery tiger. What's more, these younger generations have not yet grown up. How could it be the opponent of the fiery tiger? However, the elders of these various branches of the elf clan were extremely nervous, but they could only pray secretly in their hearts. Because of the rules of the hunting conference, they are not allowed to help. After entering the hunting jungle, everything depends on the contestant's own strength. And no one went to ask the supervisory elder. Because even if asked, the supervisory elder would not say anything and would instead be suspected of cheating. However, even so, the fact that the blazing tiger was alerted still plunged the entire hunting plain into a tense atmosphere. How could this kind of magical beast, which has not appeared for several years, appear at this time? When Carlos heard the news, he was even more shocked. This was Lillian's first time participating in a hunting conference, and she actually encountered the flaming tiger being alarmed. This luck must be too bad. If Lillian was given another year, she would be successfully promoted to the master level. Then Carlos wouldn't be so nervous. But now, with the strength of Lillian's professional class, if they encounter the fiery tiger, the chance of survival is really not high. Patriarch, don't worry, Lillian is stronger than we thought. Kurd could only comfort him. After training in the New World mode for so long, Kurd believed that Lillian would not be as helpless as the other contestants facing the flame tiger. I hope so. Carlos prayed silently in his heart, and the worry on his face did not diminish much, because of the words of comfort. The elders of other branches may be even more worried than Carlos. After all, Lillian still has a bunch of powerful equipment to support her. Other contestants do not have such good equipment. For example, Carlos's old enemy Bait turned pale after learning about the flame tiger. The beads of sweat on my forehead never stopped, and I couldn't even wipe them away. If I remember correctly, it seems that the blazing tiger has not appeared in a hunting conference for several years. Tiana, Shauna, and Lanchi knew the situation as soon as the flame tiger appeared. It can be said that every move in the hunting jungle is under the perception of Tiana and the other three. And it is much clearer than the supervisory elder. However, when such a hidden challenge arises, it is the supervisory elder who is responsible for announcing the event. It's been 4 years. I still remember that when I participated in the hunting conference, the blazing tiger also appeared. Shauna said while recalling. Before becoming a saint of the elves, Shauna was also a member of a certain branch of the elves. So Shauna also participated in the hunting conference. When I participated in the hunting conference, I didn't encounter the flaming tiger, but I did encounter another magical beast. Tiana smiled and recalled what happened back then. The hidden challenges in the hunting conference are not just the flaming tiger. Then how did you handle this matter back then? Lan Qi asked with interest from the side. The reason why hidden challenges can be called hidden challenges is because they are extremely difficult. Therefore, in the hunting competition, contestants are actually not encouraged to take the initiative to find hidden challenges. However, as long as you can win the battle, the bonus points you get will be extremely high. Of course the challenge was successful. Shauna smiled and said lightly. Of course I do too. When Tiana said this, there was a sense of unwillingness to be outdone. But these two, one is the former saint of the elves, and the other is the current queen of the elves. Needless to say, qualifications and talents go without saying. It is only natural to succeed in the challenge. The hidden challenge is not a death challenge, it is just extremely difficult, but it is not a dead end. However, among the contestants in this hunting competition, no one has the talent and qualifications to match Tiana and Shauna. You seem to be still competing against each other, after all these years. Lan Qi spread his hands, feeling a little helpless about the secret rivalry between the two people. Shauna and Tiana's qualifications and talents have been ranked first and second among the elves for decades. However, it was precisely because of this that the two of them fought over it. Fortunately, Shauna met Lan Qi and left the elves, so the relationship between the two became more harmonious. Well, wait, what does that little girl want to do? However, Lan Qi did not persuade the two of them. Instead, he raised his eyebrows slightly as if he had discovered something interesting. In the hunting jungle, Aluya jumped quickly among the trees. Moving in the forest with the help of trees is the basic skill of an archer. Because the forest is not like the plains, the view is not broad. And in the forest, it is rarely possible to move forward in a straight line. After all, it is impossible for all kinds of plants to make way for you. Therefore, with the help of the height of trees, you can not only broaden your field of vision, but also speed up your progress without being hindered by those low plants. However, this is not a problem at all for the fiery tiger. The flaming tiger, with its feet on fire, simply ran rampant in the hunting jungle. There is no need to worry about any obstacles ahead. Anything that stands in front of the flaming tiger will be burned to ashes by flames. When chasing Aluya, the blazing tiger moved in a straight line. Damn it, how could the flame tiger be so fast? Aluya kept jumping between the branches, turning back and shooting an arrow at flaming tiger from time to time, slowing down its pursuit. However, the flame tiger seemed to have a flame shield in front of it. The arrows carrying huge power cannot get close at all. Each time it would be ignited in midair and then reduced to ashes. No, we can no longer retain our strength. This was originally prepared for other master-level monsters. Now I just hope that I can stop the flaming tiger's pursuit. Aluya knew that if she continued like this, she would be overtaken by the flaming tiger sooner or later. There is no need to keep all the trump cards. Thinking of this, Aluya turned back and pulled out an ice blue feather arrow from the quiver behind her. There are many ways to enhance the attack power of an archer. The two most commonly used are to change to a powerful bow and arrow, and to learn a few reliable martial arts. As for the skills suitable for archers, to be honest, there are very few. For example, the most common attack enhancement skills and the fighting spirit enhancement skills are all acceptable. But this general-purpose skill is actually the most mediocre choice. To put it simply, it can bring improvement, but not much. And once the skill crystal is embedded in the seal of trial, the skills acquired can no longer be changed. So in most cases, the archer class will carefully consider the skills they choose. but many times, there is no room for consideration. After all, skill crystals are extremely rare things, whether in the eastern wasteland or the northern mountains. Therefore, the more common situation is to wait until the realm reaches the hero level, before looking for skill crystals that suit you. Because when you reach the level of hero, the path of cultivation is completely fixed. Even if you encounter those inheritances from ancient times, if they are not suitable for your own path, you will not be able to pass them on. In addition, a hero-level powerhouse can be regarded as a top powerhouse. It is also easier to configure a set of skill crystals that suits you. But these things have nothing to do with the current Aluya. Therefore, the way Aluya strengthens her offensive methods is relatively rare. That is to strengthen the arrows. This method is similar to enchanting feather arrows. But compared to real enchantment, it is simpler. And unlike a powerful longbow, the arrow can only attack once. Unlike the longbow, which can be used all the time. That's why Aluya never used her trump card. However, if we don't use it now, we may not have the chance. Frost Arrow. Aluya put the ice blue feather arrow in her hand on the bowstring. Feather arrows with ice elements can greatly slow down the target and apply an ice element magic attack. This is Aluya's trump card, which is used to deal with the master level monsters. Because it was extremely difficult to make, Aluya didn't prepare a few into Tau. However, no one could imagine it. This frost arrow has not been used to deal with the master level monsters, booties used to escape first. Fire your bow. Aluya put her fingers on the bowstring and pulled the long bow completely. The fighting spirit in her body continued to surge into the ice blue arrows. Although the frost arrow comes with the ice element, it also needs to be activated with Do Chi. The more fighting spirit injected into the arrow, the greater the power of the ice element bursting out. Give it to me. Aluya released her fingers, and the frost arrow flew towards the flaming tiger. The rich ice element lowers the temperature of the surrounding air. The flaming tiger seemed to have sensed this aura, and began to pay more attention to this ice blue feather arrow. Bear. Violent flames ignited in the air, trying to block the frost arrows. However, the feather arrows with ice elements are not like the ordinary feather arrows before. Bang! The moment it hit the flames, the frost arrow suddenly exploded and turned into ice crystals all over the sky. These ice crystals are scattered in the sky, reflecting the light of the flames, like stars in the night sky. Chill is gathering in the air. In an instant, ice crystals all over the sky condensed into countless ice spikes, attacking towards the flaming tiger. Like an icy blue rainstorm. Shwa shwa. The sounds of piercing the air sounded one after another, which was the sound of ice spikes flying out. Roar. The flaming tiger obviously did not expect that the exploding arrows would turn into ice spikes all over the sky. In a daze, several sharp ice spikes successfully pierced the flaming tiger's body. The huge power, mixed with the power of ice elemental magic, broke through the flaming tiger's fur. Just as the flaming tiger was stunned, several sharp ice spikes successfully pierced the flaming tiger's body. The power carried on the ice spikes, and the ice elemental magic broke through the fur of the flaming tiger. Blood as red as flame suddenly flowed out of the flaming beast's body. Successful, it's not in vain that I worked hard for more than half a year to get these frost arrows. Aluya looked happy. Although Aluya was confident about the power of the frost arrow, she did not expect it to be so effective. Although there are many reasons why the ice element restrains the flaming tiger. But this arrow did hurt the fiery tiger. However, before Aluya could be happy for long, a manic roar erupted from the mouth of the flaming tiger. And what burst out together was a burst of flames that soared into the sky. Ouch! The flame stripes on the flaming tiger's body seemed to turn into blazing flames at this moment, burning on the surface of the body. The terrible high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. The flame soared into the sky, making the fiery tiger seem to be bathed in flames. The ice spikes all over the sky were completely melted in an instant in the raging flames. The ground under the flaming tiger's feet was also scorched black by the terrifying flames. No way, how could this happen? Aluya's pupils shrank suddenly, and she couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. His heart was beating wildly, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. This form is the strongest form of the fiery tiger. Blessing the body with fire magic weakens the defense, but strengthens various offensive attributes. Agility, strength, destructive power. And every attack will cause powerful fire damage. Although in this form, the flame tiger's own defense will be greatly weakened. However, the flaming tiger shrouded in flames could not penetrate the flame barrier with ordinary attacks. Even if the flame tiger's defense is reduced, what's the use? Boom! With a loud noise, the charred black ground was shattered. With this power, the fiery tiger instantly appeared in front of Aluya like area of fire piercing the night sky. Oops! There was a look of horror in Aluya's eyes. However, before Aluya could react, the flaming tiger raised its claws. Bang! Puff! The huge tiger claws slapped Aluya on the chest, and the violent force immediately knocked Aluya away. The high-temperature flames burned Aluya at that moment, revealing her red and black skin. Those were burn marks. A mouthful of blood spat out uncontrollably from Aluya's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Aluya reluctantly got up from the ground and coughed out the remaining blood in her throat. There were bursts of heartbreaking pain in the burned areas on the body. However, the fiery tiger will not stop attacking. The flame tiger was very angry when it was injured by its prey before, so it directly broke out into its strongest form. Then by this time, the fiery tiger will no longer be playing with its prey. Because it wants to kill this guy who dares to hurt itself with its own hands. Roar! Amidst the roar, a huge fire rushed towards Aluya again. The ferocious face of the flaming tiger was filled with ferocity. If she was hit by the flaming tiger this time, Aluya was sure that she would never be able to take the second blow. The violent fire attack was enough to completely incapacitate Aluya. Not to mention the greatly enhanced power and destructive power of the flaming tiger in its flaming state. Bang! At the last moment, Aluya raised the fighting spirit in her body and retreated towards the rear. The flaming tiger's attack hit the ground hard, instantly shattering the ground and sending rubble flying all over the sky. Ahem! The violent movements also tore the wounds on Aluya's body. The piercing pain was accompanied by gurgling blood, which continued to gush out from the wound and dripped on the ground, dyeing the ground dark red. The continuous burning caused by fire magic is more than that. The damage caused by the fire element will only become more serious if it isn't eliminated in time. However, the fiery tiger's attack was not over yet. The sharp gravel thrown up by the attack ignited flames amidst the roar of the flaming tiger. Like miniature meteorites, they cut through the night sky and hit Aluya. The scene was like a rain of fire from the sky in fire magic. However, this power is much stronger than the rain of fire in the sky. The ignited rubble ripped through the night sky, causing a loud explosion that tore through the air. It sounded like a death trumpet one after another. Ah, damn it! Aluya gritted her teeth, desperately holding back the pain of the wound, and pulled out 2 frost arrows from the quiver with her backhand. At this time, no one dares to touch the flame tiger. With the sound of the flaming tiger and Aluya fighting, there was also such a huge fire. Any elven contestants around who were aware of it would have run away long ago. So Aluya never expected anyone to help. Even those contestants who are also at the Grand Master level may only watch jokes from a distance at this time. Being able to use the blazing tiger to eliminate several competitors for them is simply a dream. Frost arrow. Aluya took a deep breath and fired 2 bows. As the bowstring crashed, 2 frost arrows shot out. Rubbles from the sky came and collided with two frost arrows, making a huge roar. In an instant, the frost arrows shattered and turned into countless ice spikes. The fire element and the ice element collided and intertwined. The roaring sounds continued, like bursts of terrifying thunder in the hunting jungle, alarming all the monsters within 100 miles. And the contestants around. Aluya looked at the gorgeous scene in front of her, as brilliant as fireworks. But the danger hidden inside is deadly enough. This is the last one. Aluya reached out and pulled out the last frost arrow from the quiver. The blood from the burnt wound in front of her body had already dyed Aluya's armor and clothes crimson red. Excessive blood loss made Aluya's face extremely pale. If Aluya hadn't gritted her teeth and used her will to support her, her legs would have been so weak that she would have fallen down. Roar! The flaming tiger looked at the ice spikes and gravels that were constantly breaking in the air, and let out a low roar in its throat. The fire elements and ice elements that constantly collided, shattered, and then dissipated in the air made the flame tiger extremely angry. Such a weak prey could resist for so long. This is simply an insult to the strength of the fiery tiger. In this hunting jungle, the power of the flaming tiger is at the highest level. Absolutely not to be underestimated. Fire purgatory. The flaming tiger let out a thunderous roar, and the blazing flames on its body suddenly surged. Like an erupting volcano, violent flames shot up into the sky, igniting all the surrounding trees and instantly turning the area into a sea of fire. The fire element jumped in this sea of fire, staring covetously at Aluya, who was caught in the sea of fire. Using this move means that the flaming tiger no longer wants to hunt its prey. Instead, he decided to trap his prey in this sea of fire. The huge flaming tiger slowly lowered its body and stepped on the ground with its 4 claws, causing cracks in the hard ground to spread to the surrounding area. The last blow. However, even if it means death, I will tear a piece of flesh from your body. At this time, Aluya's mood calmed down. The look in his eyes became more determined. If death is inevitable, then try your best to do more before you die. Boom! The ground beneath the flaming tiger's feet was shattered by huge force. At the same time, the flaming tiger, whose whole body was burning with blazing flames, turned into a dazzling flame and shot towards Aluya. The terrifying speed was like a flash of light. It flashed across the night sky, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Aluya. The huge tiger claws were raised high. If this claw is really effective, Aluya has no doubt that it will definitely break her own bones. It's now. However, at this moment, Aluya was no longer ready to dodge. From the moment she was trapped in the flame purgatory, Aluya actually had no way out. Instead of dying in frustration, it is better to try your best at the last moment. The last frost arrow was placed on the bowstring by Aluya, aiming at the flaming tiger in front of her. All the remaining fighting energy in the body was poured into this frost arrow. At such a close distance, even the fiery tiger would never be able to react. Give it to me. Bang! At the same time as the frost arrow left the string, the tiger's claws had already fallen, hitting Aluya's chest heavily. A long line of blood was drawn in the night sky, which looked extremely enchanting under the light of the flames. Aluya was blasted out. After rolling several times in the air, she hit the ground hard and felt that all the bones in her body were falling apart. The feeling of weakness and severe pain flooded into her mind, making Aluya just want to close her eyes and fall asleep. However, Aluya knew that if she closed her eyes now, she might never be able to open them again. That frost arrow shot out at the last moment. Just as Aluya thought, it penetrated the flame tiger's flame barrier and hit the flame tiger's body. The flame barrier covering the fiery tiger's body suddenly shook. It's like it's dissipating. The ice elemental power, carried by the frost arrow, cannot be ignored. Moreover, the ice element also has a restraining effect on the flaming tiger. In the flaming state, the flaming tiger's body's defense was greatly weakened. In this case, eat the attack of frost arrow. For the flame tiger, it is definitely a huge damage. So much so that the most important flame barrier has been greatly weakened. However, although this arrow severely damaged the fiery tiger, it was by no means fatal. But Aluya, who fell to the ground, had no strength to move anymore. Ouch! The flaming tiger let out a low roar, and hot blood began to gush out from where it was hit by the frost arrow. It dripped onto the ground like hot lava. This is the flaming tiger condensing the power of the fire element to eliminate the ice element in the wound. Is there still no way? I never thought that I would be in a place like this. Aluya's breath gradually became weaker, and she looked at the flaming tiger with a little regret. However, at this moment, a sound pierced the air. This sudden roar was like the neighing of a night owl in the dark night, which captured the heart and soul. Shwa! A sharp black light suddenly appeared from nowhere. It tore through the burning sea of fire around it, creating a gap in it. Then it was nailed to the back of the fiery tiger. In just an instant, a pool of dark red blood came out of the flaming tiger's chest. That's the heart. Aluya, who fell to the ground, witnessed the whole process. After the black light penetrated from the fiery tiger's body, he recognized the location. It is exactly where the heart of the fiery tiger is. Unless the soul can exist alone, the death of the body represents the end of life. This is true for any race. Warcraft is naturally no exception. The heart of the fiery tiger was pierced and broken by the sudden black light. Also taken away with him was the entire vitality of the fiery tiger. Boom! There was an incredible look in the eyes of the flaming tiger, and his body fell to the ground immediately. As the flaming tiger fell down, the fire element in the surrounding sea of fire also dissipated. Ordinary flames are not a big threat to practitioners. And after the fire element dissipates, the sea of fire formed by magic power will not last long. Huh. It's really rare. It's my first time to participate in a hunting conference, and I can actually meet a flaming tiger. After the flame tiger fell, a figure walked through the flames and came to the flame tiger. Then he skillfully took out the dagger and took out the magic core of the flaming tiger. You, who are you? From the pointy ears of the original person, Aluya determined that this person was also one of the contestants. But I couldn't recognize who this person was. My name is Lillian, hello. Lillian wiped off the blood on the magic core she had just taken out and put it into her bag before answering Aluya's question. Lillian. After hearing the name, Aluya searched carefully in her mind. After confirming that this name was not one of those Grandmaster-level contestants, disbelief suddenly appeared in his eyes. Gang, was that arrow shot by you just now? Aluya looked at Lillian with a shocked face, and looked at the person in front of her by the firelight. His eyebrows are picturesque and his figure is strong. The blonde hair is tied up with a bit of heroism. The equipment on the visitor is complete, and the shape is extremely exquisite. The various battle traces above prove that these exquisitely designed equipment are definitely more than just good-looking. Of course it's me. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Lillian said proudly, then took out a piece of silk cloth from the package and wrapped it around her left arm. The slipknot had just been tied, and the silk cloth was dyed bright red. Only then did Aluya notice that Lillian's arm seemed to have been injured, and it was still bleeding until just now. Your injury, why are you taking care of it now? If you had been waiting for the opportunity before, you should be able to stop the bleeding from the wound first. In order to maintain fighting status, you probably don't understand even if it'll you now. After Lillian bandaged the wound, she took out a healing pill from her arms and put it into her mouth. What are you eating? Aluya asked softly while lying on the ground. It's not that Aluya likes to speak in a soft voice, she really doesn't have the energy to speak loudly. Healing pill, you can understand it as a medicine in the shape of a pill. Seeing that you are hurt so badly, do you want one? As Lillian spoke, she took out another chi restoration pill and put it into her mouth. After hearing Aluya's question, I remembered that the person on the ground was a seriously injured patient. If that's okay, thank you. Of course Aluya would not refuse Lillian's kindness. In fact, at this time if Lillian leaves Aluya alone, Aluya, who has exhausted her fighting spirit and is seriously injured, will probably be killed by other monsters. What's more, the rules of the hunting competition also clearly stipulate that contestants cannot kill each other. Lillian can leave Aluya alone and let her be dealt with by the monsters. This is within the rules. But if Lillian wanted to harm Aluya, it would be a violation of the rules. It was impossible for Aluya to suspect that Lillian would harm her. Then if you take this healing pill, the flaming tiger's magic core will be mine. Lillian said seriously. Good. Aluya agreed without hesitation. If it weren't for Lillian, Aluya might have fallen under the claws of the flaming tiger. When the mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole, it often appears in hunting gatherings. Even if there is a chance to save other contestants, I am afraid that most contestants will not do so. One less contestant means one less competitor. Why not do it? People like Lillian are too kind-hearted. A healing pill cannot completely heal Aluya's injuries. But it is completely possible to stabilize Aluya's injury. After experiencing the magical effect of the healing pill, Aluya became even more shocked. Where did you get this elixir? After Aluya asked this question, she suddenly realized that this might be a secret, and quickly added another sentence. If you can't say it, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. After all, the effect of the healing pill is much better than that of ordinary potions. This is enough to withstand a powerful light magic. When Aluya thought about it, this must be a special secret medicine that cost a lot of money to make. Lillian's willingness to give her one was already an act of kindness. It was really inappropriate for her to ask such a question again. I bought this elixir in a shop in the City of Life. But Manager Chi's store is a bit remote. If you want to go, I'll take you there next time. However, Lillian said it very straightforwardly. There was no intention of hiding anything. Because in Lillian's view, Chi Li's shop is not a secret at all. Chi Li's reputation is widely spread among the dwarves. Lillian, thank you, thank you. Aluya looked at Lillian's face and thanked her sincerely. You are welcome. Lillian waved her hand, then sat down next to Aluya. The arrow just now exhausted the fighting spirit and physical strength of Lily's security department, so it would be better to take a good rest now. By the way, Lillian, I have another question. Huh? What's the problem? How did you do that arrow just now? It's actually very simple, but I can't tell you this until you go to Managerki's store, because I also learned it there. Ha ha ha, Lillian is indeed an interesting little girl. Lan Chi, whose perception had been focused on the blazing tiger, suddenly laughed. Yes, Lillian's combat awareness is indeed first-rate. Shauna also praised. Is that the person you brought here? Her fighting talent is indeed worthy of praise. After being reminded by Lan Chi, Tiana also paid attention to Lillian. The result was indeed a surprise. Although Aluya didn't know what happened to Lillian's arrow that decided the outcome. But they definitely couldn't hide it from Lan Chi and the other three. That was the hurricane longbow that Lillian kept in the bronze storage ring. All elixirs that temporarily increase attributes. The wind-cutting effect of the wind bracelet. Plus the evil spirit body state. Under normal circumstances, Lillian really couldn't draw the hurricane longbow. But with the blessing of the evil spirit body state, Lillian can not only draw the hurricane longbow, but also can superimpose a layer of hurricane effect when she tries her best. If you draw the bow without releasing an arrow, the damage of the next attack will be doubled. The most important thing is the effect of the Dochi Apprentice title badge. Increases the title owner's martial skill damage by a small amount. And after entering the battle, every time a martial skill is used, a layer of Dochi Apprentice mark will be superimposed, up to 20 layers. Each level of Dochi Apprentice mark will increase a small amount of martial arts damage for the title holder. Although a layer of Apprentice mark can only provide a small amount of martial arts damage. But adding up to 20 floors is a lot. In fact, at first, Lillian chose the Novice Attacker title badge. However, the Novice Attacker title is restricted to the Warrior class. That's why Lillian finally settled for the second best, the Dochi Apprentice title badge. However, during the battle, Lillian discovered that in terms of strengthening martial arts, the benefits brought by the title of Fighting Chi Apprentice were much greater than the title of Novice Attacker. And in order to maintain fighting condition, Lillian deliberately left a wound after fighting a professional level monster. As long as the wound is still bleeding, the fighting state is not over. Even if the opponent has been eliminated. Under this heavy blessing, Lillian even chose the Flaming Tiger to eat the attack of the Frost Arrow. When she was at her weakest, she suddenly took action and launched an attack. Gather your fighting spirit on the Hurricane Longbow. Martial skills, Armor-Piercing Arrow. This is the most basic and one of the most practical martial arts skills for the Archer class. Gather fighting spirit and strengthen the power of arrows. Lillian uses martial arts to trigger the effect of the title of Dochi Apprentice. Under the superposition of many conditions, only by seizing the fleeting opportunity can we finish off the Fiery Tiger with one arrow. That's why Shauna praised Lillian's fighting spirit. Especially the act of leaving a wound and maintaining a fighting state is a stroke of genius. Although the power of weapons, title badges, and other equipment is important, Lillian's fighting consciousness is also indispensable. Only by adding the two together can a more powerful force burst out. It seems that the elf clan has a successor. Lan Chi smiled, and then thought of the dragon clan he belonged to, and his heart suddenly felt sad. Although Lillian's fighting talent is very good, she is still far from being able to shoulder the fate of the elves. Shauna both agrees and disagrees with this. If you want to become a saint of the elves, the road is full of difficulties and dangers. The elf queen is even more responsible for the fate of the entire elf race and cannot be neglected in the slightest. To get to that point, qualifications and talent alone are not enough. Okay, let's continue reading. The smile on Tiana's face remained unchanged, and she didn't pay too much attention to Lan Chi's words. If a race wants to prosper, its hope lies naturally with the younger generation. Therefore, Tiana is also happy to have several outstanding juniors. However, as Tiana's identity, it is naturally impossible to say it directly like Lan Chi did. Even Shauna, who has left the elf clan, actually won't dwell on this kind of toothpick. At this point, the ranking at the top of the hunting competition has basically been determined. The bonus points for hidden challenges are not so easy to surpass. However, everything has the possibility of accidents. Therefore, it is not very good to say it if you are too sure. After taking care of the flame tiger, Lillian and Aluya took turns scouting the surroundings, and each rested for half a night. In any case, there is a bit of friendship between the two. For the simple and kind-hearted Lillian, Aluya is also willing to team up with her. A night of silence. It wasn't until the white fish belly appeared on the horizon that Lillian and Aluya began to organize their equipment, and then continued to hunt monsters. The sea of fire set off by the fiery tiger last night actually had little impact after the fire element dissipated. After all, the fire purgatory is formed from the element of fire. After the fire element dissipates, the flame purgatory will also disappear quickly. If the flames that formed the sea of fire last night were ordinary flames, Aluya would not be determined to fight to the death. The defensive power of fighting spirit and magic power against ordinary flames is stronger than imagined. Want to come together? After Aluya recovered for a night, her physical condition was not very good, but it was much better than the serious injury. Do you want to come together? Of course. Lillian rested for half the night and seemed very energetic at the moment. Lillian agreed to Aluya's proposal without thinking. Because last night Aluya didn't seem to have much objection to the ownership of the fiery tiger's magic core, which made Lillian feel a little fond of her. After all, this flaming tiger should have been hunted by Lillian and Aluya together. Among them, Aluya is responsible for making bait and breaking defenses. Lillian is responsible for the final attack. It's just that the two didn't form a team at the beginning, so Lillian didn't discuss the magic core with Aluya. It only counts whoever kills it. But Lillian still gave Aluya a healing pill as compensation. After all, this is a game. Although Lillian doesn't value the flame tiger's magic core, she does value the points represented by this magic core. No matter how kind-hearted Lillian is, she will not sacrifice all the people in her branch as the price for her kindness. However, after ensuring your ranking, it is not impossible to form a team with someone you trust. After all, if two people cooperate properly, they can hunt much faster than one person. The day actually goes by very quickly. The hunting conference lasted for 2 days and 1 night and was coming to an end soon. The elders of the various branches of the elves who were anxiously waiting for the contestants to come out on the hunting plain also began to gather outside the hunting jungle. The contestants in the hunting jungle are also rushing outside at this moment. Because contestants who have not left the hunting jungle before the deadline of the hunting competition will be treated as cheating. These rules are what all contestants must know. So no one will stay much longer at this time. Anyway, the extra few minutes would not allow me to hunt one more monster. Soon, the first contestant came out of the hunting jungle. After the contestant came out, he came directly to the supervisory elder and put down all the magic cores he had hunted. 15 brave level magic cores, 9 professional level magic cores, total points are 105. The supervisory elder's perception swept over the magic core and reported the contestants' points. There is not even a single master-level magic core. This is what happens to most contestants and is a very normal situation. Because with the strength of the professional class, it is really unwise to provoke the master-level monsters. Although the elves are a race that is good at fighting, they are not a race that is extremely powerful in combat. This kind of leapfrog battle rarely happens without enough support. After the first contestant came out, it was like a switch flipped. Other contestants also appeared one after another following Lu. After each contestant comes out, they will show the hunted magic core to the supervisor elder, and the points will be tallied. The points obtained by professional level contestants are actually not far apart unless there are special circumstances. The difference is probably a few points or a few dozen points. It is difficult to see a difference of more than 100 points. After all, it is still difficult to open up a 100-point gap between the brave level magic core and the professional level magic core. And every time a contestant comes out, the contestants' elders will also breathe a sigh of relief. Because this hunting conference has alarmed the flame tiger, a hidden challenge that can be called one of the strongest master-level monsters. No one wants the elite of their tribe to stay in the hunting jungle forever. But if you encounter a flaming tiger, the chance of coming out alive is very slim. Therefore, now we see that the contestants in their own branch can return safely. Even if the points are slightly lower, it is still acceptable. 12 brave level magic cores, 13 professional level magic cores, and 2 grandmaster level magic cores, with a total of 342 points. As the supervisor elders reported the total points one after another, the first contestant to hunt the master level magic core also appeared. This made the elves standing nearby look over involuntarily. Most of the contestants who can hunt for the master-level magic core are those with master-level strength. Among the younger generation, those who can be promoted to the master level at this age. Those are basically people with extraordinary talents and extraordinary cultivation qualifications. And many times, qualifications are far more important than various training resources. After all, the amount of resources that can be collected by using all the power of a branch of the elf clan is still quite a lot. But qualifications and talents are innate. When the elves looked over, they realized that the contestants who had hunted the master-level magic core were still at the professional level. Vera, well done. At this moment, Bet suddenly spoke up and praised loudly. This contestant is none other than the contestant sent by Bet's branch, Vera. This is what I should do, father. Although the words in Vera's mouth were very modest, it was not difficult to see the pride in the expression on her face. Hunting master-level monsters at the professional level. This in itself is a very difficult thing, and naturally, it is also something to be proud of. How's it going, Carlos? My daughter's performance is not bad. Vera's outstanding performance immediately strengthened Bet's confidence. When Lillian was sent by Lan Chi personally, Bet was really panicked for a while. But now, it is no better than the performance at the hunting conference. On this point, Bet is still very confident. After all, no matter how good Lan Chi is, it is impossible for him to interfere in the hunting conference. And Lillian, like Vera, was only a professional, and Bet didn't believe that Lillian could hunt a master-level monster. It's really good. Carlos nodded. Although Carlos didn't like Bet as a person, he still couldn't fault Vera's performance. Just look at the other contestants, and you will know this kind of thing. At the professional level, Vera is currently the only one who has hunted a master-level magic core. So Carlos wouldn't be tough on this kind of thing. Then let's compare and see how you rank in this hunting conference. Bet said while the iron was hot. For old opponents, it is natural to find every opportunity to attack. Not so good. Carlos frowned slightly and said hesitantly. Because Carlos was not sure whether Lillian could hunt the master-level magic core. If not, based on the 200 points gained by those two Grandmaster-level magic cores, it is certain that Lillian's ranking is definitely lower than Vera's. But if Lillian can also hunt a master-level monster. To be honest, Lillian had been staying in the City of Life for the last period before attending the hunting conference. So Carlos really didn't know the situation. What's wrong with this? It's just a small competition. We're only competing against one hero-level magic core. How about it? Seeing the hesitation on Carlos's face, Bet became more confident. This kind of ranking competition is a normal thing among various branches. However, the items obtained through the competition are not actually important. After all, no one can make a fortune by relying on this kind of competition. The most important thing about this kind of competition is the face you get after winning. Clan leader, let's just compete with him. Just when Carlos was hesitant, Kurd couldn't help but speak out. Kurd, you. Carlos glanced at Kurd and wanted to say something else. Clan leader, please believe Lillian. Kurd immediately said solemnly, his face full of seriousness. Well, now that you say so. Carlos nodded, then looked at Bet and said jokingly. Bet, let's compete, but if we really compete, we can't be too stingy. So let's compare 10 hero-level magic cores, what do you think? Do you Dorito take them? A hero-level magic core is really not a big deal to clan leaders like Carlos and Bet. But 10 hero-level magic cores are a bit painful. After all, hero-level magic cores don't fall from the sky, they are obtained by hunting hero-level magic beasts. The number of heroic-level experts, if we look at the entire elves. There are at least hundreds of them. However, the number of each branch is a bit shabby. Carlos's branch has only 2 heroic heroes, Carlos and Kurd. And Kurt is a newly promoted hero. As for Bet's branch, there is only Bet, a hero-level strongman. Therefore, these 10 hero-level magic cores are not a small number for a branch. But the loser does not lose the formation. Now that Bet has stepped on his face, Carlos will not show weakness. Since you are willing to give me so many hero-level magic cores, then there is nothing I dare not accept. I hope you won't default on your debt after losing. Seeing that Carlos suddenly became hardened, Bet sneered. In Bates' view, Carlos said this because he was unsure, so he wanted to use a high stake of 10 hero-level magic cores to force him to retreat. Then we'll see. Carlos also snorted. Now that the competition has begun, Carlos will no longer weaken his momentum. The contestants in the hunting jungle are still rushing out one after another. The supervisory elder is still counting the magic cores hunted by each contestant and reporting the corresponding points. But Lillian never showed up. Time passes little by little. There are fewer and fewer contestants coming out of the hunting jungle. Lillian, nothing will happen to her. Seeing that the deadline for the end of the hunting conference was getting closer, Carlos began to become nervous. No, Patriarch, I believe Lillian, nothing will happen. Kurt saw a slight change in Carlos's face, and suddenly he knew what Carlos was thinking, and he quickly spoke out to comfort him. No matter what, Carlos' position cannot be messed up. Carlos, Lillian hasn't come out yet. Although I know that this may not be a very pleasant result, I hope you will not default on your debt. But at this time, Bate came to Carlos and made sarcastic remarks. Shut up. When Carlos was upset, he was about to scold him when Bate said this. You, Lillian. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, Carlos saw Lillian and another elf girl walking out of the hunting jungle. It actually came out. It seems the results will be out soon. Soon, I will have 10 more hero-level magic cores. Bate also saw Lillian, and a mocking smile suddenly appeared on her face. Winning early or winning late is a win, and Bate doesn't care about this little time. Vera, let's go and take a look. Aluya, next time you come to see me, I will take you to the City of Life to find all the store managers. Lillian is saying goodbye to Aluya. After spending a day together, Lillian felt that Aluya was a person she could make friends with. We'd better go directly to the City of Life to gather. I'll go over and wait for you after I finish handling the clan's affairs. Aluya waved her hand and proposed a more constructive plan. Aluya is still very interested in the store manager Chi mentioned by Lillian. After all, any store that sells elixirs like healing pills should be visited no matter what. Okay, then let's go to the City of Life to gather. Lillian thought about it and felt that this seemed to be a better method. Then I'll leave first. Aluya nodded, and after confirming the time with Lillian, she walked towards the supervisory elder first. After the hunting conference, there will always be various things happening in each branch. Otherwise, Aluya might go to the City of Life with Lillian now. 25 career-level magic cores, 11 grandmaster-level magic cores, total points are 1,350. As the supervisor elder reported Aluya's harvest, the eyes of the surrounding elves immediately focused on him. 11 master-level magic cores. That means that in these 2 days and 1 night, this contestant killed 11 master-level monsters. This is definitely a terrible amount. You know, the master-level monsters in the hunting jungle will not live together in groups. For many contestants, they may or may not see 11 master-level monsters in these 2 days and 1 night. Not to mention hunting. And the most important thing is that this contestant's harvest does not contain brave-level magic cores. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur. That's because this contestant doesn't bother to hunt brave-level monsters. This is Aluya, the 4th place winner in the last hunting competition. The elders from various branches of the elf clan still have some impressions of the contestants participating in the hunting competition for the second time. In fact, the younger generation of the elves can participate in 10 hunting conferences from the time they are qualified to participate in the hunting conference until they reach the age. It's just that I have never participated in 10 hunting conferences in a row. The most frequent contestant has only participated in 4 hunting conferences. Therefore, it is very common for Aluya to participate in the hunting conference for the second time. 11 Grandmaster level magic cores. With such a result, I can at least get into the top 3. I'm afraid there are more than one, maybe even the first place is possible. I remember that the first place in the last hunting competition only hunted 10 master level magic cores. Today's younger generation is really getting stronger and stronger. The prosperity of the elves is just around the corner. However, even though it was the second time for Aluya to participate in the hunting competition, the results achieved this time were still amazing. The surrounding elves were talking a lot, and the expressions they looked at Aluya became different. Contestants who can hunt down a master-level magic core in the hunting competition are basically guaranteed to be among the top 30. And for every additional Grandmaster-level magic core, you may be able to improve your ranking by 2 or 3. It is not impossible to say that the 11 Grandmaster-level magic cores are destined to be the first in this hunting competition. The 4th place in the last competition, with 11 master-level magic cores, is indeed amazing. Bet couldn't help but sigh. However, Aluya herself is a master-level powerhouse, so Bet can only sigh and cannot be jealous. This is beyond envy. If Vera wants to compete with Aluya, it will be possible at least until Vera becomes a master-level powerhouse. And with a total of 1,350 points, he is the first among the contestants who have come out. It is easier said than done to exceed this score. At least none of the master-level contestants who had come out of the hunting jungle could do it. Not even one has more than 1,000 points. 26 career-level magic cores, 8 Grandmaster-level magic cores, and 1 Flaming Tiger magic core. The total points are 1,560. However, just when the surrounding elves were amazed, the supervisory elder then reported Lillian's harvest. The demonic core of the fiery tiger. Hearing this voice, the noisy discussions around him suddenly stopped. Then, with shock and astonishment on their faces, these elves looked at Lillian, who looked calm. Did I hear wrong just now? You must have heard it right. I seem to have heard it too. It's the magic core of the flaming tiger. Impossible, how is this possible? Oh my God, the fiery tiger was actually killed. And he was hunted by a contestant who only had a professional level. This is crazy. Everyone looked at Lillian with shock, sigh, disbelief and other emotions mixed together into an extremely complex expression. Even Carlos found it hard to believe the news that Lillian had hunted down the flame tiger. I'm not dreaming, Lillian actually hunted down the flaming tiger. Carlos took a deep breath and stuttered a bit when he spoke. Because this news is really shocking. The strength of the fiery tiger can be known just by looking at the points of Tap Magic Core. 500 points. You must know that the magic core of the flaming tiger is pronounced separately from the master-level magic core, which can be seen. This is the hidden challenge of hunting conventions. Just completing one is enough to reverse the entire situation. These 500 points represent almost 20 rankings. And they are 20 places among the top 30. You know, for most contestants, they may not even get half of the 500 points. At this moment, all the eyes focused on Aluya were transferred to Lillian. Shock, sigh, surprise. You know, Aluya is also a master-level expert after all, and this is her second time participating in the hunting conference. There is nothing wrong with being able to hunt 11 master-level monsters. But Lillian is just a professional cultivator. And most importantly, it was Lillian's first time to participate in a hunting conference. The elders of the elves who came to the hunting plains many times had no impression of Lillian at all. However, it was such a new contestant who won the flame tiger. No, this is impossible. I don't believe it. It's fake. It's a flaming tiger. After Bet heard the news, her face turned extremely pale, and she couldn't believe what she heard. However, the overseeing elders will not care about these issues. After all, among the elves, the supervisory elders have all seen such amazing and talented people. Even in terms of seniority, Tiana and Shauna are one generation below the current supervisory elder. Lillian's qualifications are indeed extraordinary and her talent is indeed powerful. But compared with the former Tiana and Shauna, it is still not enough. Therefore, no matter how shocked the surrounding tribesmen were, the expression of the supervisory elder did not change much. At most, he only glanced at Lillian one more time. Because Lillian is still not as good as Tiana. But who is Tiana? That is the current elf queen. Lillian can't compare, that's normal. But compared with other tribesmen, Lillian is much stronger. All contestants confirmed to have survived will leave the hunting jungle. Next, the hunting conference rankings will begin to be announced. The supervisory elder looked towards the hunting jungle. After confirming again and again, he suddenly spoke and announced loudly. The elders who had not waited for the contestants from their own branches to come out immediately took a step back due to fright, with sad looks on their faces. The supervisory elder said the meaning of this sentence. Those contestants who didn't come out will never come out. Your Majesty the Queen. The supervisory elder bowed slightly towards Tiana and expressed his inquiry. Tiana nodded. The supervisor of the hunting conference has always been the supervisory elder. Tiana stands here as a witness. The start and end of the hunting conference also need to be announced by the elf queen herself. As for Lancey and Shauna, the audience does not need to speak. Just watch silently from the side. Then, let's announce the rankings of this hunting conference now. After getting Tiana's permission, the supervisory elder cleared his throat and spoke loudly. The voice mixed with fighting spirit echoed on the hunting plain. Whether they were shocked, surprised, stunned, happy, or sad, the tribesmen immediately calmed down. No matter how unhappy or happy I feel, I have to wait until the ranking is announced. The first place in this hunting competition is Lillian, with a total of 1,560 points. The second place in this hunting competition, Aluya, has a total of 1,350 points. The third place in this hunting competition. In this hunting competition, Vera ranks 10th, with a total of 342 points. The supervisory elder read out the rankings slowly, and the people on the hunting plain had mixed feelings of joy and sadness on their faces. After Bet heard Vera's ranking, she first clenched her fists and cheered in her heart. Then, as if he remembered something, his face suddenly turned ugly. Ranking 10th is indeed a big improvement for Bet's branch. Because the amount of resources allocated to the top 10 is directly upgraded to a level compared to that of the top 10. However, compared with Lillian's first place, too far apart. Bet, I hope you won't forget the competition between us, although this is an unpleasant result for you. But I believe you won't default on your debt, right? After all the rankings were read out, Carlos immediately came to Bet and said with a smile. I heard Bet being so angry before, but now it's Carlos' turn to feel proud. I still have this bit of credibility. 10 hero-level magic cores will be given to you soon. Bet gritted her teeth and said with a painful look on her face. She was still proud of herself before, but now that Carlos said this, Bet felt even more depressed. Who could have imagined that the flaming tiger would be hunted down by Lillian, a professional archer? It's not magic at all, and it's certainly not vindictive. As for science, let alone mention it. Then I won't bother you any more. Carlos nodded and said with a smile on his face. Although Carlos and Bate didn't deal with each other, Carlos was still very relieved about Bate's credibility. Although the ranking competition was just a private verbal promise. But there are still very few people who will break their own promises. Oh, by the way, Vera's performance is really good. Carlos seemed to have remembered something, and just turned around, then turned around and added another sentence. This sentence is not a mockery, but comes from the heart. Vera was able to hunt down Grandmaster-level monsters with professional-level strength. This qualification and talent were indeed worthy of recognition. However, compared with Lillian's results, they may not be enough. But how many people can achieve Lillian's level of achievement? Thank you for your compliment. Bet said through gritted teeth. Although Carlos's affirmation was very sincere, it still sounded more sarcastic to Bet. Father, is my performance not good enough? Vera, who was waiting aside, suddenly bit her lip and asked aloud. Before Lillian came out of the hunting jungle, Vera's performance had indeed attracted much attention. But after Lillian appeared, Vera's light was completely blocked by Lillian. Vera also heard about the rivalry between Bet and Carlos. But the current situation is that Bate is completely suppressed by Carlos. No, you're on your best behavior. It's just that the person I'm comparing myself to is too strong. Bet said softly, reaching out and rubbing Vera's head. A look of love appeared in her face. Just because others are too strong doesn't mean that your daughter is too weak. Vera's performance is obvious to all. Even if she loses to Carlos in the competition, Bate can't take out her anger on Vera. The follow-up matters of the hunting conference are very simple. Allocate resources for the next year based on rankings, and adjust the territory to which each branch belongs. However, the main territory where the branch is located and used to settle the tribesmen will not change. Only the subsidiary territories rich in various resources will be adjusted. The branches of the top 10 contestants will also be rewarded with various trial crystals and skill crystals, including extremely precious hero-level trial crystals and hero-level skill crystals. After all subsequent matters are completed, Tiana will announce that this hunting meeting has been successfully concluded. All contestants also need to return to their own branches to deal with matters after this hunting conference. It is finally over. Lan Chi couldn't help but stretched and said lazily. 2 days and 1 night are actually not that long for Lan Chi. It's just that Lan Chi feels bored by staying here all the time and not being able to do anything. Tiana, don't you find it annoying that you have to stand here for 2 days every year? After Lan Chi stretched, he glanced at Tiana and asked, casually. As spectators, Shauna and Lancey couldn't do anything, but they still walked around. But Tiana needs to stand on the rainbow stairs for the past 2 days to maintain her image as the elf queen. Lan Chi, your temperament still needs to be polished more. Although Tiana did not answer directly. But this sentence actually shows that Tiana is not annoyed. For a powerful person, as long as he cultivates his moral character and has a calm personality, standing in place for 2 days is as simple as eating and drinking. But for the giant dragon, if it stops somewhere, it probably means going to sleep. And let alone 2 days, even 2 years, it is possible to sleep through it. However, in a sober state, given the dragon's character, he might not be able to calm down. Let the violent dragon cultivate his moral character? Just kidding. I can't do what you do. If I can sleep here, that's fine. Lan Chi waved his hand and did not continue to dwell on this topic. Tiana, let's see you next year. Shauna also exchanged greetings with Tiana and then said goodbye. It's been so long since Shauna left the elf clan, and most of her acquaintances from back then are gone now. Except for a few tribesmen, Shauna actually doesn't remember much about the elves. And Tiana is among these tribesmen. Thank you for coming to watch the ceremony. It's very late. We'll see you next year. Tiana nodded and tapped her foot lightly. The dazzling rainbow staircase immediately turned into a rainbow bridge, leading straight to the sky. The sky also cast a dazzling pure white light, which shone on Tiana, making her look extremely holy. Ding ding dong. At the same time, waves of pious and melodious singing came from the horizon, lingering around the rainbow bridge, lingering for a long time. After the tribesmen on the hunting plain heard this melodious chant, their faces suddenly showed pious expressions. Following Tiana's footsteps, the melodious singing faded away little by little. The rainbow bridge is also gradually dissipating. The elves all knelt on the ground, lowered their heads slightly, raised their right hands, and placed them on their hearts. Your Majesty the Queen. It wasn't until the light completely disappeared that the elves on the hunting plain stood up from the ground. It's such a grand occasion. In comparison, our appearance was a bit too plain. After Lan Chi watched the rainbow bridge dissipate, he immediately turned to look at Shauna beside him. No, as a race's faith, this is a necessary thing. Shauna smiled. After all, Tiana represents not only herself, but also the entire elves. It is also appropriate to have a more grand entrance and exit. Well, I just feel like I'm being compared. Lan Chi shrugged, then raised the black cloak draped around him. A burst of black mist appeared instantly, shrouding Lan Chi and Shauna. Roar. Accompanied by the unique roar of a giant dragon, the majestic dragon's power surged out from the black mist, and in an instant, it completely shattered the ground beneath its feet. Immediately afterwards, a hurricane roared out, blowing away the black fog on the hunting plain. A giant black dragon with a wingspan of several thousand meters fluttered its wings, like a black light, soaring up into the sky. Thousands of miles high, you can reach it in the blink of an eye. On the hunting plain, there were even bursts of exclamations. In comparison, Lan Chi's exit was not as holy and grand as Tiana's. But he also looked extremely domineering. The City of Life, a remote corner. Chi Lo watched the last customer leave the store and looked at the time. Although it's still a little short of closing time, there aren't many customers now anyway, so we might as well close it earlier. The opening time of the store is fixed. But when closing the store, Chi Lu is usually casual. Although there is a latest closing time, it is common to close earlier when there are no customers. Store manager, Chi, wait. Just when Chi Lu was about to close the store door, a big hand suddenly appeared and held the store door firmly. Then a man wearing a black cloak appeared in front of Chi Lu. Hey, you came quite late today. Chi Lu looked at the dusty Lan Chi in front of him and immediately joked. Probably, it's not time to close the door yet. Lan Chi held the store door with both hands and asked worriedly. If you were half a minute late, it would have been closed, but now is just the right time. Come in. Chi Lu shrugged and let Lan Chi in. Manager Chi, good evening. Coming here at this time is really disturbing. Shauna followed behind and said with an apologetic look. There's nothing to disturb. We're open for business. Let's talk about it first. When facing such a polite customer, Chi Lu will also become polite. As the saying goes, people respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 1 foot. The understanding is mutual. Besides, it's not time to close the door now, so it's not really an intrusion. Braised beef rice bowl, double cheese beef burger, fried chicken wings, bacon sandwich, all here. As soon as Lan Chi entered the store, he bought a bunch of food from the snack vending machine. No matter how much you eat, you can't possibly eat up a powerful person. What's more, creatures like giant dragons have always liked to collect various treasures. The wealth accumulated by each powerful dragon is astonishing. Even if Lan Chi prefers food, it does not prevent Lan Chi from collecting treasures. Then I'll have a bottle of orange juice and a colorful fruit pizza. Shauna chose fruit-based food as always. But this is not because other foods are not delicious, it is mainly because Shauna likes fruits. Qilu also had a rare opportunity to make a bucket of instant noodles and sit down with Lan Qi and Shauna. There were only 3 people in the store. Qilu was too lazy to stand behind the counter any longer. That would make it look raw. "What's the matter with you coming here so late today?" Qilu asked, casually, while taking advantage of the instant noodles. "It's not a big deal, I just went to participate in the hunting conference of the elves." "No, to be precise, I probably just went to see it," Ranch replied as he bit into his bacon sandwich. After a short pause, Lan Qi looked at Qilu as if he remembered something, and asked, "By the way, store manager Qi, do you still have weapons and other things for sale in your store?" Lan Qi came to confirm his previous guess. "It's the equipment Lillian is wearing." "Yes, they are all on the shelves, but you probably won't need them." Qilu nodded, but still gave a kind reminder later. Currently, the quality of the products in the store is still a bit too low for a strong person like Lan Qi. Although Qilu wants higher turnover, he will not deceive people for it. "Of course, because I don't need a weapon either." Lan Qi smiled and readily accepted Qi Li's reminder. But for the dragon, weapons and armor are indeed superfluous items. No, to be precise, most of the weapons and armor should be redundant. Because of the forging skills and enchanting skills of the northern mountains, the weapons and armors created may not be as strong as Lan Qi itself. The dragon's scales are no joke. Those shoddy armors were just like a piece of tissue paper to Lan Qi. That's why Lan Qi didn't bother to wear armor. After all, who would use tofu as armor to protect a stone? However, if there is an armor with a defensive power that is stronger than Thedragon's scales, then Lan Qi will not refuse. The same goes for weapons. If there were weapons that could enhance the dragon's attacks, Lan Qi would also need them. After all, no one can have too little of combat power. It's just that it seems that Lan Qi has never encountered such powerful weapons and armors. Including weapons and armor from Qi Li's shop. For now, the only piece of equipment that makes Lan Qi's heart beat is the Dragon Slayer title badge. However, the Dragon Slayer title badge is neither a weapon nor an armor. It's just a special piece of equipment. Manager Qi, we are just asking because some interesting things happened at hunting conference. Shauna briefly talked about the hunting conference. It also made Qilu understand the whole story. So this is Qilu nodded, feeling inexplicably happy in his heart. The equipment in the store shines at the hunting conference. Doesn't that mean that the elves will also come to the store to consume? It seems that we are one step closer to completely lifting restrictions on stores. According to this, Lillian is really a blessed general. After Qilu came to the Beishan Mountains, the first customer who came to the store was Lillian. The first dwarf customer, Fanzan, also came to the store because of Lillian. In this way, a large number of dwarves were brought in and became regular customers in the store. And now, it may be because of Lillian that the elves will also become regular customers in the store. If this is not a lucky general, then what else is a lucky general? Where can I find such good customers? Just as Qilu was secretly delighted, on the surface he was chatting calmly with Lan Qi and Shauna. An exclamation suddenly came from outside the store. "Shauna! Ranch! This exclamation made all 3 people chatting look over. Then I saw a woman wearing a veil. It's just that this woman's eyes are a very rare green color, as if they contain endless vitality. Tiana? After all, Shauna was still the former saint of the elves. After just one more glance, she recognized the veiled woman in front of her. What? Is she Tiana? This aura seems to be real. Lan Qi was stunned for a moment, then carefully identified the scent of the woman at the door of the store, and then said with a look of astonishment. Elf Queen? Qilu was also a little surprised. When the three of them were chatting, Shauna and Lanqi also mentioned Tiana, so Qilu knew the name of the current Elf Queen. But I didn't expect that, before I and others had finished speaking, the real owner arrived. I thought my aura was well hidden. When Tiana saw that she was recognized, she didn't pay too much attention, but walked into the store, calmly. Anyway, everyone has been recognized, and everything that should be embarrassed is over. What else do you care about? You came to the City of Life so late to drink Sprite, right? Lan Qi's reaction was quick, and he immediately thought of this. But how did you find this place? But soon, Lan Qi thought of this issue again. The place where Qi Li's shop is located is notoriously remote. Basically, normal people would never expect there to be a shop here. Speaking of which, if Lan Qi hadn't followed Yefel's breath to find him, I'm afraid that in another 10 years, Lan Qi would never have thought that someone would still be able to open a store in a place like this. A semi-secluded shop, that's no joke. Basically, the customers who come here are brought here by old customers. So I have to say that Lillian was also very lucky, and she was able to discover this place by accident. I asked Lillian how you met. Tiana was a bachelor, so she didn't hide it and said it directly. Lillian, no wonder. Lan Qi understood. Tiana's image among the elves has always been holy and kind. Lillian wouldn't think much about asking about this kind of thing. After all, the identities of Lan Qi and Shauna are so great that they can have a huge impact on the elves. So Lillian just explained everything. However, this place can be found just by relying on Lillian's dictation. I have to say, Tiana is quite powerful. You couldn't explain it before. Why did you sneak over here by yourself now? The supervisory elder and the arbitration elder don't know about this yet. Shauna also said with a smile. Most of the affairs of the elves are handled by the supervisory elders and arbitration elders. It's just that as the elf queen, Tiana must sit in the clan. So if Tiana comes to the City of Life at this time, it is basically certain that she came here secretly. Of course not. No matter what, the City of Life is still a city-state under my command. I'm here for a look around. Are there any questions? When Shauna asked this question, Tiana's face turned red. But soon, Tiana refuted Shauna's words. I can't tell, you're quite smart. Lan Qi raised his eyebrows and joked from the side. As a husband and wife, the wife sings and the husband follows. The relationship between these three people spans decades. Although in normal times, he needs to maintain his image as a strong man and appears to be talkative. But in private, all kinds of teasing and joking are common. After all, strong-level powerful people also have various emotional changes. Cultivation is not about becoming an immortal, so how can you abandon all the 7 emotions and 6 desires? It's just that in most cases, these emotional changes will not show up. Don't say that, I'm only here for a few days. Tiana waved her hand. When she was hunting in the plains, Tiana still needed to maintain her image. But here, they are all on their own, and Tiana relaxes. Since you are already in the store, let me introduce it to you more. Store manager Qi has more than just Sprite here. Lan Qi put down the chopsticks in his hand, and after confirming that there was no leftover rice in the braised beef rice bowl box, he stood up and introduced it to Tiana. Qi Lu is happy to see someone willing to work for him. So I didn't say much. Store manager Qi, by the way, manager Qi. You are the store manager Qi, right? When Lan Qi mentioned this, Tiana suddenly remembered one of her reasons for coming here. It was just to get acquainted with this powerful person at the peak level that Lan Qi said. This kind of powerful person, who may be regarded as the #1 in the entire Northern Mountains, would be of great benefit to the entire elves if they could make friends with him. Does this have anything to do with me? Qilo looked a little surprised when he heard that he was called. Lan Qi mentioned you many times, so I took this opportunity to come over and get to know you. Hello, Manager Qi, my name is Tiana, and I come from the elf tribe. Tiana did not mention her identity. After all, if you say it at this time, you will inevitably feel like you are overpowering others. However, using power to overwhelm others is just a joke in front of top experts. Hello, there is nothing to entertain you in the store. If you need anything, you can see for yourself. Qilo quickly stood up and returned the greeting. You can't just stick to someone's hot cheek and slap him back. I can't even hit the smiling person without reaching out my hand. But Qilo really didn't come to the reception. Because Lan Qi rushed to do it. This probably comes from the eagerness of a foodie to introduce the delicious food he discovered in front of others. Are you elves so polite? Qilo took a deep breath. After seeing Lancy and Tiana running to the snack vending machine and drink vending machine, he sat down and asked Shauna. First Lillian, then Shauna, and then Tiana. The strength of the three people is getting stronger and stronger. But in terms of politeness, they all feel the same. Probably, but I think it's because this person is store manager Qi. Shauna smiled and then answered aloud. Being polite is not only related to etiquette and character, but also has something to do with strength. After all, they want Shauna and Tiana to be polite to an ordinary practitioner. That's basically impossible. Because the identity and strength are there. Who would be polite to an ant? Not to mention Lan Qi, this dragon should be extremely violent. All of this was largely due to the fact that Qi Lu was, in their eyes, a peak powerhouse with unfathomable strength. The second reason is probably because Qi Lu himself is very easygoing. To be honest, it is rare for a powerful person to be so kind to anyone. At least among the powerful men Shauna knew, Qi Lu was the only one with such a kind personality. Is it because of me? My noodles are soaked. Qi Lu nodded thoughtfully, then lowered his head and opened the lid of the bucket of instant noodles. Shauna smiled on the side and said no more. Instead, he quietly ate the pizza in his hand. You don't talk when you eat, and you don't talk when you sleep. It smells so good, Lan Qi, do you know what that is? Tiana, who was standing in front of the drink vending machine, smelled the rich aroma of barreled instant noodles in the air and asked involuntarily. Can you tell me what store manager Qi is eating now? Lan Qi glanced back, then pointed to the snack vending machine next to him. Instant noodles in buckets. Lan Qi and Shauna came here in the middle of the night just to have a late-night snack. Tiana is actually the same. So after eating, the three of them said goodbye to Qi Lu. People who come here late at night for late-night snacks can be regarded as shaving a leisurely time. Fortunately, they come early. If they had been a minute late, they might not have been able to get in. Qi Lu stood at the door of the store and looked outside. After confirming that no one would come to hold the store door this time, Qi Lu closed the door. System, congratulations to the host, the store has been approved by the Elf Queen. When Qi Lu closed the door, the sound of the system suddenly appeared in Qi Lu's mind. Huh? What do you mean? Qi Lu was stunned by the sudden sound. Because Qi Lu really doesn't understand what there is to congratulate about the shop being recognized by the Elf Queen. Is it because Tiana is a powerful person? But this isn't right either. When Lan Qi came to the store before, there was no such prompt. And when it comes to strength, Lan Qi is much stronger than Tiana. System, stupid host, let this system explain it to you. Being inexplicably mocked by the system, Qi Li's eyebrows twitched slightly, then he pretended to smile and said, okay, you say it. System, because the Elf Queen bears the racial fate of the elves, and can represent the entire elves. System: so getting the approval of the elf queen is equivalent to getting the approval of the elves. Is there such a thing? Qi Li's face showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder the system didn't respond when Lan Qi came to the store before. It turns out that Lan Qi cannot represent the Dragon Clan. But speaking of it, even if Lan Qi could represent the Dragon Clan, it would probably be of little use. Because although the Dragon Clan is one of the top races, the Dragon Clan isn't among the main races in the northern mountains. So being recognized by the Dragon Clan is actually of little use. Then what benefits can I get after the shop is approved by the Elf Queen? After Qi Li figured it out, he immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. It doesn't matter to Qi Li who he is recognized by. What rewards you can get is the most important thing. System: you can get a new pill and a small reward. When Qi Li heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Elixir? What elixir? Since the last expansion of the elixir egg pool, no new elixirs have appeared for a long time. Although those elixirs that permanently increase attributes are extremely precious. But these precious elixirs have a limit on how many times they can be used. Each person of excellent grade can only use it 3 times in his life. Each rare level can only be used once in a lifetime. Eating too much has no effect. Therefore, although those elixirs that permanently increase attributes are very popular, they are often in short supply. But this is only due to the low shipment rate of elixirs that permanently increase attributes, resulting in long-term shortages. However, after those customers who can use these elixirs that permanently increase attributes have almost reached the limit of use, they probably won't need them anymore. Because most of the elixirs that permanently increase attributes are rare-level elixirs. What are the usage restrictions? Therefore, in general, the consumable elixirs are more popular. After all, the demand is huge. That's why Qi Li is so interested in new elixirs. Because whether the new elixir is a permanently increasing attribute elixir or a consumable elixir, at least one type can be added. However, in Qi Li's opinion, it is better for the new elixir to be a general-purpose elixir. For example, healing pills and rejuvenation pills are pills that every practitioner can use. Of course, the quality must be higher than the healing pill and rejuvenation pill. Ordinary level pills are really not enough now. System: congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eagle Eye pill. This pill has been added to the pill egg pool and can be sold in this store. This name? As soon as Qi Li heard the system prompts, he had a bad feeling in his heart. So he quickly opened the elixir egg pool in the store manager's backroom and found out the detailed information about the Eagle Eye elixir. Eagle Eye pill, rare level pill. After taking it, the user's vision and perception will be permanently improved, and there is a very small chance that the martial arts skill, Eagle Eye, will be activated. Eagle Eye technique: condensing fighting spirit and mental power, leaving an eagle eye in place to detect the surrounding situation. The condensed eagle eye is connected to the user's mental power and is in a hidden state, which can exist for 48 hours. Limit 1 per person per lifetime. Usage restrictions: Archer class. As expected, it's really a pill that is restricted to the Archer class. After Qi Li read the detailed information about the Eagle Eye pill, he suddenly roared in his mind with great sadness. This type of elixir that restricted ranks was the last elixir that Qi Li wanted. Especially the Eagle Eye pill, which is limited to a single class. It was a nightmare. As for elixirs similar to the Eagle Eye pill, there are actually concealment pills that are restricted to the assassin class. There are also demon blood pills that are restricted to the berserker class, ice and snow pills that are restricted to ice element magicians, and flame soul pills that are restricted to fire element magicians. There is basically no market for these types of elixirs in the northern mountains. After all, the magician class and the assassin class are really rare among the elves and dwarves.